Sister-in-law, please don't do that. It would not bode well if elder brother sees. It's all right, he is busy working outside. Is it tight? Perfectly fitting, quite comfortable. The 15-year-old Chi Xiaoyu, clad in coarse garments, lowered his gaze to admire the new cloth shoes on his feet, expressing gratitude to the young village woman who had personally adorned him with them. Yu Wei, the village woman, was the wife of Xiaoyu's elder cousin. Having lost his parents to a maritime tragedy at a young age, Xiaoyu had been taken in by his uncle's family, which was more akin to sleeping in a cattle shed than a true home. In his childhood, he helped with laundry, cooking, and herding cattle, and as he grew older, he toiled in the fields and worked as a laborer in the landlord's estate to contribute to the household. Despite his efforts, he endured disdain from his aunt and cousin, with the only kindness he received coming from this sister-in-law, who had married into the chief family over a decade ago and shared no blood ties with him. She smiled and said, "As long as it fits, your feet are growing too fast. The shoes from 2 years ago are utterly unwearable now, and your clothes are in tatters. Once the hemp is spun, I shall knit you a new garment." The tips of Xiaoyu's previous shoes had multiple holes, worn through by the burgeoning toes of his adolescent frame. Scratching his head and smiling, he felt warmth in his heart. She was the only one to offer him familial affection. For reasons unknown, despite over 10 years of marriage, his sister-in-law remained childless, treating Xiaoyu as her own son and embodying the role of a nurturing mother. "Sister-in-law, tomorrow, when the landlord pays for the labor, I will give you the money." Yu Wei helped him brush off the dried grass clinging to his tattered clothes from the cattle shed. "Silly boy, that is your hard-earned money. Why would you give it to me? Keep it for yourself to buy some food to help you grow. Or save it. In a few years, you will also need to marry. You will need funds to repair your dilapidated old house. You cannot keep sleeping in the cattle shed otherwise. Which girl would be willing to marry you?" Just as Xiaoyu was about to respond, the gate to the courtyard creaked open, and a man in his 30s entered. It was none other than Qi Dasha, Xiaoyu's cousin. "Why are you back so soon? Did you not go to help the landlord repair his house today?" Yu Wei approached and took the saw from Dasha's hands. Dasha replied, "There was an incident in the back mountain. The workers sent by the landlord to fell trees encountered a demon, and no one dares to continue the work." "A demon? Is there truly a monster in the back mountain?" The woman was taken aback. Dasha sighed. "Indeed, there is a demon in the back mountain. Recently, there have been continuous maritime disasters. 6 people from a fishing village have perished, and no one dares to venture out to fish. It seems the heavens are cutting off our means of survival. The village shaman claims we have offended the sea god and must prepare a human sacrifice for atonement. Chi Family Village is a fishing community reliant on both mountain and sea, with most villagers earning their livelihood through fishing. However, in the past month, the number of maritime calamities has eclipsed the total fatalities of several previous years combined. A human sacrifice." Hearing this, the sister-in-law felt a heavy dread in her heart, as it entailed offering a human to the sea god. "May the deities protect us. I hope our family is not chosen," she prayed, kneeling and clasping her hands together in reverence to the heavens and earth. Upon noticing the new shoes adorning Qi Xiaoyu's feet, Qi Dashan let out a slight, discontented snort, remarking, if only they had invested the time spent making those shoes into hard work. After uttering these words, Qi Dashan turned on his heel and departed. Compared to his sister-in-law's attitude towards Qi Xiaoyu, Qi Dashan's demeanor was notably harsher, as a fortune teller had declared that Qi Xiaoyu's birth chart was inauspicious for him, rendering him incapable of having children unless Qi Xiaoyu were to perish, though he harbored disdain for Qi Xiaoyu and treated him poorly. As an elder brother, he ultimately lacked the resolve to inflict harm upon him. Brother Xiaoyu, at that moment a frail girl of about 8 or 9 years, bounced into the yard. She was Xiao Zhu, the younger sister of the neighbor next door, who often clung to Qi Xiaoyu, enchanted by the myriad of fascinating mythical tales he shared from their past lives. With a basket half filled with clams and other seafood, she approached him with a smile, saying, "I gathered a lot from the shore today, and this portion is for you." Qi Xiaoyu chuckled as he ruffled her somewhat wilted hair, replying, "Thank you, Xiao Zhu. You are at a growing age. I cannot accept this. Take it back and enjoy it yourself." The little girl shook her head stubbornly, insisting, "No way. Brother Xiaoyu shares his catch with me, so I must share with you as well." Besides, you are still growing too. My mother says that a growing boy can eat his parents into poverty. You surely do not eat enough. With that, Xiaozhu set down her basket and dashed back home, not allowing Qi Xiaoyu an opportunity to refuse her kindness, which he ultimately accepted. In the evening, Qi Xiaoyu lay amidst the straw piled in the cattle shed, with a tattered quilt as his only covering. May the divine protect me, let the maritime disasters cease, he murmured while gazing at the bright stars in the distance. What good is praying to the gods? There are too many suffering souls in this world. Even if deities exist, they cannot lend their protection to all. All beings endure. Suffering one must rely on oneself for salvation. A dark bird alighted upon his shoulder, revealing itself to be a crow. Qi Xiaoyu gently stroked the crow's feathers and retrieved a handful of roasted corn kernels from his pocket, offering them as a snack. The crow spoke. I offered to impart my knowledge to you, yet you refused. With the powers I can bestow, what need have you for deities or to act as a fisherman? Qi Xiaoyu replied with a wry smile. Little crow, your so-called knowledge is nothing but sorcery. You insist on requiring bloodshed before sharing your teachings. What kind of person could I ever bring myself to kill? Little Crow had been a fledgling he discovered in the mountains 6 years prior, still featherless and vulnerable. Upon nurturing it to maturity, he realized it could speak, coming to the startling realization that he had inadvertently taken in a supernatural creature. Not to mention, most individuals, unless driven to desperation, seldom possess the courage to commit murder. Throughout history, when farmers have a meal and a means to survive, how many dare to rebel or face execution? The crow sighed softly. Xiaoyu, must one lose something to gain understanding? In this world, weakness is the root of all suffering. The following day, the village chief, accompanied by an elderly fortune teller clad in vibrant attire and leaning on a cane, along with a group of villagers, arrived at the Qi household. Qi Xiaoyu's sister-in-law turned pale, nearly collapsing to the ground, while Qi Dashan gritted his teeth, and Qi Xiaoyu felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. The omen of human sacrifice had fallen upon their family. Clearing his throat, the village chief announced, Dashan, prepare your household and select someone. The sister-in-law, her voice trembling with emotion, pleaded, Village chief, you are aware of our family's circumstances. Both Dashan and I are childless, and Xiaoyu has yet to marry. Is it possible to redraw? The shaman, leaning heavily on her staff, retorted with displeasure. This is the will of the sea god. How can you presume to alter it? Indeed, indeed, echoed another voice. Sister Qi, it is not our desire to have your family sacrifice someone. It is the decree of the sea god. One of your kin must make this sacrifice to safeguard the entire village. Is that not a noble cause? Yes. The will of the sea god must not be defied any longer. How many lives have been lost in our village? The villagers who had accompanied her chimed in, aligning with the shaman's sentiments, driven by their own self-interest and the hope that the lottery would not fall upon their families. The village chief stated, Who from your family shall be chosen? You must decide swiftly. It must be a young person, for they are to be sent to the sea god's temple for fasting tomorrow, followed by the ceremonial rites for a life sacrifice to the sea. The sea breeze tonight is exceptionally cold. In the main hall, Qi Xiaoyu, Qi Dashan, Sister Yu, and Qi Xiaoyu's aunt are gathered. The aunt kneels before the ancestral tablet, weeping. Oh, deities, why have you chosen our family? Qi Xiaoyu bows his head. Qi Dashan wears a gloomy expression, and Sister Yu appears utterly lost, her eyes rimmed with red. Among the four, only the young ones can be chosen from Qi Xiaoyu, Qi Dashan, and Sister Yu, casting an oppressive atmosphere in the hall. After a long silence, Qi Dashan turns his gaze toward Qi Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, perhaps you should. He intends to suggest that Qi Xiaoyu take on the burden. Understanding his meaning, Qi Xiaoyu bites his lip, feeling a profound desolation. No, absolutely not. Sister Yu quickly interjects. Xiaoyu cannot go. He is still a child, unmarried, and without descendants. Qi Dashan, agitated, responds, Then do we have children? If he does not go, am I to take his place? At his words, Sister Yu trembles, silently shedding tears. Unsure of what to say, she certainly does not wish for her husband to perish. Suddenly, the aunt seems to remember something and directs her resentful gaze at Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu, the fortune teller has said that your destiny opposes that of your elder brother and sister-in-law, causing them to remain childless. Your parents are deceased, and we raised you. Your elder brother cannot die. He must carry on the Qi family lineage. Your sister-in-law has nurtured you as if you were her own son for all these years. You owe her that much. If you have any conscience, you should take their place in the sacrifice." Hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's heart is filled with bitterness, as if pierced by needles. "Sister Yu cries, 'Mother, it is all my fault. I lack the ability to bear children for the Qi family. Do not blame Xiaoyu. I'll go. I will.'" The last 3 words seem to drain her of all strength. She does not wish to die, but she cannot bear the thought of her husband perishing or of Qi Xiaoyu, whom she regards as her own child, dying. "No, my wife, you cannot go," Qi Dashan exclaims with reddened eyes. Although he has little fondness for Qi Xiaoyu, he genuinely cares for his wife. "Dashan, listen to me. I will go. Xiaoyu is still young and unmarried. You are the pillar of this family. If I go, you can still remarry." "No, you cannot go." "I do not agree." The couple begins to argue. The aunt shrieks, "Qi Xiaoyu, you have already caused the deaths of your parents. Do you wish to bring about your sister-in-law's demise as well?" Her words pierce Qi Xiaoyu's heart like a final sword. Is it truly his fault that his parents died? "Elder brother, sister-in-law, please do not argue. I will go tomorrow," Qi Xiaoyu declares, then kneels before Sister Yu, bowing his head and holding back tears. "Sister-in-law, thank you for raising me all these years. If there is a next life, I wish to be reborn as your child to repay your kindness." After bowing, Qi Xiaoyu stands and leaves, pushing open the door to depart from this home. "Xiaoyu." Sister-in-law's sorrowful cries echo behind him as he runs away, tears streaming down his face, while the sky begins to pour rain. Having fled from the house, he rushes to the seashore, kneeling on the sand, shoulders trembling as he softly weeps. The rain mingles with his tears, and his heart and faith seem to shatter. No one desires death, least of all he himself. A raven perched upon his shoulder, silently observing the weeping youth, offering quiet companionship. The following day, a numb expression enveloped Qi Xiaoyu as he returned home, only to be met by the heart-wrenching cries of Qi Dashan. An acute pang struck his heart, and in a panic, he rushed inside, his spirit shattered like a bolt from the blue. His sister-in-law lay lifeless on the ground, a 3-foot white cloth draped from the beam above. "Sister-in-law." Qi Xiaoyu knelt and reached for her hand, but it was already cold as ice. Qi Dashan wailed, "Your sister-in-law intended to sacrifice herself to the sea. She secretly hanged herself last night." My wife, upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu felt as though his heart was seized in a vice, a sharp pain causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Sister-in-law darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Soon, the village chief and the shaman arrived. The village chief frowned. She hadn't even fasted. How could she be dead? The shaman added, "A suicide cannot suffice. Sacrifices require the living." "Enough." Qi Dashan let out a primal roar, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon the two, village chief, shaman. "Someone from the Qi family has already perished. If anyone desires the blood of my kin, I shall demand their life in return." The ferocious glint in Qi Dashan's gaze instilled fear in the hearts of the village chief and the shaman, apprehensive that he might lash out recklessly. The village chief hastily replied, "Dashan, do not act impulsively. We can redraw the lots." He exchanged a glance with the shaman, who nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. We shall redraw." The villagers who had gathered began to murmur uneasily. "Village chief, shaman, how can this be? The one chosen was from the Qi family." "Indeed. It is not our fault that the girl from the Qi family took her own life." Discontent surged among the villagers, all fearful of being chosen themselves. The village chief, understanding the potential danger of provoking Qi Dashan further, quickly sought to placate the crowd and led them away. Inside the temple, the village chief and the shaman scrutinized a bundle of bamboo sticks, selecting their victims. Whatever divine will or notion of fairness in drawing lots was but a fade for their predetermined choices manipulated to their advantage. That foolish woman from the chief family. Since she was destined to die, why not wait for the sacrifice? The village chief muttered. The shaman, her expression inscrutable, replied, "Let us choose another household." The village chief examined the bamboo sticks, stating, "We cannot choose families with strong sons. Our relatives are off limits. The affluent households have already offered us gifts, thus, we are left with these poor families with no sons to support them." Soon, the new bamboo sticks were drawn and announced. The Li family, Li Xiaodu. The only daughter of the Li family, the trio of the Li household, and the young one is none other than Li Xiaozhu. Qi Xiaoyu observed as the girl, adorned in a red garment, was carried away upon a bamboo chair. Xiaozhu turned back to him, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Xiaoyu, I shall miss you when I reach the sea god." Brother Xiaoyu, is there truly a great sage who can summon winds and rain, vanquishing demons and monsters? Qi Xiaoyu felt a lump in his throat, grappling with how to respond. He too yearned to know if there truly existed great sages capable of vanquishing demons and gods who could alleviate suffering. Brother Xiaoyu, I do not wish to accompany the sea god to the depths of the ocean. There, I have no father, no mother, and no brother Xiaoyu. Little Zhuzi was carried away in tears, destined for a watery grave, a sacrifice to the sea god. Her parents wept bitterly as they bid her farewell. And witnessing little Zhuzi's departure, Qi Xiaoyu felt a profound disillusionment with the village. If deities truly guided the world, then why would suffering exist? Little crow, I accept your terms. To kill, to transcend, to vanquish the traitor within my heart. The crow perched upon his shoulder and remarked, thus, must one endure loss to attain enlightenment? Xiaoyu, all sentient beings suffer. Only through self-liberation can one escape the majority of life's tribulations, which stem from one's own frailty. Do not believe in destiny. Often, the sorrows of fate are wrought by human hands. Better to become the calamity of others than to allow others to become your peril. Follow me. The crow soared towards the ancient forest on the mountain behind the village, where the villagers spoke of lurking monsters. Qi Xiaoyu followed without a trace of hesitation or fear in his eyes this time. The sky roared with thunder and flashes of lightning, a magnificent display of celestial power. As the rain fell more heavily, Qi Xiaoyu trailed the crow into the vast wilderness behind the village, his new shoes, crafted by his sister-in-law, now soaked in mud. Climbing over 2 mountain peaks, they ventured into a deep forest seldom traversed, even by seasoned hunters. The thunder grew deafening, and flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings. Qi Xiaoyu felt himself nearing exhaustion, yet he pressed on with sheer will. The crow's voice reached him, "We have arrived, look ahead." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the mud beneath him, utterly spent. He raised his gaze, and the sight before him left him utterly astounded. A colossal ancient tree entwined by a white python, measuring no less than 10 meters in length, its head lifted defiantly. Cold eyes fixated upon the heavens. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting the white serpent. It writhed in agony, opening its massive maw capable of swallowing a child, letting out a pained roar amidst the tempest of thunder. This was Qi Xiaoyu was left in stunned disbelief. A single word materializing in his mind, tribulation. The crow settled upon Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder, observing the scene with a gentle tone. This is a white serpent that has cultivated for many years, enduring its heavenly tribulation. Should it succeed, it may transform from serpent to dragon. If it fails, it shall perish beneath this trial. Qi Xiaoyu remained transfixed by the spectacle before him. In his past life, he had encountered numerous myths and legends, tales of deities, spirits, and demons, yet witnessing such a scene with his own eyes was truly overwhelming. The white serpent contorted in agony amidst the lightning. Yet the desire in its gaze to metamorphose into a dragon remained unwavering. The crow spoke again. Do you realize? Most of our kind are shrouded in ignorance, drifting aimlessly through life. Even those fortunate enough to awaken their intellect and inherit the path of the spirits, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, face perilous trials. This path is fraught with danger, and for the serpent, should it succeed in transcending, there lies a chance to become a dragon if the right opportunity arises. The passage of countless years spent in diligent cultivation has culminated in naught but dust. As the saying goes, every barrier must be crossed, and every trial must be endured. In this vast world, whether it be you, your sister-in-law, it, or myself, we all grapple with our destiny's tribulations. Qi Xiaoyu gazed upon the formidable figure, illuminated by the thunderous skies, and within him blossomed a profound respect. This creature dared to defy the fates of heaven and earth. And what of himself? Why had he never contemplated rebelling against the abominable sea goddess sacrifices? Following the tempest of thunder and lightning, the once mighty white serpent lay weakened, its form charred and blackened, languishing atop the treetops with a dull gaze. Yet even in its plight, its head lifted slightly, its eyes turned skyward, silently echoing a roar of indignation against the injustices of its fate as a creature of the abyss. At that moment, 3 thunderclaps struck simultaneously from the heavens, their might surpassing all that had come before, instilling despair in any living being. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 bolts of lightning cascaded in succession. The first and second were withstood by the white serpent, but upon the 3rd strike, it let out a mournful cry. Its colossal body plummeted from the treetop, enveloped in smoke, and its essence began to fade into darkness. The serpent's gaze dimmed, for it comprehended the inevitability of its defeat. In that instant, Qi Xiaoyu found himself overcoming his fear of serpents and rushed to the side of the massive white serpent. The serpent's eyes met those of the boy, whose expression was a tumult of panic intertwined with sympathy and sorrow, seemingly wishing to assist, yet feeling utterly powerless. The crow had spoken of insufficient strength. To fail to transcend the heavenly tribulation is to succumb to fate. Upon hearing the word fate, Qi Xiaoyu's fist clenched involuntarily as memories of his sister-in-law flooded back. With reddened eyes, Qi Xiaoyu murmured, "I'm sorry, I cannot save you." The dying serpent stirred slightly, as if yearning to draw closer to the boy. Unfazed by the potential danger, he edged forward, for he discerned the sincerity in its gaze, devoid of malice. The serpent gently nudged the boy's outstretched hand, extending its long tongue to sense his essence, wishing to remember it. Then, with a slight parting of its jaws, a luminous white orb emerged, gently falling before the boy. After releasing the orb, the serpent's translucent eyelids closed, its eyes completely devoid of light, extinguished of all life. The white serpent perished, having succumbed in its quest to alter its destiny, dying on the path of transformation from a mere serpent to something greater. The boy cradled the radiant white orb, his heart heavy as he witnessed the white serpent's demise. He was uncertain whether his sorrow stemmed from the serpent's failure to complete its metamorphosis or from recognizing that, like the serpent, he too remained shackled by fate, unable to emerge triumphant even after his rebirth. As the thunder dissipated, the torrential rain continued to pour, and the boy knelt, cradling the white orb beside the lifeless, charred form of the giant python. This is the demon pill, a manifestation of the essence of the most cherished possession of the. It is a gift bestowed upon you, a fortuitous boon from me, if you wish to save Xiaoyu. This is the crux of the matter. Otherwise, with your current strength, you cannot alter the course of fate. The opportunity now lies before you. Consume the demon pill, or choose a path akin to its own, one fraught with trials and tribulations, or remain in your current state, a docile lamb awaiting slaughter. A seed that breaks free from within may become a soaring eagle. If shattered from without, it is but a mere dish. All beings suffer. Only through self-liberation can one find solace. Qi Xiaoyu turned his gaze towards the white serpent, recalling the look of resignation in its dying eyes, an expression filled with defiance. Devoid of regret, he lifted his gaze to the somber sky, feeling a pent-up fury in his chest reach its zenith. Without uttering grandiloquent proclamations, he resolutely swallowed the demon pill gifted by the white serpent. The demon pill, no larger than a pearl, sent a chilling, bone-deep cold coursing through his being upon ingestion. This frigid sensation was soon followed by an intense heat, as if a burning ember had lodged itself within him, searing his insides. Qi Xiaoyu clutched his abdomen in agony, curling to the ground in convulsions, gradually releasing anguished cries, rolling in torment. He felt as though his stomach and intestines were being seared to the point of rupture. The pain was excruciating, to the extent that blood vessels appeared in his eyes, and his temples throbbed. His piercing cries echoed through the mountains as he scooped up the muddy earth, disregarding its filth, desperately consuming it in an attempt to alleviate the torment in his stomach. "Little crow, I am in such pain." The boy pounded his abdomen in anguish, instinctively wishing to expel the demon pill. The crow merely observed this scene with indifference. Without enduring the utmost suffering, how can one possess the resolve to break free from the past? Endure for the duration of a burning incense stick, and I shall assist you. If your willpower cannot last even that long, then succumb to death and find relief from your suffering. The boy clutched his belly in despair, rolling on the ground. The time of a burning incense stick lasts roughly 20 minutes, yet for him, each second felt like an eternity. In that moment, it was as if the lingering resentment within the demon pill ignited his spirit. The hidden defiance within him awakened his resolve. Recalling the expression on Xiuju's face when he was captured, the memory of his sister's death, these sorrows instantaneously stirred his soul. Must my life truly conclude in such a manner? Did my sister perish in vain? Xiaoyu is but 9 years old. Must he be sacrificed to the depths of the sea for the sake of some ritual? With a stone, Qi Xiaoyu struck his left hand, then bit down fiercely on his right hand, enduring the pain as he lay on the ground. Twitching and suppressing his tears, he injured his left hand to prevent himself from taking his own life with it, while biting his right hand for the same reason. "Father, mother, brother, sister, I wish to fight once." Uncertain how long had passed, Qi Xiaoyu's voice trembled, hoarse as he asked, "Little crow, has the incense stick burned out yet?" The crow was also moved, realizing that an hour had already passed. It murmured, white snake, transform into a dragon." The youth's right hand had been gnawed to a bloody pulp, exposing the stark whiteness of bone. Xiaoyu, the time has come. You are remarkable. A faint smile graced Qi Xiaoyu's pain-stricken and numb face. As his mental fortitude reached its limit, he relaxed instantly, succumbing to unconsciousness. The crow approached him and expelled a demon core, which was golden, resembling the sun, radiating warmth and light. Waves of energy flowed into Qi Xiaoyu's body, aiding him in absorbing and digesting the white snake's demon core. After a considerable time, Qi Xiaoyu's body began to undergo a strange metamorphosis, slowly transforming into a white snake, eventually becoming a colossal white python, akin to the deceased white snake. In his unconscious state, Qi Xiaoyu felt his soul enveloped in a dark, cold hell. But suddenly a sun appeared, illuminating him with warmth that was utterly enchanting. Time passed, and he finally opened his eyes, only to be greeted by blinding sunlight. With the sun suspended in the sky, the air was refreshingly pure, and a rainbow arched through the mountains and forests. Qi Xiaoyu sat up, feeling invigorated, as if he possessed boundless strength. His injured left hand and bitten right hand had completely healed. You have awakened? The crow perched upon his shoulder. Qi Xiaoyu, puzzled, inquired. How long was I asleep? And what of the white snake's corpse? You slept for a day. I buried the white snake's remains, the crow replied, followed by a loud belch. Xiaoyu, your innate spiritual root is exceptionally poor, lacking any special constitution. To be blunt, you had no chance of embarking on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. However, that has changed. After consuming the demon core, and with my assistance in refining it, your body can now be considered a demon body, endowed with the aptitude for cultivation. But it shifted its tone from now on. You will face a fate akin to that of the white snake, confronting heavenly tribulations. Failure to overcome them will lead to your demise. Moreover, you will be regarded as an anomaly among human cultivators, for from the perspective of physical constitution, you can no longer be considered human, resembling a transformed demon instead. Thus, revealing your identity may result in exclusion by your kin, or even pursuit and extermination. Do you regret this? Qi Xiaoyu paused briefly, then shook his head, his gaze reflecting an unprecedented calmness and resilience. I do not regret it, since I have chosen to survive. No matter what fate or life I may face in the future, I will not look back. The crow nodded in satisfaction. Well said. Now, let us return. You now possess the strength to rescue Xiao Zhuzi. After the refinement of the demon core, your strength is no less than that of an ox. What cultivation refers to as one ox's strength? Qi Xiaoyu remarked. Little crow, you truly are a demon. Aha, are you afraid? Qi Xiaoyu shook his head, declaring, You are my only friend. Even if you are a demon, I am unafraid. After all, humans can be far more terrifying than monsters. As he and the bird made their way back, Qi Xiaoyu felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, bounding through the forest like a simian. In less than half an hour, he returned to Qijia village and arrived at his sister-in-law's home. The atmosphere was devoid of any liveliness. His sister-in-law lay in the coffin originally prepared by his aunt for herself, a white-haired person bidding farewell to one still in the bloom of youth. Qi Dashan knelt before the coffin, burning paper offerings, his face pale and his eyes devoid of spirit. The villagers were occupied with preparations for the rites, offering no assistance for the funeral. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu, his aunt glared at him with fury, exclaiming, How dare you return? It is your curse that has brought about your sister-in-law's demise. Leave this house. Qi Xiaoyu ignored her ire, gazing mournfully at the coffin. His sister-in-law had sacrificed herself to save him. She had also fallen victim to the village's absurd sacrificial customs, manipulated and morally coerced by the shaman and the village chief. Kneeling before the spirit, he bowed deeply, inwardly declaring, Sister-in-law, those who forced your hand shall not escape my wrath. Rest well. You have endured too much suffering in this life. I hope that in the next, you shall be my child, and I shall shield you from the tempest of existence. After paying his respects, Qi Xiaoyu stepped outside and made his way to the woodshed, retrieving his curved axe and fastening it to his waist. The crow perched upon his shoulder spoke. What is your plan to save her? A glint of ferocity flickered in the boy's eyes, yet he remained composed. The simplest solution to a problem is to eliminate the source of the issue. The bamboo must undergo 2 days of fasting before tomorrow's rites. He still had time. That night, at the shaman's residence, the conditions were quite favorable compared to others in the village, featuring 3 large tiled rooms with courtyards at both the front and back, all maintained by the villagers. Although the shaman was childless and advanced in years, none dared to provoke her, as she claimed to be a messenger of the sea god. And those who angered her often met with maritime disasters. Within one of the rooms, a horrifying sound of gnawing echoed. There, a humanoid creature, smooth as a fish with a grotesque countenance, sporting fins along its back and webbed hands and feet, was voraciously devouring a pallid corpse, one of the fishermen who had perished in the sea. The creature tore off an arm and gnawed at the bones, the sounds grating on the ears. The shaman watched with a gaze as tender as that of a mother, saying, "Eat, eat slowly. There is more to come tomorrow. With the essence from that little girl, you will surely regain your vitality and breakthrough." The monster grinned at her, revealing a row of shark-like teeth, a sight most unsettling. Outside, peering through the gap in the door after scaling a 2-meter-high earthen wall, Qi Xiaoyu felt a chill creep down his spine. A water monkey, a water spirit, was being nurtured by this shaman. Having grown up by the sea, he recognized it instantly, known as a water ghost. This creature was agile as a fish, strong as an ox, and remarkably intelligent, capable of comprehending human speech. In the early years, fishermen captured young water monkeys, and upon their capture, they would often kill them, for these creatures were the fishermen's nightmares at sea. Not only would they pilfer fish from the nets, but they would also board the vessels and attack the fishermen. Was it possible that the maritime disasters, including the disappearance of Uncle Malu, were all caused by this water monkey? Qi Xiaoyu speculated that the shaman was utilizing the water monkeys to orchestrate these calamities, thereby crafting her own identity and authority as a messenger of the sea god. The scene before him almost confirmed Qi Xiaoyu's suspicions. A surge of intense rage welled up within him, causing his eyes to become bloodshot. Could it be that the fishermen who had perished in the village over the years had met their fate for this reason? Were his own parents victims as well? Suddenly, the water monkey paused its feeding, sniffing the air as its eerie green eyes darted toward the door, emitting a fierce howl. A startled Qi Xiaoyu instinctively took 2 steps back. The creature had noticed him. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and the water monkey burst forth, its hunched form standing nearly 6 feet tall when upright. Qi Xiaoyu tightened his grip on the chopping knife, a wave of instinctive fear washing over him. Even a robust adult would require 7 or 8 men to overpower such a beast. Yet the thought of his parents potentially being devoured by this creature ignited a blaze of fury that overshadowed his fear. The shaman emerged, her expression darkening upon spotting Qi Xiaoyu. "What are you doing here, you little wretch? Since you have seen too much, you must die." Qi Xiaoyu's gaze hardened. "You old so, did you cause my parents' deaths?" The shaman sneered. "Go ask them yourself." "Water, kill him." The water monkey roared and lunged forward, its massive frame propelled by an overwhelming stench that made one retch, its sharp claws aimed directly at Qi Xiaoyu's throat. The creature's ferocity sent a chill through Qi Xiaoyu. Yet the thought that his beloved parents might have perished at this monster's hands stoked his anger, quelling his fear. In that moment, his reflexes surpassed those of an ordinary person, akin to a serpent striking its prey with deadly swiftness. He swung the knife with all his might, delivering a decisive blow. The blade struck the water monkey's approaching arm with tremendous force, severing it cleanly. As the water monkey howled in agony, its body collided with Qi Xiaoyu's, knocking him to the ground. Both tumbled, the creature shrieking in pain as crimson blood poured from its severed limb. "Water!" The shaman gasped, startled. Qi Xiaoyu's strike had been so swift that she hardly registered it. Qi Xiaoyu quickly scrambled to his feet, rubbing his bruised chest, and lunged forward, swinging the knife down fiercely onto the creature's head. With a sickening thud, the blade embedded itself into the water monkey's skull, penetrating the iron-hard bone. The creature convulsed violently before succumbing to death. The sight left the shaman utterly speechless. She involuntarily took a few steps back, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" The water monkey, a creature of immense strength, typically requiring 7 or 8 adult men armed with weapons to defeat, had been slain by Qi Xiaoyu. He had struck it several times, nearly obliterating its head. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-stained phlegm, Qi Xiaoyu cast a chilling gaze at the shamaness as he approached her, declaring, "Old swine, your time has come." The shamaness stepped back in fear and anger, exclaiming, Qi Xiaoyu, you cannot kill me. Doing so would offend the deities." Qi Xiaoyu scoffed. "Do you believe you can still intimidate me?" With that, he charged at her wielding his machete. The shamaness's face contorted in terror as she frantically waved her staff, an inexplicable force swirling around her. Snake Goo technique. Her staff released a faint, visible black mist, coalescing into a small, dark serpent that lunged at Qi Xiaoyu, immediately transforming into poisonous gas that seeped into his pores. The shamaness, witnessing this, laughed coldly, commanding fall. However, Qi Xiaoyu felt no ill effects. Undeterred, He continued forward, and with a swift motion, he struck her neck with the machete. The force of the blow was so great that her head was severed, blood gushing forth. The decapitated head, eyes wide with disbelief, thudded to the ground, the remnants of her consciousness unable to comprehend. How could this be? I was already poisoned by the snake. Ultimately, she died with her eyes open in disbelief. As Qi Xiaoyu emerged from his rage and murderous intent, he gazed at the headless corpse bleeding profusely and the shamaness's severed head. Suddenly, a strong wave of nausea surged through his stomach. His face turned pale as he stepped back, then violently retched beside him, tears and snot accompanying his vomiting. This was his first experience of killing, and it was the shamaness, a figure of great esteem in the village. The sensation was entirely different from slaying a water monkey, which felt like vanquishing a mere monster. Taking a life carried an overwhelming weight. At that moment, many preconceived notions from his past life began to crumble in his mind. After a prolonged bout of retching, Qi Xiaoyu regained his composure, enduring the stench of blood as he approached the shamaness's corpse to search it. He discovered a money pouch on her, containing a fair amount of scattered silver, totaling around 2 or 3 taels. He then began rummaging through her home, finding little more than clothing and grain. However, beneath the old woman's bed, he found a locked chest. Raising the back of his machete, he struck the iron lock with force, causing sparks to fly as it was forcibly pried open. Upon opening the chest, he was astonished to find it filled with scattered silver and 2 banknotes, each worth 100 taels, along with some garments, exquisite women's attire that seemed far from ordinary rural wear. How could this old swine possess such wealth? Qi Xiaoyu mused, realizing it was likely obtained through illicit means from slaying water monkeys. At the very bottom of the chest, he discovered 2 small booklets. Inscribed upon the surface were words he could barely comprehend. Before his parents' untimely demise, he had attended a private school for 2 years. The script of this world differed from that of his previous life, resembling the small seal script of yore. Nourishing Qi Classic. The second booklet bore the word snake sorcery. As he leafed through the Nourishing Qi Classic, he encountered phrases that were obscure and perplexing. A raven alighted upon his shoulder and disdainfully remarked, "This is merely the most rudimentary method of Qi refinement, limited to the first 3 levels of cultivation." That old crone never even reached the complete Qi refinement stage, remaining stagnant in the Qi induction phase. What I am about to impart to you far surpasses this worthless drivel. The path of cultivation encompasses realms such as induction, Qi refinement, spiritual movement, and foundational principles. The following dawn, at the Sea God Temple, a considerable number of villagers had gathered, awaiting the arrival of the shamaness. Little Bamboo lay upon the altar, her hands and feet bound with red cords, while her parents wept nearby. In contrast, Little Bamboo offered comfort, saying, "Mother, do not weep. I am no longer afraid. Remember to soak your feet in warm water daily for your cold legs." Hearing this, Wang wept even more, clutching her child while crying out, "My little Bamboo." Little Bamboo then turned to her weathered, earnest father, saying, "Father, please drink less wine in the future. It is not good for your health." Li Changhai's dark face was streaked with tears as he nodded, choking back sobs. Yes, I shall drink less wine from now on." Little Bamboo scanned her surroundings, feeling a pang of disappointment at not seeing Qi Xiaoyu. "I shall never again hear the stories that brother you tells. What is the ocean like?" The village chief observed the family's poignant farewell with growing impatience. "Sacrificing to the sea god is a great blessing. Do not cast such a gloomy shadow over it." After uttering this, he queried those nearby, "Has the shamaness not arrived yet?" Beside him stood his eldest son, Zhao Daju, who shook his head, frowning. "Logically, she should have arrived by now. Third brother, go check." Zhao Shuixing nodded in response and was about to call for someone when a voice from outside declared, "No need to summon anyone. The shamaness has arrived." Immediately, the crowd within the Sea God Temple turned to look, and the sight that met their eyes was utterly shocking. Hiss, this, the shamaness. The water monkey. A blood-soaked youth emerged, dragging a water monkey with one hand and holding the head of the shamaness in the other as he approached the temple. This scene sent shivers of fear through the hearts of numerous villagers, leaving them dumbfounded, their minds nearly paralyzed. With a thud, the youth tossed the shamaness' head onto the ground, where it rolled toward the village chief, who staggered back several steps, his scalp prickling at the sight of the unseeing eyes of the deceased shamaness. After a considerable pause, the village chief regained his composure and exclaimed in rage, Qi Xiaoyu, what have you done? What have I done?" Qi Xiaoyu scoffed, kicking the nearby water monkey. "Village chief, is this what you call the sea god? He turned his gaze toward the astonished villagers, saying, "Esteemed elders, uncles, and aunts. Last night I visited the shamanist's home and discovered the sea monkey devouring a person, the very individual who had perished in the maritime disaster, Uncle Malu. The so-called maritime disaster is nothing but a calamity orchestrated by the water monkeys, creatures nurtured by the witch, who heeds their words. The witch utilizes these water monkeys to instigate maritime tragedies, instilling fear among the populace to validate her identity as the messenger of the sea god." Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? The maritime disasters were all the doing of water monkeys, and the witch reared them? How could this be possible? Is it true or false? The villagers began to chatter animatedly, while the village chief's expression starkly contrasted with the others. He appeared extremely grim. For years, he had profited immensely from collaborating with the witch in conducting divinations and sacrifices at the sea god's temple. To avoid being selected for sacrifice, the villagers would offer him money and gifts, thereby enhancing his authority as chief. Now, with the witch and her lucrative water monkeys potentially gone, how could Chi Xiaoyu possess the ability to slay a water monkey? Chi Xiaoyu approached Xiao Zhu, who beamed with joy upon seeing him. "Brother Xiaoyu," he exclaimed. Chi Xiaoyu swiftly severed the red ropes binding her hands and feet and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Xiao Zhu, there exist great saints in this world. The great saints are those of us who, in our youth, were spirited and unafraid of authority. Brother Xiaoyu." Xiao Zhu suddenly embraced him, tears streaming down her face, while her parents stood nearby, bewildered and shocked by Chi Xiaoyu's earlier declarations. "Chi Xiaoyu, how dare you harm our village and kill the witch?" the village chief bellowed. Capturing everyone's attention, Chi Xiaoyu released Xiao Zhu and turned to face the chief, frowning. "Chief, the truth is evident. It is the witch who has nurtured the water monkeys, bringing calamity upon our village. The sacrifices to the sea god are a grave mistake, and no one should perish because of them." The chief's face contorted with rage. "You speak nonsense. If the sacrifices to the sea god were erroneous, then those who offered them alongside the witch would have died in vain. How would the villagers perceive me then? I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. You claim the witch reared the water monkeys. Where is your evidence? People have perished. And you, a mere boy, speak without proof? Dear villagers, do not believe this boy. He is merely a harbinger of misfortune. Consider this. If the water monkeys are so formidable, how could he possibly defeat one? Most likely, he stumbled upon a water monkey's corpse by the shore and concocted this tale after slaying the witch." The village chief began to smear Chi Xiaoyu's reputation. His three sons quickly joined in the chorus. Indeed, even several strong men armed with weapons might struggle against the water monkeys. How could this boy, with his mere youth, possibly slay one? He must have found the corpse. Exactly. The witch stated this boy is a harbinger of misfortune. You must not believe him. Chi Xiaoyu, you dare to blaspheme the sea god and falsely accuse the witch of murder. Your sins are deserving of death. The chief's sons Zhao Dazhu, Zhao Chanshui, and Zhao Shuaishan glared fiercely at him. The other villagers, upon hearing this, began to waver. Indeed, how could a mere youth possibly slay a water monkey? The chief's arguments seemed reasonable. Indeed, how could he possibly slay the water monkey? He was nearly deceived by it. This young man undoubtedly harbors resentment towards the shamanist due to his sister-in-law's demise, concocting this tale to justify her murder. The villagers began to murmur amongst themselves, their gazes sharp and accusatory. Compared to Chi Xiaoyu's words, they held the long-revered village chief and the sea god in far greater esteem. The obstinacy within their hearts was not easily shattered. Witnessing their unwillingness to believe him, Chi Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of desolation. He was attempting to save them. The village chief took the lead, shouting, "Chi Xiaoyu must pay. Offer a sacrifice to the sea god and avenge the shamanist. Chi Xiaoyu must die. Chi Xiaoyu must die." His three sons echoed him, and soon the villagers joined in, their anger rising as they pressed forward, chanting, "Chi Xiaoyu must die. Chi Xiaoyu must die." At that moment, the collective gaze of the crowd resembled that of ravenous wolves, ready to devour the youth. Little Juzi, tears streaming down her face, cried out, "No, no, Brother Xiaoyu would never lie." Yet her voice was drowned out by the furious shouts of the villagers. Even little Juzi's parents appeared lost and bewildered, uncertain of whom to believe. Observing the villagers' predatory glances, Chi Xiaoyu couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. Having come to understand a profound truth, people will only believe what they wish to believe. Ignorance can indeed manifest as a form of evil. The village chief pointed an accusatory finger at Chi Xiaoyu, proclaiming, "Chi Xiaoyu, You must offer a sacrifice to the sea god to atone for your sins, burn him alive. Zhao Dazhu and Zhao Chongshui rushed forward, intent on subduing Qi Xiaoyu. Little Zhuzi, close your eyes. Qi Xiaoyu, showing no mercy, reached for the machete tucked at his waist, wielding it with the same intention as when he had slain the water monkey. Little Zhuzi promptly shut her eyes. With a swift stroke, he struck Zhao Dazhu in the neck, whose formidable strength was no match for Qi Xiaoyu's might. The boy's strength surpassed 1,000 pounds. The force behind his arm was easily several hundred pounds, and Zhao Dazhu's head was severed, still bearing the expression of his vicious charge. Zhao Chongshui collided with Qi Xiaoyu, seizing his arm in an attempt to wrest the blade away. Qi Xiaoyu merely took 2 steps back and retaliated with a punch, the force of which surpassed that of a seasoned boxer. The blow connected with Zhao Chongshui's skull, producing a sickening crunch as his neck twisted awkwardly. His body was propelled 3 meters away before crashing to the ground, eyes wide and lifeless. At that moment, Zhao Dazhu's head rolled away, coming to a halt some distance off. Silence fell over the crowd. Every villager stood in stunned disbelief, their hearts momentarily halted in terror at the scene before them. Murder! Murder! A woman screamed in horror. Qi Erlang is killed. Panic erupted among the villagers as they fled the shrine, their earlier bravado evaporating. Eldest brother. Second brother. Zhao Shuixing and the village chief stared in shock and rage at the unfolding spectacle. Zhao Shuixing roared in fury, seizing a nearby pole and hurling it towards Qi Xiaoyu. With a swift motion, Qi Xiaoyu deflected the pole and retaliated with a blade, striking Zhao Shuixing squarely on the forehead. Zhao's eyes widened in shock as his body fell rigidly to the ground. The village chief stood frozen, trembling in fear and rage, emotions intertwining within his mind. As Qi Xiaoyu approached, his gaze was as cold and merciless as a serpent's. I summoned the village chief to death, leading by example, to sacrifice for the sea god. The village chief quaked in terror, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward, his eyes wide with dread as he beheld the bloodied axe in Qi Xiaoyu's grasp. Do not come closer, Qi Xiaoyu. You wretched beast, you will face retribution. The sea god will punish you. The village chief was on the verge of tears. Qi Xiaoyu scoffed. Retribution? After all these years of colluding with the witch to sacrifice villagers for your own gain, you dare utter the word retribution? He placed a foot upon the village chief, rendering him nearly immobile, and raised the axe once more. No, Qi Xiaoyu, spare me. With a swift motion, the blade descended, and the head rolled to the ground. Having slain 4, the scene shocked the parents of Xiao Zhu, while she obediently kept her eyes closed, unwilling to look until Qi Xiaoyu permitted her. The villagers who had fled did not venture far, remaining outside the temple, now paralyzed with fear as they witnessed the spectacle. Trembling, they gazed at the still somewhat frail figure of the young man, unable to fathom that Qi Xiaoyu had annihilated the village chief's family. Qi Xiaoyu cast a glance at them, causing the villagers to instinctively retreat a few steps. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu exuded an aura of fear, a palpable killing intent. Turning to Xiao Zhu, who still had her eyes shut, he instructed, "Do not open your eyes. Follow your brother away from here." Qi Xiaoyu grasped Xiao Zhu's hand, leading her across the blood-stained ground, her parents trailing behind in trepidation. The crowd outside the temple parted in panic, their gazes filled with awe and fear as they regarded the young man. When one possesses sufficient strength, the world will inevitably yield a path. Upon exiting the sea god temple, Qi Xiaoyu finally allowed Xiao Zhu to open her eyes. She gasped at the sight of blood covering him and anxiously asked, "Brother Xiaoyu, are you hurt?" Qi Xiaoyu shook his head slightly. "It is the blood of the wicked, Xiao Zhu. There are indeed great saints in this world, but that saint is none other than yourself." Though Xiao Zhu did not fully comprehend, Qi Xiaoyu understood entirely. In the face of injustice, the only means of self-protection lies in wielding one's own formidable power, akin to the Rui Jingu Bang. Gazing at her cherubic face, Qi Xiaoyu smiled and tousled her hair. "It is all right if you do not understand. From now on, your brother Xiaoyu shall be your great saint." Xiao Zhu nodded earnestly. Meanwhile, her father looked at Qi Xiaoyu with a hint of fear and asked, "Xiaoyu, is it true that the sea god was merely a ruse by the witch?" Qi Xiaoyu affirmed, "The bodies of Uncle Ma Lu and the others are still at the witch's abode. Uncle Li, you may take others to see for yourselves." The village chief's collusion with the witch means he would naturally refuse to acknowledge the truth. Wang, the mother of the young bamboo, gritted her teeth in anger and declared, "Xiaoyu, I believe in you. These 2 scoundrels have harmed countless people over the years." Uncle Li, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Even if they're the culprits, you have killed 4 people this time. What will the authorities say?" The villagers may not all believe you. And what if they report you to the officials? However, Qi Xiaoyu remained remarkably composed and replied, "Do not worry, I have a solution. Uncle Li, first take everyone to the shaman's house to confirm, then gather them all at the temple. I have something to say. Anyone who fails to attend, or dares to report me, shall not expect any leniency from me." Qi Xiaoyu. Uncle Li gazed at Qi Xiaoyu, somewhat dazed. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu appeared as a steadfast general, exuding an authority and charisma never seen before. Very well. Uncle Li nodded and promptly set off to communicate with the villagers. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the shaman's home and indeed discovered the mangled body of Ma Lu, bloodied but with a recognizable face. Ma Lu's family, upon recognizing him, wept bitterly and cursed the shaman. Witnessing the corpse, the villagers began to believe Qi Xiaoyu's words to a significant extent. Uncle Li conveyed Qi Xiaoyu's message, and the intimidation born from his recent act of violence compelled the villagers to obediently gather once more at the Sea God Temple. Among the crowd was Qi Dashan, who had arrived later, wielding a kitchen knife. He sought revenge against the village chief and the shaman, driven to despair by the death of his wife, who had been forced to her demise. He intended to drag the village chief and the shaman down with him. However, upon his arrival, he only saw the corpse within the temple. After hearing others' accounts, he began to comprehend what had transpired, looking incredulously at the youth standing before the temple entrance. Unable to believe it was his despised younger brother, the crowd regarded Qi Xiaoyu with complex expressions. Qi Xiaoyu surveyed the more than 100 villagers below and began, "Esteemed elders and fellow villagers, the village chief and the shaman have colluded, feigning the sea god while employing water monkeys to deceive and murder our kin. I, Qi Xiaoyu, have received a prophetic dream from the white dragon, imparting divine power to eradicate these vile scoundrels and rid the people of their harm." Without waiting for the crowd's belief or disbelief, he approached the large stone lion in front of the temple and effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound statue, placing it back down with a heavy thud. This display astonished the villagers, as it was a feat that even the strongest among them would require several men to accomplish. Instantly, the villagers' gazes toward Qi Xiaoyu transformed into expressions of awe, believing in him more than ever. This was no ordinary human strength. Qi Xiaoyu then opened a nearby chest, producing a silver note worth over 100 taels, stating, "Inside this, there are more than 100 taels, all money extorted from the people by the shaman over the years. I intend to distribute it to everyone, so each household will receive 1 tael." Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in a clamor, their eyes gleaming with fervor. 10 coins make 1 tael. Even during the fishing season, when luck was favorable, they could only sell fish for 4 or 5 coins a month. 1 tael was enough to sustain a family for 2 or 3 months, a tangible benefit indeed. Xiaoyu, we all trust your words. Indeed, this shamans and the village chief are nothing short of beasts, deserving of their fate. My husband met with a tragic end at sea 2 years ago, undoubtedly due to their treachery. The villagers rallied in response. With the power of intimidation and the promise of gain, who would dare to dissent? Qi Xiaoyu pressed his palm down, silencing the crowd, his gaze sharpening like a venomous serpent. "I am here to rid the people of harm. Should anyone dare to spread rumors to the authorities, do not blame me, Qi Xiaoyu, for lacking compassion. When the officials arrive, I ask that you bear witness." The crowd nodded in unison, and at that moment, no one had the audacity to voice a disagreement. Perched on a tree, the crow observed this scene with satisfaction. Qi Xiaoyu's method was both intimidating and beneficial, for the balance of reward and punishment is the essence of leadership. 2 days later, during the burial of his sister-in-law, Qi Xiaoyu, clad in coarse mourning garments, knelt before the grave for an entire day, with Qi Dashan keeping him company from dawn until dusk. "Xiaoyu, return home. Do not ruin your health by kneeling so long." His elder brother spoke for the first time in such a gentle tone. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, reaching out to caress the tombstone, whispering, "Sister-in-law, rest assured. I will live well from now on. Your memory will remain with me." That night, in the cattle shed, the crow spoke. "Xiaoyu, as agreed, I shall impart to you the ways of the Tao." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu instantly became invigorated. Cultivating immortality and achieving longevity were aspirations fervently pursued by every descendant of Yin Wang in his previous life, emperors included. In this world, such celestial beings existed, descending upon villages every few years to select individuals with innate potential to take away. The crow, with a grave expression, remarked, "Your physique is quite extraordinary, akin to that of a transformed white serpent." Your bloodline now harbors demonic energy. Thus, the most suitable cultivation method for you is not that of humans, but rather that of demons. I possess a technique called the Tianxiang Sutra, which aligns well with your current constitution and realm. Additionally, I will impart to you a set of external martial arts known as the Solar Fist. However, you ultimately live among mortals, while I am by your side. I can assist in concealing your demonic aura, but I cannot accompany you indefinitely, to prevent the human race from discovering your anomaly and seeking to slay you for your essence. You must also cultivate a human technique to obscure the demonic energy within you. The human cultivation method, however, you will need to seek out on your own. Qi Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Where can I find this technique?" The crow instructed, "Fix your gaze upon my eyes." At that moment, the crow's eyes radiated a stream of consciousness, a mental memory infused with information that surged into Qi Xiaoyu's mind. He felt a buzzing sensation, and suddenly, two segments of memories emerged within him, containing information about the cultivation methods. Qi Xiaoyu was astounded. This was indeed thought transmission, capable of directly imparting information into another's mind, akin to the transmission of electromagnetic waves. The Tianxiang Sutra detailed the method of refining one's stomach and assimilating blood and food to transform essence into qi, suitable for demon races with robust digestive systems, such as serpents and certain formidable humanoids, alongside other races engaged in qi cultivation. Mastery of this technique would allow one to ascend through the 12 levels of qi refinement. The memories also contain descriptions of the technique, incantations, and methods of circulating qi. The solar fist harnessed the yang energy of heaven and earth to nourish one's own vitality, thereby fortifying the physical form. Qi Xiaoyu lingered on this knowledge for a considerable time, and after half an hour, he exclaimed with fervor, "What an extraordinary method!" The crow cautioned, "You may share the Tianxiang Sutra with others, but the solar fist is a secret of my clan. You must not pass it on to anyone else. Do you understand?" Indeed. Qi Xiaoyu promptly nodded earnestly, eager to commence his practice of the Tianxiang Sutra. However, the crow interjected, "You cannot practice the Tianxiang Sutra just yet. You must have food in your stomach to begin, or the excessive gastric acid secreted during cultivation will be unbearable, potentially harming your body." The Tianxiang Sutra differs from ordinary human qi cultivation methods. It requires one to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, absorbing it to enter the path, and can refine high-energy food to transform essence into qi. "Ah, I see. I'm grateful for your guidance. Speaking of which, I haven't eaten anything today. Yet I don't feel particularly hungry." Qi Xiaoyu quickly halted his practice, realizing that proper mentorship was indeed essential in cultivation. Otherwise, even with the technique in hand, one could inadvertently harm oneself without guidance. The crow continued, "To cultivate this technique, one must pay attention to dietary supplements. Ideally, one should consume rare herbs and treasures of heaven and earth. Next in line is the consumption of blood food, which refers to meat. There are many considerations, with the flesh of spiritual beasts being the finest. However, the most exquisite is undoubtedly the flesh of human cultivators, rich in the essence of heaven and earth and containing fewer impurities. Enough. I think I'll pass on the flesh of human cultivators," Qi Xiaoyu said with a wry smile, hastily waving his hand. He was not Uncle Ba, and the thought of eating humans was simply unbearable to him, as he still regarded himself as human. The crow did not press him to consume human flesh and continued, "The least favorable option is grains. Grains also contain the essence of heaven and earth, with spiritual grains being the best. The most ordinary grains consumed by mortals are the least desirable. Follow me." With that, the crow flew out of the cattle shed, and Qi Xiaoyu followed closely behind. The duo soon arrived at the seaside. The crow soared over the ocean and, with a sudden dive, plunged into the depths of the water. Qi Xiaoyu's heart raced with concern, but he reassured himself that since the little crow was a creature of magic, it surely possessed the ability to soar through the skies and dive into the sea. Before long, there was a resounding splash as the crow emerged from the surface, clutching a gigantic tuna in its tiny claws. The fish weighed several dozen pounds, leaving Qi Xiaoyu utterly astonished. The tuna was one of the most elusive catches for fishermen and commanded a high price. A fish of such size could fetch several taels of silver. The crow tossed the tuna at Qi Xiaoyu's feet, and the fish flopped and struggled upon hitting the ground. "Tonight, we shall feast on this for your cultivation. Consume it raw to preserve its essence. Any living creature loses its vitality 4 hours after death, so the fresher the blood and flesh, the better." Hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. Although tuna was indeed suitable for sashimi, it certainly required soy sauce and wasabi. How am I supposed to eat this? He lamented, glancing at the enormous fish on the ground. He could hardly approach it and take a bite like that. Fool. Transform into a snake. Have you forgotten? You can now change into a snake using the method I taught you. The crow, exasperated, playfully tapped Qi Xiaoyu's head with its wing. I'll give it a try. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated, envisioning the transformation from human to serpent in his mind. Gradually, his body began to morph, elongating at a visible pace until he became a massive white python resembling a large water barrel on the beach. Raising its body, the white serpent gazed down at itself, astonished to find it had truly transformed. It attempted to speak, but only emitted a hissing sound, unable to form human words. You have yet to refine the bones in your throat to articulate human speech, the little crow remarked indifferently. Now I understand, the white serpent thought. And it opened its mouth wide, seizing the tuna and swallowing it whole. After consuming the tuna, the white serpent began to practice a special breathing technique from the Sutra of Swallowing Elephants. As it diligently followed the prescribed method, its stomach secreted a potent gastric acid, which commenced the dissolution of the tuna at a visibly rapid pace. Within the dissolving flesh, traces of vital essence intertwined with the unique breathing method, integrating into its being. The following morning, having regained its human form, Qi Xiaoyu inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated and invigorated, a warm sensation coursing through his body. He realized that this vitality stemmed from the essence refined from the tuna consumed the previous night. Though there was no monumental transformation, he felt an undeniable surge of energy and spirit. The early morning sunlight heralded an opportune moment for practicing the solar fist. There are 3 ideal times for its cultivation: at dawn when the purple energy rises from the east, at noon when the solar energy is at its peak, and at dusk when the setting sun casts a crimson glow. Each session must not exceed 1 hour, otherwise, an excess of solar energy could lead to adverse effects, ranging from minor irritations to severe damage to the meridians. Understanding this, Qi Xiaoyu commenced his practice of the solar fist, beginning with standing meditation to absorb the celestial purple energy. Midday was deemed most suitable for the actual practice of the fist technique, while the evening was reserved for a concluding series of movements. Each time of day held significant importance for the corresponding exercises. During the early morning, after merely a stick of incense worth of standing meditation, Qi Xiaoyu felt his legs weakening, beads of sweat cascading down, his skin flushed and emanating waves of heat. After enduring for another short while, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, surprised that standing meditation could be so exhausting. Suddenly, he heard 2 swift sounds slicing through the air. He looked up to see 2 figures soaring through the sky on flying swords, resembling celestial beings. Are the cultivators from the Qingyun sect coming to the village to select individuals again? Qi Xiaoyu thought, filled with envy. Flight had been humanity's dream since time immemorial. Before long, the sound of a gong echoed through the village as the newly appointed village chief, an elderly man with the surname Liu, persistently struck the instrument. The villagers, hearing the call, gathered at the village entrance. Soon, several hundred villagers, young and old alike, assembled. At the entrance, 2 individuals clad in azure garments stood out starkly from the surrounding villagers, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. These 2 were disciples of the Qingyun sect, the man named Zhou Qing and the woman named Wang Yinxue. The Qingyun sect was the foremost sect within a 1,000-mile radius, visiting various villages and towns every few years to select children with spiritual roots for apprenticeship. Families fortunate enough to have their children chosen received a minimum compensation of 50 taels of silver, prompting many to eagerly hope for their offspring to be selected for entry into the celestial realm. Xiaoyu, Qi Xiaoyu, come here, many called out to him, their gazes tinged with a mix of reverence and caution as they parted to make way. However, there were also eyes filled with palpable hatred, those of 3 youths, who were merely a few years younger than Qi Xiaoyu. These 3 were the grandsons of the former village chief, their fathers being the Zhao brothers whom Qi Xiaoyu had slain. The eldest is Zhao Feng, the one of similar age to Qi Xiaoyu is Zhao Chen, and the youngest is Zhao Yuan. Qi Xiaoyu had slain their father and grandfather, reducing their family to a pariah in the eyes of the village, stirring a deep-seated hatred within them, yet they lacked the courage to exact vengeance. A male disciple from the Qingyun sect, Zhou Qing, cast a spell and summoned a crystal orb that hovered before the crowd, stating, "Those under 20, come forth in order and place your hands upon it. The selected children will ensure their parents receive a compensation of at least 50 taels." There were over 30 eligible youths in the village, all now forming a queue to undergo the test. Qi Xiaoyu was among them, for participation was mandatory for all who had reached the designated age. The first child, known as Dogwa, placed his hand upon the orb, but it remained utterly unresponsive. Zhou Qing, with an impassive expression, declared, "Next." Disheartened, Dogwa departed. And the next child stepped up, only to receive the same lack of reaction. When it was Zhao Qin's turn, the orb suddenly erupted with brilliant light. Zhou Qing and Wang Yunxue hurriedly examined it, their expressions betraying a hint of envy. Zhou Qing, beaming with a smile, inquired, "What is your name?" "Zhao Chun," came the prompt reply. Zhou Qing nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Congratulations, junior brother Zhao. You possess an upper-grade spiritual root, and your path to immortality is promising. Your family will receive a compensation of 300 taels. Upper-grade spiritual root. I have an upper-grade spiritual root." Zhao Chen's face lit up with exhilaration, while his mother wept tears of joy, for their family was destined for greatness. They understood that the higher the spiritual root, the greater the potential for success. And an upper-grade spiritual root was a rare gem among thousands. The surrounding individuals gazed at him with envious eyes, and many women quickly shifted their demeanor, offering warm congratulations to Zhao Chun's mother, while others cast furtive glances filled with mischief at Qi Xiaoyu. After all, Qi Xiaoyu had murdered Zhao Chen's father and grandfather. How could Zhao Chen not seek revenge if he ascended to immortality? Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, realizing that Zhao Chen possessed an upper-grade spiritual root. Among the three Zhao brothers, only Zhao Chun had a spiritual root. Upon learning of his exceptional endowment, Zhao Chen's gaze turned reckless and filled with malice as he glared at Qi Xiaoyu, proclaiming, "Qi Xiaoyu, your demise is inevitable." Following Zhao Chen, several others were tested, yet none exhibited any sign of a spiritual root. When it was the turn of a girl named Xiaozhu, the orb once again radiated a dazzling glow. Zhou Qing and Wang Yunxue widened their eyes in astonishment, yet another upper-grade spiritual root. The two displayed their excitement, for discovering upper-grade spiritual roots came with rewards. And they were taken aback that such talent could emerge from this small village. Xiaozhu, bewildered, asked, "Big sister, do I have a spiritual root too?" Wang Yunxue smiled, replying, "Yes, little sister. What is your name? You also possess an upper-grade spiritual root." "I am Li Xiaodu." "Haha, sisterly, congratulations. Your parents will receive a reward of 300 taels. They congratulated Li Xiaodu, for such promising talents would surely catch the attention of the elders within the sect. While they themselves were merely of medium-grade roots, Li Xiaozhu's parents were overwhelmed with joy, never having anticipated that their daughter would possess an upper-grade spiritual root. "Brother Xiaoyu, I can go to the immortal gate." Li Xiaozhu approached Qi Xiaoyu with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Xiaoyu, you will surely succeed as well." Qi Xiaoyu chuckled, ruffling her hair, "Congratulations, Xiaoyu." Soon, it was Qi Xiaoyu's turn. As he placed his hand upon the testing device, it merely emitted a faint glow. Zhou Qing's expression remained indifferent, devoid of the smiles he had previously bestowed upon Zhao Chen and Li Xiaozhu. "You possess a low-grade spiritual root. You are qualified for entry." Qi Xiaoyu felt neither surprise nor sorrow at the announcement, for he had already learned of his spiritual root classification from the crow. Among the youth of the village, only Zhao Chun, Qi Xiaoyu, and Xiaozhu exhibited any spiritual root talent. "Junior brother Zhao, junior sister Li, you both have a day to bid farewell to your families." "Qi Xiaoyu, you too. We shall depart for the sect tomorrow," Zhou Qing informed the trio. His demeanor towards Qi Xiaoyu was markedly different from that towards the other two, as he refrained from addressing him as junior brother. The designation of a low-grade spiritual root meant a life destined to become a mere servant disciple, with little hope for redemption. Once the testing concluded, everyone returned home, and most villagers gathered around Zhao Chen's mother and Li Xiaozhu's parents to offer their congratulations, deliberately avoiding any interaction with Qi Xiaoyu. They were acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated high-grade from low-grade spiritual roots and understood that Qi Xiaoyu would likely face retribution from Zhao Chen in the future. The respect once held for him dissipated into indifference and avoidance in the mere span of a fragrant stick of incense. Zhou Qing and Wang Yunxue then proceeded to stay with Zhao Chun and Li Xiaozhu, respectively, aiming to cultivate relationships with them. After learning about Zhao Chen's family circumstances, Zhou Qing comforted him, saying, "Junior brother Zhao, rest assured, your standings will be worlds apart once you both enter the sect. You will have ample opportunities for revenge." Zhao Chen, with tear-filled eyes, responded, "Senior brother Zhou, I wish for him to perish right now. Can you assist me in ending his life?" I shall not forget your great kindness in the future. Zhou Qin shook his head. I cannot do that. He possesses a spiritual root as well. I cannot kill him. If the sect were to find out, it would lead to trouble. However, if he were merely a commoner without a spiritual root, I could indeed help you seek vengeance. Zhao Qin's face fell in disappointment. He yearned for Qi Xiaoyu's demise at that very moment. However, Zhou Qing added, I can assist you in assigning him to the sect's most perilous location. Upon returning home, Qi Xiaoyu was pleasantly surprised to find that his elder brother had prepared an elaborate feast for him. Brother, what is all this? He inquired, astonished. Qi Dashan gestured for him to take a seat and set out 2 wine cups, saying, This meal is in celebration of you. Congratulations on being chosen by the celestial sect. It seems we brothers may find it difficult to meet again in the future. Qi Xiaoyu fell silent at these words, recalling how those from their village who were selected for the celestial sect rarely returned. Qi Dashan raised his cup and continued, In the past, I have wronged you. It is all the fault of that wretched shaman who misled me. I believed you were the cause of my misfortunes, leading to my wife and I not having children. I apologize to you and hope you will not harbor hatred towards me. With that, he drank heartily, and Qi Xiaoyu followed suit, downing his cup. Brother, you are being too hard on yourself. To be honest, I have never really liked you. However, I hold my sister-in-law in the highest regard, akin to my own mother. For you both raised me. How could I possibly entertain thoughts of hatred? At the mention of his sister-in-law, Qi Dashan let out a deep sigh, his eyes welling with emotion. Your sister-in-law has never truly enjoyed a prosperous life, he lamented, before pouring himself another drink. Qi Xiaoyu raised his cup in companionship. The 2 brothers exchanged few words, with Qi Dashan doing most of the talking. After consuming nearly a whole barrel of wine, Qi Dashan succumbed to intoxication, while Qi Xiaoyu remained remarkably composed, likely due to his enhanced physique. The following day, Qi Xiaoyu, equipped with provisions prepared by his aunt, gathered at the village entrance. This was the first time his aunt had shown him such kindness, and he understood that it was primarily due to his new status as a disciple of the Qingyan sect, along with the promise of a compensation of 50 taels. Brother Xiaoyu, Xiao Zhuzhu approached, her face brimming with excitement, while Zhao Qin's gaze was filled with unabashed animosity. Zhou Qing summoned a flying artifact, a blue vessel measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width, akin to a small flatboat. Xiao Zhu and Zhao Qin bid farewell to their families, weeping and wailing, while Qi Xiaoyu, Qi Dashan, and his aunt had little to say. Upon Zhou Qing's urging, the 2 boarded the flying vessel, and Qi Xiaoyu followed suit. The vessel gradually ascended into the sky, soaring away amidst the envious gazes of the villagers. The strong winds whipped through the air, tousling the hair of the young men and women aboard. Xiao Zhu cautiously peered outside, watching as the village grew smaller and more distant. Qi Xiaoyu also gazed at the scenery outside. The sensation was entirely different from flying in an airplane in his previous life, far more exhilarating. Zhao Qin wore an expression of envy and curiously asked, Senior brother Zhou, will we be able to fly like this in the future? Zhou Qing, with his left hand forming a seal with his index and middle fingers, smiled and replied, Of course. This Qinfeng vessel is a lower-grade flying artifact. Once you, Junior brother Zhao, reach the 6th level of the Qi refining stage, you will be able to navigate flying artifacts. Given your and Junior sister Li's talents, it won't take many years. Wang Yunxua explained with a smile. In the path of cultivation, one begins with sensing, attracting Qi, refining Qi, and at higher levels, achieving spiritual movement, establishing a foundation, and forming a dan. Sensing refers to the perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and only those with spiritual roots can sense this energy with the aid of cultivation techniques. The act of drawing in the ethereal energy of the heavens and earth into oneself is known as Qi drawing. For those endowed with superior spiritual roots, the processes of sensing and drawing Qi can typically be accomplished within a month, and in some fortunate instances, merely a matter of days. At this juncture, she cast a sidelong glance at Qi Xiaoyu and remarked, however, if one possesses inferior spiritual roots, the same processes may require a year or longer. This illustrates the disparity in innate talent. Zhao Chun, upon hearing this, felt a surge of pride. Then surely, Qi Xiaoyu's spiritual roots are akin to that of a waist. Zhou Qing chuckled heartily. Inferior spiritual roots are rather common. One can often find such an individual among every 20 or 30 ordinary people. Junior brother Zhao, junior sister Li, your superior spiritual roots are indeed rare. A true gem among thousands. Those with inferior roots must commence their journey as menial disciples. only to advance to the 6th layer of Qi refinement before entering the outer sect. In contrast, the two of you can step directly into the outer sect as disciples. And with your exceptional innate talents, it is certain that an elder will take you under their wing. Little Bamboo, dissatisfied, retorted, Brother Xiaoyu is not a waste. He will surely become a powerful immortal, surpassing everyone. Zhao Chen scoffed. How could that be? I have heard from Senior Brother Zhou that among 1,000 individuals with inferior spiritual roots, it is rare to find even one master of the Dao Foundation realm. However, our superior roots yield a significantly higher success rate. Little Bamboo, unwilling to concede, prepared to argue, but Qi Xiaoyu interjected with a smile, Little Bamboo, let it go. One should not quarrel with dogs. Little Bamboo erupted in laughter, while Zhao Chen fumed. Qi Xiaoyu, remember your place. You are merely a waste with inferior spiritual roots. Qi Xiaoyu replied coolly, Zhao Chen, I am aware of your desire for vengeance, but your father and his ilk have indeed brought calamity upon the village. However, I shall offer you a chance for retribution. 2 years hence, I will agree to a life-and-death duel with you. Zhao Chen sneered. Let us see if you can survive until then. Zhou Qing and Wang Yunxue departed to another village to gather more recruits, evidently having selected their candidates the previous day. Soon, the number of new disciples aboard the flying vessel swelled to 12. Wang Yunxue skillfully piloted the craft, and among the 12 disciples, Little Bamboo and Zhao Chen possessed the highest talents with superior spiritual roots, while 4 held medium roots and 6 were of inferior roots. Each pair of disciples was assigned to a different township, encompassing several thousand souls, and these 12 were the only suitable candidates of the appropriate age with spiritual roots. The 12 youths mostly remained silent, except for one chubby boy with a round face and medium spiritual roots named Wang Yuanbao, who was quite lively. Eager to establish rapport with the others, even with someone like Qi Xiaoyu, who bore inferior roots, he showered gifts of silver and snacks. This fellow hailed from a distinguished background, being the largest landowner in Qishui town. Qi Xiaoyu had even worked briefly for his family. Despite their status, the Wang family was well regarded, known for their contributions to infrastructure and their charitable efforts during disasters, never withholding wages from laborers. Brother, I heard that your fishing village produced a fierce individual who nearly wiped out the village chief's family and even killed the shaman. Claiming to be the reincarnation of the white dragon? Is it true? Wang Yuanbao inquired, munching on fried fish snacks. Qi Xiaoyu responded calmly. I am indeed the fierce individual you speak of. The chubby boy thought he must have misheard. Zhao Chen's expression darkened as he declared, the village chief's family, nearly exterminated, is my own. The chubby boy, caught off guard, coughed and turned crimson, staring incredulously at the two, momentarily at a loss for words. The other new disciples, equally astonished, shifted uneasily, with 2 of them closest to Qi Xiaoyu instinctively moving aside, uncertain whether it was fear of her or concern about offending Zhao Chen. Wang Fatty inadvertently steered the conversation into silence, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. An hour later, a majestic mountain range loomed before them, towering peaks shrouded in mist, with ethereal palaces perched atop, and a bustling town nestled below. They had arrived at Qingyun sect. The airship descended before the gates of the town, where Zhou Qing and Wang Yunxue escorted the disciples into Qingyun city, encountering numerous senior disciples similarly guiding groups of newcomers. Some led as many as 30 individuals, while others had 7 or 8, gathering within the city to form a crowd nearing 1,000, all youths aged between 8 and 20. After convening in a plaza-like area, a middle-aged man clad in ceremonial robes called out, those with inferior spiritual roots to the far left, those with medium roots to the right, and those with superior roots to the front. The nearly 1,000 new disciples were thus categorized, with the largest group, around 800, possessing inferior roots, over 100 with medium roots, and a mere 7 with superior roots. These 7 became the envy of their peers with inferior and medium roots. Ah, splendid. This generation boasts 7 disciples with superior spiritual roots, someone remarked. 1 for each of our 7 peaks. There will be no need for contention. Laughter echoed from the sky as the 7 figures, seemingly celestial beings, descended gracefully without any artifacts, standing effortlessly in midair. 6 men and 1 woman, their flowing garments exuding an ethereal aura. Salutations to the 7 peak masters. The senior disciples bowed respectfully, while the new disciples gazed up at the 7 with reverence. These individuals were the 7 peak masters of Qingyun sect: Qingzhu Peak, Qingbai Peak, Qingmei Peak, Qingshou Peak, Qingxiao Peak, Qingyan Peak, and Qingyun Peak. The master of Qingzhu Peak smiled and announced, What a fortuitous occurrence. We have precisely 7 individuals with superior spiritual roots, eliminating any need for disputes among you, brothers. The only woman among them, the master of Qingxia Peak, a beautiful figure in a flowing white dress, fixed her gaze on a young girl, saying, "This little girl shall be taken by Qingxia Peak." Qi Bai Peak's master, a slightly rotund middle-aged man, interjected with a grin, "Sister Kaixia. Let us first retest their spiritual roots before assigning them." Qingxia Peak's master nodded in agreement. Qingbai Peak's master produced a crystal ball, superior in quality to those used by the disciples, ensuring a more precise assessment, as the inferior testing crystals could only reveal up to superior roots at best. All 7 little ones, as before, please place your hands upon it. The crystal ball floated towards the leftmost boy among the 7. He placed his hand atop it, and a radiant light erupted, confirming his superior spiritual root talent. Suddenly, the crystal ball soared to the next individual, equally imbued with superior spiritual roots, without any error. When it was Xiaozhu's turn, the radiance of the crystal ball astonishingly outshone that of the others, emanating a blinding blue light. Exceptional spiritual roots. The 7 peak masters gasped in unison, their gazes igniting with fervor and delight. Exceptional spiritual roots. The older disciples stood dumbfounded, their eyes brimming with envy. If superior spiritual roots signify a genius, then exceptional roots signify a paragon among geniuses. Haha, splendid. It has been a century since our Qingyun sect witnessed the emergence of such exceptional roots. This girl shall belong to our Qi Bai Peak. The master of Qi Bai Peak exclaimed, almost instantaneously appearing before Xiaozhu, his face radiating warmth. "Little girl, would you be willing to take me as your mentor?" Xiaozhu was momentarily taken aback. Yet before she could respond, the master of Qingxia Peak rebuked vehemently, "Shameless. This girl was first noticed by me." The master of Qingyun Peak smiled and interjected, "It is well known that our Qingyun Peak is the mightiest of them all. Such talent ought to be nurtured under our guidance. This girl shall join my Qi Mei Peak." The originally harmonious atmosphere among the 7 peak masters erupted into a quarrel over Xiaozhu's allegiance, inciting envy and jealousy among the other 6 disciples with superior roots. While Zhao Chen's eyes turned red with jealousy, Qi Xiaoyu too felt a tinge of envy. Xiaozhu was, after all, a rare talent with exceptional roots. This girl must enter Qingyun Peak, become part of our ranks. A voice, filled with authority and resonating like thunder, suddenly echoed through the air. Upon hearing this, the smiles of the 7 peak masters vanished, and they looked helplessly at Xiaozhu. Indeed, how could such a prodigy escape the notice of the sect leader? Xiaozhu was destined for greatness. At that moment, her body was lifted, propelled by an unseen force, soaring toward Qingyun Mountain. The master of Qingyun Peak could no longer select disciples, while the other 6 distributed the remaining 6 disciples among themselves. After the selections were made, the 7 peak masters departed with their chosen disciples, leaving behind a cluster of those with intermediate and inferior spiritual roots. A plump, middle-aged man clad in a robe stepped forward, declaring, "Those with intermediate roots may directly enter as outer disciples. The elders of the 7 peaks shall now select their students." With each peak allowed 27 candidates. Subsequently, 7 elders emerged, choosing the disciples with intermediate talents and leading them away. This left behind 800 miscellaneous disciples. In the miscellaneous disciples' hall, arrangements were made for them to commence their duties, along with a briefing on the sect's regulations. The elder in charge of the miscellaneous hall, accompanied by a group of older disciples, began assigning positions to the inferior root disciples. Some were designated to the water room, tasked with fetching water. Others were assigned to the woodpile, responsible for chopping wood, while some were sent to the message room, handling deliveries. There were even roles for cultivating spiritual fields and growing medicinal herbs. Outer disciples were genuinely regarded as sect disciples, while miscellaneous disciples resembled servants summoned for menial tasks. Zhou Qing approached an elder in charge of the miscellaneous hall and pointed at Qi Xiaoyu, saying, "Senior brother's son, please assign that little one to the most perilous position available, preferably one with the highest mortality rate. It would grant you a significant favor from Zhao Chen, who possesses superior spiritual roots." He briefly recounted the grievances between Qi Xiaoyu and Zhao Chen, to which senior brother's son smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, junior brother Zhou. This minor matter will certainly be arranged properly. I have already determined his designated position." Shortly thereafter, Qi Xiaoyu, along with several dozen others, was escorted away by a senior disciple. The elder disciple announced, "You may refer to me as senior brother Sun Hai. Your destination is the spirit beast chamber, which, as the name implies, is dedicated to the care of spirit beasts. Your usual duties will involve cleaning up after the beasts, feeding them, and supervising their activities. A disciple timidly inquired, "Senior brother's son, will we not be practicing cultivation?" To this, Sun Hai chuckled derisively. "Once you complete your tasks, you will certainly have time to cultivate. Upon your arrival, you will receive manuals of techniques." Another disciple asked, "Senior brother, it is said that the work in the spirit beast chamber is quite perilous. Is that true?" Sun Hai grinned mischievously. "If you care for the spirit beasts well, there is naturally no danger. However, if you fail in your duties, you might just become their excrement. Wouldn't you agree?" A collective pallor washed over the faces of the disciples, and Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly. Sun Hai guided them over mountains and through valleys, eventually arriving at a vast gorge. Within, they beheld a flock of white cranes larger than calves, and even tigers the size of small huts, along with wolves exceeding the size of ordinary beasts. The sight of these formidable creatures left the group of junior disciples trembling in fear, their knees nearly buckling. The personnel from the spirit beast chamber emerged to greet them, about 20 in number, their expressions akin to those of a beleaguered populace welcoming salvation. These seasoned junior disciples bore various scars. Some were missing limbs, while one had a large patch of scalp absent, exposing the skull, a sight most unsettling. After giving a few instructions to a robust and healthy senior disciple, Sun Hai took his leave. The elder disciple regarded Qi Xiaoyu with a peculiar gaze before nodding. Once Sun Hai departed, the elder disciple stated, "I am the overseer of the spirit beast chamber. You may call me senior brother Lu Meng. We shall now assign your positions." He referred to a list and announced, "Wang Hu, with a name like Tiger, you shall care for the Black Flame Tiger. Niu Erlang, you will tend to the Green Wind Wolf Pack. Li Gosheng, you are responsible for the mountain-shaking spirit cattle. Qi Xiaoyu, you will oversee the 100 Serpents Garden." At the mention of the 100 Serpents Garden, the older junior disciples cast sympathetic glances toward Qi Xiaoyu. "Finally, someone has taken over my position," exclaimed a one-eyed man, visibly agitated. The previous disciple assigned to the 100 Serpents Garden had perished 3 months prior, having been blinded in one eye just 3 months into his tenure. Growing up in a rural setting, Qi Xiaoyu was acutely aware of the dangers of tending to snakes. Those venomous creatures could easily prove fatal if one were bitten and did not receive timely antidote. In his village, there were always unfortunate souls claimed by sea snake bites every few years. The mortality rate among disciples in the 100 Serpents Garden was the highest within the spirit beast chamber. Qi Xiaoyu also keenly sensed an inexplicable malice in the gaze of overseer Lu Meng directed at him, as if he were being deliberately targeted, yet he had never wronged the man. Could it possibly be due to Zhaochen? Although Zhaochen possesses a superior spiritual root, he is merely a novice and should not have such connections. Suddenly, Qi Xiaoyu's mind conjured the image of the senior disciple Zhou Qing, who was closely associated with Zhao Chun. Could it be that Zhao Chun had solicited Zhou Qing to deal with her? If Zhou Qing, being a senior disciple, indeed had such influence, it would make sense. Lu Meng, the overseer, gestured towards 2 baskets beside him. One contained a pile of somewhat tattered gray garments, emanating an unpleasant odor. These were the clothes of the menial disciples. The other basket held a collection of small, worn manuals, seemingly perused by countless individuals. Each individual was to select 2 sets of clothing, as the hierarchy within the sect was strictly enforced. Menial disciples were required to don gray attire. Outer sect disciples wore black, and inner sect disciples donned blue, with no room for deviation in dress. The basket of manuals contained the sect's regulations, along with teachings on how to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, guide the energy, and refine it, collectively known as the Nourishing Qi Classic. Within were methods for cultivating to the 6th level of Qi refinement. For you worthless individuals, should you manage to reach this level before the age of 30, you could apply to become outer sect disciples. However, I doubt many of you will meet the criteria. Among every 100 menial disciples, only 7 or 8 will ascend to the outer sect, while most toil in their menial roles until death. Nonetheless, you need not fret. At least you will have enough to eat here. After serving 30 years in menial duties, you may apply to descend the mountain, receiving a sum of silver sufficient for you to marry and start a family in the outside world. Lu Meng's scornful words dripped with venom, igniting a spark of fury within the hearts of the youthful audience. One notably robust young man, known as Niu Erlang, exclaimed in anger, "Isn't this merely making us into servants and slaves? We came here to become immortals." Lu Meng erupted into laughter. "You? An immortal? You, with your inferior spiritual root, are nothing but a remnant in the realm of cultivation, an ant in this society, and you dare aspire to be an immortal? His derision was unbearable for the youth, who flung the menial disciple's garments aside, declaring, "I refuse to continue. I want to go home." With that, he turned to leave, but Lu Meng's eyes glinted menacingly. "Stop." The youth halted and turned back, glaring defiantly. "I won't serve any longer. Whoever wants to be a menial disciple can take my place." In an instant, Lu Meng lunged forward, moving with the swiftness of a leopard, surpassing the speed ordinary people can muster. With a resounding thud, he struck the young man squarely in the chest, unleashing a burst of energy. The robust youth, standing at 6 feet tall and weighing around 160 to 70 pounds, coughed up blood and was sent flying back several meters, crashing to the ground. His ribcage had been shattered by the blow. This scene startled the other menial disciples, while the new recruits were left in shock. Nyo Erlang, the strongest among them, had been effortlessly sent sprawling like a chick. Clutching his chest and spewing blood, he gazed at Lu Meng with a mixture of astonishment and terror. Lu Meng's voice turned cold. "Do you believe this is just any place? You can come and go as you please? Are you aware that upon your departure, 50 taels of silver will be bestowed upon your family? That sum constitutes your lifeline for the forthcoming decades. From the moment you step onto the celestial vessel, you become a disciple of the sect in life and a spirit of the sect in death. Do you wish to leave? Unless you can present a compensation of 500 taels to the sect, your options are limited." His gaze swept over the new disciples, who were all rendered speechless by the formidable power of the earlier strike, each bowing their heads in submission, unable to meet his eyes. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, yet chose to remain silent. It appeared that this sect was merely a more vast and ruthless society. Lu Meng continued, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. It is futile. Should you be caught, you will face dire consequences. Your only recourse is to perform your duties well, serve the overseer diligently, and strive to cultivate diligently. For there exists a slender chance to alter your fate. Well, I have relayed everything necessary. The seasoned hands of each beastyard will now be responsible for these new recruits. Ensure their training is thorough, and as for that useless one, take him away. He shall not receive lunch or dinner today." "Yes." The seasoned hands responded promptly. "Newcomers, follow me. Newcomers, lend a hand." Qi Xiaoyu was beckoned by the seasoned hand to assist with the injured Niulong. After receiving their clothes, breathing techniques, and regulations, they were assigned living quarters. The accommodations were shared, 3 individuals to a room, in a communal setting, with the injured Niulong and Qi Xiaoyu placed together. After depositing Niulong onto the bed, the seasoned hand warned, "Tomorrow you shall commence your duties. Familiarize yourselves with the Spirit Beast Valley and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Otherwise, you may fall prey to the spirit beasts." The cafeteria is located on the eastern side of the valley, providing 3 meals a day at the hours of Qin, Wu, and Shun. This lad has offended Manager Lu today and shall not receive any meals. With that, the seasoned hand departed. Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, supporting Niulong as he lay down. Both hailed from the same town, Qingshui Town. Another youth, with a bitter expression, lamented, "Had I known the sect would be like this, I would have preferred to fish and farm at home." Qi Xiaoyu, having settled Niulong comfortably, replied, "Since we have arrived, we must find peace in our circumstances and focus on recovery." Niulong's pallid face was streaked with tears as he whispered, "Xiaoyu, why do they treat us this way? Is it merely because we possess inferior spiritual roots? Does having inferior roots truly condemn us to a life devoid of promise and dignity? I may be considered the scrap of the cultivation world, yet in my village, I was my mother's pride and support." Qi Xiaoyu fell silent, and after a moment, remarked, "Superior spiritual roots resemble a wide, smooth road, allowing for swift and effortless passage, while inferior roots are akin to a rugged mountain path, arduous and slow-going. Nevertheless, as long as we persist, there remains a chance to reach the destination we hold dear in our hearts." Niulong offered a bitter smile. "I fear I may never reach it. I feel as if my strength is waning. Cultivators are truly formidable. I was fierce in fights back in the village. Yet when he struck, I felt as fragile as paper." Suddenly, he grasped Qi Xiaoyu's hand, his voice hoarse and labored. "It is so unjust. Who wishes to be born with inferior roots? Xiaoyu, I sense that you are unlike us. If it were you, perhaps you could indeed persevere until the end, helping those of us with inferior spiritual roots to catch our breath." Upon uttering these words, he erupted into a violent cough, spitting forth blood, his body convulsing before he succumbed, his eyes dimming, forever unclosed. Qi Xiaoyu grasped his hand with a slight tremor, gently closing his eyes, a sense of desolation filling his heart. To catch a breath moments later, he resolutely declared, "All right, Manager Lu, Niu Erlang is dead, reported an elder servant disciple. Manager Lu, sipping on wine and peeling peanuts, raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Toss him to the wolves. The report shall state that Niu Erlang fled into the wolves' den and was devoured. Understood. The elder servant disciple dared not speak further and promptly withdrew. Within the dwelling, 2 elder servants carried Niu Erlang's corpse away. The boy sharing the room with Qi Xiaoyu, named Ding Xiaohu, watched the body being taken and felt a pang of sorrow akin to the grief of a hare witnessing the death of a fox. Qi Xiaoyu, however, lay on the communal bed, falling swiftly into slumber. Ding Xiaohu remarked, Qi Xiaoyu, how can you sleep so soundly? You are too heartless. Niu Erlang was your fellow townsman. Was he not? Qi Xiaoyu retorted, and you, with your sentimentality, why not join me in seeking revenge against Manager Lu? Ding Xiaohu was rendered speechless, fear gripping him. As Manager Lu loomed in his mind like a demon, Qi Xiaoyu, resting his hands beneath his head, closed his eyes to rejuvenate. One must either adapt to the environment or be eliminated by it. Only by adapting can one conquer the surroundings. Sleep now, from tomorrow onward. There shall be no more leisurely moments. Ding Xiaohu, upon hearing this, deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping onto his bed and weeping silently. At that moment, he yearned only to escape, entirely forsaking thoughts of becoming an immortal. Qi Xiaoyu lay there, gazing at the beams of the house. Silently clenching his fists, to catch a breath in the afternoon, they ventured to the dining hall, where the fare for the servant disciples was rather satisfactory, featuring white rice and meat, surpassing Qi Xiaoyu's previous sustenance in the village. The following day, the one-eyed servant disciple took Qi Xiaoyu to familiarize him with the work environment. He led Qi Xiaoyu to a valley, lush with trees, where serpents slithered abundantly, visible on the branches and the ground as soon as they entered. The elder servant disciple, named Zhou Ping, pushed a wheelbarrow filled with numerous eggs, stating, every day, we must deliver a cart of eggs to feed these snakes. This garden of 100 snakes housed countless species, most being venomous. While most venoms have antidotes, several remain incurable, and a bite could spell disaster. The 5-step snake, black king, green bamboo dart, emerald-scaled king snake, and crimson flame snake are among those for which there is no remedy. If bitten on the limbs, one might still survive by severing the affected parts promptly. However, a bite to the face or body is a death sentence. The antidotes are kept with Manager Lu. If bitten, one could seek him for a remedy. Qi Xiaoyu inquired, what purpose does the sect serve in raising so many snakes? Certainly, the art of alchemy and potion-making is at play here. The venom of these serpents, along with their gallbladder, shed skin, and blood, can all be utilized in the creation of elixirs. Alchemical pills are esteemed as the most precious resources within the realm of cultivation. The venom from the azure-scaled king snake is more valuable than spirit stones. Just a single unit of its venom is worth 10 taels of spirit stones. Given that 1 tael of spirit stone is equivalent to 100 taels of silver, and considering that a single unit of venom is approximately 5 grams, the venom from the azure-scaled king snake, weighing 5 grams, holds a value of 10 taels of spirit stones, which translates to over 1,000 taels of silver. Indeed, a considerable fortune. The old servant lamented, noting that the outer disciples receive a minimum monthly stipend of 1 tael of spirit stones, while the servant disciples toil endlessly for a meager maximum of 1 tael of silver, creating a disparity of 100-fold. Zhou Ping carefully placed the eggs onto a rack within the grain storage, where numerous venomous snakes had already gathered, hissing in anticipation as they flicked their tongues, swallowing the eggs whole and letting them slide down into their gullets. Qi Xiaoyu pushed a wheelbarrow containing a creature resembling a wild boar, known as a piglet. This creature was still alive, its hooves bound, weighing around 300 pounds. Zhou Ping led him to the entrance of a cave, filled with a sense of awe and trepidation, and cautioned, within resides a spiritual serpent, cared for by the esteemed elder of Qingyan Peak within the sect. Its temperament is volatile, and entry into the cave is strictly forbidden. There have been instances of servant disciples being devoured by it. Regardless of whether it consumes them or not, a piglet must be delivered every 3 days, and it must be alive. Go ahead, place the piglet at the cave's entrance. Qi Xiaoyu, though apprehensive, mustered his courage and pushed the piglet to the cave's mouth. The cave was vast, with a diameter exceeding 4 meters. As he positioned the piglet, a colossal figure emerged from the depths of the cave. It was a massive serpent, its entire form a deep azure, with a head the size of a locomotive, and eyes that glimmered like dark amber. Its scales shimmered coldly, and its girth was terrifying, capable of swallowing an adult whole, even thicker than a water vat. The spiritual serpent had emerged. Zhou Ping, gripped by fear, retreated in haste, turning to flee and seeking refuge at a distance. With a thunderous roar, the enormous azure serpent regarded the piglet on the cart and unleashed a fearsome hiss directed at Qi Xiaoyu. Another piglet, how tiresome. Within its roar, Qi Xiaoyu discerned a serpentine complaint. Oh dear, the spiritual serpent intends to devour a human. Zhou Ping, terrified by the serpent's fearsome visage, scrambled away in a panic. Not daring to linger, Qi Xiaoyu felt the gust from the serpent's roar tousle his hair, splattering his face with serpent saliva. Wiping his face, he queried, "If you do not wish to eat the piglet, what do you desire instead?" Upon hearing this, the serpent's eyes widened with surprise as it fixed its gaze upon Qi Xiaoyu, emitting a series of hisses. "You can understand me." Qi Xiaoyu, taken aback, realized that he could indeed comprehend its speech. Could it be that he possessed the traits of the serpent clan? This must be the reason, he mused inwardly. Nodding, he inquired, "Indeed, well, would you like to eat?" The serpent's expression transformed into one of delight, hissing incessantly. "Finally, someone who can understand me. I want sheep, sheep. After consuming piglets for over a decade, I am utterly fed up. Very well, I shall provide my feedback." With a hiss, the enormous azure serpent emerged, encircling Qi Xiaoyu in an instant, flicking its forked tongue to capture the essence of Qi Xiaoyu's presence. Your scent, such an enticing masculine aroma. Yet how does it resemble that of our serpent kin? The azure serpent enveloped Qi Xiaoyu, its eyes filled with curiosity. A sudden shock coursed through Qi Xiaoyu's heart. Could it be that it has discerned my serpentine essence? He pondered. How could this be? Perhaps it is simply my lifelong fascination with nurturing snakes, he stammered, forcing an explanation. The azure serpent hissed in response. No, this scent emanates from your very being, your flesh and blood. This masculine essence is so alluring that I find myself uncontrollably wanting to mingle with you. Cough, cough. Please don't frighten me. I am human, and you are a serpent. Our species are incompatible. Any union is impossible. Qi Xiaoyu lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Is this serpent truly a female? This is absurd. I am not the legendary hero Su Xian. The azure serpent hissed, wait for me to transform. I shall bear you serpent offspring. I have never encountered such an irresistible masculine scent. Ah, I cannot contain my fervor any longer. What do you intend to do? Please, do not act in such a manner. The azure serpent rubbed against Qi Xiaoyu, nearly enveloping him entirely. In a panic, Qi Xiaoyu pried open the serpent's jaws, forcing its tongue back inside, and managed to break free. You wait here. I shall seek permission to change your provisions. With that, Qi Xiaoyu fled swiftly, determined to prevent the azure serpent from discovering his ability to transform into a serpent form, lest it forcibly claim him. At Lu Meng's management office. What did you say? The spirit serpent has gone mad? Where is Qi Xiaoyu? Lu Meng inquired, astonished. Zhou Ping, visibly shaken, replied, he is probably devoured. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng did not express anger. Instead, a flicker of delight crossed his face. Has it concluded so swiftly? Lu, the manager. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu entered from outside. Zhou Ping exclaimed in surprise, you are still alive? Seeing Qi Xiaoyu unscathed, Lu Meng's expression darkened slightly. Zhou Ping claimed you were consumed by the spirit serpent. I thought you were dead. Qi Xiaoyu shot a glance at Zhou Ping, who had fled swiftly. I am alive. But the spirit serpent is indeed quite displeased with the pig it was offered. It desires lamb instead. What? How do you know this? Zhou Ping queried, astonished. I have had a lifelong affinity for snakes, hence I possess some understanding of their desires, Qi Xiaoyu replied. Lu Meng scoffed dismissively. Nonsense. You cannot possibly comprehend the language of spirit serpents. Calmly, Qi Xiaoyu responded, if Brother Lu does not believe me, he may inquire directly with the spirit serpent. Lu Meng warned, if you dare deceive me, you shall face the consequences. Lu Meng followed Qi Xiaoyu, and soon they arrived at the 100 Serpents Garden. Upon entering the White Serpent Garden, a faint barrier surrounded Lu Meng, signifying his apprehension towards the venomous serpents nearby. Before long, the three beheld the spirit serpent basking in the sunlight at the cave entrance. Lu Meng took a few steps back in trepidation, while Qi Xiaoyu boldly approached and asked, Little Qing, do you wish to eat lamb? The spirit serpent, displaying a human-like nod, left Lu Meng and the others momentarily speechless. I did not deceive you, did I? Qi Xiaoyu turned to Lu Meng and said, what do you mean by Little Green? You must address him as Lord Spirit Snake. Lu Meng, with a scowling face, reprimanded her. He then turned to the Spirit Snake, wearing a beaming smile, even bowing and nodding, Lord Spirit Snake, since you desire lamb, I shall arrange for that to be provided in the future. The Spirit Snake nodded in satisfaction, hissing softly. Qi Xiaoyu added, Lord Spirit Snake has requested 1 pig and 1 lamb. He will inform me of his future cravings. Lu Meng shot a glare at Qi Xiaoyu before hastily agreeing with the spirit snake. The request for a pig was Qi Xiaoyu's own aspiration, cleverly leveraging his linguistic skills for personal gain. Zhou Ping, Qi Xiaoyu, you two shall fetch a lamb for Lord Spirit Snake. If there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave, Lu Meng commanded after assigning the task to Zhou Ping and Qi Xiaoyu, eager to depart from the unsettling presence of venomous snakes. Most individuals harbor an innate fear of serpents, particularly the venomous ones. After the two procured a lamb, Zhou Ping exited the serpent garden, while Qi Xiaoyu remained under the pretense of familiarizing himself with the environment, which Zhou Ping, noticing Lu Meng's hostility towards the new servant, did not contest. Within the spirit snake's lair, the green serpent had curled up, contentedly devouring the lamb, while Qi Xiaoyu set about dissecting the pig, preparing a feast of roasted meat that filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. The portions served in the dining hall were insufficient to satiate his hunger, let alone provide the essence needed for cultivation. The green serpent gazed curiously at Qi Xiaoyu's culinary endeavor, hissing inquisitively. Qi Xiaoyu offered a roasted pig leg to the green serpent, which, upon tasting, shook its head in disapproval, finding it unpalatable. Unfazed, Qi Xiaoyu continued to indulge, his appetite astonishingly voracious, while simultaneously channeling energy for cultivation. Having procured over 300 pounds of pig, and after discarding the entrails and skin, he devoured even the bones, effortlessly crushing them with his formidable jaw strength, akin to a humanoid beast. Following the integration of the demon core within him, many transformations had occurred, including an extraordinary biting power. As the food entered his stomach, it was evident that his digestive system was working vigorously, secreting a potent gastric acid that rapidly broke down the meat, infusing his body with warmth and vitality. In contrast to the sex qi nurturing techniques, which focused on sensing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform it into true energy, the swallowing elephant technique possessed a duality. It not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also refined essence into energy through the consumption of food, which could later be transmuted into true energy once a sufficient quantity was accumulated. After feasting on the pig, Qi Xiaoyu stepped outside the cave, greeted by the warm embrace of sunlight. He began practicing the sun fist beneath the sun, employing its unique breathing method. Gradually, he became drenched in sweat, his skin glowing a fiery red. After nearly an hour of vigorous practice, he found himself breathless yet exhilarated. Seeking respite, he sat beneath the shade of a tree, where a striking black and white silver-ringed snake approached. Qi Xiaoyu playfully caught it, and the silver-ringed snake, surprisingly docile, refrained from biting him. Upon merging with the demon core of the white serpent, Qi Xiaoyu no longer harbored any fear of snakes. Instead, he felt a peculiar sense of affinity towards them. The more abundant the vital energy reserves during the swallowing elephant sutra practice, the more intense the breakthrough would be. This spirit beast chamber was replete with creatures. Merely siphoning off the sustenance meant for the green serpent would allow me to amass a significant amount of vital energy. The snake garden was exceedingly tranquil, seldom trodden by others, rendering it a veritable sanctuary for my cultivation. If it weren't for the nagging suspicion that my assignment here was intended to bring about my downfall, Qi Xiaoyu might have felt grateful to those who organized this task for him. Leaning against a grand tree, he produced a small booklet detailing the sect's regulations. After a single reading, his remarkable memory allowed him to retain its contents flawlessly. He then retrieved another booklet, one on the snake goo technique, acquired from the oracle. This technique required one to enter the qi refinement realm to cultivate true energy, and as a mere servant disciple, he lacked the eligibility to obtain techniques from the sect. Only outer disciples were permitted to receive such teachings. The snake goo technique, classified under poison arts of indeterminate rank, necessitated the fusion of true energy and snake venom. By extracting venom from poisonous serpents and employing the prescribed methods, one could unleash toxic mists as an offensive measure, with potency dictated by the toxicity of the cultivated snake venom. Regrettably, he had yet to cultivate true energy. However, he possessed snake venom within himself, and he wondered if he could practice the technique at this moment. Qi Xiaoyu instinctively touched the corners of his mouth, where two sharp fangs had emerged, laden with venom. The text indicated that a medium was required to store the snake venom. The oracle staff served this purpose, yet he believed he might not need it. He closed the book and began to experiment. Following the prescribed methods, he adjusted his breathing technique. Although he could not mobilize the snake venom without true energy, he could transport it using his own blood essence. Under the guidance of the spell's principles, the venom within him began to flow, coalescing in his palm. Curiously, his left hand gradually turned a shade of bluish-purple as the venom gathered. Qi Xiaoyu felt an intense heat radiating from his palm, akin to something yearning to erupt from his veins. It was unbearably hot. It felt as though his hand might explode. No, the amassed snake venom was too copious. It needed to be directed outward. Concentrating his mental energy upon his palm, he guided the venom to coalesce in his index and middle fingers. With a swift motion, a bolt of venom erupted from his fingertips, resembling a poisoned arrow that struck a small tree a yard away. Upon impact, the venom exploded, revealing a startling scene as the small tree began to wither at a visible pace, rapidly losing its vitality. What an astonishing effect! I merely sought to expel the snake venom. Qi Xiaoyu stared in disbelief at the withering tree, then glanced down at his palm. Was the poison of the white serpent truly this formidable? A smile gradually spread across his face. Could this not resemble the Six Meridians' divine sword? He positioned his fingers like a sword, utilizing his hand as a medium to accumulate the snake venom, and then, employing the operations of the snake goo technique, he launched another poisonous arrow. The poisoned arrow, after being released, traveled a mere 4 meters before losing its kinetic energy and began to descend in a parabolic arc. Could it truly only reach that distance? It appeared to lack the impetus of true energy. Had it been infused with such energy, perhaps it could have soared further, exhibiting greater potency, perhaps even mastering the exquisite finger techniques akin to the Six Meridian divine sword. Qi Xiaoyu recalled the dashing finger techniques of young Master Duan that he had witnessed in his previous life, and his heart swelled with anticipation and excitement. He persisted in his practice, launching several more arrows. After 7 consecutive shots, he felt the venom in his palm nearly depleted, accompanied by a profound sense of fatigue and weakness. It seemed that he was expending not merely snake venom, but rather some other proteinaceous essence. Clearly, overconsumption of snake venom could render one exceedingly frail. Qi Xiaoyu's complexion paled slightly, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, having nearly exhausted himself. As evening descended, he practiced the concluding postures of the solar fist under the setting sun before returning to his quarters in the spirit beast chamber. Ding Xiaohu returned as well, dragging his weary body, covered in scars, many of which appeared to be raw and gaping, as if torn by some creature. Qi Xiaoyu, intrigued, inquired, "How did you sustain such injuries?" Ding Xiaohu replied bitterly, "No need to ask. I was tasked with caring for the fiery feathered spirit chicken. Those beasts are ferocious, each akin to an eagle, with exceedingly sharp claws. These wounds were inflicted when I went to collect the fiery feathered eggs. This is no ordinary labor." Qi Xiaoyu frowned and asked, "Do you have any medicine? I can help you apply it." Ding Xiaohu sighed and shook his head, angered. That wretched overseer refused to give me any healing salves when I asked. "Wait here," Qi Xiaoyu said. He stepped outside and shortly returned with a bundle of green plants, mashing them into a medicinal paste to apply to Ding Xiaohu's wounds. Remarkably, once applied, the wound ceased to bleed and felt cool, alleviating the pain. Ding Xiaohu, astonished, exclaimed, "What kind of medicine is this? Where did you find it?" Qi Xiaoyu explained, "This is what we call bitter grass back in my hometown. It can staunch bleeding and heal wounds. I have used it for my own injuries while chopping wood. There's an abundance of it in the snake garden." Ding Xiaohu expressed his gratitude. "Xiaoyu, thank you. Alas, your snake garden is even more perilous. I heard from the old servant who brought me here that a careless moment could lead to a fatal snake bite. You must take care in the future." Qi Xiaoyu nodded. The two of them lay on the large communal bed, and Ding Xiaohu silently shed tears. "This place is truly unfit for human habitation. I miss my father and mother so much. Xiaoyu, do you miss yours?" "My parents perished at sea while fishing when I was young," Qi Xiaoyu replied, eyes closed. "Ah, I am sorry. When will these bitter days come to an end?" Qi Xiaoyu asked, "Have you begun your training yet?" Ding Xiaohu sighed. "Is there even time for that? I am exhausted and in pain, only wishing for rest." Qi Xiaoyu replied, "If we wish to escape this life, we must cultivate true energy and eventually enter the outer sect. Xiaohu, our desire to change our fate here can only be realized through our own efforts. We have no other path but to strive diligently. Do you wish to toil here for 30 years, serving as a menial for 3 decades? Upon hearing this, Ding Xiaohu could not help but clench his fists, sitting upright and gritting his teeth. "You are right. I came here to become an immortal, not to be a slave." He took out the qi-nourishing scripture and began to peruse it, glancing at Qi Xiaoyu. "Aren't you going to practice?" Qi Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Although working in the serpent garden is perilous, there isn't much to do, so I've practiced extensively during the day. Oh, then I won't concern myself with you. I shall commence my cultivation now. Let me tell you, the eggs of the scarlet-feathered spirit chicken are truly extraordinary. Brimming with spiritual energy and a great tonic, a delicacy reserved for the inner disciples. If I have the chance, I'll secretly bring one back for you to taste. Don't. If the steward finds out, you might get killed. Hee hee, I have my ways. Now, let me cultivate. Ding Xiaohu settled into a cross-legged position, falling silent as he sought to sense the qi, attempting to attune himself to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The next day, Zhou Ping took Qi Xiaoyu back to the serpent garden. The primary objective for today was to identify snakes and learn how to extract their venom, which was the most hazardous task that could easily lead to a bite if one were not careful. The extracted venom was a crucial ingredient for the alchemists of the sect, and it needed to be stored in a cold jade bottle, which was only available with Steward Lu. When an alchemist required a specific snake venom, a Dan Tong would notify Qi Xiaoyu and his companions, who would then be responsible for the collection. Zhou Ping instructed Qi Xiaoyu in the operations of the serpent garden for 10 days before he was reassigned to another menial position, thus liberating him from this perilous duty. On the 10th day, upon his return, Ding Xiaohu mysteriously approached Qi Xiaoyu and said, "I have something wonderful for you." With that, he began to remove his trousers, startling Qi Xiaoyu. "What on earth are you doing?" Ding Xiaohu squatted down and produced a crimson egg, slightly larger than a quail's egg, from beneath himself, leaving Qi Xiaoyu utterly dumbfounded. "This is for you, the scarlet-feathered chicken's egg. It is highly nourishing." Qi Xiaoyu's mouth twitched. "You truly are a remarkable individual to think of such a method to bring this out. I won't eat it. You can have it. Come on. Don't be like that. I'll just wash it off. It truly is a great tonic. The old laborer who taught me today has left, so I had the opportunity to sneak it out. Cough, cough. I genuinely want to eat it. Thank you. I actually have something for you as well." Qi Xiaoyu picked up a set of armor woven from green vines from the corner and tossed it to Ding Xiaohu. "I crafted this over the past few days. Wear it when collecting eggs from the scarlet-feathered spirit chicken. It will significantly reduce the risk. At least you won't get scratched too badly." Ding Xiaohu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the vine armor. "You possess such skill. This is wonderful. With it, I am not afraid of scratches. Thank you so much." Xiaoyu. He toyed with the protective gear, reluctant to part with it, as it covered most of his head, face, body, and legs. "Are you truly not going to eat this egg? It's genuinely nourishing. You eat it. I've been secretly eating snake eggs in the serpent garden every day, and they are also quite nourishing." Qi Xiaoyu quickly rejected the idea, looking at the enticing egg. "Ah, can that thing even be eaten? Focus on your cultivation." Alas, it has been 10 days, and I have not yet sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. I've heard that Zhao Qin and those with superior spiritual roots have already begun to attract and refine qi. The disparity in talent is indeed immense. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of cold light. The future is still long. Working in the serpent garden, despite its inherent dangers, involves relatively fewer tasks compared to other menial duties. Each day, Qi Xiaoyu finds ample time and space to cultivate, and he also benefits from the provision of meat through the serpent's rations, allowing him to enjoy a substantial amount of sustenance without cost. The elusive crow, occasionally materializing, would offer guidance on Qi Xiaoyu's martial arts techniques, and while there were moments of absence, he would vanish to unknown destinations. At the month's end, when the monthly silver was distributed, Qi Xiaoyu received only 7 coins, while others received 8, and those who ingratiated themselves with manager Lu even received 9. No one dared to demand more, and it was evident that Lu Meng had withheld a portion from everyone, leaving Qi Xiaoyu with a mere 3 coins less than he could have had. Although a fire of indignation simmered within him, he chose to endure in silence. Zhao Qin had been accepted as a disciple under the Grand Elder of Qinzhou Peak, completing his initial sensing and qi induction within a month. His achievement of condensing true qi and stepping into the first level of the qi refining realm sparked considerable discussion among the disciples, earning him the title of the most talented among the 6 with superior spiritual roots, second only to those with exceptional roots. 5 months later, within the serpent cave, Qi Xiaoyu sat cross-legged, his hands forming a unique seal. Over the past few months, he had not yet refined any true qi, yet his physical strength had significantly increased, reaching a formidable 200 kilograms. At this moment, wisps of white vapor emanated from his body, the result of his vital energy being mobilized and vaporized. After 3 months of accumulating powerful vital energy, he began to resonate with the rhythm of his breathing technique. Vital energy converged within his kidneys, and Qi Xiaoyu felt an intense heat coursing through him, accompanied by an unbearable sensation of warmth. Yet he remained motionless, continuously reciting his incantation. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth to maintain the special breathing method, his mental focus entirely on his kidneys. He chanted, "Heaven achieves unity through the celestial bodies. Earth achieves unity through precious jewels. Humanity achieves unity through spirit and essence. This is the essence, the core of the Tao, which is formless, yet is referred to as the body." The white mist surrounding him thickened, enveloping him in smoke as the sensation of heat intensified. "True Qi, condense for me." Qi Xiaoyu roared inwardly, feeling his mental energy rapidly depleting. The vital energy that had gathered within his kidneys erupted forth, solidifying into tangible strands of qi. This qi, birthed from his kidneys, flowed into the kidney meridian, gathering continuously. Once the true qi entered the kidney meridian, it felt akin to a congested pathway, relentlessly battering against the blockage, causing Qi Xiaoyu to experience sharp, needle-like pain in his kidneys and excruciating discomfort. His body trembled slightly as true qi continued to surge forth, striking against the kidney meridian, gradually clearing the pathway before moving into the stomach meridian and the intestinal meridian, beginning to open these two channels. The human body comprises 12 primary meridians: the gallbladder meridian, liver meridian, lung meridian, large intestine meridian, stomach meridian, spleen meridian, heart meridian, small intestine meridian, bladder meridian, kidney meridian, pericardium meridian, and sanjiao meridian. To refine true qi through all 12 primary meridians marks the pinnacle of qi refinement. Yet not all techniques can achieve the unblocking of these 12 meridians. The cultivation techniques are classified into various grades: inferior, medium, superior, profound, and celestial, among others. Only those techniques of superior grade and above possess the capability to open the 12 meridians within the qi refinement realm, allowing one to attain the pinnacle of qi refinement. The qi nourishing technique is merely an inferior level cultivation method, capable of unblocking at most 9 meridians, reaching the 9th level of qi refinement. After 3 months of cultivating his essence, he had amassed a substantial amount of vital energy, which continuously coalesced into true energy, impacting the meridians of his kidneys, stomach, and intestines. This was accompanied by a pain akin to being cut by a knife. Qi Xiaoyu emitted a low, pained roar. Yet he persisted in maintaining his current state. Ordinary individuals would only dare to challenge one meridian at a time, as their reserves of true energy suffice for the opening of only a single meridian, and they could hardly endure the agony of simultaneously unblocking 3. The green serpent nearby hissed incessantly, seemingly filled with concern. Qi Xiaoyu endured this torment for a full 2 hours. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted from within him, and the pain dissipated, replaced by an ethereal sensation of unparalleled comfort. This sensation caused the young man's brow to relax, almost eliciting a moan. For the previous agony was now equaled by the pleasure he felt. This ecstasy surpassed the release of dopamine and endorphins. Within Qi Xiaoyu, 3 streams of robust true energy flowed steadily, circulating within him. He had reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. Qi Xiaoyu opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, radiating an extraordinary glow. He sensed the energy coursing through him, his expression filled with excitement as he extended his palm, gathering a current of energy in his hand, intangible yet palpable. True energy is formless and colorless, achieving the 3rd level of qi refinement in just 3 months. Even those gifted with superior spiritual roots would find it difficult to match such a feat. His demeanor exuded uncontainable joy. He decided to test the power of his true energy. Concentrating it in his palm, he prepared to unleash it with a strike. Bang! 3 feet away, the stone wall echoed with a muffled thud as it cracked, leaving fissures the size of his palm. True energy can be released from within. Only with true energy can one practice and perform spells. The crow perched on Xiaoyu's shoulder advised, it would be wise to refrain from simultaneously unblocking 3 meridians in the future. The meridians of the stomach, intestines, and kidneys are quite resilient and possess strong healing capabilities. If one were to carelessly make a mistake with more fragile meridians like the heart, it could be fatal. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, saying, I understand. It is precisely because these 3 meridians are resilient that I dared to do this. By the way, little crow, do you have any spells you could teach me? The crow shook its head, replying, the spells I possess require a level of true energy that you cannot currently sustain. At your present cultivation level, it would be best to use magical tools for self-defense. The snake venom technique you have already mastered is quite formidable for you. Magical tools. Qi Xiaoyu chuckled wryly at the thought. Realizing that such items are typically distributed only to outer disciples within the sect and would cost at least 10 taels of spirit stones, equivalent to over 1,000 taels of silver. Having received a silver note from the diviner, only 100 taels remained, while my monthly earnings amounted to merely 7 coins. At this rate, acquiring a magical artifact would take an eternity. I must devise a strategy to earn some money, Qi Xiaoyu pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the snake. The venom from the serpents here, particularly the 5-step snake, is quite valuable, fetching as much as 10 spirit stones. Perhaps I could explore this avenue, but alas, I lack a cold jade vial to preserve the venom. Without it, the venom would soon spoil. Rising from the snake's den, he continued to contemplate his options, when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Looking down, he realized he had stepped on a silver-ringed snake, which instinctively bit him. Hiss, Qi Xiaoyu grimaced in pain, quickly moving his foot aside. Pulling up his pant leg, he discovered 2 small puncture wounds on his ankle, oozing blood. Damn. The snake garden is indeed perilous. He hurried back to seek an antidote. The silver-ringed snake is venomous, without proper treatment. The mortality rate from its bite is a grim 100%. Symptoms include dizziness, blurred vision, headaches, chills, general malaise, difficulty swallowing, and ultimately death from respiratory paralysis and circulatory failure. Arriving at the caretaker's modest abode, Qi Xiaoyu knocked before entering. Manager Lu furrowed his brow and remarked, "You'd better have a good reason for disturbing me." "Manager Lu, I've been bitten by a silver-ringed snake. Please provide me with the antidote," Qi Xiaoyu implored. A glint of coldness flickered in Lu's eyes, yet he smiled, saying, "Ah, a bite from a silver-ringed snake? A trivial matter, one that can be resolved." He began to search through a nearby cabinet, feigning effort before sighing. "Regrettably, the antidote for the silver-ringed snake has been depleted." "How could that be?" Qi Xiaoyu's expression changed dramatically as he moved to search for himself. Lu made no effort to stop him, and after a thorough search, Qi Xiaoyu indeed found no trace of the antidote. What to do now? A wave of panic washed over him. "Return home and rest for now. I will inquire at the pharmacy about the antidote," Lu instructed. "Thank you," Qi Xiaoyu nodded, resigned to wait. As he departed, Lu's lips curled into a cold smirk as he produced a vial of silver-ringed snake antidote from his pocket. Back in the humble dwelling he shared with Ding Xiaohu, Qi Xiaoyu sat on the bed, binding his lower leg with a belt to slow the blood circulation and impede the spread of the venom. This method, though generally inadvisable and of limited efficacy, could buy him some time in the absence of an antidote. He took a small knife and made a cross incision on the wound, attempting to expel the poisoned blood. After some time, Qi Xiaoyu felt his head grow heavy with fatigue, an overwhelming desire to sleep washing over him. When Ding Xiaohu returned and saw him, he hastily inquired, "Xiaoyu, what has happened to you?" "I was bitten by a silver-ringed snake," Qi Xiaoyu replied, his voice grave. "Ah, that is highly venomous. I will go fetch you the antidote," Ding Xiaohu exclaimed. Qi Xiaoyu shook his head. "There is none. Manager Lu has gone to the pharmacy to retrieve it." "That is impossible. Just the day before, a new batch of medicines arrived. There must be an antidote left." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's gaze turned frigid. Could it be that Lu Meng deliberately concealed the antidote, unwilling to provide it for her? This individual had always harbored animosity towards her, making such a possibility plausible. "I will extract some of the venomous blood for you." Ding Xiaohu pressed down on Qi Xiaoyu's wound and lowered his head to draw out a mouthful of the toxic blood, spitting it aside. Qi Xiaoyu felt a deep sense of gratitude. This action carried significant risk, as he could easily ingest the poison through an open sore in his mouth. After several attempts, Ding Xiaohu hurried outside to rinse his mouth, expelling the tainted blood. Qi Xiaoyu, increasingly overwhelmed by drowsiness, gradually succumbed to sleep. When she awoke, the night had fully descended, and Ding Xiaohu was already asleep. She sat up, examined her legs, and rose to move about, her expression rife with confusion. Why was there no symptom or sensation at all? She had been poisoned for several hours yet felt utterly unscathed, save for a prior, overwhelming fatigue. A crow perched on the windowsill, remarking with irritation, "What symptoms do you expect? Are you not aware that you are immune to snake venom?" "What?" Qi Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. "Are you saying I won't be poisoned after being bitten by a snake?" "Of course not. You are half a serpent demon yourself." "Qi Xiaoyu," the crow continued, "however, Lu Meng indeed harbors intentions to kill you. It would be wise to eliminate him sooner rather than later." Qi Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy. "I have already sensed this." The following morning, Ding Xiaohu checked Qi Xiaoyu's breath and, relieved to find she was still alive, retrieved a red-feathered chicken egg from his pocket, cracking it open to consume the raw yolk as part of his morning training. Shortly thereafter, Qi Xiaoyu was stirred awake by Ding Xiaohu's ecstatic voice. I have reached the first level of Qi refinement. I have entered the first level of Qi refinement. Qi Xiaoyu opened her eyes to see Ding Xiaohu brimming with excitement. Xiaoyu, I have reached the first level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu smiled and replied, Congratulations. Haha, 5 months, and I've attained the first level of Qi refinement. My progress rivals that of those outer disciples with medium spiritual roots. I told you the red-feathered chicken's eggs are immensely nourishing. I insisted you try them. But you were skeptical. In the future, I'll sneak some out for you. Haha, I've reached the first level of Qi refinement. I will soon become an outer disciple, shedding this wretched servant identity. Ding Xiaohu danced with joy, and Qi Xiaoyu felt genuine happiness for him. They both enjoyed breakfast together before heading off to their respective duties. Upon seeing that Qi Xiaoyu had survived, Lu Meng looked as if he had seen a ghost. Disbelief etched on his face. At noon, while Qi Xiaoyu was practicing in front of the spirit snake cave, she suddenly heard the sound of a gavel summoning a gathering. In front of the spirit beast house, under a pear tree, Ding Xiaohu was bound and beaten, his face bruised and battered, in a pitiful state. Dozens of people had gathered around the spirit beast house, and manager Lu, whip in hand, coldly announced, Everyone, come and witness this. Qi Xiaoyu's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. Lu Meng cursed. This little brat dared to steal the eggs of the red-feathered chicken. Those eggs are treasures meant only for inner disciples. What makes you worthless scoundrels think you can consume them? Today, I shall impart a lesson to you scoundrels, so that you may comprehend the consequences of thievery within the beast chamber. Bring him forth. Ding Xiaohu was brought before them, pleading, I dare not, I dare not. Senior brother Lu, please spare me, I implore you. As he was forcibly restrained, Lu Meng wielded a hammer, and with a swift blow, struck down. Ack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Ding Xiaohu let out a piercing scream, causing many servant disciples to gasp in horror. Qi Xiaoyu, witnessing his friend's suffering, clenched his fists, a surge of murderous intent boiling within him. Lu Meng discarded the hammer and coldly declared, This is the fate that befalls those who pilfer from the beast chamber. Let us see who dares to do so again. Released, Ding Xiaohu crumpled to the ground, cradling his injured hand and weeping profusely. Now, everyone, back to work. Qi Xiaoyu, during Ding Xiaohu's recovery, assist him with his tasks, but do not neglect your own. Lu Meng uttered icily before retreating to his quarters. The others murmured as they departed, some mocking and reveling in the misfortune. First level of Qi refinement. What a show-off. Serves him right. Supporting Ding Xiaohu as they returned, Qi Xiaoyu inquired how he had been discovered and learned the truth. It turned out Ding Xiaohu had been overly exuberant, revealing his status as a first-level Qi refiner to other servants, which led one to inform steward Lu. Lu had stealthily tracked him down and uncovered his secret stash of Qi Yu eggs. The world is treacherous, wealth concealed invites envy, and loose lips can lead to disaster. After tending to Ding Xiaohu's injuries, Qi Xiaoyu made his way to the serpent garden, his eyes ablaze with vengeance. He had resolved to take decisive action against Lu Meng and could no longer endure waiting. Hiss! A slender, crimson-hued venomous snake coiled around a tree, its scales reminiscent of flames. The Qian snake, a deadly breed with no antidote known within the sect. Qi Xiaoyu reached out and seized the fearsome Qian snake, which, despite its notorious temperament, coiled around his hand with surprising docility. Lu Meng, the path to your demise is one you have chosen for yourself. In the dead of night, as all the servant disciples slumbered, Qi Xiaoyu approached Lu Meng's window. He gently pried it open, allowing the Qian snake to slither inside, emitting a series of hisses. The snake seemed to understand its purpose and slowly made its way into the room. Lu Meng, alone in his single room, was lost in a deep, drunken slumber, the air heavy with the scent of alcohol. The Qian snake crept to Lu Meng's feet, then slithered up his pant leg. Unconsciously, he reached down to scratch himself. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through him, and Lu Meng jolted awake, unleashing a blood-curdling scream. A snake bite. He hastily thrust his hand into his trousers, pulling out the crimson-hued, venomous snake. The Qian snake. He nearly fainted from terror. Hiss! The snake bit him again, and as he howled in agony, he flung the creature away. His cries echoed through the night, piercing the silence and awakening the other servants. Soon after, a multitude of errant disciples arrived. Drawn by the commotion, they pushed open the door to find Lu Meng curled on the ground, moaning softly, his body covered in crimson poison spots. Brother Lu. Some attempted to help him up. No, Don't touch him, Qi Xiaoyu shouted, her face etched with terror as she pointed to the corner. The fiery serpent. Brother Lu has been bitten by the fiery serpent. What? Those who had moved forward recoiled in fright upon seeing the serpent, no longer daring to approach Lu Meng. Lu Meng cried out in agony, "Help me, please," but no one dared to come near, horrified as they witnessed his skin beginning to char, turning black, with smoke rising as though he were being consumed by flames. Ah! Ah! Lu Meng's heart-wrenching screams filled the air as the venom surged through him. Before their terrified eyes, he was mercilessly burned by the poison of the fiery serpent, his flesh turning to ash, his bones blackened, a scene of unspeakable horror. Even Lu Meng, a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, could not withstand the venom. How terrifying! How could a fiery serpent be here? Was it able to sneak in through an improperly closed window? Lu Meng is dead. What shall we do? A group of errand disciples was in a state of panic. Qi Xiaoyu quickly declared, "This matter must be reported to the errand office. Dogsheng, you run the fastest. Go inform them." A frightened errand boy nodded repeatedly before hastily leaving to report the situation. Qi Xiaoyu, feigning caution, picked up a pole and approached, prodding the fiery serpent before quickly retreating, while others scrambled to make way. Soon after, Sun Hai, the head steward of the errand office, arrived. Upon inquiring about the situation, his expression darkened. Lu Meng was one of his own. How could Lu Meng have been bitten by the fiery serpent? Was someone responsible for placing the serpent in his room? He cast a scrutinizing glance at the gathered errand disciples, who shook their heads and stepped back in fear. "Brother Sun, we all witnessed Lu Meng's demise. We found that his window was open. It seems the fiery serpent slithered in and bit him." One errand disciple mustered the courage to explain. Qi Xiaoyu, with a sorrowful countenance, added, "The venom of the fiery serpent is incurable. Who would dare to catch such a snake?" Sun Hai furrowed his brow. Qi Xiaoyu's words held merit. Even he would retreat at the sight of such a venomous snake, let alone these inexperienced errand disciples. "You few, gather Lu Meng's remains with brooms and dustpans and bury them underground. I will arrange for a new steward to come tomorrow." He pointed at several individuals, who finally dared to take up brooms and sweep away what had turned to black ash. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the ground strewn with ash, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a coiled serpent ready to strike. The next day, a new steward named Song Fei, also at the 6th level of Qi refinement, arrived at the errand office. With the fervor of a new official seeking to establish authority, Song Fei wasted no time in asserting his dominance and setting rules. In just a few days, numerous errand disciples were reprimanded for minor infractions, facing severe penalties. He was not a benevolent figure. "Qi Xiaoyu, Lu Meng was killed by a snake, and you oversee the snake yard. If I see a venomous snake outside the yard from now on, I will flay you alive." Song Fei pointed at Qi Xiaoyu and chastised him. Qi Xiaoyu, with a stoic expression, replied, "Yes." On the 4th night of Song Fei's arrival, while he was in a deep slumber, he was abruptly awakened by 2 resounding slaps. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to see an enormous, pitch-black snake head looming before him, nearly as thick as a water barrel, coiled beside a young boy. The Xianbing python. Song Fei wished to scream, but the young boy calmly interjected, "Senior brother Song, it would be wise for you to remain silent and observe your surroundings." Only then did Song Fei notice that his room, his bed, and the floor were teeming with vividly colored venomous snakes, including the notorious 5-step snake and the red flame snake, creatures that inspired sheer terror. In an instant, panic overwhelmed him. He was nearly encircled by serpents. Qi Xiaoyu spoke with an air of tranquility. "My family has raised snakes for generations, allowing me to understand their language and communicate with them as friends. A few days ago, senior brother Lu was bitten to death. I trust you do not wish to meet the same fate?" With a face full of dread, Song Fei stammered, Qi junior brother, let us discuss this rationally. Do you have any demands?" Qi Xiaoyu toyed with a 5-step snake that sent shivers down Song Fei's spine. "It's quite simple," he said. "From now on, do not trouble me, and let us coexist peacefully. Every 5 days, I and Ding Xiaohu require 2 days off, and my salary should be dispersed as usual. Of course, senior brother Song could choose to act against me like senior brother Lu, but be mindful of the consequences. You may report me to the servants' hall, but I have already informed my friends that if anything befalls me, your fate shall be no better than Lu's. They will avenge me." As Qi Xiaoyu spoke, he gently placed a red flame snake atop Song Fei's head, prompting the other snakes to slither over him as if receiving a signal. Song Fei was on the verge of tears, paralyzed with fear. Qi junior brother, please, let your friends down. I promise. I will ensure you become the deputy manager of the spirit beast room. You won't even need to work. I beg you. Please let them down. Qi Xiaoyu chuckled softly as he patted his face. Senior brother Song. Let us all get along from now on. By the way, you do have some fracture medicine on you, don't you? Yes. I have the black jade bone mending ointment in my pocket. Qi Xiaoyu retrieved the medicine, hissing as he blew a whistle, and all the snakes obediently slithered off him. As he turned to leave, a multitude of venomous serpents and giant pythons trailed behind him, as if he were the king of all serpents. After Qi Xiaoyu departed, Song Fei trembled as he rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings for any lurking snakes. It was then that he realized his trousers were thoroughly dampened, a clear indication of his fright. Lu Meng had been slain by Qi Xiaoyu. After experiencing the recent events, how could he not comprehend the reason behind Lu Meng's demise at the hands of the serpent? I must inform the chief steward. He yearned to report this. Yet his feet remained rooted to the ground. No, that cannot be. Those snakes heed Qi Xiaoyu's commands. If Qi Xiaoyu were to be killed, wouldn't I be doomed as well? The recollection of Qi Xiaoyu's warning flooded his mind, causing him to collapse back onto the ground. Upon Qi Xiaoyu's return, Ding Xiaohu was still in a state of slumber. For the past few days, he had suffered such pain that sleep eluded him, requiring Qi Xiaoyu's assistance to render him unconscious at night. Qi Xiaoyu retrieved the black jade ointment and applied it to his hands. This was a superior healing salve, capable of treating injuries from falls and fractures. The finest black jade ointment could even mend severed meridians, though it was evident that this particular salve was of ordinary quality. The next day, when Ding Xiaohu awoke, he discovered that the pain in his palms had significantly lessened. Qi Xiaoyu tossed the black jade ointment to him, instructing him to apply it every 7 days. This ointment costs 1 or 2 spirit stones per vial. Xiaoyu, where did you acquire this? Ding Xiaohu inquired, astonished. Qi Xiaoyu evasively replied, I pilfered it from Steward Song at night. Use it discreetly and do not let anyone else know. At this, Ding Xiaohu's eyes turned red, tears welling up. Xiaoyu, thank you. I've realized that you are my only true friend in the entire spirit beast house. Qi Xiaoyu responded, we possess inferior spiritual roots, and your rapid cultivation will inevitably incite jealousy and suspicion from others. It is akin to wealth that should not be flaunted. Silence is the path to great fortune. You would do well to consume the red-feathered chicken eggs atop the mountain and refrain from greedily bringing them back. Ding Xiaohu chuckled ruefully, I wish I could. But those red-feathered chickens are exceedingly cunning. I have experienced their wrath firsthand. They can be quite relentless. Are you afraid of snakes? Qi Xiaoyu inquired. Not particularly. They are quite common in rural areas, Ding Xiaohu replied. Qi Xiaoyu then produced a 5-step snake from his bosom. Good heavens! Ding Xiaohu exclaimed, startled. Look at you trembling. This is a 5-step snake I raised myself. It recognizes me. Ding Xiaohu, with a mournful expression, protested, but that is a 5-step snake. A bite guarantees death within mere breaths. How could I not be afraid? Qi Xiaoyu approached, holding the serpent. I shall lend you this snake. It understands my words. I have informed it that you are my friend, so it will not harm you. Take it with you, and the red-feathered chickens should no longer dare to torment you. Ding Xiaohu's legs turned to jelly. Qi Xiaoyu draped the 5-step snake around his neck, and he dared not move, closing his eyes in fear. However, upon realizing that the serpent posed no threat, he cautiously reached out to touch it. Finding no harm, he fully trusted Qi Xiaoyu's assurances and began to play with the snake boldly. In terms of friendship, Ding Xiaohu was quite commendable. He did not hoard the red-feathered chicken eggs for himself, though one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that he sought to embroil Qi Xiaoyu in his schemes. However, Qi Xiaoyu was bitten by a snake, and he bravely risked his life to suck the venom for him, which deeply moved Qi Xiaoyu, who then resolved to lend him a hand. Human nature is inherently selfish, and encountering friends who can assist one in times of need is indeed a rare treasure. This is my secret. Do not divulge it to others. If you flaunt it as you did before, we shall sever ties. Qi Xiaoyu cautioned. Ding Xiaohu nodded earnestly. If I betray a friend's secret, may I be struck by lightning and perish by the bite of this 5-step snake. After they finished breakfast, Steward Song summoned everyone, and dozens of menial disciples from the spirit beast room gathered. Song Fei cast a wary glance at Qi Xiaoyu before clearing his throat and announcing, Everyone, please be quiet. I have an important announcement. Due to his diligent work, Qi Xiaoyu will henceforth serve as the assistant steward of our management room. He will enjoy 2 days off each week, and during my absence, he will take charge. Additionally, Ding Xiaohu, due to his injured hand, will also be entitled to 2 days off each week until he recovers. Upon hearing this, The menial disciples erupted in a chorus of astonished murmurs. Their gazes filled with envy and jealousy directed at Qi Xiaoyu. Ding Xiaohu, initially shocked, quickly transformed his expression into one of delight. Qi Xiaoyu maintained his composure and replied, "Thank you, steward." A few opportunistic disciples hastily approached, grinning as they exclaimed, "Congratulations, Assistant Steward Qi." Others soon followed, echoing their praises. To which Qi Xiaoyu responded with a respectful clasp of his fists. Steward Song forced a smile and said, "Now, back to work." The crowd dispersed, and Ding Xiaohu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Congratulations, Xiaoyu. Ha ha, you are now the assistant steward. Let us see who dares to look down on us brothers now." Previously, due to Lu Meng's disdainful attitude towards Qi Xiaoyu and his indifference towards Ding Xiaohu, others had kept their distance, wary of associating with him. Unaware of Ding Xiaohu's ignorance regarding the situation, Qi Xiaoyu remarked, "As I said, as long as we strive, we can hope to alter our fates. Never give up on yourself." Ding Xiaohu nodded in agreement, and as they conversed, they walked a distance before parting ways toward their respective work areas. Upon returning to the snake garden, Qi Xiaoyu began to reflect on the events of yesterday. His actions had undoubtedly altered his standing in the spirit beast room, and he had left a contingency plan in the form of a snake hidden beneath Song Fei's bed. Should Song Fei dare to expose him despite his threats, the snake would certainly serve as his harbinger of doom that night. Even if it aroused suspicion, he would have no other choice. From now on, Song Fei would think twice before causing him trouble. The next concern was to acquire funds. Relying solely on the essence provided by pigs and goats was far from sufficient, as higher realms demanded increasingly greater energy for cultivation. While arranging ordinary eggs on the egg rack, Qi Xiaoyu contemplated this dilemma. He seized a venomous snake that had crawled onto him, noting how it coiled around his hand, without the cold jade bottle. Perhaps I could consider using my body to contain the snake venom. As long as I remain alive and it does not deteriorate, the venom will remain preserved within me. Upon contemplating this, he resolved to take action. Qi Xiaoyu seized a green-scaled king snake, pried open its jaws to reveal its fangs, and then bit down on his own arm, allowing the venom to seep into his bloodstream. After extracting the venom from one snake, he proceeded to the next, employing his snake manipulation technique to concentrate and accumulate the toxic essence. Having gathered the venom from 4 green-scaled king snakes, he amassed a formidable amount, enough toxin to fell dozens of elephants. He then stored a similar quantity of crimson flame snake venom in his left arm. Qi Xiaoyu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Despite his immunity, the effects lingered, and carrying too much venom was akin to overindulging in alcohol. Once he completed his tasks for the day, he sought leave from Manager Song. After receiving his leave permit, he departed from the valley housing the Spirit Beast room. At the exit of the Spirit Beast Valley, he encountered patrolling disciples of the Qingyan sect. Presenting his stamped leave permit, he was subjected to a thorough search before being allowed to pass. This precaution was to prevent menial disciples from escaping or smuggling items from the Spirit Beast Valley. Little did they know that someone would dare to carry snake venom within their own body. Qingyan City, situated at the foot of the Qingyan mountain range, was a bustling metropolis under the jurisdiction of the Qingyan sect, boasting a population exceeding 1 million and teeming with cultivators. Initially, this locale was established by the elders of the Qingyan sect or influential disciples who relocated their families here. Over the course of several centuries, it evolved into a thriving city. The power dynamics here were complex, with prominent families and significant figures within the Qingyan sect. After some time had passed, Qi Xiaoyu arrived at the city's rear gate and entered within. The streets were filled with pedestrians, the vibrant atmosphere evoking a sense of wonder within him. After spending months in the menial labor of the Spirit Beast room, this was his first glimpse of the bustling human world. Tailor shops, taverns, tea houses, apothecaries, weapon shops, talisman stores, and even artifact shops lined the streets. After a brief stroll, he quickly exited. Even the most basic artifact started at 10 taels of spirit stones, translating to over 1,000 silvers. For the first time, he found himself amused by his own poverty. Realizing why the shopkeepers had shown him little regard due to his menial attire, he first visited a tailor, purchasing a set of ordinary clothing for 1 tael of silver. The exorbitant prices leaving him astounded. After changing out of his menial robes, he acquired a fox mask and, after inquiring around, made his way to an apothecary. This establishment, named Bai Chao Tang, boasted a sizable FAAD and was renowned within Qingyan City for selling elixirs and various medicinal powders while also purchasing herbs. Upon reaching Bai Chao Tang, Qi Xiaoyu donned his mask and entered. Inside, he observed that he was not alone in his disguise among the 10 or so patrons. 2 or 3 adorned masks or veils, concealing their true identities. The apothecary's counters displayed an array of elixirs, chi-nourishing pills, vitality-restoring pills, energy supplement pills, golden wound ointment, and black jade healing salve, all clearly priced at a minimum of 1 tael of spirit stone. Some even require dozens of taels, which left Qi Xiaoyu trembling with trepidation. How many years of honest labor would it take for him to afford a single vial of elixir? Approaching a male shop attendant, Qi Xiaoyu, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness, inquired, "Do you purchase medicinal herbs here?" The attendant smiled and replied, "Naturally, we do. What type of herbs do you wish to sell, esteemed guest?" "The venom of the green-scaled serpent king and the venom of the crimson flame serpent." Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression shifted to one of astonishment and gravity. He quickly responded, "Yes, yes. How much do you possess, esteemed guest?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I will return shortly." With that, he departed, leaving the attendant in a state of bewilderment. Once outside the 100 Herbs Hall, Qi Xiaoyu made his way to an empty alley. From his bosom, he retrieved a purchased ceramic vial, channeling his serpent venom technique to gradually expel the serpent poison from his arm. Throughout this process, he endeavored to avoid releasing his own blood. However, the venom inevitably mingled with his blood, resulting in a crimson hue. Each of the 2 ceramic vials contained a little over a chin, and fearing a reduction in value due to the blood contamination, he deliberately extracted a bit more. A moment later, he returned to the 100 Herbs Hall, presenting the 2 vials to the astonished attendant. "What do you think of the goods?" The attendant opened the vials, observing the color, which elicited a further look of surprise, followed by a sniff to assess the aroma. After a moment of contemplation, he offered an apologetic smile, "Esteemed guest, I cannot ascertain their value. May I take them to our shopkeeper for evaluation?" Qi Xiaoyu's heart sank. Was there a chance they might not be accepted? He nodded, and the attendant departed with the vials. Inside the hall of the 100 Herbs, a young woman clad in a greenish-blue dress was conversing over tea with an elderly man in an alchemist's robe. The woman, with an oval face and striking beauty, appeared to be in her early 20s, and her flowing light green gown exuded an air of elegant grace befitting her youth. She was Lu Xinger, the shopkeeper. The attendant entered, bowing respectfully. "A guest has come to sell what appears to be the essence of medicinal serpent venom, but I feared I might misjudge, so I sought your expertise." Intrigued, Lu Xingo accepted the ceramic vials and frowned slightly. "It is surprising that this is not contained in a cold jade bottle. Is there not a risk of losing the medicinal properties?" After examining the contents and sniffing the aroma, she furrowed her brow. "This does not seem to resemble the essence of medicinal serpent venom. There exists a type of individual, nurtured only by large apothecaries or alchemists, known as a medicinal person. Such a person is raised on specific herbs from a young age, and after a certain period, if they survive the toxicity, their blood and flesh acquire the properties of those herbs. Consequently, their essence becomes exceedingly precious, far surpassing the value of the herbs that nourish them. These individuals are referred to as medicinal people. Their fate is quite tragic, for to become a medicinal person signifies that one has effectively become mere material, no longer considered human. Many alchemy houses and apothecaries engage in their cultivation." The elderly alchemist, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Let me take a look." Lu Xinger promptly handed over the vial and said, "Elder Yi, could you take a look?" "Indeed. It is the venom of the emerald-scaled serpent king and the crimson flame serpent, yet the blood seems unlike that of ordinary serpentine remedies." The alchemist, referred to as Elder Yi, scrutinized the liquid's hue and inhaled its essence, his expression growing grave. He extracted a silver needle, dipped it in the blood, and observed it with heightened diligence. Gradually, a look of astonishment illuminated his face. This is venom nurtured with the blood of a top-tier spiritual serpent. Such a treasure, albeit a bit of a waste to use premium spiritual serpent blood for these 2 venoms. The value of the serpent blood far exceeds that of the venom itself. What? Venom nurtured with premium spiritual serpent blood? Lu Xinger was equally taken aback. Such a remarkable substance. This toxic blood could serve as a material for crafting high-grade elixirs of the 3rd tier. Alas, if only the toxicity were a notch higher. It could be utilized for 4th-tier elixirs. Elder Yi expressed a hint of regret. Shortly thereafter, Qi Xiaoyu observed a young woman with a radiant smile, akin to a gentle spring breeze, step forth. She smiled and inquired, "Dear guest, are you looking to sell this pair of serpent blood venoms?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded, and Lu Xinger responded, "Our 100 medicinal hall is interested. May I ask your asking price?" Without uttering a word, Qi Xiaoyu extended 2 fingers, indicating 10 taels of spirit stones for 1 vial and 20 for 2. Lu Xing'er tentatively asked, 200 taels of spirit stones? Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, though the mask concealed his expression. Is it indeed 200 taels of spirit stones? Lu Xing'er pressed on. Qi Xiaoyu cautiously nodded. Lu Xing'er beamed with delight. It's a deal. With urgency. The other party swiftly produced 2 bags containing 100 taels of spirit stones each and handed them to Qi Xiaoyu. Bewildered, Qi Xiaoyu accepted them, suppressing his overwhelming joy as he turned to leave, fearful that the deal would be rescinded. Lu Xing'er quickly collected the 2 vials of serpent blood, equally anxious about the possibility of a reversal. Both parties felt they had triumphed in the exchange, convinced the other had lost out, deeming it an exhilarating transaction. Clutching the 2 hefty bags of spirit stones within his sleeve, Qi Xiaoyu hastened to a narrow alley, removed his mask, and gasped for breath, his eyes still reflecting surprise. He had nearly forgotten to count the spirit stones at the counter. 200 taels of spirit stones? He opened the bag to reveal glowing, rounded, semi-transparent spirit stones, his heart racing with excitement. The pharmacies in this grand city are remarkably fair. Qi Xiaoyu was almost moved to tears. They say cities are full of tricks. Yet these are clearly good folks. This big city is incredible. I can't believe the Crimson Flame Serpent Venom and the Emerald Scaled Serpent King Venom are worth so much. Zhou Ping, that old scoundrel, deceived me into thinking they were only worth 10 taels. After a while, he steadied himself from the waves of exhilarations, contemplating the 2 large bags of spirit stones. Here, a pound equated to 10 taels, making 200 taels a hefty 20 pounds of spirit stones. This quantity was cumbersome to transport back to the sect, if only he had a storage pouch. However, he couldn't purchase one, as it would draw undue attention to a lowly disciple. No, I must spend it quickly, Qi Xiaoyu resolved, compressing the 2 bags of spirit stones into the ample folds of his sleeves, and briskly made his way toward the magical artifact shop. He entered a shop dedicated to mystical artifacts, which at that moment was devoid of patrons. The shopkeeper, who also served as the sole attendant, was idly snacking on sunflower seeds. Upon the arrival of Qi Xiaoyu, adorned with a fox mask, the shopkeeper's demeanor instantly brightened, and he greeted her with a beaming smile, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest. Please feel free to browse." In a hoarse voice, Qi Xiaoyu replied, "Shopkeeper, I wish to procure a complete set of artifacts for my grandson. Do you have any recommendations?" The mention of a complete set, rather than a single item, sparked a glimmer of excitement in the shopkeeper's eyes, and he eagerly inquired, "May I ask, esteemed elder, what is your grandson's cultivation level?" After a moment's contemplation, Qi Xiaoyu responded, "He is at the 3rd level of Qi refinement." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "In that case, I would recommend these items. Behold, this is the feathered sword, a medium-grade artifact crafted from the feathers of silver cranes. Remarkably light and best suited for cultivators below the 6th level of Qi refinement. Even a 3rd-level cultivator can wield it effortlessly due to its minimal consumption of vital energy. Since your grandson is still young, although a lower-grade artifact may be more appropriate for his current energy capacity, his future path is long, and it won't be long before he breaks through. At that time, a lower-grade artifact may no longer suffice. Additionally, there is this iron shell turtle shield, also a medium-grade artifact capable of generating a defensive barrier spanning 10 feet, sufficient to withstand the full force of an attack from a 6th-level Qi refinement master. Even attacks from higher-level cultivators can be suitably mitigated, and for those below the 6th level, without equivalent artifacts. The energy of a 3rd-level cultivator can sustain the shield for half an incense stick's duration. Furthermore, we have the Wind Swift Boots, a medium-grade artifact that grants one the swiftness of the wind, allowing speeds of up to 15 zhang, approximately 60 meters, in a mere breath. Lastly, there is the Silver Silk Armor, a high-grade soft armor woven from silver silk and mixed with secret silver, providing exceptional protection against medium-grade weaponry. The shopkeeper continued to present 7 or 8 artifacts, and Qi Xiaoyu listened intently, her eyes gleaming with desire. "How much for these?" she inquired. The shopkeeper's smile widened. "If you wish to purchase them all, I can offer you a 10% discount, totaling 400 taels of spirit stones." Qi Xiaoyu's lips twitched. She could not afford such a price. Her gaze wandered among the artifacts, the feathered sword particularly appealing as she lacked an offensive artifact. It measured about a foot in length, akin to a dagger, adorned with feather-like engravings, and when she lifted it, she found it astonishingly light, devoid of any iron weight, yet sharp to the touch, marked with inscriptions of refinement. Considering the essentials of attack, defense, and speed, She concluded that the most necessary items were indeed the feathered sword, the iron shell turtle shield, and the windswift boots. With this in mind, she asked, "What is the total for the feathered sword, iron shell turtle shield, and windswift boots?" The shopkeeper replied, "For these 3 items, I can offer you a price of 150 taels of spirit stones." Chi Xiaoyu responded calmly, 100 taels, and I shall return often. Oh dear, these are all medium-grade artifacts. At 100 taels, I would be losing money. How about 145 taels? And we can become friends? 110 taels, that is my final offer. The two engaged in a protracted negotiation, ultimately settling on a price of 130 taels, but the shopkeeper remained firm. With that, Chi Xiaoyu turned to leave. Ultimately, the shopkeeper slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Senior, let it be 130 taels. Consider me as having secured a long-term customer. Your grandson will undoubtedly achieve great heights in the realm of Qi. And when it comes time to replace your magical tools, do remember to patronize my business." Chi Xiaoyu, feeling a pang of reluctance, complied with the payment and casually inquired, "How does one use them?" "Simply infuse them with your true energy after recognizing them with your blood. No special restrictions are required." After this statement, under the astonished gaze of the shopkeeper, Chi Xiaoyu promptly pricked his finger and dripped blood on the 3 magical artifacts to establish a bond. Ouch! What was I thinking? The shopkeeper suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had made a poor decision. This was no wealthy elder purchasing gifts for a grandson. The prospect of a long-term customer seemed bleak. As the artifacts absorbed his blood, Chi Xiaoyu felt an immediate and profound connection with them. After stowing the artifacts away, he turned to leave, but the shopkeeper shouted, "Wait, no, fellow friend. Be sure to return here for new equipment when you break through your cultivation." Wearing the Qi Feng boots, Chi Xiaoyu felt a remarkable lightness in his step as the shoes adjusted perfectly to his feet, surpassing any sports shoes from his past life. Channeling his true energy into the boots, he harnessed his strength and took a powerful step forward. Whoosh! He soared over 40 meters, nearly colliding with a horse-drawn carriage. Remarkably, he sensed he had not exerted his full strength, as his physical prowess had hardly been tapped. With 70 taels remaining, he decided to reserve some funds for elixirs. At another apothecary, Chi Xiaoyu glanced at the prices of the elixirs and purchased a vial of Qi recovery pills for 10 taels. The prices of other elixirs that could enhance his cultivation were exorbitant, typically around 15 taels or even more. However, recalling the substantial worth of the snake venom, he decided against being overly frugal. He acquired 2 vials of nourishing Qi pills at 15 taels each, 2 boxes of black jade ointment, and 2 vials of healing salve, totaling 44 taels. With 27 taels left, Chi Xiaoyu entered a tavern to indulge his culinary desires, ordering extravagant dishes unattainable at his sex dining hall, spending 3 taels. Passing by a brothel, he noticed the strikingly attractive young women at the entrance, and though a blush crept across his face, he ultimately decided against it. After all, he had yet to reach adulthood. After purchasing some items for Ding Xiaohu, Chi Xiaoyu was preparing to head back when he was unexpectedly bumped into. He remained unscathed while the other person fell to the ground as if colliding with a wall. His lower body, fortified by practicing the sun fist stance, was exceptionally stable. The disheveled boy, appearing dusty and ragged, quickly got up to apologize before hastily departing. Chi Xiaoyu paid little mind to the incident, but after walking a short distance, he realized his coin pouch was missing. Had he been robbed? When had that happened? Frowning, Chi Xiaoyu retraced his thoughts and recalled the boy who had bumped into him. His expression darkened as he swiftly turned back, only to find that the short-haired boy had vanished without a trace. It seemed he had been robbed right under his nose. He remained unhurried, extending his tongue, which surprisingly bifurcated at the tip, long and extraordinarily agile. A wealthy woman adorned in satin passing by was immediately captivated by the sight. Just as she was about to approach, Chi Xiaoyu retracted his tongue and swiftly departed with a burst of energy. "Oh, young man, there's a lucrative opportunity here." The affluent lady lamented as Chi Xiaoyu vanished into thin air. What a remarkable tongue he possesses. Chi Xiaoyu had captured the scent molecules of the person who had just bumped into him, much like a snake tracks its prey using these very molecules. Capable of identifying its target from kilometers away, the sensory abilities of a serpent's tongue were even more astonishing. Outside Qingyan City, not far from a stream 3 miles away, stood an abandoned temple. A disheveled boy, dusty and ragged, returned and cautiously pushed the temple door open before quickly shutting it behind him. "Brother, you're back." 2 youthful voices chimed in. A 7-year-old boy with a limp and a 4-year-old girl hurriedly approached, their faces beaming with joy. The boy smiled and nodded. Retrieving 2 large buns from his pocket, his voice soft and melodious, "CC, sure too, look what I brought for you." Each child received a bun. "Brother, did you eat?" the boy inquired. The youth nodded. "I've already eaten." However, as soon as he spoke, his stomach rumbled audibly. "Brother is lying. You surely haven't eaten." "You eat first. If you don't eat, neither will we," the boy insisted, offering his bun. The girl mirrored his action. Just as the boy was about to respond, the temple door was suddenly kicked open. The trio was startled, retreating instinctively as Qi Xiaoyu entered, his gaze fixed on the boy as he extended his hand, commanding, "Hand it over." The boy picked up a stick meant for dogs, facing Qi Xiaoyu in silence, his eyes fierce as he shielded the 2 little ones behind him. Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, sweeping his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that struck the boy, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. "Brother, don't hurt our brother." The boy and girl quickly positioned themselves in front of the fallen youth, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. The boy, clutching his chest, stood up and instinctively backed away while embracing the 2 children. He produced a money pouch from his clothing and tossed it to Qi Xiaoyu, gritting his teeth. "I stole your belongings. Here they are. Just don't harm them." Qi Xiaoyu opened the pouch, verifying that the spirit stones remained intact. His frown easing as he glanced at the 2 ragged children behind the boy, his brow slightly furrowing. In the boy's gaze, he momentarily glimpsed the protective look his sister had once given him. However, he chose not to utter a word and simply turned to leave. After Qi Xiaoyu exited the dilapidated temple, the boy followed cautiously to observe, and upon confirming his departure, he let out a small sigh of relief. "Brother, are you all right?" Shirtu asked, concern etched on his face. The boy rubbed his chest and shook his head. "I'm fine." Yet, a lingering fear remained in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that the youth was a cultivator, relieved that he had not resorted to violence. The boy, with his stone-like eyes glistening, said, "Brother, from now on, let's refrain from stealing money. My leg, which cannot be cured, is of no consequence to me. However, both Shishi and I cannot bear to lose you." The youth gently tousled his hair and reassured him, "Do not worry, Stone. I will surely gather enough money to heal your leg." The girl, Shishi, offered a bun to the youth, urging him to eat. He took a bite, yet failed to reach the filling within. At that moment, the door of the dilapidated temple was forcefully kicked open once more, revealing Qi Xiaoyu, who had returned. This time, he bore a half-side of pork on his left shoulder and a large sack of rice weighing nearly 100 pounds on his right. The trio was taken aback, and the youth stood up, eyeing Qi Xiaoyu with caution. Qi Xiaoyu declared, "I am preparing a meal here. Come lend a hand." After a moment's hesitation, the youth approached to help him unload the pork, which weighed nearly 100 pounds as well. Qi Xiaoyu set down the sack of rice and inquired, "Do you have a pot here?" The youth nodded, pointing to a battered iron pot with a missing ear resting upon his makeshift stone stove. Qi Xiaoyu inspected it. Nodding in approval, "It will suffice. You assist me in starting a fire while I slice the pork." With that, Qi Xiaoyu moved to cut the pork, drawing forth his Feiyu sword to carve a generous portion of marbled belly meat, which he then diced into chunks resembling mahjong tiles. Once the pork was prepared, Qi Xiaoyu produced a few taels of silver from his coin pouch, tossing them to the young boy. "Boy, do you know how to use money? Go buy me some soy sauce, salt, star anise, ginger, yellow wine, and a good iron pot." Stone gazed at the silver on the ground, momentarily stunned, before shifting his gaze to the youth, who nodded in affirmation. He picked up the silver and, limping slightly, set off to procure the items, with Shishi trailing closely behind him. Qi Xiaoyu observed the boy's limp and furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to comment. Once the 2 children had departed, Qi Xiaoyu continued slicing the meat and asked the youth tending the fire, "Are they your siblings?" The youth replied, "Indeed, what is it to you? If you intend to harm them, I shall fight you fiercely, even if you are a cultivator." Qi Xiaoyu chuckled. "Do I really need to go through such lengths to express my intentions? I merely wish to have a meal here." The youth remained silent, continuing to tend the fire. Qi Xiaoyu inquired, "What is your name?" After a pause, the youth responded, "They all call me the little beggar." Not long after, Stone and Shishi returned with the items, Shishi awkwardly carrying a new iron pot on her back. Qi Xiaoyu instructed the little beggar to wash the newly acquired pot and prepare a pot of rice. He himself tossed the chunks of pork into the old iron pot to sod until the fat rendered, then added ginger and star anise to infuse the aroma. Following that, he poured in some yellow wine to eliminate the gamey scent, continuing to fry the meat, and finally added soy sauce to enrich the color. He ladled a scoop of water from the nearby vat with a gourd dipper, covered the pot with a wooden lid, and began to stew the dish. Before long, the savory aroma of braised pork wafted throughout the dilapidated temple, causing both Shirtu and Cece, who had just finished their buns, to salivate profusely. The already famished little beggar's stomach growled uncontrollably, and he swallowed hard repeatedly. After stewing for a while, as the broth reduced over high heat, Chi Xiaoyu lifted the pot of braised pork and poured it over the freshly cooked rice, releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Noticing the three individuals drooling uncontrollably, Chi Xiaoyu's lips curled into a slight smile as he proposed, "I cannot consume all this rice alone. Would you three care to join me?" The trio, having been tormented by the enticing aroma, eagerly approached with their begging bowls. Chi Xiaoyu also grabbed a worn yet relatively clean earthenware bowl and served himself a generous helping of braised pork over rice. The three had never tasted such delectable meat and rice before, devouring it ravenously. Even Cece managed to finish a large bowl, yearning for more but was stopped by Chi Xiaoyu, who feared she might overindulge. As for the beggar boy, he consumed 3 substantial bowls of rice, feeling utterly stuffed. Leaning against a pillar, the three wore expressions of bliss, with Cece exclaiming, "This is the most exquisite thing I have ever eaten in my life." The beggar boy remained silent, but he likely felt the same sentiment in his heart. At that moment, a crow flew into the temple and perched on Chi Xiaoyu's shoulder, its gaze towards the beggar boy shimmering with an unusual glimmer. Chi Xiaoyu, reclining at the foot of the deity statue, observed the contented expressions of the three after their meal, a smile gracing his lips. The beggar boy looked at Chi Xiaoyu and hesitated before asking, "Why do you do this?" Chi Xiaoyu replied lazily, "Because I wish to." The beggar boy was at a loss for words. After a pause, Chi Xiaoyu looked towards the temple's entrance and remarked, "Hunger is truly the most tormenting sensation. I never experienced it in my youth. However, after my parents passed away, I often felt that emptiness, endless work yet never enough to eat. During that time, my sister-in-law would secretly slip me buns." The beggar boy spoke after a moment. "Thank you. It was truly delicious. I haven't felt so full in a long time." Chi Xiaoyu chuckled. "Delicious, isn't it? It's called braised pork. In my previous life," his gaze dimmed slightly, "a long time ago, my mother used to make it for me." Shifting the topic, Chi Xiaoyu asked, "Did you steal money to help his leg?" The beggar boy nodded. "His name is Shirtu. His leg is broken. The doctor said it could be healed, but we lack the funds for medicine." Upon hearing this, Chi Xiaoyu stood up and approached the satiated boy, Shirtu, squatting down with a smile. "Shirtu, may I take a look at your leg?" Shirtu glanced at the beggar boy before nodding, pulling up the tattered leg of his trousers to reveal a leg marred by twisted bones and swollen flesh. Chi Xiaoyu picked up a stick and said, "Bite this. I will help you set the bone." Shirtu, filled with surprise, asked, "Big brother, are you a doctor?" "You may consider me one," Chi Xiaoyu replied. He gently supported Shida's leg, realigning the bone as Shirtu bit down on the stick, letting out pained hisses, tears streaming down his cheeks. After realigning the bones, Chi Xiaoyu took out a jar of black jade ointment and applied it to the boy's leg. He then used 2 wooden sticks as splints, securing them around the leg to prevent further misalignment. Once all was done, he turned to the beggar boy and Cece, who looked on with concern, and said, "I've applied the medicine. In about half a month, the bone should heal." The beggar boy's face brightened, and he cast a grateful glance at Chi Xiaoyu. Thank you, big brother. You are a good person," he said. Cece echoed his gratitude. Chi Xiaoyu waved his hand dismissively. "It's a small effort. However, I advise you both not to steal from others again. I can help you procure some food seeds. There is plenty of uncultivated land outside the temple, and you could sustain yourselves by farming." The beggar boy, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "We didn't always steal money. Mostly, we took food. Most of the time, we begged. It was only after someone broke Shida's leg that we resorted to stealing money to treat him." Chi Xiaoyu refrained from inquiring about who had harmed Shirtu, as the lives of those at the bottom of society are rife with suffering. "Are they not your biological siblings?" he asked. The beggar boy shook his head. "Shirtu is also an orphan, having lost his parents, and Cece was abandoned. I met them 2 years ago, and we have been together ever since." A tinge of sorrow filled Chi Xiaoyu's heart. Such situations were nearly unheard of in his previous life, yet this world was filled with countless individuals like them. Not wishing to dwell on the somber topic, Chi Xiaoyu shifted the conversation. "Your technique in stealing from me was quite impressive. I didn't notice at all." The beggar boy looked a bit embarrassed and said, "It was taught to me by my master, called the nimble hand technique. He was also a beggar, but he left after only a few days of teaching, so I haven't mastered it." The nimble hand technique. Intriguing. Might I see it again? The beggar boy nodded and pointed in a direction. "Look over there." Chi Xiaoyu glanced, and in the next instant, he felt his money pouch had vanished from his waist. Now in the beggar boy's hands. He was taken aback. In just a moment of distraction, his pouch had been stolen without him noticing. Do it again. After readying the pouch, this time Chi Xiaoyu kept his gaze fixed on his waist. He watched as the boy's slender fingers danced across his side like a butterfly flitting through flowers, completing the act of theft in an instant. The swiftness of the technique left Chi Xiaoyu in awe. What an astonishing skill. The beggar boy appeared slightly shy. It's merely a lowly, underhanded technique. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Haha, indeed, I would like to learn. It's quite simple. One must train the dexterity and speed of their fingers. Complemented by the art of distraction, he began to earnestly teach Chi Xiaoyu, who, under his guidance, started to practice the technique. Meanwhile, the crow approached an incense burner-like object, which emanated a foul odor, clearly having been used as a chamber pot. Unexpectedly, this treasure has fallen into such disgrace, reduced to a mere night vessel. Was it not the one that accompanied me during that battle, cast into the rift of time? The crow murmured to itself. That night, Chi Xiaoyu took refuge in the dilapidated temple, having requested 2 days off, with plans to return the following morning. The night passed in silence, and Chi Xiaoyu swallowed a qi-nourishing pill to commence his cultivation. Once the pill entered his body, it was swiftly refined, releasing strands of celestial and earthly spiritual energy, which could be transformed into true energy through his cultivation methods. The efficacy of this qi-nourishing pill was indeed remarkable. One pill equated to the essence derived from the flesh of over 10 wild boars and goats. The next day, Chi Xiaoyu set out to procure some seeds and farming tools, and alongside a young beggar boy, they began to cultivate the wasteland outside the temple. While the two worked the land, Shishi assisted by scattering seeds behind them. As for her motivation to help, it was merely an act of kindness towards her former self. This world had yet to extinguish the humanity within him. Those who, after enduring tragic experiences, sought to annihilate the world and harbored grievances against society were merely afflicted with profound mental turmoil. If one suffered, why not seek vengeance on those who caused the suffering, instead of perpetuating the cycle of despair? With Chi Xiaoyu's strength, they quickly transformed 2 acres of overgrown wilderness into arable land. After clearing and sowing the seeds, it was already noon, and rain began to pour from the sky. Chi Xiaoyu smoked the leftover pork from the previous day and prepared a delicious dish of pickled vegetables and braised goose in an iron pot. The aroma enticing enough to make anyone salivate. Suddenly, the decrepit door of the temple was kicked open with a resounding bang. The tantalizing scent wafted through the air. A few figures entered to escape the rain, instantly captivated by the fragrance. Among them were 2 young men and a woman, all elegantly dressed. Likely affluent youths enjoying an outing. Their polished appearance starkly contrasted with the sight of the filthy beggars eating on the ground. Upon observing the dirty figures crouched down to eat, a look of disdain and contempt flickered in the eyes of the newcomers. "Look at these little beggars feasting on what appears to be swill," one young man remarked, casting a glance at the pot of pickled vegetables and braised goose, suppressing his own desire as he swallowed hard. The 3 beggars, Shitu, Shishi, and Chi Xiaoyu, quickly rose and retreated a few steps. Chi Xiaoyu frowned, his pupils transforming into slits reminiscent of a serpent's. He could distinctly sense the energy radiating from the trio, even perceiving their true energy. These individuals were not ordinary. The woman in the yellow dress was at the 5th level of chi refinement. The tallest man reached the 6th level, while the slightly shorter one was also at the 5th level. The woman in yellow, her face twisted in disgust, commanded, "These lowly beings should not be allowed to consume such food. Drive them out." The shorter man sneered, stepping forward to kick over the iron pot, spilling the meat and broth across the ground. "Did you hear? Get out." Witnessing the waste of food, Shishi's eyes glistened with tears, while Shitu, enraged, retorted, "This is our home." The short man, upon hearing this, laughed mockingly. "Oh, you dare to talk back, little brat." He advanced and struck Shitu with a swift slap, sending him tumbling to the ground, his head striking the earth and drawing blood. The diminutive figure sought to strike, but the beggar youth attempted to intervene. However, Xiao Xiaoyu was swifter, seizing the assailant's wrist and stating, "He is merely a child. Let us exit." The short individual struggled to free himself, but found Xiao Xiaoyu's grip astonishingly strong. Xiao Xiaoyu then released the man's hand, stepped forward to assist the stone, and made way to leave. Yet, the short man, inflamed with anger, declared coldly, "You may go, but how dare you lay your filthy hands upon me? You must bow and apologize, or I shall crush that very hand." The beggar youth retorted with indignation, "Do not go too far. We have already yielded the temple to you." The woman in yellow scoffed, "What of it? You filthy insects. As the beggar youth prepared to respond, Xiao Xiaoyu grasped his shoulder, saying, "Let us first depart. I will return shortly to bow and apologize." Once outside the temple, the beggar youth clenched his fist and insisted, "Do not go. I will apologize to them." Xiao Xiaoyu replied with a calm smile, "Fear not. Leave it to me. None of us need to apologize. In this world, reason cannot yield to the unreasonable." Within the temple, the three gathered by the fire. The strikingly handsome tall man furrowed his brow and asked, "Rian, do you truly intend to unite with Zhaoqin?" Lu Rian replied impassively, "That impoverished lad has ascended to become a disciple of the esteemed elder of Qingbai Peak. His talent among the new disciples of Qingyun's sect second only to that girl with exceptional spiritual roots. I cannot alter my family's decision." The short man, filled with resentment, exclaimed, "Heaven's decree is unjust. We are the elite among men, yet we are bestowed only with mediocre spiritual roots, while those commoners are granted superior and exceptional ones." His anger intensified, and he bellowed, "That boy, come forth and apologize." Before he could finish, he suddenly contorted in pain, gasping for breath and collapsing to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, "Cui Lin, what has happened to you?" Lu Rian and the tall man exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him. The man named Cui Lin convulsed. His wrist, previously grasped by Xiao Xiaoyu, now a dark hue. He had been poisoned. Xiao Xiaoyu entered and closed the temple door, a cold smile gracing his face. Poisoned? The two were taken aback, and the tall man, sensing danger, began to warn, but Xiao Xiaoyu surged forward with explosive force. Boom! He charged in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. His fist was enveloped in genuine energy, and he unleashed nearly all his strength. Although the tall man reacted swiftly, summoning energy for defense, he could barely mobilize it before Xiao Xiaoyu's fist collided with his face. The sound of a crack echoed as his visage caved in, sending him crashing against the wall, which splintered under the impact. "You!" Lu Rian gasped in shock, hastily drawing her sword. Yet, after delivering that punch, Xiao Xiaoyu flicked his sleeve, sending forth a foot-long feathered sword with force. The sword pierced directly through Lu Rian's throat. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she clutched her severed throat with both hands, staggering in a desperate attempt to flee, yearning for survival. Yet, Qi Xiaoyu was not one to grant her such an opportunity. He seized her by the neck, his fingers tightening mercilessly, snapping her cervical vertebrae with a single motion. Lu Rian's body crumpled to the ground, her eyes wide open, devoid of life. All three were slain. Qi Xiaoyu commenced a search of their belongings, discovering a sword and a small pouch resembling a sachet on Lu Rian, with nothing else of note. The other two yielded merely 2 small pouches each, devoid of any further items. How impoverished they were! Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, surveying the 3 pouches and the sword. Could it be that these pouches contained? His eyes narrowed as he recalled a certain possibility. Channeling his vital energy into one of the pouches, he sensed an extraordinary spatial presence within, a 2-foot chamber filled with elixirs, spiritual stones, and magical artifacts. All 3 pouches possessed such characteristics, storage pouches. He was aware of their existence, though the most basic ones required a minimum of 50 spiritual stones each. He had considered purchasing one, but refrained, fearing that using it within the sect would attract undue attention. After all, how could a mere servant disciple possess a storage pouch? Weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided against it, opting instead to conceal his palm-sized iron turtle shield in his pocket and the Feiyu sword within his sleeve. With no time to inventory the contents, he gathered the 3 corpses together. Merging his vital energy with serpent venom, he unleashed a cloud of poisonous mist infused with the venom of the crimson flame serpent. This noxious vapor enveloped the bodies, causing them to rapidly char, their flesh reduced to ashes. Ultimately, all that remained was a heap of blackened residue. Regarding the storage pouches, he contemplated their worth, torn between discarding them and the reluctance to do so. If he kept them, would they be recognized? Perhaps it would be wiser to visit a pawnshop, ensuring no one tampered with them, thus averting potential trouble. After casting the ashes of the 3 into the fire pit, Qi Xiaoyu exited the temple and opened the door. "Where are the 3? Shirtu inquired, astonished. The beggar boy seemed to grasp the situation, responding in a solemn tone, "Do not ask. Those 3 never set foot here. Shirtu, you must not speak of today's events to anyone who inquires, understood?" "Understood." Both children nodded earnestly. The beggar boy expressed his regrets. "I am sorry for bringing trouble upon you." Qi Xiaoyu brushed the ashes from his hands, replying, "It matters not. The world is now rid of 3 nuisances. However, you can no longer stay here. The beggar boy nodded in acquiescence as they hastily gathered their belongings and departed. As Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the temple, he mused that he was indeed fated to clash with it. His first act of killing had occurred here. He set the temple ablaze, leading the three away to a village outside the city, where he spent some silver to procure a modest farmhouse for them. In the evening, Qi Xiaoyu bid farewell to the trio, preparing to return to the sect, clutching a small incense burner that emitted a faint, peculiar aroma, an item the raven had insisted he take upon leaving the temple. Little Wu, is this not the night pot of stone? What is it for? Qi Xiaoyu asked curiously. The crow replied nonchalantly, you have stumbled upon a rare treasure. This is the Jiu Li Tian fire furnace. Jiu Li Tian fire furnace. Such a domineering name. What grade of magical artifact is it? What is its purpose? Qi Xiaoyu inquired while washing away the scent of youthful urine by the riverbank. The crow continued. In the past, it could have barely been considered a divine artifact. However, its spirit has dispersed, rendering it incomplete. As for its purpose, if you channel your energy and extract a drop of your essence blood for me, you will soon discover. A divine artifact. Qi Xiaoyu was taken aback. Magical artifacts are categorized into various levels: magical tools, treasured artifacts, spiritual tools, celestial artifacts, and divine artifacts. This incense burner, which Stone had mistaken for a night pot, turned out to be a divine artifact. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu began to circulate his energy, forcing his essence blood to flow. Essence blood, the lifeblood of a person, can be extracted through the tongue. It embodies one's vitality and spirit, making it the most precious of blood. As he channeled his energy, a small bead of essence blood, about the size of a thumb, gradually emerged from his palm. Once expelled, Qi Xiaoyu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if he had stayed up all night. The crow, using its claws as deftly as fingers, inscribed a complex and arcane rune on the small furnace with the essence blood. The rune seeped into the Jiu Li Tian fire furnace, and immediately, Qi Xiaoyu felt a profound connection with it. Concurrently, a stream of information flooded into his mind. The Jiu Li Tian fire furnace, forged from 9 types of extraordinary fire and star-core refined iron, possesses the capabilities of alchemy and enemy repulsion. The crow spoke again. You must have some elixirs on you. Toss one into the furnace. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, retrieving a vial of elixirs from his robe, pouring out one, and casting it into the Jiu Li Tian fire furnace. Upon entering, the elixir was unexpectedly disintegrated by a powerful force. Subsequently, another piece of information appeared in Qi Xiaoyu's mind. Nourishing Qi Pill. A mid-tier elixir of the first grade, composed of 1 tael of 10-year-old ginseng, 3 qian of 10-year-old huangjing, 1 qian of black wolfberry. The alchemical technique. Qi Xiaoyu envisioned a figure identical to himself demonstrating how to concoct this elixir, the details remarkably vivid. This, Qi Xiaoyu was astonished, as he had gained a new memory and knowledge of alchemy. He gazed at the Jiu Li Tian fire furnace with fervent eyes. After all, it was indeed a divine artifact. How extraordinary it was, capable of disassembling elixirs and analyzing their preparation methods. The crow remarked, this treasure belonged to that old fellow, the Fire Star Lord. Whatever elixir you throw in, it can help you identify its components and simulate the preparation method. But alas, the spirit has dissipated. If it had not, you could simply toss in the ingredients, and the Jiu Li Tian fire furnace would automatically concoct the elixirs for you. This is beyond astonishing. An automatic elixir-making machine. Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed with burning enthusiasm. Can you restore it? No. The crow replied. Qi Xiaoyu felt a twinge of regret. Yet his eyes remained ablaze with fervor. With this artifact, it would be akin to possessing a superlative assistant for alchemy. Indeed, treasures of this caliber can be absorbed into one's body. Give it a try and control it with your mind. Very well. Qi Xiaoyu focused on the notion of this treasure entering his being, and instantly, the 9-li heavenly fire furnace in his hand vanished without a trace. Within Qi Xiaoyu's dantian, a small furnace materialized in an instant. He sensed it with astonishment and then attempted to summon it forth. How wondrous! Do you not desire such a treasure, little crow? The crow shook its head, stating, the spirit of the artifact has dispersed. I find it unremarkable. Your standards are truly high. In the realm of cultivation, this would incite a fierce scramble among practitioners. Qi Xiaoyu hurriedly made his way back to the spirit beast chamber. Yet upon his return, everyone had already retired for the night. He placed the clothes intended for Ding Xiaohu beside him and returned to the serpent garden to continue his qi refining practice. The following dawn in the village, a young beggar opened the small courtyard door and beheld an elderly figure approaching. clad in tattered garments and disheveled hair, resembling an old beggar. The young beggar felt a sense of familiarity and, upon closer inspection, exclaimed joyfully, "Master." The old beggar chuckled heartily, "My dear disciple, I have returned to fetch you." "Oh, why do you dress like a little boy, with your hair cropped short?" To everyone's surprise, the young beggar was, in fact, a girl. The maiden replied, "Girls are often bullied, so I decided to present myself as a boy." "How did you know I was here, master?" The old beggar laughed. "Your master possesses the art of divination. Come now, my matters are resolved, and I shall take you to live a good life." The girl shook her head. "No, I cannot leave." "Why not?" She explained, "During your absence these past years, I have taken in 2 younger siblings. If I leave, how will they manage? Moreover, I have a friend who will come looking for me soon, and I cannot depart without a word." The old beggar was indeed the one who had once taught her the art of reaching into the bag. He sighed, "You are truly kind-hearted, my child. Very well then. I shall stay here with you for a while, providing you the foundation before we depart, for the journey is long, and your body may struggle with the unfamiliar environment." In the serene morning of the serpent garden, Qi Xiaoyu stood facing the rising sun, practicing his breathing techniques to refine the solar fist. The invisible solar energy from the universe entered his body, creating a marvelous cycle as the vital energy within him flowed swiftly, circulating. Little Crow remarked, "In the realm of body refinement, the early stages include the 1,000-gene realm, blood exchange realm, bone-tempering realm, and internal refinement, among others. Your physique has now entered the initial stage of the 1,000-gene realm, where one can unleash a force of up to 3,000 gene, or 3 bulls of strength. A typical human at this stage can achieve a full cultivation of 9,000 gene, yet your constitution surpasses that of ordinary humans, granting you a higher potential. As for the 1,000 gene, blood exchange, bone tempering, and internal refinement, it seems that the Qingyun sect lacks a specialized lineage for body refinement." Qi Xiaoyu threw a punch, generating a powerful gust of wind. Little Crow remarked, "The human physique is inherently weak compared to the demon race. Thus, refining qi, concocting pills, utilizing treasures, and employing formations are the strengths of humanity, which explains the scarcity of those dedicated to body refinement. Those who specialize in body refinement are either individuals with an exceptionally poor spiritual root or those endowed with immense willpower and substantial wealth. The process of refining the body demands greater resources and is far more arduous than the cultivation of qi, hence it is naturally less common. The sun fist technique is merely an introductory method to a more advanced practice, requiring one to develop a stronger physique before I can impart that technique. Otherwise, a frail body in cultivation is destined for demise." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, "What technique?" "I shall reveal it to you once you have achieved success in your cultivation." "Humph, still keeping me in suspense." At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Qi Xiaoyu, your parcel has arrived." Surprised, Xiaoyu wondered who had sent him a package. He ceased his practice and stepped out of the serpent garden. Outside the serpent valley, a servant disciple from the male house was looking around nervously, wary of venomous snakes, while carrying a large wicker basket on his back. As Qi Xiaoyu emerged, the disciple hurriedly handed him a small wooden box before hastily departing. Opening the box, Qi Xiaoyu was astonished to find a small bag inlaid with gold thread, a dozen spirit stones, and a letter. "This is a storage bag and spirit stones," he exclaimed, his face alight with amazement. He then unfolded the letter, which was inscribed in a shaky hand. "Dear brother Xiaoyu, I am Xiaozhu. How have you been in the servants' courtyard? I miss you dearly. But my master has not allowed me to descend the mountain until I achieve full mastery of qi. However, do not worry, I am doing very well. My master treats me kindly, and my senior brothers and sisters all like me very much." After reading, a smile of affection graced Qi Xiaoyu's face. "These were gifts from Xiaozhu. This little girl, I wonder if she has enough money, yet she sends me so many spirit stones, along with this storage bag. However, her ability to acquire such items surely indicates she is thriving on Qingyun Peak." Qi Xiaoyu mused as he gazed in the direction of Qingyun Peak. Qingyun Peak lay over 20 kilometers away, a distance that represented a vast disparity in status. "I must work hard. I will become an outer sect disciple soon, and then I will have the qualifications to visit Xiaozhu." Qi Xiaoyu tucked away the letter, bonded with the storage bag, and stored the spirit stones within. Upon returning to the Serpent Valley, he consumed a qi-nourishing pill and resumed his cultivation until the afternoon when a disciple from Qingyun Peak arrived to collect serpent venom. Half a month later, in Lingji Ridge, The landscape was predominantly adorned with pine forests, where many crimson-feathered spirit chickens, similar in size to ordinary chickens, flitted about. These red-feathered fowls possessed razor-sharp claws and a temperament more ferocious than that of geese. They laid their eggs high in the pine trees. Ding Xiaohu was responsible for collecting the eggs and caring for the red-feathered chickens, but yesterday he had fallen from a tree and injured his leg. Thus, Qi Xiaoyu had to assist him for a time. Watching the agile red-feathered chickens soar through the air, Qi Xiaoyu's mouth watered. The meat of these chickens was exquisitely delicious, brimming with vitality and infused with the essence of heaven and earth, reserved for the esteemed disciples, elders, and the sect leader within the sect. The eggs of the red-feathered chickens were likewise only provided to inner sect disciples, scattering the fine grains across the ground. Qi Xiaoyu observed the red-feathered chickens pecking at the scattered seeds, licking his lips in anticipation. He glanced around, extending his tongue to taste the air. And upon confirming that there was no one within a radius of 700 to 800 meters, he felt a sense of relief. With a sudden dash, he lunged towards one of the red-feathered chickens, only to be taken aback by its remarkably quick reflexes as it soared into the air. Its fierce crimson eyes locked onto him. Cackling loudly, the chicken executed a swift dive, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Qi Xiaoyu. Displaying agility, he evaded the attack and swiftly seized the descending bird by its neck. The chicken squawked in protest, and with a grin, Qi Xiaoyu carried it towards a concealed boulder, where he would proceed to slaughter it, pluck its feathers, and clean its entrails. He then summoned the 9-li heavenly fire furnace, placing the chicken inside, accompanied by water and spices, before commencing the slow simmering process, infusing the furnace with his true energy. As the furnace began to heat, he paid no mind to its previous use as a urinal for small stones, having cleaned it thoroughly multiple times, with his true energy regulating the temperature. Within a mere half-hour, the chicken had been transformed into a succulent dish, the flesh falling off the bone. Upon tasting the broth, an unparalleled richness ignited his taste buds, the essence contained within the soup warming him from within. The meat was tender and exquisite, and after consuming one whole chicken, Qi Xiaoyu felt more satiated than if he had devoured an entire cow. Soon, a wave of warmth enveloped him as copious amounts of vital energy and spiritual essence were released from the chicken. Is the spiritual energy of the world so abundant? Qi Xiaoyu marveled, promptly seating himself to refine and absorb the energy. The essence and spiritual energy from the red-feathered spiritual chicken were exceptionally potent, surpassing that of ordinary energy-gathering pills, continuously generating true energy that surged through his meridians, causing waves of indescribable discomfort in his liver. The true energy acted like a drill, relentlessly penetrating the blocked meridians and acupoints. After an hour, Qi Xiaoyu's internal true energy fluctuations suddenly surged, rapidly increasing in quantity. He had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, stepping into the mid-stage of that realm. Who would have thought this chicken would serve as the pivotal factor for his breakthrough? This chicken is incredibly nourishing, with hundreds of them around. Consuming them all would, certainly allow him to achieve consummate Qi refinement and the peak of the 1,000-gene realm in a short time. Gazing at the mountains filled with red-feathered spiritual chickens stirred a sense of longing within him. However, such thoughts could only be fanciful. Perhaps stealing one or two would go unnoticed, but excessive thievery would surely attract attention. These chickens require a decade to mature from chicks, and the entire Qingyun sect only possessed these few hundred, all reserved for the elite. Yet, with so many spiritual beasts in the spirit beast room, surely it would not be problematic to discreetly take one or two. With this thought festering in his mind, Qi Xiaoyu found himself irresistibly compelled to act. However, having just made a breakthrough, this was not the opportune moment for such endeavors. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the 9-li heavenly fire furnace, memories of the refining method for the Qi nourishing pill flooding his mind. With such a divine artifact at his disposal, how could he squander its potential? After tending to the chickens and collecting their eggs, Qi Xiaoyu took a half-day leave from the mountain to procure medicinal herbs. Following the formula for the pill, he spent a small fortune, acquiring enough ingredients for 4 batches of the Qi nourishing pill, each containing 10 pills, ample to yield 4 vials. Upon returning with the herbs, Qi Xiaoyu eagerly ventured into the serpent garden that night to attempt alchemy. The intricacies of refining the Qi nourishing pill, the techniques and details, were vividly etched in his memory. He channeled his true energy into the 9-li heavenly fire furnace, experiencing a profound sense of familiarity as if he had performed this task countless times before. Brimming with confidence, he ignited the true flames, added water, introduced the herbs, and seamlessly executed the refining process, only to encounter a mishap. Undeterred, Qi Xiaoyu cleaned up and persevered. After half an hour, the medicinal concoction simmered, and true energy coalesced into pills. As he beheld the dark-colored pills, he noted they appeared somewhat different from the usual qi-nourishing pills, their hue noticeably deeper. Unsure of their efficacy, he seized a 5-step snake nearby. Little 5. Allow me to treat you to something special. He forced the pill into the snake's mouth, compelling it to swallow. Moments later, the 5-step snake writhed violently, its belly convulsing, producing a cacophony of distress. How could this be? Had he failed once more? After a brief span, the snake lay limp and motionless, utterly drained. Qi Xiaoyu hastily offered it a chicken egg for nourishment. It seemed another failure had transpired. With a wry smile, he pondered where he had gone astray. He had meticulously adhered to the details, methods, and timing. Fool, can't you see? It's your control over the flames. A crow swooped in, landing a gentle tap on his head. Your mastery of the furnace's temperature is woefully inadequate. The medicinal properties fail to fuse properly. This aspect requires dedicated training. Qi Xiaoyu listened attentively as the crow continued. Although the 9 Heavens Leaf Fire Furnace can assist you in addressing theoretical and technical issues, your control over the furnace's temperature is woefully inadequate. For instance, when refining ginseng, what temperature is required to fully extract its medicinal properties? Moreover, at what temperature must Huangjing be refined to achieve a perfect synergy with ginseng? You possess the theoretical knowledge, yet your grasp of temperature control is lacking, and that is the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu began to comprehend. With the aid of the 9 Heavens Leaf Fire Furnace, his mind became enlightened. His eyes understood, yet his hands remained uncooperative. It was akin to cooking a dish, following the chef's steps, proportions, and methods, but failing to control the temperature results in a flavor that is starkly different from that of others. How can I hone this skill? Do you have a method? Qi Xiaoyu inquired. The crow remained silent, suddenly yanking out several strands of Qi Xiaoyu's hair, causing him to grimace in pain, as a single hair floated upward. The crow exhaled a breath of energy, which instantaneously triggered a chemical reaction in the surrounding spiritual essence, coalescing into ice and transforming the hair into a frozen column. Encase this ice column in true fire, and in the span of 10 breaths, completely melt it without damaging the hair. Qi Xiaoyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, apprehensive about the fate of his hair. He placed the ice column into the 9 Heavens Leaf Fire Furnace, channeling his true energy, igniting a blaze within. Under the embrace of the true fire, the ice began to melt at a visibly accelerated pace. However, as 10 breaths approached, his overly cautious control of the flame's temperature left the ice column still intact. Qi Xiaoyu increased the temperature slightly, but this caused the ice to melt too rapidly, resulting in his hair being singed and curled. Embarrassed, Qi Xiaoyu smiled sheepishly, while the crow remained silent, exhaling a breath of demonic energy and forming a second ice column. Qi Xiaoyu resumed his refining attempts, but the outcome was no better. The hair was once again scorched. Soon, after numerous attempts, Qi Xiaoyu had yet to achieve even a single success. On what seemed to be a promising attempt, he hastily reduced the fire. Yet the lingering heat in the furnace still curled his hair. Having exhausted his hair, and fearing further plucking by the crow, Qi Xiaoyu opted to practice with a bundle of wool. However, the wool was even finer than hair, making it more challenging to refine. After depleting his true energy, Qi Xiaoyu regrettably had no success. With no choice, he had to meditate to restore his energy before continuing his practice. At Qingbai Peak, within the inner sect, the disciples of the inner sect resided halfway up the mountain, where the scenery was picturesque, adorned with towering pines and cypress trees, and the air was imbued with a refreshing pine aroma. Unique, standalone courtyards dotted the mountainside, serving as the residences of the inner sect disciples. The spiritual energy here was rich, with a spiritual vein running beneath, making the concentration of spiritual essence 2 to 3 times greater than that of the lower servant quarters. In other words, a year of cultivation here would equate to approximately 3 years of cultivation in the lower regions. In the path of cultivation, the geographical environment is a crucial advantage. In the courtyard where Zhaochen resides, several disciples, both inner and outer sect members, are currently engaged in jovial conversation while enjoying drinks. Among them is Zhou Qing. Junior brother Zhao, your talent is truly exceptional. In just half a year, you have reached the mid-stage of the 4th level of qi refinement. Even among disciples with superior spiritual roots, you can undoubtedly be deemed a paragon, remarked a strikingly handsome young man clad in white, lifting his cup in celebration. Brother Imo, your praise is excessive, Zhao Chun replied modestly. Clad in white and possessing a fair complexion, Zhao Chun has undergone a remarkable transformation in demeanor from the rural boy who first entered the sect. The two shared a drink, and a flattering outer sect disciple chimed in. With junior brother Zhao's innate gifts, it is likely that within 2 or 3 years, he will achieve the consummation of qi refinement, a feat that would certainly classify him as a top-tier genius in the sect's history. Zhao Chun smiled subtly, a hint of pride gracing his features as he casually inquired, "What is the current cultivation level of Li Xiaozhu from Qingyan Peak?" Brother Imo responded, "As a disciple of the sect leader, Sister Li's cultivation has been kept confidential, but given her exceptional spiritual root, it should be formidable." Zhao Chun nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on their shared origins from the same village. With her being an exceptional spiritual root and a disciple of the sect leader, she indeed presents a fine option for a potential companion. With this in mind, Zhao Chun addressed the outer sect disciple, Brother Lu. "I would like to ask for your assistance in preparing some gifts that young ladies would appreciate to send to Sister Li, as it is important to foster bonds among fellow villagers." Although Lu Yin was merely an outer sect disciple, he had already reached the consummation of qi refinement and was poised to break into the spirit movement realm, making entrance into the inner sect a matter of time. He was among the first outer sect disciples to actively extend goodwill towards Zhao Chun, even considering marrying his sister Lu Rian to him. However, not long ago, his sister had gone missing, and the family has yet to locate her. Lu Yin nodded. "That is a trivial matter." Zhao Chun then turned to Brother Imo Fan. "Brother Imo, do you know Yinwu?" Imo Fan smiled. Naturally, as he is the only alchemist within the sect capable of refining top-tier qi nourishing pills. Zhao Chun continued, "I wish to procure some top-tier qi nourishing pills from him. Could you possibly introduce me?" Imo Fan nodded. "That is certainly feasible. But do be aware that Brother Yin has a peculiar temperament. He will only sell his pills if he finds the buyer to his liking." Zhao Chun chuckled. It is only natural for a genius in alchemy to have their quirks. Suddenly, Zhao Chen's thoughts drifted to Qi Xiaoyu, and his expression darkened slightly as he asked, "By the way, Brother Zhou, what is the current status of that errant disciple, Qi Xiaoyu, whom I asked you to keep an eye on?" Zhou Qing replied, "I had Sun Hai from the servant hall assist in assigning him to the 100 Serpents Garden in the Spirit Beast Room. The fate of the disciples assigned to the 100 Serpents Garden is typically grim, and few manage to survive beyond 5 years when the new disciples arrive for reassignment." Zhao Chen furrowed his brow. "So you mean to say he is still alive?" Zhou Qing awkwardly nodded. "Indeed, he is still alive. But it has only been half a year. There is no need for you to worry just yet." Zhao Chun let out a cold snort, declaring, "That boy bears a grudge against me for my father's death. I must eliminate him. However, my master forbids me from descending the mountain until I achieve full mastery of qi. Therefore, I need you to disseminate the word that Qi Xiaoyu is my mortal enemy. Anyone who dares to approach Qi Xiaoyu shall be considered my foe. Moreover, in a year or 2, I will surely attain full mastery of qi, and at that time, I will personally avenge my father's death. Please help me spread this message, ensuring that everyone distances themselves from him, while simultaneously allowing him to live in a state of dread and unease." Upon hearing this, senior brother Imo regarded Zhao Chen with newfound respect. Zhao Chen's cunning was evident. This way, the insignificant servant disciple would undoubtedly suffer from the isolation and psychological torment inflicted by those around him. However, such a malevolent individual could indeed thrive in the predatory environment of the cultivation world, potentially achieving great longevity and success. Lu Yin spoke first. "This is a minor issue and can be easily arranged. Yet, junior brother, if you truly wish to kill him, why complicate matters? I can arrange for a few individuals to ambush him in the spirit beast chamber and fabricate a story that he was poisoned." Zhao Chen took a sip of wine and replied nonchalantly, "In the past, I lacked the strength to kill him and wished for his immediate demise. But now, my perspective has shifted. I have gained power and desire to personally avenge my father." In the Serpent Valley, as the sun began to set, Qi Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat after finishing his solar fish training. With summer upon them, the venomous serpents in the valley were more active than ever. Their presence nearly ubiquitous, and the air was thick with the scent of serpents. This very odor conveniently masked the ominous aura emitted by Qi Xiaoyu during his practice. Upon entering the mid-stage of qi refinement, his cultivation speed had noticeably slowed compared to before, with an increasing demand for vital energy. "It has been 2 months since I reached the 4th level of qi refinement, yet my progress remains stagnant at this level," Qi Xiaoyu murmured to himself. Nonetheless, his physical prowess had significantly improved, now attaining the 4th level of the 1000 June realm, with explosive strength reaching Fornyo. As dinner time approached, having bathed in a stream and departed from the Serpent Valley, Qi Xiaoyu made his way to the dining hall. Upon entering, he noticed that the gazes of the other servant disciples were peculiar, laced with a sense of schadenfreude. Qi Xiaoyu paid little heed to this, as aside from Ding Xiaohu, he had only a passing familiarity with the others, knowing their names, but sharing no camaraderie. Xiaohu, he greeted Ding Xiaohu, who wore an oddly strained expression and managed a forced nod in response. The two sat together at a table, but Ding Xiaohu remained silent, focused on his meal. It was said that Zhao Chun, the inner disciple of Qingbai Peak, had issued a proclamation. Within a year, he would achieve full mastery of Qi and would surely kill Qi Xiaoyu. Anyone who befriended Qi Xiaoyu would become his enemy. Per Qi Xiaoyu. How did he incur Zhao Chen's wrath? Aren't they from the same hometown? You don't know? Qi Xiaoyu harbors a vendetta against Zhao Chun for his father's death. Hiss. Will this drag us, the spirit beast chamber, into this mess? It shouldn't. As long as we maintain our distance from him in the future, we should be fine. He deserves it. We VE put in our share of work, so why should he be the one to take charge? As a group of miscellaneous disciples gathered around the dining table, they engaged in hushed whispers, their glances occasionally darting towards Qi Xiaoyu, imbued with a sense of schadenfreude. Disdainful of his modest means yet envious of any prosperity he might possess. If relatives exhibited such behavior, the ordinary acquaintances surrounding them were even more conspicuous in their contempt. Qi Xiaoyu's features had sharpened with acute awareness. He could hear their words with utmost clarity. It was not only him. Ding Xiaohu had heard them as well. With a calm demeanor, Qi Xiaoyu instructed, Xiaohu, please lift your bowl. Ding Xiaohu, bewildered, complied and raised his substantial bowl of food. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Qi Xiaoyu slammed his palm onto the table, and in an explosive manner, the solid wooden table shattered into fine dust under the tremendous force. The deafening noise startled everyone. Dozens of eyes turned towards the scene, collectively gasping at the sight of the table reduced to a scattered heap of fragments. Qi Xiaoyu remarked, "It seems this table must be quite old. It shattered so easily with just a light strike." A profound silence ensued, enveloping the room in a thick tension. Qi Xiaoyu, holding his bowl, approached a table where the discussions had been particularly lively. The individuals seated there, startled, hurriedly stood up and vacated their spots. Qi Xiaoyu took a seat and calmly addressed them. If any of you harbor grievances against me, feel free to express them openly. There is no need to gossip behind my back. The expressions of those few were variously grim, their countenances betraying a mix of fear and trepidation as they stole glances at the debris scattered across the floor. They pondered how much strength it would take to shatter a table in such a manner. Had Qi Xiaoyu perhaps cultivated true energy? Most of these miscellaneous disciples had yet to attain true energy, many still at the stage of inducing qi, and some even at the stage of sensing spiritual energy. With no resources at their disposal, even those who had learned to induce qi would likely require a year or more to condense a strand of true energy and step into the first realm of qi refinement. Zhang Kai, do you have any objections? Qi Xiaoyu inquired of a nearby disciple. The disciple, awkwardly chuckling, stammered, Deputy Manager, I have no objections, none at all. Qianfeng, what about you? Do you have any grievances? Speak up. If I am in the wrong, I shall accept it. Though I believe I have not offended any of you, he continued. The disciple named Qianfeng hastily waved his hands. No. Although Qi Xiaoyu had been appointed as the deputy manager, he had never put anyone in a difficult position or caused them any trouble. Wang Biao, what about you? Upon hearing his name, Wang Biao clenched his fists and, gritting his teeth, responded, Qi Xiaoyu, indeed, we find you displeasing. Why should you be the deputy manager? We also deserve rest days each week, do we not? You should cease this tyrannical behavior. Your tenure is not as long as you think. You must be familiar with senior brother Zhao Chen. He has publicly declared that he will eliminate you once he achieves full mastery of qi refinement in a year. Anyone who associates with you becomes his enemy. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from us, lest you bring calamity upon us. For we cannot afford to offend such influential figures. Afterward, Wang Biao turned to Ding Xiaohu, advising, Ding Xiaohu, I suggest you also steer clear of Qi Xiaoyu to avoid attracting misfortune. Ding Xiaohu, holding his bowl in silence, was filled with anxiety and turmoil after hearing this, contemplating whether to maintain a distance from Qi Xiaoyu and even to cease all contact. However, the bonds of friendship among the youth rendered him unable to make a decisive choice, leaving him teetering on the edge of turmoil. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly, realizing the source of the peculiar gazes directed at him today. It was indeed the pressure brought by Zhao Chun. Maintaining his composure, he finished his meal, placed the bowl on the table, and turned to leave the cafeteria, coldly stating, "You need not worry. I have no ties with you, and the calamity shall not befall you." Casting a sidelong glance at Ding Xiaohu, who averted his gaze slightly, Qi Xiaoyu felt a pang of sorrow within, but chose to remain silent as he returned to his dormitory. Once there, Song Fei sought him out, harboring a sense of schadenfreude, yet feigning concern on his face. "Xiaoyu, I have heard about your predicament. You are well aware of Zhao Qin's current status and identity. We cannot afford to offend him. About that assistant manager position, I may need to retract it to avoid any misunderstandings with Zhao Chun." Qi Xiaoyu's eyes, cold as a serpent, fixed upon Song Fei, evoking a shiver within him reminiscent of that fateful night. Hastily, Song Fei added, "Rest assured, your 2-day leave each week remains unchanged. It will merely be in name as the assistant manager." "I understand," Qi Xiaoyu replied indifferently. "I do not wish to implicate you. Manager Song, 2 days of leave each week will suffice." Song Fei nodded with a smile, relieved. "I am glad you understand. I shall not disturb your rest any longer." With that, he departed, a smirk curling on his lips. Who would have thought this lad would offend such a formidable figure? It seems he shall not last until the next rotation of disciples. That will make things easier for me. After Song Fei's departure, Qi Xiaoyu fell into contemplation. Zhao Qin's harsh words indicated an intention to exert psychological pressure, boasting of achieving full mastery of qi refinement within a year. Clearly, that fellow's cultivation was not insubstantial, and his progress was swift, hence his confidence. In a direct confrontation, I am not particularly afraid of him. However, as a mere servant disciple, if I were to kill an inner disciple, the sect would not spare me. I must devise a means to eliminate him while ensuring my own survival. After much deliberation, Qi Xiaoyu conceived a singular plan to become an alchemist. Following the sect's standard progression, even if I were to ascend to an outer or even inner disciple, my low-grade spiritual root would prevent the sect from valuing me. Should I kill Zhao Chun, I would face severe punishment or even execution. The belief that low-grade spiritual roots are destined for mediocrity and cultivation has become an entrenched notion. The sect will not elevate me based on transient prowess alone. However, becoming an alchemist changes everything. Even attaining the status of a first-tier alchemist would command respect. With this thought, Qi Xiaoyu solidified his goals and focus for the future. He left his dormitory, making his way to the Serpent Valley. Within the Spirit Serpent Cave, the ethereal glow emitted by the fisheye stone bathed the cave in a luminescence akin to moonlight. As he prepared to refine, Qi Xiaoyu first tested his skills, melting the ice wrapped in wool. The ice melted within 4 breaths, and at the moment the ice began to dissolve, Qi Xiaoyu deftly raised the wool using his vital energy. As the ice completely melted, the wool emerged unscathed. 2 months of diligent practice had honed his control over the temperature of fire to an exquisite precision, allowing him to utilize his profound perception of heat sources to discern the temperature variations within the furnace, with an error margin not exceeding 0.5 degrees Celsius. With his tactile sensations in perfect harmony, Qi Xiaoyu prepared to concoct elixirs, with a barrel of spring water positioned nearby. The art of alchemy is divided into fire refinement and water refinement. Fire refinement involves directly using true fire to temper fresh medicinal materials, transforming them into a liquid state, which is then combined and condensed into pills, suitable for freshly harvested herbs. Water refinement, on the other hand, entails boiling processed dried herbs to extract their medicinal properties, simmering them into pills. This is the method of water refinement. The study of alchemy is profoundly intricate. Many high-tier elixirs also necessitate considerations of feng shui, geographical environment, timing, and the assistance of formations. Water refinement is categorized into upper water, middle water, and lower water. Superior water is spring water, medium water is well water, and inferior water is river water. It is said that to refine exquisite elixirs, one would also require spiritual spring water or water steeped with spirit stones, which could barely suffice as spiritual spring water. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the barrel containing water steeped with a dozen spirit stones for an extended period, now imbued with spiritual energy, barely qualifying as spiritual spring water. He then retrieved medicinal materials, such as ginseng and polygonatum, which were also over 30 years old, meeting the demands for high-quality pills. Qi Xiaoyu channeled his vital energy into the 9-li heavenly fire furnace, which instantly expanded to over 0.5 meter in height. Pouring in the requisite amount of spiritual water, he first added the ginseng, boiling the water to 180 degrees Celsius within the time span of half an incense stick. Maintaining this temperature for the duration of an incense stick. This was determined by the 9-Li heavenly fire furnace to be the optimal boiling time for the qi-nourishing pill. Once the time elapsed, he lowered the temperature to 150 degrees Celsius and added the polygonatum, sustaining this for 2 incense sticks, as polygonatum is durable but must not exceed 150 degrees Celsius. Following strict adherence to temperature, time, and order, Qi Xiaoyu introduced one carefully selected medicinal material after another, each of the best vintage. Time gradually passed, amounting to an hour and a half, approximately 3 hours. He discarded the unusable materials and collected the medicinal broth. This process required maintaining a temperature of 300 degrees Celsius to be completed within 10 minutes. Concurrently, he added a precise quantity of 60 grams of kudzu root powder, aged 30 years, to thicken the medicinal broth and harmonize its properties. This bears some resemblance to the thickening of many dishes as they are removed from the stove. Finally, Qi Xiaoyu condensed the medicinal essence into pills, controlling the fire temperature at 80 degrees Celsius, gradually warming the pills, nourishing them, and evaporating the unnecessary moisture until the elixirs solidify completely. The warming period must not exceed 8 minutes. Exceeding either the temperature or the time by even a minute is unacceptable. In a meditative state, Qi Xiaoyu nearly perfected the timing for pill formation. 9 thumb-sized pills soared forth, their surface gleaming black and reflecting light, simultaneously emanating a hazy spiritual glow and a potent medicinal fragrance. Hiss, how delightful! At that moment, a massive azure serpent approached, its enormous head peering at the elixirs in Qi Xiaoyu's hands, its eyes shining with anticipation. Qi Xiaoyu picked up a pill. Smiling as she asked, "Would you like to give it a try?" The green snake hesitated for a moment, glancing at the nearby 5-step snake, and quickly shook its head. Previously, the 5-step snake had either experienced diarrhea or flatulence after tasting the pill, and it dared not take the risk. "Hiss, little 5, come here. I have a treasure for you." Qi Xiaoyu beckoned to the 5-step snake, which was coiled not far away. The once slender 5-step snake, now slightly emaciated, was so frightened by her words that it fled in haste. Do not inquire as to why its physique had become so frail. The answer lies in its previous digestive troubles. "Hey, dare you run away?" Qi Xiaoyu commanded the 3-meter-long floral snake beside her. "Kunkin, go and bring it back to me." The floral snake, also known as the king rat snake, is non-venomous. Yet it is a terrifying presence for venomous snakes due to its immunity to many snake venoms and its predatory nature. In the countryside, the presence of a floral snake is welcomed, as it preys on both venomous snakes and rodents, leading to its affectionate title of house snake. Kunkin swiftly darted forward and soon returned, grasping the innocent little 5, the once feared 5-step snake, whose head now drooped despondently, devoid of hope. "If you misbehave again, I shall perform a headstand while washing my hair, and as a reward, you shall receive a red feathered egg. Stop sulking. Come, taste this celestial elixir." Qi Xiaoyu pinched its mouth open and inserted the pill. After consuming the pill, the 5-step snake obediently lay by Qi Xiaoyu's feet, devoid of any discomfort this time. Instead, it felt an overwhelming warmth and comfort enveloping its body, its eyes sparkling with vitality, and it began to emit excited hissing sounds. Moments later, the 5-step snake's body expanded significantly, and with a fierce roar, it surged towards a nearby cobra that was devouring an egg, its speed astonishingly swift. Upon reaching the cobra, the 5-step snake swiftly coiled around it, leaving the cobra bewildered, unsure of its gender. "What are you doing? It is not the mating season," it exclaimed, only to be ensnared by the 5-step snake, which proceeded to engage in a rather animated display of life sciences. Despite its larger size, the cobra struggled in vain in this moment. It was clear that the 5-step snake possessed greater strength. "Nestling, what are you doing? I did not ask for a snake show," Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. Soon, the cobra was unable to continue, and the 5-step snake darted towards a nearby crimson flame snake that was spectating the scene. The crimson flame snake was left in a state of shock as the 5-step snake pounced upon it, entangling it in a similar exchange of life sciences. In the astonished gaze of Qi Xiaoyu, little 5 engaged with 9 snakes that night, living up to its reputation as a promiscuous serpent. Finally, it returned, utterly satisfied and comfortable, gazing at Qi Xiaoyu with fervent eyes. Qi Xiaoyu's expression darkened, and she slapped its head, exclaiming, "Reversal of the heavens." However, observing the lively and vigorous little Wu, whose physique had clearly grown robust, it was evident that his spirits were exceptionally high, suggesting that the qi-nourishing pill had indeed been successfully concocted. Yet, the nearby snake, Kunkin, gazed enviously at Little Wu's vitality, slithering over to Qi Xiaoyu, hissing incessantly while flicking its tongue, nuzzling against Xiangchen's foot, unmistakably desiring to partake as well. Qi Xiaoyu, not one to be stingy, reflected on the time spent at the sect, during which these cold-blooded creatures had been his most consistent companions. "Here's one for you," he exclaimed, tossing a self-refined qi-nourishing pill to Kunkin, who eagerly consumed it. The scarlet flame snake soon approached, and Qi Xiaoyu generously offered it a pill as well. The cobra, with eyes wide in anticipation, was likewise bestowed with one. Even the azure spirit snake made its move, seeking a share, and Qi Xiaoyu obliged. In total, 5 pills had been distributed. He then observed the reactions of the serpents. Upon consuming the pill, Kunkin became equally exuberant, brimming with vitality as it hurried off to find its mate. The scarlet flame snake, after its feast, exhibited even more vivid colors and a noticeably larger stature, bursting with enthusiasm as it dove into its den. The cobra, after swallowing its pill, displayed a similar reaction. Stroking his chin, Qi Xiaoyu pondered. Could it be that my qi-nourishing pill also possesses invigorating properties? The crow then spoke up, its tone somewhat irritable. It's not that it has invigorating effects. Rather, the pills are excessively nourishing, and they can hardly contain their energy, necessitating an outlet. If you were to chew on a century-old ginseng root, you would experience a similar reaction. Enlightened, Qi Xiaoyu turned his gaze to the spirit snake. While he could only communicate with the other snakes in rudimentary terms, conveying simple commands, the spirit snake was capable of seamless verbal interaction, its intellect rivaling that of an average human. "How does it feel?" Qi Xiaoyu inquired. The spirit snake hissed in response, "Quite comfortable. It feels as though a warm current flows throughout my body, even more pleasant than basking in the sun." "Is this the qi-nourishing pill?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded, and the spirit snake continued. "The effect surpasses that of the qi-nourishing pills previously administered by the old man." The old man mentioned was the esteemed alchemist elder of Qinyan Peak, a figure of significant stature who had raised the spirit snake in the 100-serpent garden. Delighted by the revelation, Qi Xiaoyu declared, "It seems this pill is unequivocally effective." Without hesitation, he consumed one himself and commenced his qi cultivation. As the pill descended into his stomach, it harmonized with his inner energy, releasing strands of power that were swiftly refined into true qi by his cultivation technique. The speed of absorption was markedly faster than that achieved through spiritual stones or food, and the energy was of a far purer quality. Furthermore, compared to the qi-nourishing pills he had previously purchased, the energy cultivated from his own refined pills was several times more potent, with virtually no toxicity present. It is often said that all medicines carry a degree of toxicity, and this principle applies to pills as well. Every pill possesses a certain level of toxicity that influences its grade. Ordinary individuals require a certain temporal cycle to detoxify their bodies from the poisons of elixirs before they can continue their cultivation. Otherwise, the incessant consumption of these potions without allowing the body time to recuperate results in a detrimental accumulation of toxic residue that severely affects one's health. However, at this moment, Qi Xiaoyu distinctly perceives that the elixir he has concocted possesses a formidable potency, unparalleled purity, and nearly devoid of any toxic byproducts. After a night of refining his qi, as dawn breaks, Qi Xiaoyu slowly exhales a breath of stale air, his expression radiating extraordinary excitement. Remarkably, the effects of a single night of cultivation rival those achieved from half a month of previous endeavors in refining true qi. Moreover, his body has accumulated no toxic residue whatsoever. His cultivation is nearing the pinnacle of the 4th heaven, with the consumption of just 2 more pills. He may very well ascend to the 5th heaven of qi refinement. Qi Xiaoyu muses with exhilaration. Do not be so hasty. Spend a few days practicing the solar fist to allow your body and meridians to perfectly assimilate the true qi you have refined. Although the true qi obtained from elixirs is swiftly acquired, neglecting to cultivate and refine it can lead to an unstable foundation, rendering the qi superficial and hindering future advancements. The crow interjects wisely. Qi Xiaoyu nods, as he has always heeded the teachings of Little Wu regarding cultivation. Little Wu is not only his friend, but can also be regarded as his mentor in this domain. With over an hour remaining until breakfast, Qi Xiaoyu is in no rush and decides to catch up on some rest. Ever since he began refining qi, he has become less reliant on sleep. As long as he does not go several consecutive days without slumber, he finds that a mere hour of sleep leaves him feeling quite invigorated. When mealtime arrives, Qi Xiaoyu no longer makes a concerted effort to call out to Ding Xiaohu. Although they encounter each other on the way, exchanging greetings and walking together, their conversation has noticeably diminished. Young men often lack the skill to conceal their emotions. Qi Xiaoyu can clearly discern the weight of Ding Xiaohu's internal struggle, the burden of friendship. He senses that Ding Xiaohu is torn between his affection for their camaraderie and his apprehension towards Zhao Chun, not wishing to offend him. Viewed from a moral high ground, in the face of peril, there are few truly virtuous individuals. Thus, it is fortunate to find even one or two genuine friends amidst a lifetime of encounters. When one yearns for others to steadfastly choose them, they must first ask themselves whether they can resolutely choose others. Human nature tends to gravitate towards fortune while avoiding danger. Qi Xiaoyu harbors no resentment towards Ding Xiaohu, understanding that if the roles were reversed, he might not exhibit unwavering resolve either. Do not dwell on such matters. I shall no longer reside in the dormitory but will stay in Snake Valley, Qi Xiaoyu declares, patting Ding Xiaohu on the shoulder before striding away, deliberately creating distance between them. Watching Qi Xiaoyu's retreating figure, Ding Xiaohu is overcome with guilt and sorrow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he mutters, Xiaoyu, I'm sorry, I am a coward. Upon entering the cafeteria, the once boisterous crowd falls silent, their glances involuntarily drawn towards him. Qi Xiaoyu maintains his composure as he collects his meal, seeking a quiet corner to dine alone. After finishing, he departs without uttering a word, no longer sharing a table with Ding Xiaohu. In this world of myriad phenomena, only solitude remains a constant. After Qi Xiaoyu's departure, the cafeteria resumes its lively atmosphere, filled with discussions, pity, schadenfreude, and clamor. Feeding snakes, practicing martial arts, refining qi, collecting snake venom for tasks, and concocting elixirs by night. A cyclical routine that persists for 10 days. After consuming 2 self-crafted qi nourishing pills, Qi Xiaoyu finally ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. In the early morning, he requested leave from the steward, departed from the beast spirit chamber, and made his way to Qingyan City below the mountain to replenish his medicinal supplies. Selling snake venom and his own concocted elixirs, he engaged in yet another lucrative transaction of snake venom with Baiyao Hall, earning an additional 200 spirit stones, much to the satisfaction of both parties. Qi Xiaoyu then produced a vial of qi nourishing pills and, with a hoarse voice, inquired, Miss Lu, what do you think of this vial? Are you interested in purchasing it? Lu Xing'er smiled warmly and replied, Mr. Qi, we are familiar enough. You may simply call me Xing'er. Let me examine the pills. As she picked up the elixir and scrutinized it, her expression shifted slightly. After a sniff, she gasped in astonishment. What did you say? Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. It was unexpected that even the vernacular of his past life would surface. Moreover, Mr. Qi, may I ask how many of these exquisite qi nourishing pills you possess? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu's heart contracted slightly. Exquisite elixirs. He had presumed his qi nourishing pills were merely of superior quality. But to learn that the pills crafted through the analysis of the 9-Li celestial fire furnace were indeed of exquisite grade was exhilarating. He stifled his excitement, relieved that his mask concealed his expression, and maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, not many, just 2 vials. What price can Baiyao Hall offer for them? Lu Xing'er poured out 1 pill, examining it closely, then scraped a minute amount of powder with her fingernail, placing it in her mouth to savor. Her smile brightened, confirming the exquisite quality of the elixir. Mr. Qi, may I inquire if you are indeed the one who crafted this exquisite qi nourishing pill? She asked tentatively. Qi Xiaoyu frowned and deliberately darkened his tone. Why, does Baiyao Hall require the provenance of the medicinal pills before purchasing? Recognizing the displeasure in Qi Xiaoyu's words, Lu Xing'er hastily clarified, please do not take offense. It was merely a casual inquiry. If this exquisite pill is indeed your creation, we would be inclined to offer a higher price. After all, we are old acquaintances. A modest profit from frequent transactions is acceptable, as it ensures a stable supply. As for the exquisite qi nourishing pills, they are naturally rare. The market price typically hovers around 102 spirit stones per vial, but due to their scarcity, prices can often escalate to 110 or even 120. You are aware that medicinal pills fall under the monopoly of sects, aside from the Qingyan sect. Only a select few, like Baiyao Hall, are permitted to sell them. If you are willing to establish a long-term partnership with us, we could offer you a purchase price of 100 spirit stones, comparable to the usual market price. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu fell into contemplation. If Biao Hall could provide such a price, it would indeed be advantageous for a long-term collaboration, especially since the initial transaction had left a favorable impression on him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and declared, "Indeed, these pills are the work of my own hands." Lu Xing'er's eyes sparkled with delight. In the entire Qingyan region, within a radius of 1,000 miles, there are but a few capable of concocting the supreme qi-nourishing pill. Among them are Elder Gu of Qingyan Sect's Qingyan Peak, his disciple Yin Wu, a rival alchemist stationed at the Changsheng Hall, and the master of the Alchemists Guild along with an elder. The prowess of that particular alchemist in crafting the exceptional qi-nourishing pill has allowed Changsheng Hall to overshadow Baoyao Hall in both reputation and status. Lu Xing'er stepped out from behind the counter, her demeanor imbued with a newfound respect as she addressed Qi Xianqing. "Please, allow me to escort you to the inner chamber for a detailed discussion." Qi Xiaoyu nodded and followed her into the luxurious guest room, where maidservants presented tea and delicacies. Once seated, Lu Xing'er inquired, "May I see your alchemist's token?" Qi Xiaoyu felt a tinge of embarrassment at her request but maintained his composure as he replied, "I have long secluded myself in the mountains and have never pursued such a certification. The alchemist's token is akin to a professional qualification certificate. An organization known as the Alchemist Alliance governs the classification of elixirs and the status of alchemists, encompassing the majority of practitioners in the field. To operate a commercial establishment or sell personally refined elixirs, alchemists must pass the Alliance's rigorous assessments to obtain certification. As the market is rife with counterfeit alchemists and fraudulent elixirs, much like a medical license, while possessing a certificate does not guarantee one is a master healer. It at least assures that they are not a charlatan. Conversely, those without certification may possess genuine skill but are also prone to encounters with quacks." Qi Xiaoyu's response took Lu Xing'er by surprise. How could one capable of producing the supreme, qi-nourishing pill not have sought the alchemist's token? However, she swiftly concealed her astonishment and smiled. "I see. No wonder you can craft the qi-nourishing pill. You are indeed a reclusive master dedicated to the study of alchemy. It matters not. We can still procure your elixirs even in the absence of the token, and the price remains unchanged, however, for the sake of long-term cooperation. We do recommend you pursue certification, as the assessment would be a mere formality for you." Qi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "I intend to do just that." Lu Xing'er continued, "Mr. Qi, would you be willing to become a guest alchemist at Baoyao Hall? If you accept, we shall ensure you are well compensated. What benefits would this title confer? And what obligations would it entail?" Qi Xiaoyu directly inquired. Lu Xing'er felt a surge of excitement. There was potential here. She replied with a smile. "We would provide you with a splendid estate in Qingyan City and an annual stipend of 200 spirit stones. The only requirement is that you supply us with 30 vials of the supreme, qi-nourishing pill each year. Of course, the purchase price remains at 100 spirit stones per vial, and in addition to our hall, you would be prohibited from selling your elixirs to any other apothecary or individual in Qingyan City." Qi Xiaoyu comprehended her intentions. They sought to monopolize his supply. Furthermore, there were numerous advantages, such as priority access to the materials needed for alchemy at internal pricing. The terms presented by the other party were quite favorable. However, Qi Xiaoyu was reluctant to be tethered to a single entity. Thus, he could only offer pills to Baoyao Hall, which he suspected would not suffice. But he was willing to prioritize them. Qi Xiaoyu articulated his conditions. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she resolutely nodded, stating, "Very well. Should you possess any new exceptional pills, you must prioritize us." Qi Xiaoyu smiled and replied, "I still possess a modicum of integrity. I have high-grade qi replenishing pills. Will you accept them?" Yes. We accept all exceptional pills." Lu Xing exclaimed eagerly. Qi Xiaoyu then produced 2 vials of qi replenishing pills, which were verified by the other party as indeed being of superior quality. These pills were primarily utilized for the rapid restoration of true energy, and the quality of the qi replenishing pills determined the speed and richness of the recovery. Price slightly lower. The exceptional qi replenishing pills could command a price of 80 liang of spirit stones, earning 360 liang of spirit stones. Qi Xiaoyu subsequently purchased a substantial quantity of herbs for crafting these types of pills, as well as those for healing and detoxification, spending 60 liang after discounts, ultimately requiring Baoyao Hall to pay him 300 liang of spirit stones. Nevertheless, this sum was not insignificant, being merely a branch of Baoyao Hall. They did not possess such funds readily. The other party promised to deliver the money in the afternoon. and Qi Xiaoyu was unperturbed by the prospect of them defaulting on this debt. When Qi Xiaoyu departed, Lu Xing presented him with a guest token and a communication jade talisman, which would allow him to contact her within 100 li. After leaving Bio Hall, Qi Xiaoyu made his way directly to the Alchemist Guild's branch in Qinyan City, the Alchemist Association. Bio Hall. Father, what do you think of these vials of pills? Lu Xing inquired, handing them to her father, Lu Ren. Lu Ren opened a vial and inhaled deeply, exclaiming in astonishment, "Exceptional pills." Lu Xing nodded, and Lu Ren asked, "Whose craftsmanship is this? Elder Gu or Yin Wu?" Lu Xing shook her head. "Neither. I have discovered an exceptional alchemist, the same Mr. Qi who sold us the high-quality spirit snake blood." Lu Ren sprang to his feet in excitement. He is an exceptional alchemist? He claimed these pills were crafted by him, so they should be genuine as they were produced only a few days ago. I have invited him to be a guest elder of our Baiyao Hall, and he has agreed to provide us with exceptional pills in the future. Lu Ren was overjoyed upon hearing this. Haha, splendid. Xinger, you have made the right decision. Such an exceptional alchemist is a rare find. If we can maintain a long-term collaboration with him, our business will undoubtedly surpass that of the other factions. Do you know anything about his background? Lu Xing replied, I do not. I refrained from sending anyone to follow him out of concern it might displease him. However, despite his mask and the appearance of an aged voice, I am certain he is a young man, for his clear eyes do not reflect the gaze of an elder. A young man capable of crafting exceptional pills? Could it be Yin Wu? Lu Ren pondered as he stroked his chin. Lu Xing poured a cup of tea. I have encountered Yin Wu. He is taller than him and has no need for concealment. Lu Ren pondered for a moment and remarked, since the other party is unwilling for us to know their identity, it would be prudent not to investigate further, lest we infringe upon their sensitivities. However, such individuals must be earnestly courted, provided their conditions are acceptable. Among 100 alchemists, it is rare to find one capable of producing exceptional elixirs. The daughter understood. Have we yet to uncover the whereabouts of Ru Yin from the uncle's family? Lu Ren shook his head after taking a sip of tea. No, it is highly likely she has already met with foul play. My elder brother's plan to unite Ru Yin with Zhao Chun, the recently celebrated genius of Qinyan sect, is now in jeopardy. Lu Xing furrowed her brow slightly. Is Zhao Chun truly worthy of such familial investment? The family even provides him with 50 taels of spirit stones monthly for his cultivation. Lu Ren set down his teacup. That lad has advanced to the mid-stage of qi refinement in just half a year, exhibiting remarkable comprehension. It is said he has perfected a particular spell within that time frame. With such aptitude and talent, his potential is not inferior to that of a top-tier spirit root. He holds promise for inheriting the leadership of Qi by Peak, making him a worthy investment for the family. Lu Xing aside, he is indeed fortunate. I possess merely a moderate spirit root talent, yet I excel in management. Thus, the family would not consider me for such a union. Suddenly, Lu Xing queried, could it be possible that Mr. Qi is also a disciple of Qinyan sect? Lu Ren chuckled and shook his head. How could that be? If he were a disciple of Qinyan sect, he would not be engaged in the trade of elixirs himself. The sect would be eager to support him, lacking for nothing. But what if he is indeed a disciple of Qinyan sect? Lu Ren furrowed his brow. If he were, it would imply he is a person who prefers to remain hidden and cautious, even reluctant to let his sect know of his alchemical talents. Or perhaps he is a hidden gem within Qinyan sect, compelled by certain circumstances to conceal his abilities from the sect. Lu Xing narrowed her bright eyes slightly. When he returns to collect his payment, I shall probe him further. Half an hour later, Qi Xiaoyu looked up at the large sign above, Alchemist Residence, Alchemist Alliance. A gathering place for alchemists to communicate and learn from one another. If professions were to be categorized into tiers, alchemists would undoubtedly rank among the most esteemed vocations. The dynasty in which Qi Xiaoyu resided was known as the Great Xia Dynasty, a realm governed jointly with sects, where sects functioned as feudal lords. The territory surrounding Qinyan sect encompassed 1,000 miles, all under its dominion. In the Great Xia Dynasty, as long as one became an alchemist, even the lowest tier would not be taken lightly by outsiders. The alchemist residence was frequented by many, with numerous luxurious carriages parked outside, indicating that visitors were either affluent or noble. Qi Xiaoyu had come here solely to partake in the alchemist qualification examination and to register his alchemist identity. According to the laws of Great Xia and the regulations of the Alchemist Alliance, possessing an alchemist identity certification was essential for the sale of elixirs and the public practice of alchemy. Are you here to participate in the alchemist examination as well? A voice suddenly called out from beside him. Turning his head, Qi Xiaoyu saw a girl in green, accompanied by two boys, one plump and the other slender. Dan 2 examination. Qi Xiaoyu smiled faintly, then shook her head. No, I am here to participate in the Dan Master examination. Dan 2 serves as an entry point into the profession of Dan Masters. Upon becoming a Dan 2, one can apprentice at the Dan Master Pavilion and learn the true art of alchemy. The young girl and two teenagers gazed at him in astonishment, with a hint of envy evident in the girl's eyes. That's impressive. Considering your age is similar to mine, you are already preparing for the Dan Master examination. My name is Wang Shile. What is yours? Qi Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Qiyu. Is there a family named Qi in Qingyan City? The girl appeared to ponder this. A slightly older youth, around 20 years of age, inquired. Which year are you a Dan 2, Brother Qi? I am Wang Yu. Also here for the Dan Master examination. His tone carried a note of arrogance, subtly reminding Wang Shile not to forget that he too was a candidate for the examination. Qi Xiaoyu shook his head and chuckled. I haven't yet taken the Dan 2 examination. At this revelation, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. Wang Yu scoffed. So, you are merely boasting. Wang Shile echoed her discontent. What a blowhard. You aren't even a Dan 2 yet. Qi Xiaoyu chose not to respond to their remarks and entered the interior of the Dan Master Pavilion, where the air was thick with the rich aroma of rare medicinal herbs. Numerous alchemical furnaces filled the space, some communal, others privately owned. Before one private furnace, a crowd gathered to watch an elderly man with gray hair practicing alchemy. If Elder Miao could replicate this ancient elixir formula, he would surely qualify as a spirit alchemist. Absolutely, after all, Elder Miao is the most senior high-grade Dan Master in the pavilion, a spectator remarked. The onlookers stood at a respectful distance of over 10 meters. Their voices hushed, unwilling to disrupt the process. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the alchemical furnace, and a plume of black smoke poured forth. The elderly alchemist immediately began to tug at his hair in frustration. Damn it, where did I go wrong? Others in the crowd sighed in silent sympathy. You used the wrong ingredients. Substitute the moonlight grass with moonlight herb and lower your fire temperature by 10 melting points. A voice emerged from the throng. All eyes turned to the source of the voice, a young boy in white, perched upon a crow's shoulder, who had spoken to Elder Miao. Who is this? How dare he critique Elder Miao? Indeed, this boy is far too presumptuous. As they recognized him as an unfamiliar young lad, many in the audience began to murmur discontentedly. Wang Yu, eager to assert his superiority as a candidate for the Dan Master qualification, derided. A mere Dan 2 with no standing dares to point fingers at Elder Miao? As the crowd learned that Qi Xiaoyu was not even a Dan 2, their disdain grew. Where did this ignorant brat come from? Leave at once. Exactly. How could you question Elder Miao's alchemical skills? Guards, guards. Throw him out. The chorus of reprimands erupted from the Dan Tuss and lower-tier Dan Masters. Old Miao admonished, silence. All of you. Enough noise. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. He turned his gaze towards the youth and inquired amiably, May I ask, young friend, what is moonlight grass? Qi Xiaoyu, noticing the man's pleasant demeanor, continued, moonlight grass is actually a variant of moonlight herb, emerging during the dark phase of the moon. It possesses a distinctive silver filament within its leaves, vastly differing in medicinal properties, exhibiting a far greater chill. The explosion you just witnessed occurred due to insufficient coldness from the moonlight herb, while the flames were excessively strong. Although Qi Xiaoyu was not well versed in alchemical processes, a crow conveniently provided him with the necessary insight. A hint of astonishment crossed old Miao's face, for indeed, moonlight grass was an ingredient in the elixir he was crafting. With myriad herbs at his disposal, he only inquired further upon hearing the mention of moonlight grass. He hastily retrieved a collection of moonlight grass from his storage pouch, rummaging through it until he found one that matched the youth's description. However, upon looking up, he discovered the young man had vanished. Reflecting on the youth's words, old Miao resumed his attempts with the herbs. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu had arrived at the registration desk for the alchemist qualification examination, attended by a young man who was also an apprentice alchemist within the Alchemist's Guild. Without preamble, Xiaoyu declared, I wish to register for the alchemist exam. The young man replied, present your apprentice token along with 20 spirit stones as a material fee. Qi Xiaoyu frowned at the considerable fee for the examination. I do not possess an apprentice token, yet I do have 20 spirit stones. Is the token absolutely necessary? The young man retorted brusquely, of course. You're not suggesting you haven't even passed the apprentice exam, are you? Qi Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Indeed, he had not. Ha! I knew it. This fellow is nothing but a fraud. You lack even the qualifications of an apprentice, yet dare to attempt the alchemist exam. At that moment, Wang Yu and his companions approached, with Wang Yu showing no mercy in his derision. Qi Xiaoyu, disinterested in engaging with such fickle-minded individuals, addressed the registration staff. Then I shall take the apprentice exam first. 5 spirit stones, the apathetic registrar stated. Qi Xiaoyu paid the fee, receiving a hefty tome in return. The desks nearby are the examination area. Do not cheat. Someone is watching. Cheating will result in a lifetime ban from the alchemist qualification examinations. As Qi Xiaoyu opened the tome, he found it filled with vivid illustrations of various herbs, yet devoid of any descriptions or text. However, gazing at these images, the benignly heavenly fire furnace began to relay information about the herbs back to him. The apprentice exam was straightforward. It contained thousands of illustrations of herbs. Candidates were required to identify the names, effects, and functions of these herbs, with a passing score being at least 70%. For an alchemist, knowing herbs and understanding their effects is fundamental. Yet, this foundational knowledge is vast. With countless herbs in existence, it would take an ordinary person many years of rote memorization. Qi Xiaoyu settled into a nearby examination area, where ink and brushes were provided. He opened the first page, dipped his brush into the ink, and began to write, Jing Tian, primarily for treating severe heat sores, body heat discomfort, and malevolent energies. The flower is effective in treating women's ailments, alleviating both red and white discharges, and enhancing vision. He swiftly dipped his brush and began to write. While beside him, Wang Xiao was also taking the exam, her expression fluctuating between frowns and moments of ease. She cast a glance at the youth beside her, observing his placid demeanor and the fluid motions of his brush, which moved with an effortless grace, flipping through pages as he wrote at a rapid pace. No peeking, barked an invigilating alchemist. Wang Xiao stuck out her tongue and resumed her writing. However, less than an hour had passed when Qi Xiaoyu stood up and declared, I'm done. The alchemist supervising the exam, who had been munching on sunflower seeds, looked at him in astonishment. Finished so soon? Each book contains 1,500 questions, and there are over 10 different versions of the exam with varying content. Most candidates take at least 2 hours to complete. Qi Xiaoyu submitted the illustrated book bearing his name, prompting the invigilator to begin grading immediately. Wang Xiao gazed at him in disbelief. She had barely completed a quarter of the exam. How could this be? No one could answer so swiftly. He must be writing nonsense. The invigilator initially shared her skepticism, but was captivated by the fluidity of Qi Xiaoyu's script, which rivaled the works of seasoned scholars. Owing to his previous life as experience in a calligraphy class, he had honed his brushwork since childhood. As the invigilator flipped through and graded the pages, a look of astonishment crept upon his face. At times, he had to reference the answers himself, as some he could barely recall. After more than half an hour, he looked at Qi Xiaoyu in shock. All correct. Not a single error. What? How is that possible? Wang Xiao stared, dumbfounded. Nearby, several alchemists watching the spectacle wore expressions of disbelief. Qi Xiaoyu remained unfazed. The knowledge of medicinal herbs inscribed in the Jiuli Tianhua furnace likely surpassed the collective understanding of everyone in the Alchemist's Guild. Old Lu, is this true? All correct. No alchemist apprentice has ever achieved a perfect score. Indeed, you must have made a mistake, questioned another alchemist. The supervising alchemist retorted irritably, if you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves. Besides, this must be submitted for record keeping. I wouldn't dare make an error. Some skeptics came to verify, but after extensive checking, they found not a single mistake. Qi Xiaoyu then inquired, may I receive my apprentice token? The alchemist promptly nodded and retrieved a token for him. Amidst the astonished gazes of those present, Qi Xiaoyu approached the registration desk and tossed the token to the attendant. I wish to register as an alchemist apprentice. The young registrar, having witnessed the earlier scene, wore a look of shock as well. This individual had achieved a perfect score, while he himself had barely scraped by after years of preparation, only managing to answer 900 questions. Coming to his senses, he quickly said, just provide 20 taels for materials, and you can take the exam. Qi Xiaoyu felt a pang of embarrassment as he rummaged through his pouch. He had only 17 taels left, insufficient for the fee. Could I possibly owe you 3 taels? He asked, clearing his throat awkwardly. The registrar grimaced. That is not the rule. I can lend you the money. I have plenty, Wang Xiao called out, still engaged in her exam. She directly tossed a 5-tael spirit stone to Qi Xiaoyu, who waved her hand and deftly deflected the stone, saying, I do not desire your offering. Wang Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her anger flaring as she retorted, Why not? Qi Xiaoyu calmly responded, I prefer not to entangle myself with you, lest your two devoted admirers turn against me. Beasts in their mating season lack reason, just as those consumed by love do. You. Wang Xiao's teeth clenched in frustration, and she snorted disdainfully, what a waste of kindness. If I do not lend to you, who else would? I hope you fail your exam. Qi Xiaoyu picked up her alchemist's token and turned to leave, realizing she needed to find some funds. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupted, Haha, young friend. I shall lend to you. An elderly man approached briskly. It was the esteemed Miao Lao, who had been refining alchemical potions outside. His face beamed with joy, clearly in high spirits. Miao Lao, Miao Lao. The surrounding alchemists quickly bowed and made way, their eyes filled with respect. Qi Xiaoyu inquired with a gentle smile. Did you achieve success in your endeavors? Miao Lao nodded, grinning as he replied, Indeed. I owe my gratitude to your guidance, young friend. I have finally succeeded in creating the nearly lost ancient elixir, the spirit-nurturing pill. But how did you grasp the intricacies of its formulation? Qi Xiaoyu merely smiled in silence, thinking, what do I know? It was all from what Xiaoyu said. The onlookers were astounded, gazing at Qi Xiaoyu in disbelief. This young person had instructed Miao Lao in alchemy? How could that be? Miao Lao was the most senior and esteemed alchemist within the guild. Wang Xiao, who was taking the exam, was equally dumbfounded. She had previously known that Qi Xiaoyu had provided guidance to Miao Lao, and at that time, everyone thought it was merely a bid for attention. Miao Lao slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Haha, my apologies for the oversight. Such matters are undoubtedly personal. I was indeed foolish to pry. He turned to the young man at the registration desk and said, Whatever amount this young friend needs, I shall cover it. The young man at the desk quickly stood up, bowing and smiling broadly. Oh, no, it is not a matter that requires your generosity. It is simply your word that suffices. He hastily retrieved several packages of prepared medicinal materials from the counter and handed them to Qi Xiaoyu, his demeanor shifting significantly as he cheerfully said, Young brother, these are the materials for concocting the vitality pill. You may use alchemy furnace number 8 at your leisure. You have 3 sets of materials and 3 attempts. As long as you successfully refine a product even once, you will pass the assessment. Qi Xiaoyu nodded in gratitude, then turned to Miao Lao, saying, I shall consider the funds as a token of gratitude for your reminder. With that, she took the materials and proceeded to the alchemy chamber. Miao Lao followed and inquired, Might I ask if you are apprenticed to anyone within the alchemist guild? Qi Xiaoyu shook her head no. Miao Lao smiled faintly, intrigued by the prospect of taking her as a disciple, though he refrained from voicing it, wishing to observe her talents further. The onlookers recognized the significance of the moment. This young individual had caught Miao Lao's attention, and all gazes were filled with envy directed at Qi Xiaoyu. To be accepted as a disciple by Miao Lao was an opportunity that affluent heirs could only dream of purchasing. This young person was truly fortunate. Wang Xiao could not help but reveal a hint of envy as she listened. The protagonist's father had made considerable sacrifices to persuade Elder Miao to accept him as a disciple after passing the Dan2 examination. Yet, this individual had the audacity to request Elder Miao to personally take him under his wing. Wang Yu, standing nearby, was consumed with jealousy. I must ensure that Elder Miao notices me as well. Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, opening the flame vent beneath the alchemical furnace. Below it lay the earth fire. As he lifted the cover, the flames erupted. The temperature of the earth fire being regulated solely by his own vital energy to control the runes within the furnace. Beside him was fine spring water, essential for the alchemical process. There were various methods of concocting elixirs, depending on the types of medicinal herbs used. If the herbs were dried, one would employ the water method. However, for fresh herbs, a skilled practitioner could directly refine them with fire, extracting their essence and merging it into a pill. The supervising alchemist announced, the candidates may begin their assessments. No one is permitted to disturb them. Qi Xiaoyu struck the water bucket, causing the spring water within to leap forth like a cascading white veil into the furnace, without a single drop spilling. This display of exquisite control astonished many who had anticipated his failure. Elder Miao's expression also bore a hint of surprise. Subsequently, Qi Xiaoyu regulated the furnace's temperature and introduced the herbs, but not all at once. The timing and temperature were crucial. He first added slices of ginseng and various other herbs in a deliberate sequence. His method drew snickers from onlookers. This fool is adding the herbs all wrong. The order for the qi nourishing pill is completely different. Indeed, it contrasted starkly with what our master taught us. After Qi Xiaoyu had added the herbs in his own unique order, he began to brew them, extracting their medicinal properties into the water. The final step was to condense the mixture into a pill, which would signify success. Half an hour passed, and Wang Yu opened his furnace to a fragrant aroma, exclaiming in delight as he retrieved his elixir. I did it. I succeeded. Congratulations, Wang Yu. Haha, soon we shall call him Master Wang Yu. Many acquaintances of Wang Yu laughed and offered their congratulations. Beaming with pride, he reveled in his achievement as a 20-year-old alchemist, envisioning a promising future as a distinguished master. His gaze drifted toward Qi Xiaoyu, and he sneered softly. You little brat, what are you trying to flaunt in front of me? This is true strength. Another half-hour elapsed, and several observers frowned. Hasn't the qi-nourishing pill been brewing too long? Indeed, it should have congealed by now. Why hasn't that fellow produced a pill yet? Numerous alchemists debated, noting that their own processes for the qi-nourishing pill required far less time. Yet Qi Xiaoyu's duration had exceeded theirs by a considerable margin. This young man, he truly is nurturing the pill. His control over the flames with his vital energy has reached an astonishing level. Elder Miao perceived the depth of Qi Xiaoyu's technique, his eyes reflecting astonishment. Could it be that he aims to produce a supreme elixir? As one of the few capable of crafting exceptional pills in Qingyun, his discernment was naturally unparalleled. After an extensive period devoted to the refinement of a qi-nourishing pill, Wang Yu scoffed quietly, suggesting that it had likely burnt to a crisp, leaving its creator too embarrassed to present it. Silence, Elder Miao reprimanded sharply, causing Wang Yu's face to flush with embarrassment and anger, rendering him speechless. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu struck the alchemical furnace, causing its lid to soar upwards. And from within emerged 9 gleaming pills, gracefully descending into a vial. The moment the pills were produced, they exuded an intoxicating aroma that overshadowed all surrounding concoctions. Handing the pills to the assessing alchemist, the latter inhaled the fragrance, scrutinized the luster of the pills, and even scraped a bit of powder for testing. These are exceptional grade pills. Upon this declaration, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. What? Exceptional grade pills? How can this be? The crowd was incredulous, unable to fathom that he had produced pills of such quality. Wang Yu, eyes wide in disbelief, questioned, Senior, could you be mistaken? The assessing alchemist coldly retorted, his gaze sharp, are you doubting my expertise? Elder Miao, standing nearby, applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, indeed, these are exceptional grade pills. A true hero has emerged. With Elder Miao's endorsement, murmurs of doubt dissipated, and the onlookers regarded Qi Xiaoyu with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Taking the pills from the alchemist's hands, Qi Xiaoyu claimed his creation. Elder Miao then inquired with a smile, young friend, would you consider becoming my disciple? The surrounding crowd was envious and jealous. Elder Miao personally offering to take on a disciple was a dream come true for many. With Elder Miao's recent creation of the concentration pill, he was bound to be recognized as a 4th-tier alchemist, his status only trailing behind the master of the Qingyan alchemist manor and the ancient elder of the Qingyan sect's Qingyan Peak. Although Qi Xiaoyu's origins remained unknown, Elder Miao was not willing to miss out on such an extraordinarily gifted alchemist. If he did not act first, word would spread, and other old-timers would snatch him away. Qi Xiaoyu paused, contemplating. What he lacked was a strong backing, a pillar of support. This elder held an esteemed position, and becoming his disciple might afford him protection amid his conflicts with Zhao Chun. Noticing Qi Xiaoyu's hesitation, Elder Miao continued, I am now regarded as a 4th-tier alchemist. I possess knowledge of over 100 formulas spanning the 1st to 3rd tiers. Should you choose to become my disciple, I will pass all of this knowledge on to you. For an alchemist, the most precious assets are indeed the formulas, the experiences of alchemy, and unique techniques, which are highly coveted by novices. Without a trace of hesitation, Qi Xiaoyu bowed deeply, declaring, Disciple Qiyu pays respects to master. Taken aback by Qi Xiaoyu's decisiveness, Elder Miao had intended to elaborate further. Haha, splendid. From this day forth, you shall be my 6th official disciple, Miao Zhenqing. Elder Miao was overjoyed. His previous disciples had not possessed such remarkable talent. If one were to gauge a cultivator's aptitude by the quality of their spiritual roots, then an alchemist's skill was determined by their ability to refine low, medium, high, and exceptional grade pills. For Miao Zhenqing, a disciple capable of refining exceptional pills is akin to a cultivator receiving a disciple endowed with extraordinary spiritual roots. Many alchemists dedicate their entire lives to perfecting a single elixir, yet struggle to produce a top-tier pill. Congratulations, Elder Miao, on acquiring such an outstanding apprentice. The surrounding crowd expressed their heartfelt congratulations, also extending their well wishes to Qi Xiaoyu. Wang Yu, standing nearby, was consumed by jealousy. His eyes reddened with envy, while Wang Xiao, who had just completed the alchemist examination, stood in stunned amazement, filled with admiration. Tomorrow, a formal apprenticeship ceremony will be held at the alchemist's residence. Xiaoyu, please invite your parents to witness this moment, Elder Mao gently instructed Qi Xiaoyu. The act of apprenticeship is not merely a simple agreement between master and disciple. It requires a formal ceremony wherein one's parents, relatives, and elders bear witness. Rituals must be performed, offerings presented, and ancestral spirits honored, adhering to a specific protocol. In the realm of cultivation, the status of a master is nearly equivalent to that of a parent, and in some respects, may even surpass it. Qi Xiaoyu's expression dimmed as she replied, Master, my parents have both passed away, and I have no relatives in Qingyun City. Elder Miao expressed mild surprise before inquiring. Are you not from Qingyun City? Is the Qingyun sect recruiting disciples externally? Qi Xiaoyu nodded. I come from a seaside fishing village beneath Qingshui town. Just as she was about to divulge more about her background, Elder Miao raised his hand to halt her. Observing the multitude around them, Qi Xiaoyu understood his intent, to safeguard her privacy from potential adversaries seeking vengeance. Elder Miao led her into the alchemist's residence, to his personal quarters. An abode adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers and herbs, all of which could be utilized in medicine. It was here that Qi Xiaoyu finally shared her story. I hail from a fishing village beneath Qingshui town, and at the end of last year, I was accepted into the Qingyun sect, becoming one of its disciples. Are you a disciple from beneath Qingyun Peak? Elder Miao inquired. For Qingyun Peak was renowned for its alchemical pursuits. Qi Xiaoyu shook her head. No, I am merely a servant disciple. A servant disciple? Elder Miao gazed at her in disbelief. Qi Xiaoyu scratched her head and explained, I possess a lowly spiritual root, merely of the inferior grade, which is why I entered as a servant disciple. Elder Miao was incredulous. Then how did you come to refine pills? The formula for the Qi nourishing pill is not something a mere servant disciple could acquire. Anticipating this question, Qi Xiaoyu had prepared her response. I work in the spirit serpent garden, which frequently interacts with the sect's alchemical disciples, and thus I developed an interest in alchemy. One of the disciples from Qingyun Peak, who was bitten by a serpent, was saved by me when I risked my life to extract the poison. In gratitude, he discreetly imparted the formula and method for the Qi nourishing pill to me. After a few months of guidance and my own contemplation, I managed to refine this Qi nourishing pill. However, I cannot disclose the identity of the person who shared the formula, as I have sworn an oath to keep it secret. Elder Miao paid little heed to the specifics of her background, instead marveling at the fact that Qi Xiaoyu, having only dabbled in alchemy for a few months, had successfully refined an exceptional Qi nourishing pill on her own. A prodigy in alchemy. As for Qi Xiaoyu's origins, he could ascertain the truth of her connections and capabilities with a modicum of investigation. Good child, it seems you are inherently suited for this path. I consider myself fortunate to have discovered a gem in you. In a few days, I shall approach the esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect to elevate your status from that of a common laborer to that of my official disciple. Henceforth, you may dedicate yourself to the art of alchemy by my side. With your remarkable talent, it is likely that within a decade, you could reach the heights I have attained. At my age, nearing the grave, and unable to make further advancements in my cultivation, I have taken to gathering more gifted disciples to ensure the legacy of my teachings endures. Qi Xiaoyu, rubbing his nose, replied, Master, I do not wish to leave the Qingyun sect. Alchemy is my passion. However, I yearn to progress further in my cultivation. Niao Jingqing furrowed his brow, contemplating before he spoke. If that is the case, I shall advocate for your promotion to an inner disciple. Your aptitude for alchemy is indeed sufficient. Qi Xiaoyu quickly shook his head, insisting, Master, I wish to enter the inner sect through my own merits. In truth, he was reluctant to part with Lingxi Valley, a place where one could quietly amass wealth. Niao Zhenqing, a cunning old fox, sensed that matters were not so simple. However, as a mentor, he deemed it unnecessary to pry into his disciples' secrets and merely advised, then let me assist you in becoming an outer disciple. As a laborer, you would hardly have the time to practice alchemy or cultivate. Qi Xiaoyu continued to shake his head, stating, My mother always taught me to rely on myself and to possess integrity. Having consumed an exceptional nourishing elixir, I have already attained the 5th level of Qi refinement. With a single breakthrough, I can enter the 6th level and qualify for the outer sect through my own efforts. Upon hearing this, Niao Jingqing ceased his persuasion. It is rare to find such determination in you. Since you feel this way, I shall not interfere. With your parents deceased and no elders to guide you, let us simplify tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony. After honoring our ancestors, we shall consider the process complete. Qi Xiaoyu bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, master. However, I have a question. Will the Qingyun sect have any objections to my joining your esteemed lineage? Niao Jingqing laughed heartily. Rest assured, the Qingyun sect would be delighted to have their disciples learn alchemy under my tutelage. Besides, as a mere laborer, none of the individuals I know within the sect are even aware of your existence. As Qi Xiaoyu departed from the elder's residence, he reflected upon the events of the day, feeling fortunate to have the opportunity to apprentice under Niao Zhenqing. Although he possessed the Nine Heavens fire cauldron as a significant advantage in alchemy, Qi Xiaoyu recognized the limitations of his own foundations. There were many aspects of knowledge that the cauldron could not impart. Having a teacher to guide him would undoubtedly help him avoid many detours along the way. In the realm of wealth and companionship, the term companionship does not solely refer to romantic partners, but also encompasses benefactors, esteemed mentors, and friends who enrich one's journey. Donning a mask, Qi Xiaoyu arrived at the Ba, where Lu Xing'er settled the 300 spirit stones owed to him and presented him with a deed to a residence, a gift from Ba. Lu Xing'er warmly accompanied Qi Xiaoyu to view the property, which was a residence located in the southern part of the city. Although it was not situated in the most bustling district, the location was still commendable, falling within the city's 4th to 5th ring, encompassing an area of over 400 square meters, complete with a courtyard. In the past, this residence was occupied by a guest scholar of our Biotang. But after our collaboration concluded, the property was reclaimed. Naturally, the deed has been entrusted to Mr. Qi, and this dwelling will eternally belong to him. Even if Mr. Qi ceases to partner with us, it shall not be reclaimed. Upon entering the courtyard, the surroundings were impeccably tidy, and Qi Xiaoyu expressed his satisfaction with a nod, saying, "Thank you, but I shall not reside here for the time being. You may stay whenever you wish. Should you require maidservants or any assistance, do not hesitate to instruct me," came the reply. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, foregoing any further pleasantries. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Lu Xing'er, he departed. As Qi Xiaoyu gazed upon the grand estate, an inexplicable wave of profound loneliness washed over him. No other household in the village boasted such elegance. Had his parents and sister-in-law not perished, he would undoubtedly have brought them here to enjoy a life of comfort, free from the perilous toil of fishing at sea or laboring under the sun. Alas, at that moment, the solitude and melancholy of unfulfilled familial bonds struck him with unprecedented intensity. Qi Xiaoyu closed the estate's grand door behind him and set off to procure a considerable amount of meat, grain, oil, and firewood, hiring a cart to journey towards the outskirts of Qingyun City. For kilometers outside Qingyun City lay Liuji Village. Qi Xiaoyu drove his cart to the entrance of a farmhouse and pushed open the wooden gate. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light shot towards him. Instinctively, he turned his head to evade it. It was a flying sword, a foot in length, whizzing past his ear. Startled, Qi Xiaoyu activated his iron turtle shield, summoning a translucent protective film around himself, while simultaneously brandishing his own flying feather sword. "Xiaoyu!" exclaimed a voice tinged with surprise. Qi Xiaoyu turned to find a young girl approaching, her hair tied into a short ponytail. At around 16 or 17, she had bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her skin is fair as jade, clad in loose white training attire. "Who are you?" Qi Xiaoyu recognized her with a start. The girl smiled. "I am the little beggar." Qi Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are the little beggar? How can you be a girl?" Her cheeks flushed slightly. "I have always been a girl. I merely cut my hair and disguised myself as a boy to avoid bullying." Qi Xiaoyu scrutinized her, astonished by the transformation. In the months since they last met, the little beggar had blossomed into a beautiful maiden, her aura completely transformed. Observing her summon back the flying sword, he exclaimed in disbelief, "You've become a cultivator?" The girl nodded. "My master taught me the techniques, and I have learned to refine my qi. Now I am also a cultivator." "Congratulations! Is it the same master who taught you the art of exploration?" Qi Xiaoyu couldn't help but use his serpent's eye to sense her cultivation level, and he was taken aback. 5th layer of qi refinement. No less formidable than his own cultivation. How little time had passed. His serpent's eye allowed him to perceive the true energy within her, revealing her cultivation. "Xiaolon, is he the boy you mentioned?" Beneath the nearby plum tree, an elderly man, clad in tattered garments, reclined languidly in a chair, his eyes closed as he spoke slowly. The girl known as Xiaolan nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Master." "It is he. I owe my life to his timely rescue." Turning to introduce him to Qi Xiaoyu, she inquired, "By the way, Master, what is your name?" Suddenly, a wave of embarrassment washed over her as she realized she did not even know her master's name. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the beggar-like figure of the old man, his heart gripped by shock. Beneath the serpentine gaze, he discerned that the old man's body radiated no warmth, resembling that of a corpse. Despite his astonishment, Qi Xiaoyu approached respectfully, bowing, "I am Qi Xiaoyu, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder." The old beggar merely glanced at him before losing interest once more, muttering, "Inferior spiritual root, difficult to cultivate." Qi Xiaoyu rubbed his nose, uncertain of how to respond. "Brother Xiaoyu, you have arrived." At that moment, Shirtu and Cici emerged from the house, joyfully rushing towards Qi Xiaoyu. "Shirtu, Cici," he laughed, lifting them, one in each arm. After playing with them for a while, he unloaded the supplies from the cart. "I have come to deliver provisions, but it seems you are now quite capable of self-sufficiency." With the enigmatic old beggar present and the girl's burgeoning prowess, Qi Xiaoyu felt reassured that they would not go hungry. They might be faring even better than himself. "Xiaoyu, thank you so very much. Without you, we may not have endured until my master returned. I will plead with him to take you as a disciple." "He is extraordinarily skilled," Xiaolan said, helping to unload the goods. Qi Xiaoyu shook his head. "There is no need. I am an inferior spiritual root, unworthy of your master's attention, and I have my own path of cultivation. I have heard my master speak of spiritual roots, and if it is you, Xiaoyu, I believe you are certainly no less capable than others." The girl asserted with determination in her gaze. Qi Xiaoyu, carrying a sack of rice, smiled broadly. "I feel the same." For dinner, under the eager anticipation of everyone, Qi Xiaoyu prepared a pot of braised pork, a cast-iron pot of pickled cabbage stewed with goose, and several stir-fried dishes suitable for pairing with wine. The man who had previously regarded Qi Xiaoyu with indifference now found his chopsticks moving incessantly at the table. "I must admit, although your cultivation talent may be lacking, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. What dish is this? I have dined in many renowned establishments, yet I have never tasted anything quite like it. The presentation may not be exquisite, but the flavor is exceptionally unique." The old beggar praised him as he savored the food, while Xiaolan chimed in, "Master, since Xiaoyu cooks so well, why not accept him as a disciple? He could prepare meals for you every day." After taking a sip of wine, the old man huffed, "Girl, do you think I am so easily swayed to take on a disciple?" Xiaolan pouted, "Is that not the case? Was it not you who insisted I become his disciple?" The old beggar retorted grumpily, "Can his talent compare to yours? Both are eggs, yet you will hatch into a phoenix while he will merely yield a crow." Xiaolan, with a huff of indignation, declared, "I won't allow you to speak of Xiaoyu in such a manner. You shan't have any food." As she spoke, she abruptly moved the dishes in front of the elderly man to a different position. Qi Xiaoyu quickly interjected, "Xiaolan, I have already taken on a master. Please do not trouble this esteemed elder. The act of accepting a disciple is inherently a matter of mutual consent." Miser. No, an old miser. Only then did Xiaolan relocate the dishes. All right. For your sake, and considering that this lad possesses commendable culinary skills, I shall impart a few techniques to him. Young man, I noticed you summoned a flying sword. Do you know how to wield it?" The old beggar took a sip of his drink and inquired. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. In truth, his only skill was in serpent charm, as he was merely a servant disciple and had no access to the sect's spells. He used the flying sword simply by infusing it with his vital energy, employing it as a close-range weapon. Flying swords, by nature, are instruments adept at long-range assassinations. The true close combat sword is known as a battle sword, which is significantly larger than a flying sword. While a flying sword typically measures only about a foot in length, it is nimble and lightweight, allowing it to be wielded as a short sword. I knew you wouldn't know. Your earlier attempt to summon the flying sword was excruciatingly slow. Xiaolan, demonstrate your skill for this little friend, the old beggar remarked, addressing Xiaolan. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan formed her left hand into a sword-like gesture and softly intoned a spell. Whoosh! A beam of cold light shot forth from her storage bag at an astonishing speed, following her finger's direction towards the sky. The foot-long flying sword immediately soared upwards, coincidentally piercing through a sparrow that was flying by, causing it to plummet lifelessly to the ground. How swift! Qi Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He controlled the flying sword with his vital energy, which could only manage a speed of about 20 to 30 meters per second, with a maximum range of about 10 feet from his body. However, Xiaolan's mastery of the sword had evidently exceeded 50 meters per second, with an attack range reaching 30 feet. The old beggar remarked nonchalantly, "This is not true speed. A genuine sword cultivator, a sword immortal, strikes like lightning, capable of taking a head from 1,000 miles away in an instant. You have saved my disciple, thus I shall make an exception and teach you a fundamental technique of sword control. Since you are not my disciple, I can only impart the preliminary teachings. Yet even these will suffice for your foundational understanding." The old man then asked, "What is your understanding of sword control?" Qi Xiaoyu pondered briefly before responding. The sword is akin to an extension of the swordsman's body. Sword control is akin to liberating one's limbs from the constraints of the torso to strike from afar. The old beggar gazed at Qi Xiaoyu with astonishment, saying, "I did not expect that despite your lack of knowledge in sword control, you would possess such insight. Indeed, the sword is an extension of the swordsman's body. For a novice in the way of the sword should move as gracefully as an arm, as if directing one's own body." The old man further inquired, "How does your arm circulate vital energy?" Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoyu replied, "Through the meridians." "Correct? It is through the meridians that vital energy is circulated. Now tell me, what is required for sword control?" "Vital energy. And how does vital energy operate within the sword?" Qi Xiaoyu fell into deep contemplation, pondering the connection to the words just spoken. Could it be that it also relates to the meridians? Indeed, it pertains to the meridians. But are we speaking of your own? Is this the sword's meridian? The old beggar narrowed his eyes, casually tossing a peanut into his mouth while scrutinizing Qi Xiaoyu intently. He sighed softly, acknowledging, "Your comprehension is commendable, yet your innate talent is regrettably limited. You are correct. In order for the sword to resonate with one's arm, achieving a profound connection, and to unleash its true potency, one must engage with the sword's meridian." "Do you believe that a sword possesses meridians?" Quickly, Qi Xiaoyu replenished the old man's empty cup with wine and replied with a smile, "If you ask this way, then the sword must indeed have meridians." The old beggar shot him a disapproving glance and insisted, "Do not be clever. Answer sincerely. Since the sword has meridians, how do you comprehend the sword's meridian?" Setting down the wine jug, Qi Xiaoyu lapsed into thought. Moments later, he focused his gaze on a tree, rising to pluck a leaf from a plum tree. Pointing to its veins, he inquired, "Old senior, may I interpret the patterns on this leaf as its meridian?" The old beggar instantly grasped his meaning, and for the first time, a glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes. He nodded with a smile. "Precisely, continue." Qi Xiaoyu elaborated, "Humans possess meridians, as do animals and spirits. Thus, it follows that flora and trees must also have them. If you pose the question, then surely the sword possesses its own meridian as well. Hence, the sword's meridian should be the marks left by the blacksmith during its forging. Your insight is indeed commendable, surpassing that of this girl by a considerable margin," the old beggar remarked for the first time with praise. Nearby, Xiaolan chimed in, "Xiaoyu is truly clever. When my master posed a question to me, I could not respond at all." With a flick of his finger, the old beggar summoned Qi Xiaoyu's flying sword, which soared uncontrollably from his storage pouch, hovering before the elder while emitting a symphony of sword cries. The old man stated nonchalantly, "The sword's meridian comprises the traces left by the blacksmith during its crafting, imprints forged with each strike, engravings inscribed by the craftsman. Therefore, to master my sword control technique, one must locate and sense their sword's meridian, allowing one's true energy to circulate within it, akin to the flow within one's own arm. When you can identify the meridians of all things in the surrounding world and wield them, every flower, blade of grass, and tree can become your flying sword." As the elder spoke, leaves from the ground suddenly danced into the air, transforming in demeanor as if they had become sharp blades. In an instant, countless plum tree leaves shot forth, targeting a distant earthen wall. The impact was thunderous, as if machine gun bullets had struck, the leaves piercing through the wall with ease. This spectacle left Qi Xiaoyu astounded, a rush of admiration swelling within him as he gazed at the old beggar with genuine respect. He thought to himself, had such a strike been directed at him, he would surely have been left in disarray. The old beggar remained motionless, continuing to partake in his meal and drink, casually stating, "I shall grant you a fortnight to discover the meridians of your sword and learn to channel your true energy into these pathways. If you succeed, I shall impart to you my sword technique." Thunderous flight of the phoenix. Beside him, Xiaolan interjected with dissatisfaction, "Master, it took me 20 days to find them. Your 15 days is quite stringent." The old beggar replied nonchalantly, "You are my direct disciple, while he is not. To learn my sword technique, he must exhibit exceptional qualities. Otherwise, passing it on to him would be an affront to my art and would tarnish my reputation should he fail. My decision to consider him is merely out of respect for you." Xiaolan was about to protest further when Qi Xiaoyu placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "The elder has his reasons. As the saying goes, one must not lightly impart techniques. Xiaolan, spells are highly valued in the cultivation realm. Indeed, spells are precious and categorized into inferior, intermediate, superior, arcane, and the legendary celestial techniques. A complete inferior spell holds great value even among the lower ranks of cultivation, with the Qingyan sect allowing only outer disciples to choose one for free upon entry. To learn additional spells, one must undertake tasks to earn merit points for exchange, while affluent disciples may purchase them from the sect. Furthermore, sharing what one learns is strictly forbidden. Exposure would lead to the practitioner's cultivation being nullified, and the life of the disseminator would be forfeit." With Qi Xiaoyu's words, Xiaolan refrained from further objections, and the old beggar nodded in satisfaction. Had Qi Xiaoyu sought to leverage Xiaolan's favor for his own gain, he would have withheld even the slightest hint of technique from him. "My dear girl, in your lifetime, you have encountered me. You remain blissfully unaware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world. It is only those with inferior spiritual roots, like him, who can truly grasp its challenges. In a sect like Qingyun, one must start as a menial disciple, enduring many years before qualifying as an outer disciple eligible to learn spells, and even then, they would only access inferior techniques. The sword technique I will teach you is far from inferior." Xiaolan stuck out her tongue playfully and quickly approached the old man, offering to massage his shoulders to lift his spirits. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu sat in contemplation, holding his flying sword. As night fell, Qi Xiaoyu meditated in his room, the flying sword resting in his hands. He channeled his true energy into the sword, seeking its meridians. However, the energy flowed into the sword as if entering a vessel, making it challenging to discern the elusive pathways. After an extensive period of sensing, he found no trace of the purported markings or meridians. He understood the old beggar's words but grappled with the ability to find them. The meridians of a sword were not as apparent as those of a leaf. The craftsmanship of a swordsmith capable of forging magical artifacts surpassed even the most advanced machinery of his past life. After searching for an hour without success, Qi Xiaoyu sighed in frustration and stepped out of his room. In the summer dawn, a refreshing breeze had begun to sweep through the air, dissipating the heat. The distant rice paddies echoed with the croaking of frogs, while cicadas serenaded from the trees above. As Qi Xiaoyu's eyes transformed into serpentine pupils, the world outside morphed into a thermal imaging landscape, allowing him to perceive ethereal particles invisible to the naked eye. He could discern the eels concealed within the muddy depths of the pond, the birds perched upon the trees, their emitted warmth and vitality laid bare before him. Similarly, through this perceptive energy, he could visualize their meridians. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Qi Xiaoyu's mind. He hastily retrieved his flying sword, channeling his true energy into it, meticulously scrutinizing the blade. The previously cold sword, in his sight, now radiated his own essence, emanating warmth. As he observed closely, he gradually unveiled the intricate patterns within the sword, patterns nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, revealed through the infusion of true energy and the contrasting distribution of heat. Could this be the sword's meridian? Qi Xiaoyu's demeanor was electrified with excitement, prompting him to delve deeper into his study. The following morning, upon awakening, Xiaolan discovered Qi Xiaoyu already busy in the kitchen, the aroma of steaming buns wafting through the air. "Xiaoyu, why are you up so early?" she inquired. Rushing to assist him, Qi Xiaoyu, kneading the dough, replied, "I didn't sleep a wink last night." "Ah, you didn't spend the entire night searching for the sword's meridian, did you?" Xiaolan asked with concern. Qi Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Xiaolan continued, "As for the sword's meridian, I can't quite articulate it. After I cultivated true energy, I infused it into the sword daily, searching endlessly without success. It wasn't until the 20th day that I sensed my true energy had discovered the so-called meridian, though I couldn't pinpoint how I achieved that." Qi Xiaoyu replied with a smile, "I believe I have found it." "Really?" After breakfast, in the courtyard, the old beggar's demeanor was grave. "You claim to have found it?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded. "I believe so." "Prove it to me. Let your true energy flow along the meridian you discovered." Without a word, Qi Xiaoyu drew forth his flying sword, releasing a thread of true energy into it. He then guided this thread along the meridian he had uncovered. Although there were slight discrepancies in his control, the general direction was accurate. The beggar's skepticism transformed into seriousness. ultimately culminating in astonishment as he gazed at Qi Xiaoyu in disbelief. This lad, master, how is it? Did Xiaoyu truly find it? Xiaolon, unable to discern the situation, inquired hastily. A night of enlightenment. When I was younger, it took me a full 9 days. This boy's comprehension is truly remarkable. The old beggar fell silent for a long moment before fixing his gaze upon Qi Xiaoyu. I can accept you as a registered disciple. Qi Xiaoyu was about to bow in gratitude when the beggar waved his hand. Just a registered disciple for now. When you achieve the pinnacle of my sword techniques, then you may formally take me as your master. Xiaolon exclaimed in delight. So Xiaoyu has passed? Haha, Xiaoyu, you must now call me senior sister. For I entered first. Qi Xiaoyu, bemused, nodded and teased. Senior sister Xiaolon. Ah, junior brother Xiaoyu, you were truly obedient. Little Lan's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she reached out to touch the head of Qi Xiaoyu, who towered over her. The old beggar extended a finger and tapped Qi Xiaoyu's brow, instantly imparting a surge of knowledge into his mind. The introductory teachings of the sword control technique. Thunderous flight of the swallow. After sharing this wisdom, the old beggar's expression turned grave. You must not share this with anyone without my permission, otherwise you shall learn the rules and the consequences. Qi Xiaoyu bowed respectfully and replied, Disciple understands. May I inquire your esteemed name, senior? I wish to express my gratitude. The old beggar replied coolly, We shall discuss that once you have the opportunity to become my formal disciple. Qi Xiaoyu did not press further, recognizing his current inadequacy to know the elder's name. Nevertheless, he meticulously reflected on the teachings he had received, feeling genuine gratitude. This marked his first legitimate spell aside from the Serpent Gu technique, and it was a particularly precious sword control technique. Typically, simply manipulating a flying sword through true energy does not qualify as authentic sword control. Mastering a sword control technique signifies that one has truly embarked on the path of swordsmanship. Otherwise, it merely amounts to wielding the sword as one would a beast of burden. By noon, Qi Xiaoyu took his leave and proceeded to the alchemist's manor. The atmosphere at the alchemist's manor was particularly vibrant today, bustling with numerous notable figures. The primary reason for this gathering was the promotion of Miao Zhiqing, Elder Miao, to a fourth-tier alchemist, becoming the second fourth-tier alchemist within the alchemist's manor of the Qingyan domain. A celebratory banquet was held in his honor, attracting prominent individuals from across the domain. Junior brother, congratulations. If Master were aware from beyond, he would surely be pleased, remarked Qiu Yinhu, the slender and elderly head of the alchemist's manor, clad in a blue robe and sporting a wispy beard. Miao Zhengqing sighed, indeed. How wonderful it would be if he could witness this scene before his ascension. Miao brother, congratulations, congratulations, exclaimed another middle-aged man, the peak master of King's Hufeng, one of the 6 peaks of the Qingyan sect. Elder Miao smiled as he engaged in conversation with his fellow elder. Master of Qingbai Peak has arrived. Head of the Lu family has arrived, shouted the attendants as more distinguished guests began to arrive. The majority of the 6 peak masters of the Qingyan sect were present, along with heads of renowned families within Qingyan City. When Qi Xiaoyu reached the entrance of the alchemist's manor, he found the entrance filled with carriages, not drawn by ordinary horses but by spirit beasts. Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a voice called out, and Qi Xiaoyu turned to see a slightly plump boy among the crowd waving at him. Qi Xiaoyu found him familiar, and it was only when the boy approached that he recognized him, exclaiming in surprise, Yuan Bao? Haha, it's me. I can't believe you still remember me. Wang Yuanbao laughed, clapping a hand on his shoulder. He was the son of a landlord from the same town as Qi Xiaoyu and had entered the sect alongside him. Wang Yuanbao grinned. You've grown taller in the 6 months since we last met. How have you been? Qi Xiaoyu smiled in response. Not bad. And you? You've lost weight. I almost didn't recognize you. Wang Yuanbao patted his belly. Indeed, I've shed about 30 pounds. I heard you were assigned to the spirit beast room. They say that place can be dangerous. Qi Xiaoyu remarked, It is tolerable. Just the task of caring for spiritual beasts. How about you? It must be quite pleasant being an outer disciple for over half a year now. Wang Yuanbao sighed. Do not even mention it. Being an outer disciple is exhausting. Each month, we are assigned tasks. I recall a mission 3 months ago to apprehend a thief, and I nearly met my demise at the hands of that scoundrel. Fortunately, I had already cultivated my true qi by then. Observing his cultivation level, Qi Xiaoyu noted that Wang Yuanbao had reached the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of qi refinement, nearing the threshold of the 3rd layer, a commendable achievement among outer disciples. Considering he had only joined the sect a little over 6 months ago. Who was that rotund fellow? A group of young men and women approached, all clad in the garments of the Qingyan sect, among them a notably handsome inner disciple dressed in white. One of the outer disciples in black spoke up. Wang Yuanbao quickly responded, "Senior brother Wang Yun, this is my fellow townsman, Qi Xiaoyu, also a disciple of our Qingyan sect." He then introduced Qi Xiaoyu to the others, saying, "Xiaoyu, these are all senior brothers from the sect. This one is senior brother Wang Chan from the prominent Wang family in Qingyan City. And this is senior brother Wang Yun and senior brother Wang Feng." Wang Yuanbao provided a brief introduction. His family was a minor branch of the Wang family from Qingyan City, not particularly prosperous, merely owning a small piece of land in a town. Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fists in respect. "Greetings, esteemed senior brothers." The inner disciple Wang Chan cast a cursory glance at Qi Xiaoyu, showing no interest, and proceeded towards the alchemist pavilion. Another voice interjected, frowning, "Qi Xiaoyu, that name sounds somewhat familiar. Wasn't there a servant disciple that Zhaochen threatened to kill named Qi Xiaoyu? You wouldn't be that Qi Xiaoyu, would you?" Wang Yun directly inquired. Qi Xiaoyu nodded calmly. "Indeed, that is I." Interesting, the expressions of the other outer disciples turned mocking. Wang Yun, with a playful demeanor, asked, "With Zhaochen seeking your life, I presume you live in constant fear?" Qi Xiaoyu shook his head. "I feel nothing of the sort." "Humph, you certainly know how to feign indifference," another disciple, Wang Feng, scoffed. "You must be terrified inside. After all, dealing with the disciple of an elder is a trivial matter." Qi Xiaoyu chose not to respond, unwilling to provide any explanations. The group paid him little mind as they entered the alchemist's pavilion. Wang Yuanbao, with an apologetic expression, whispered, "Those from the city are often like this, looking down upon us countryfolk and even me. I shall take my leave now." "Do not worry," Qi Xiaoyu nodded, and Wang Yuanbao quickly followed suit into the pavilion. As Qi Xiaoyu entered, he found the hall teeming with people, numbering over 1,000. However, only a scant few dozen held the qualifications to occupy seats within the inner sanctum. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu enter, Wang Yun scolded, "What are you doing here? Hurry and leave." Wang Feng mocked. He probably came to run errands, given his status as a servant disciple. Wang Yuanbao hurriedly approached and advised, "Xiaoyu, everyone here is a scion from noble families accompanied by their elders. If you offend someone, it could lead to grave consequences. We should leave." His warning stemmed from good intentions, yet Qi Xiaoyu simply smiled and shook his head, replying, "There's no need to worry about me. I am here to enjoy the feast." Upon hearing this, several disciples from the Wang family erupted into laughter simultaneously. "Did I hear correctly? This lad claims he is here for a feast?" One servant disciple scoffed. "Wang Yuanbao, is your fellow countryman lacking in sense? This is utterly hilarious. Does he even realize whose banquet this is? Indeed, even senior brother Wang Chan lacks the privilege to attend, yet a mere servant dares to proclaim he is here for the feast." They regarded Qi Xiaoyu with the condescending gaze reserved for a fool, viewing him as an attention-seeking jester. Wang Yuanbao felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of how to respond. "Get out of here, and do not disgrace our sect. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." Wang Chan, who had remained silent until now, expressed his displeasure. Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging such insignificant characters, but Qi Xiaoyu's audacity struck him as laughable. Meeting the gaze of the inner sect disciple, Qi Xiaoyu replied indifferently, "This is neither your sect nor your Wang family. What business is it of yours?" His words left Wang Yun and the others wide-eyed in disbelief at his audacity to speak to senior brother Wang Chan in such a manner. Wang Chan, too, was taken aback, astonished that a lowly servant dared to confront him with such insolence. "You're courting death," Wang Yun declared, stepping forward and seizing Qi Xiaoyu by the collar. Wang Yuanbao quickly grasped Wang Yun's hand, pleading, "Senior brother Wang Chan, senior brother Wang Yun, my fellow countryman is not in his right mind. Please be magnanimous and do not quarrel with someone like him." Then, turning anxiously to Qi Xiaoyu, he urged, "Xiaoyu, quickly apologize." Recognizing the significance of the occasion, Wang Yun hesitated to resort to violence but coldly commanded, "Kneel immediately and apologize to senior brother Wang Chan with a bow." Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, her gaze icy and serpentine, fixated on her opponent, sending a shiver down Wang Yun's spine. Perhaps unable to bear the humiliation, Wang Yun raised his hand to strike Qi Xiaoyu, but the crowd erupted with praises. "Senior Han, Master Han Dan." "It is Master Han Ning, the fifth disciple of Elder Miao." Master Han Ning, not yet 30, had already attained the rank of a second-tier alchemist and was likely to inherit Elder Miao's entire legacy in the future. As the crowd greeted him, they parted to create a path for a young man clad in a white robe, who smiled and nodded at those around him. Wang Yun, who had intended to confront Qi Xiaoyu, quickly withdrew, bowing in respect to the young man. Wang Chan smiled. Brother Han. Long time no see. Han Ning merely smiled and nodded back at Wang Chan, his demeanor not overly warm, but Wang Chan found nothing amiss. A second-tier alchemist, especially one of superior rank, held a status far above that of the inner disciples of the Qingyan sect. Even the top 10 figures on the inner sect ranking list needed to curry favor with him. Han Ning approached Qi Xiaoyu and halted, smiling as he said, "Junior brother Qi, master is waiting for you inside. I was sent to fetch you." Qi Xiaoyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, senior brother." Their exchange left Wang Yun, Wang Feng, Wang Chan, and others dumbfounded, as if they had misheard. Even Wang Yuanbao was taken aback. Unable to contain himself, Wang Chan inquired, "Brother Han, did you just refer to this young man as?" Han Ning turned his gaze towards him, slightly frowning. "What did you call my junior brother?" "Young man?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chan and his companions felt as if struck by lightning. Junior brother? Han Ning's junior brother? Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Qi Xiaoyu. A sense of foreboding crept into Wang Yun's heart. Wang Chan, in disbelief, asked, this gentleman is your junior brother?" Han Ning did not respond directly, but instead looked at Qi Xiaoyu. "Junior brother, has something happened?" Qi Xiaoyu replied calmly, "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding that occurred earlier." Han Ning appeared contemplative, his gaze drifting towards Wang Chan and the others. "This is my master's newly accepted direct disciple. Do you have any objections?" The revelation that he was Elder Miao's newly accepted disciple sent a shiver down their spines, filling them with dread and anxiety. A disciple of Elder Miao held an esteemed position in Qingyan City. Of his 5 disciples, aside from one who had tragically passed away, 3 were second-tier alchemists. And though Han Ning had not yet reached that level, his potential was immense. The realization that Qi Xiaoyu, a mere servant disciple, was actually Elder Miao's direct disciple was unfathomable. How could a direct disciple of Elder Miao possibly be just a servant disciple? Their minds buzzed with disbelief, especially Wang Yun, whose legs trembled at the thought that he had almost struck a direct disciple of Elder Miao. If word of this spread, countless individuals would be eager to eliminate him to gain favor with this promising future alchemist. Upon contemplating this, cold sweat abruptly broke out on Wang Yun's forehead. He glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, disregarding his dignity, and immediately bowed repeatedly in apology. Qi Xiao, Master Qi, I beg your forgiveness. It was all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I was blind to your virtues. Please, have mercy and forgive me." Wang Feng, startled, hastily followed suit, bowing in contrition, while Wang Chan's complexion paled further. Forcing a smile, "Junior brother Qi, it was all just a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart." Wang Yuanbao remained dazed, utterly unable to comprehend the situation. Qi Xiaoyu, however, did not resort to the tyrannical tactics of the Dragon King or the War God, demanding kneeling apologies or self-inflicted slaps. Instead, he chose to ignore them. Addressing Wang Yuanbao, "Yuanbao, let us get together for a drink sometime." Afterward, he turned to Han Ning, "Fifth senior brother, shall we depart?" Han Ning glanced at Wang Chan and the others, nodded, and led Qi Xiaoyu away. Wang Yun, Wang Feng, and the others, witnessing Qi Xiaoyu's disregard, felt an even deeper sense of dread. Had Qi Xiaoyu chosen to strike them then and there, they would have felt less apprehensive. The more Qi Xiaoyu ignored them, the more their fear escalated, for the uncertainty of when retaliation might come gnawed at their minds. Wang Yun's gaze suddenly landed on the still-dazed Wang Yuanbao, and he hurriedly approached him, draping an arm around his shoulder with a broad smile. "Yuanbao, you must help me. Let us talk on behalf of this fellow townsman when you have the chance." Wang Yuanbao snapped back to reality, his expression complex as he watched Qi Xiaoyu's departing figure. "My father was right. One must never underestimate anyone. True masters conceal their prowess, while the weak are the ones who boast." He looked at Wang Yun, who was treating him with unexpected courtesy, and nodded with a smile. "Yuanbao, you won't hold a grudge against me, will you? What is he like? What is his temperament?" Wang Feng asked, visibly anxious. Wang Yuanbao scratched his head. "I never quite understood him before, but the reason Zhao Chen sought to kill him was that Xiaoyu nearly obliterated his entire family." Thud. At these words, Wang Yun's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. How could someone who nearly annihilated the Zhao clan possibly have a good temperament? "Good brother, you must help me. We share the surname Wang." Wang Yun's voice quivered with a hint of desperation. If his father learned of this incident, he would undoubtedly break his legs in advance. Qi Xiaoyu followed Han Ning into the inner hall, where Han Ning spoke. "Junior brother, if they have offended you, do not hesitate to retaliate. The dignity of a master alchemist must not be insulted, especially since you are a disciple of our revered master. Qi Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. It's a trivial matter, merely a verbal spat. My fellow townsmen and I belong to the same clan. I must afford them a degree of leniency to spare them from difficulty within their circles. One should leave a thread of hope in situations that need not be utterly severed. It benefits him to maintain his standing, and it allows me to encounter him again. The earlier conflict was instigated by Wang Yuanbao's intent to support him, and Qi Xiaoyu reciprocated his kindness by granting Yuanbao some dignity. Han Ning, hearing this, refrained from further comments. Though he did not know this junior brother well, the consideration shown toward his fellow townsmen indicated that he was not a callous or ungrateful soul. He bore no resentment towards this, for no one enjoys socializing with a person utterly devoid of compassion. Upon entering the inner hall, Elder Miao spotted him and exclaimed, "You are... Come, haha. Everyone, allow me to introduce my newly accepted disciple, Chiyu. You are... Step forward so I can introduce you to these esteemed elders." All eyes turned towards the young Chiyu, including that of the peak master from the Qingyan sect, yet none recognized this insignificant servant disciple from within the sect. Chiyu approached and first paid his respects to Elder Miao, who smiled and proclaimed, "This is my new disciple, Chiyu, extraordinarily gifted. He has already mastered the art of crafting superior qi-nourishing pills before even reaching 18. At these words, the prominent figures of Qingyan City began to regard Chiyu with a newfound interest. Let me introduce you. This is the peak master of the Qingzhou peak of the Qingyan sect." Elder Miao began to introduce Chiyu, who bowed in greeting to each elder. This introduction served to establish connections for Chiyu, an invaluable aid from a master to a disciple, with the ability to inherit years of accumulated connections from his master. A disciple equipped with such networks finds endeavors to be significantly more fruitful and smooth. Who would have thought such a young age could yield mastery in crafting superior pills? Brother Miao, this disciple of yours undoubtedly has a boundless future ahead. Congratulations on acquiring such a remarkable apprentice to carry on your legacy. The prominent figures of Qingyan City, either due to Elder Miao's reputation or Chiyu's inherent talent, offered their accolades. Among them, the head of the Wang family jovially remarked, I presume you are still unwed? I have a daughter, merely 16, named Xiao, who is also pursuing the art of alchemy. I shall introduce you to, and I hope you will cultivate a friendship." This suggestion, which bore a hint of matchmaking, stirred silent murmurs among some, yet none voiced their thoughts. Nonetheless, considering Chiyu's exceptional potential, he was indeed worthy of the Wang family's daughter. Chiyu, somewhat awkwardly, bowed and replied, "Thank you, Elder Wang, for your kind consideration. Being young and devoted to alchemy, I would be grateful for the opportunity to exchange knowledge with your esteemed daughter." Elder Miao then introduced Chiyu to several senior brothers. The eldest brother, Ho, appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 50s, already a third-tier alchemist. The term third-tier indicated his ability to concoct third-tier pills, while upper grade signified his proficiency in creating high-quality pills within that classification. The third senior brother, Lu Qing, was a seemingly simple and honest man in his 40s, also a third-tier alchemist. The fourth senior sister, a beautiful woman in her 30s named Pei Qing, playfully teased about introducing a romantic partner for Chiyu. The fifth senior brother was Han Ning. Subsequently, in the presence of others, Chiyu paid his respects to the ancestral teacher and formally pledged himself to Elder Miao, presenting a token of his apprenticeship. His offering was a luxurious gift box containing a century-old ginseng, purchased for 200 spiritual stones. While this was of little consequence to someone of Elder Miao's standing, it was still a requisite show of respect. Elder Miao, not being one to covet rare treasures from Chiyu, had already dispatched someone to investigate Chiyu's background. After more than an hour, the banquet concluded, and the guests took their leave. Elder Miao also entrusted Chiyu with a thick tome. The contents of this book comprise various first-tier elixir recipes and the alchemical insights and experiences of the esteemed Master Miao. You may wish to remain inconspicuous, and I shall refrain from mentioning anything to the Qingyan sect on your behalf. The material herein represents the culmination of my years of research into first-tier elixirs and my notes on alchemical practices. Immerse yourself in this knowledge. And should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me at the Alchemist's Manor. If I am unavailable, you may consult your senior brothers. Although none have succeeded in concocting supreme elixirs, they can certainly offer valuable guidance based on their experiences. Once you have thoroughly absorbed the contents and passed my assessment, I shall impart to you the recipes for second-tier elixirs. Qi Xiaoyu solemnly accepted the book and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master." Master Miao smiled and nodded. "I hope to witness you become a fourth-tier alchemist in my lifetime." Furthermore, the contents of this book must not be divulged. Remember to return it to me after you have committed it to memory. The disciple understood. Master Miao then retrieved a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Qi Xiaoyu. Should you encounter significant troubles within the Qingyun sect that you cannot resolve, you may use this pendant to seek out the master of Qingxia Peak. She is your master's wife. Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening. He had seen the master of Qingxia Peak, who appeared to be no older than her 30s. Sensing Qi Xiaoyu's thoughts, Master Miao remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Are you, perchance, imagining that your master is chasing after youthful beauty?" Qi Xiaoyu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "No. I merely find it astonishing that such an enchanting being as my master's wife could be captivated." Master Miao, with a touch of pride, said, "In my youth, I too was a celebrated figure in Qingyan City, and my relationship with your master's wife was the envy of many, a celestial couple admired by all. However," he then sighed deeply, "alas, time is relentless. Nearly 2 centuries have passed, and she has attained the golden elixir stage, granting her a lifespan of 400 years. Meanwhile, my dedication to alchemy and my innate talent have not been particularly remarkable. Despite consuming numerous superior elixirs, I have stagnated at the foundation stage. Reaching 200 years is already a feat, and I am merely clinging to existence through longevity elixirs. A once beautiful being. I now find myself in the twilight of life. When the effects of these longevity elixirs wane, I shall inevitably return to dust. Thus, I wish to pass on my alchemical knowledge to a few talented successors before I depart this world, so that my lifelong passion for the path of elixirs is not in vain." Hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. While his master's wife still radiated youthful beauty, his master had become an aged figure. Perhaps this is why countless souls fervently aspire to attain immortality. In youth, the passage of time seems inconsequential, yet, as one ages, the pursuit of longevity can indeed reach a fervent madness. Qi Xiaoyu offered consolation. "In a few years, when I am able to concoct supreme longevity elixirs, I assure you, Master, you shall regain your youth." Master Miao laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall await that day when you present this filial offering. Each of my disciples has comforted me in such a way initially, and I too have harbored a glimmer of hope. However, the path of alchemy, much like cultivation, becomes increasingly arduous and slow as one progresses. I fear I may not endure until that day arrives." After a brief conversation between the master and disciple, darkness fell, prompting Qi Xiaoyu to take his leave. His 2-day leave had come to an end, and it was time to return to the sect. Upon arriving at the spiritual beast chamber beneath the miscellaneous disciples' quarters of the Qingyan sect, he reported to Steward Song before making his way back to the Snake Valley, opting not to return to his dormitory. As soon as he arrived at the Snake Valley, he was greeted by a throng of venomous snakes and pythons that quickly coiled around him. Having spent so much time dealing with the complexities of human interactions, he found himself increasingly drawn to these serpents. They would strike only when threatened, and when they took a liking to him, they expressed it openly without any pretense. His affection for these snakes was one of the reasons he was reluctant to leave the valley. "Nest, Kunkin, how you've grown in just 2 days. And you too. Little 5, you've gained quite a bit of weight. Don't let the venomous snakes grow too plump." Qi Xiaoyu played with Kunkin, the 6-meter-long cauliflower snake, which had grown to the thickness of an adult's leg. After feeding them nourishing pills, he commenced his own cultivation. His recent departure had yielded substantial rewards. He had acquired the sword control technique from the old beggar and numerous alchemical formulas from Elder Miao, enough knowledge to keep him occupied for a long while. Seated before the spirit snake cave, Qi Xiaoyu placed the Feiyu sword before him. The thunderous flight sword control technique required one to manipulate the sword with their qi, condensing their true energy into threads that flowed through the sword's meridians. The initial stages emphasized speed, akin to a startled swan or a flash of lightning. Following the prescribed methods, Qi Xiaoyu focused on compressing and refining his true energy. It took him 2 hours to condense a thread of true energy as fine as a hair from a thickness comparable to that of chopsticks. Achieving this initial step was no small feat. The amount of true energy contained within that single thread was equivalent to the total energy of the first layer, likened to a barrel of water. Thus, this slender thread of energy was akin to a piece of ice formed from an entire barrel of water. This accomplishment was made possible by the exquisite techniques embedded within the thunderous flight. Qi Xiaoyu infused this thread of true energy into the Feiyu sword, allowing it to permeate through the sword's meridians. With his right hand forming a sword-like gesture, an invisible thread of true energy connected to his finger. quietly reciting the incantation. He pointed at a large tree 10 paces away. In an instant, the sword shot forth at an astonishing speed of 50 to 60 meters per second, piercing through the tree with a resounding thud, showcasing its formidable power. This scene elicited a smile from Qi Xiaoyu. What incredible might! It is at least 2 or 3 times stronger than my previous swordsmanship. Before, the Feiyu sword could penetrate only a foot deep at 10 paces. He deftly flicked his finger, directing the sword to circle and then strike another tree at a distance of 20 paces, which was also pierced effortlessly. He then attempted to reach 30 paces. At this distance, he could feel his thread of true energy straining to its limits, nearly on the verge of snapping. At 40 paces, the thread of true energy broke, causing the sword to lose control and drop to the ground. It appears that the optimal range currently is 3 zhang, as exceeding 4 zhang will cause the threads of true energy to snap and lose control. 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters, is the extent within which one can manipulate the flying sword to move freely. Qi Xiaoyu picked up a stone and tossed it into the sky, then redirected the sword towards it. With a swift motion, the flying sword brushed past the stone without making contact. Xiaoyu rubbed his nose, recalling how Xiaolon could effortlessly hit sparrows within 3 zhang, realizing that his own accuracy required further refinement. According to the descriptions within Thunderous Movement and Surprising Swan, successfully striking a moving bird within a 3 zhang range with the sword is considered a minor achievement. If one can strike a bird within 10 zhang while in the Qi refinement stage, it is deemed a significant accomplishment. Mastery of such techniques would allow for the practice of sword techniques, such as the Surprising Swan Sword Qi. Qi Xiaoyu immersed himself in practice, dedicating an entire hour to refine his skills, until he had expended 90% of his true energy, panting heavily before ceasing. His proficiency in sword manipulation had greatly improved, as he could now easily hit the thrown stones with much greater precision. When he concluded his training, the sky began to brighten, heralding the dawn. Although the sun had yet to rise, Qi Xiaoyu seized the moment to sit in quiet meditation. After half an hour, the first rays of sunlight emerged, prompting him to commence his practice of the solar fist, standing firm to enhance his vitality. During this standing meditation, he sensed the medicinal pills he had ingested being refined into strands of vital energy coursing through his body, enveloping him in warmth. As his physical strength gradually nurtured and grew, upon concluding his standing meditation, Qi Xiaoyu felt a vigorous surge of vitality within him. Reaching a critical point he was well acquainted with, the sensation of his physical strength yearning for a breakthrough. It seemed he required a hearty meal to elevate his physical strength to the 5th tier of the Thousand June realm. Furthermore, possessing such strength necessitated the acquisition of a suitable close combat weapon. The sword technique was categorized under magical attacks, and relying solely on his fists and sword would not suffice against an imminent assault. Just as Qi Xiaoyu contemplated procuring a close-range weapon, a commotion erupted outside. Qi Xiaoyu, come out. Xiaoyu furrowed his brow, promptly donning his garments before stepping out of the Snake Valley. Outside the valley stood 3 men, all clad in the attire of servant disciples, appearing to be in their 30s. Upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu emerge, they immediately advanced, forming a triangular formation to encircle him. Qi Xiaoyu frowned and inquired, "What brings you here?" He recognized the trio, Xiang Qian, Chu Yin, and Lu Wei, all seasoned servant disciples of the Spirit Beast Chamber. Having been in the sect for at least a decade, the 3 bore smirks of disdain. Xiang Qian cracked his knuckles and said, "Qi Xiaoyu, do not hold it against us. After all, you have offended someone like Xiao Chun. But rest assured, we do not seek your life. We will exercise restraint, and your fate will be determined by that esteemed individual." With that, Xiang Qian unleashed his true energy, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Qi Xiaoyu's face. This punch, imbued with true energy, carried tremendous force, no less than that of 1,000 June. As Qi Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy, he perceived the opponent's seemingly swift punch as sluggish in his current perspective. He deftly sidestepped, evading the strike, and seized the assailant's wrist, twisting it with a fluid motion. With a sharp crack, Xiang Qian's arm was instantly broken, eliciting a piercing scream from him. Xiang Qian, upon witnessing this scene, Chu Yin and Lu Wei were taken aback, and they unleashed their true energy, revealing that their cultivation had reached the 5th tier of Qi refinement, nearing the threshold of becoming outer disciples. The 2 attacked Qi Xiaoyu simultaneously, one from the left and the other from the right. Qi Xiaoyu stamped his foot and leapt over 3 meters high, swiftly retreating to avoid their onslaught. With a flourish of his sleeve, A flying sword shot forth from the storage pouch wrapped around his arm. Swish, swish. The sword pierced through the thighs of both assailants, who cried out in agony. Clutching their injuries, their eyes filled with sheer terror as they beheld Qi Xiaoyu. A flying sword. How was this possible? Both men stared at Qi Xiaoyu in disbelief. Although they had cultivated true energy, they lacked such a magical artifact, let alone the ability to wield spells. Even with their true energy, they could exert immense force, easily overpowering ordinary mortals tenfold. Yet against Qi Xiaoyu, they felt as vulnerable as children. With a flick of his finger, Qi Xiaoyu commanded the flying sword to continue its assault, and the three men screamed as their hands and feet were pierced by the blade. He dragged the wailing trio into the Serpent Valley, where the surrounding venomous snakes regarded them with cold, unyielding eyes. Xiaoyu, we were wrong, spare us. We were compelled to act this way. Someone paid us to come. It was Steward Song. It was Steward Song who funded our endeavor. The three men, rendered helpless, pleaded for mercy as they were dragged along. Arriving at the entrance of the Spirit Serpent Cave, the enormous azure serpent struck fear into the hearts of the three, causing them to soil themselves. Qi Xiaoyu regarded them coldly and inquired, "You claim Steward Song summoned you?" They nodded frantically. Yes, yes. It was Steward Song. He provided each of us with a spirit stone to come here. Qi Xiaoyu smirked. And yet you lied. You previously mentioned Zhao Chun. It was Zhao Chun who sent you to cause trouble, wasn't it? The trio turned pale, too frightened to respond. Qi Xiaoyu, uninterested in further discourse, searched their persons and retrieved 3 spirit stones. He lifted Xiang Qian and addressed the nearby azure serpent. Consider this your meal. The serpent uncoiled, revealing its gaping maw, and sank its teeth into Xiang Qian. No. Xiang Qian's desperate cries echoed as the azure serpent's teeth moved like a saw, and he was swallowed whole, akin to a locomotive devouring its cargo. This gruesome sight nearly caused Chu Yin and Lu Wei to faint. Meanwhile, the nearby cauliflower snake, Kuan, hissed excitedly, eager for a meal of its own. I'll tell you, it was Lu Yin who sent us. Lu Wei hastily confessed, tears streaming down his face. Please don't eat us. We were merely doing a job for money. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Lu Yin? Who is Lu Yin? Chu Yin hastily explained. Lu Yin is one of the top 10 outer disciples on the ranking list, all under his influence. Junior brother Qi. No, senior brother Qi, please spare me. The top 10 outer disciples. I have had no dealings with Lu Yin. Why would he send someone to trouble me? Could it be related to Zhao Chun? Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the two, and with a flick of his sword, the flying sword pierced through their hearts, granting them a swift end. Naturally, they could not be spared. They were aware that they had killed Xiang Qian, and Qi Xiaoyu had to eliminate them to silence them. Kuan. This one is for you. Xian Bing, that one is for you. Qi Xiaoyu tossed the 2 corpses to the flower-patterned king snake, Kuan, and the Xian Bing python. The Xian Bing python was enormous, nearly as thick as a water vat, making it the second largest python here, easily capable of swallowing a person whole. The king snake had a more arduous time, taking a long while to consume Chu Yin, its belly visibly swollen, almost bursting. And one could even discern the outline of a person within, a sight most horrifying. In the spirit beast room, Manager Song reclined in a chair, leisurely sipping tea. Muttering to himself, could those 3 ruffians have killed Qi Xiaoyu? They have yet to return. As Manager Song pondered, several individuals arrived at the spirit beast room. You must be the manager of the spirit beast room? One of them inquired. Upon hearing this, Manager Song opened his eyes and promptly stood up, beaming, "Ah, it's senior brother Wang Chan. What brings you to such a place? Please, take a seat." Wang Chan disregarded his pleasantries and directly asked, "Is junior brother Qi Xiaoyu here in the spirit beast room?" Manager Song thought to himself, another individual seeking trouble for Qi Xiaoyu? Is Wang Chan also associating with Zhao Chun? He smiled and nodded. Indeed, that lad is in Snake Valley. Senior brother Wang, what business do you have with him? Beside him, Wang Feng reprimanded, unbridled. How dare you refer to junior brother Qi as that lad? Manager Song was left bewildered by the rebuke, while Wang Chan waved his hand, saying, "Take me to find junior brother Qi." Yes, Manager Song cautiously led the way, his mind racing with doubts. Their demeanor did not appear hostile. Could they be friends of Qi Xiaoyu? How could that be? A destitute servant disciple like Qi Xiaoyu associating with a scion of the Wang family? Manager Song's thoughts spiraled as he soon brought them to the entrance of Snake Valley, cautioning, "Please be careful. There are venomous snakes inside." Just as he spoke, Qi Xiaoyu happened to emerge from the valley, and upon seeing that he bore no injuries, Manager Song found it strange that Xiang Qian and the others had not dealt with Qi Xiaoyu. Wang Yuanbao waved to Qi Xiaoyu, who was equally surprised by their visit. Junior brother Qi, you arrived at the perfect moment. This is senior brother Wang Chan from the inner sect. He seeks you for a matter. As Manager Song spoke, Wang Chan stepped forward. Junior brother Qi, I humbly beg your pardon for my previous offenses. We have come to formally apologize. Wang Chan bowed in greeting before Qi Xiaoyu, leaving Manager Song in a state of sheer astonishment at the sight of an inner disciple bowing to a servant disciple. Junior brother Qi, it was our lack of discernment before. Please forgive us. Wang Feng and the others bowed in unison. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly. Yet upon seeing Wang Yuanbao's earnest gaze, he nodded and said, All right, senior brother Wang Chan, you may rise. The misunderstandings of the past are behind us. I have nearly forgotten them. The group's expressions brightened, relieved by Qi Xiaoyu's forgiveness. Wang Chan retrieved a second-tier alchemical formula from his storage bag and presented it, saying, This is a rare second-tier formula from our family's collection, a token of our apology to you, junior brother Qi. Steward Song stood dumbfounded. A second-tier formula was worth hundreds of spirit stones, an extravagant gesture for an apology to Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the formula, noting it was for the exploding yuan pill, which could significantly enhance one's true energy for a brief period, lasting half the time of an incense stick. He accepted it graciously, realizing this would further ease their minds. Seeing Qi Xiaoyu accept the formula, the group exchanged knowing smiles, and Wang Yuanbao exhaled in relief. Wang Chan proposed, I would like to invite you for a drink, if I may. Qi Xiaoyu looked towards Steward Song, who quickly responded, I will grant you leave. Qi Xiaoyu agreed to Wang Chan's invitation and remarked to Steward Song, It seems 3 thieves infiltrated the Snake Valley, but they were devoured by the spirit snakes. Brother Song, I shall take you to see. What? The thieves were eaten? Steward Song exclaimed in shock. Qi Xiaoyu replied with a wry smile. Do you know the identities of those thieves? Realizing the implication, Steward Song's expression shifted to one of horror as he hastily shook his head. I do not know them. If they are thieves, it serves them right to be consumed by the spirit snakes. Qi Xiaoyu smiled meaningfully, opting not to elaborate further, and departed with Wang Chan and the others. At the tavern in Qingyan City, Wang Chan and the others raised their cups in a toast. And as several drinks were consumed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Wang Chan inquired, Junior brother Qi, you are now an alchemist and a disciple of Elder Miao. Why do you reside in the Snake Valley? You could easily be promoted to an inner disciple of the sect. Qi Xiaoyu, his face slightly flushed from the alcohol, replied, I wish to advance through my own efforts. Furthermore, I prefer to maintain a low profile, so please do not speak of it widely. Though Wang Chan found it difficult to understand, he smiled and praised Qi Xiaoyu's ambition. By the way, I am looking for a close-range weapon for self-defense. Do you have any recommendations for a forge? Wang Chan responded, You have come to the right person. Our Wang family operates a forge. I will take you there. And you may choose freely. Consider it my gift to you. How could I accept such generosity? After their drinks, Qi Xiaoyu and the others arrived at a forge, where the sound of clanging metal echoed from within. Entering, they were met with intense heat, as numerous blacksmiths hammered red-hot metal, sparks flying. Young master, what brings you here? An elder approached to greet them. Wang Chen introduced, This is our family's manager and a blacksmith himself, Elderly. Elderly, this is my friend. Here to select a close-range weapon. Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fists in greeting and called out to Elderly. Elderly smiled and replied, Since you are a friend of the 4th young master, you are indeed our esteemed guest. Please, follow me. Elderly led several individuals into the armory of the shop. The shelves were adorned with an array of weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, all meticulously displayed, with some sealed in cases. The sealed items were classified as magical artifacts, while those on display were ordinary weapons, lacking any engraved markings. Qi Xiaoyu's gaze swept over the armaments as he picked up a battle sword, which was twice the length of a flying sword and considerably heavier, yet, in his grasp, it felt as light as a feather. However, he was disinclined to wield a sword, for its form did not harness the strength he possessed. He then lifted a pumpkin hammer, which weighed over 100 pounds, but found himself equally uninterested in blunt weapons. After a prolonged selection, Qi Xiaoyu frowned and remarked, Are all these weapons so light? Is there anything heavier, preferably a spear that exceeds 500 pounds? Elderly was taken aback, scrutinizing Qi Xiaoyu. Such a heavy weapon. Especially a spear. I'm afraid we do not have that. Nearby, Wang Chan interjected, A weapon of such weight would be exceedingly exhausting to wield, consuming both vital energy and stamina. Perhaps, junior brother Qi, you should consider lighter, more manageable weapons like swords or daggers. Qi Xiaoyu shook his head. I still prefer spears. In my past life, I greatly admired figures like Zhao Zilong, and I have a particular fondness for spears, which are well suited for group battles and cavalry engagements. Master, I believe we have a spear that might meet young Master Qi's requirements, a young man beside elderly remarked. Oh, are you referring to that black spear? Indeed. However, that spear weighs nearly 1,000 pounds. For someone in the Qi refining stage, merely lifting it would require a significant expenditure of vital energy. Upon hearing their conversation, Qi Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with interest. Elderly, may I see that black spear? Elderly nodded. Of course, but do be warned, it is exceptionally heavy. My apprentice, please fetch the spear for young Master Qi. Soon, a robust disciple laboriously dragged a long spear into view, its weight leaving a deep gouge in the ground. When placed on the floor, it shattered the stone tiles beneath. The spear was entirely jet black, resembling rusted iron, measuring 2 meters in length, and could barely fit within a storage pouch. The spearhead was not of the ordinary shape, resembling a dragon's tongue short sword, with sharp edges suitable for both stabbing and slashing. Elderly explained, this weapon has been stored in our armory for decades, originally acquired by my master. It bears no engravings and is remarkably heavy and durable. However, it has remained unsold and has accumulated dust in the storeroom, rendering its metallic composition unknown to us. Bending down, Qi Xiaoyu grasped the spear, and it was indeed exceedingly heavy. While it might not reach 1,000 pounds, it was near that weight. Seeing Qi Xiaoyu lift it with relative ease, Elder Li's expression revealed a hint of surprise, as he had not sensed Qi Xiaoyu channeling any vital energy. Qi Xiaoyu swung the weapon with a powerful motion, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that caused the surrounding weapon racks to sway. Such strength! This scene left the shopkeeper Li in a state of astonishment. As a blacksmith himself, he could easily discern Qi Xiaoyu's prowess from that single swing, estimating his physical strength to be several thousand pounds. After a brief trial, Qi Xiaoyu felt a slight fatigue in his hands. Indeed, it was quite heavy. Yet he found it rather enjoyable, for his strength was still growing, and with a bit of practice, this long spear would surely become a reliable weapon. Shopkeeper Li remarked. Although this weapon is heavy, it is not a magical tool. It lacks any inscriptions, and even when infused with true energy, it elicits no response. Qi Xiaoyu, feeling quite content, replied, It matters not that it is not a magical tool. I will take it. How much is this spear, Li Lao? Wang Chan quickly interjected. Junior brother Qi, I have already said I will gift it to you. How could I let you pay? Li, with a chuckle, added. Since you are a friend of the fourth young master, what is there to discuss regarding money? This spear is unsellable anyway, and as it is not a magical tool, I shall gladly gift it to you. With both of them insisting, Qi Xiaoyu, no longer feeling coy, clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Then I thank you, Li Lao. He stowed the long spear in his storage bag, which barely accommodated it. Had it been even half an inch longer, it would not have fit. In the evening, Qi Xiaoyu returned to Snake Valley and took out the long spear to admire. Just then, Crow returned and, seeing the spear, expressed surprise. Where did you acquire this spear? Qi Xiaoyu smiled. Isn't it impressive? A fellow disciple gifted it to me. I feel that this long weapon can truly harness the advantages of my physical strength. It is quite heavy, roughly weighing around 1,000 pounds. Crow explained, this spear is infused with a bit of star core meteorite powder, making it naturally heavy. If the entire spear were crafted from star core meteorite, you would struggle to lift it. Star core meteorite? Qi Xiaoyu pondered. Ah, that is a material capable of forging celestial weapons. However, it is clear that the craftsman of this spear did not possess the skills to create a celestial weapon, as the craftsmanship is rather crude. Qi Xiaoyu, taken aback, examined the spear with newfound admiration. The addition of a material capable of forging celestial tools, even in small quantities, was indeed precious. Little Crow, you seem quite knowledgeable about weapons and forging. Crow replied with pride, although I do not favor alchemy. I am an expert in forging and crafting. Moreover, my close-quarters weapon is also a spear. My Red Sun Divine Spear is truly the pinnacle of spears, unstoppable against deities. Since you understand spears, could you teach me spear techniques? I initially intended to wait until becoming an outer disciple to select a spear martial arts manual. Crow nodded. Of course, but remember, while the moon staff and your knife may last a lifetime, mastering spear techniques is no easy endeavor. The methods of attack include thrusts, lifts, slashes, chops, bursts, points, and sweeps, among others. Since you practice the Sun Fist, you already possess the fundamental skills of martial arts. Martial arts and spells are two distinct systems. Spells communicate with the natural energies of the world through one's true energy, while martial arts rely purely on the art of combat, depending on one's strength and the explosive power of true energy. Qi Xiaoyu chuckled. I understand the distinction between mages and warriors. The crow remarked. Human vitality and lifespan are finite, and most individuals cannot pursue both martial and magical arts simultaneously. However, as a member of the demon clan, you are inherently suited to mastering martial arts in conjunction with magical practices, a realm in which most humans cannot rival your kin. Nonetheless, humans excel in the crafting of magical artifacts. Since you wish to practice with the spear, begin each day with the fundamentals. Strengthen your arm power and control. Light a candle. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu retrieved a candle and lit it. Before her eyes, the crow expanded at a visible pace, transforming into a towering bird. Its wings resembling hands, deftly grasping the long spear. With precision, it thrust the spear forward, striking the candle wick with unerring accuracy, extinguishing the flame. Bravo! Qi Xiaoyu couldn't help but applaud. The crow, with a hint of pride, replied, This is merely the basics. You shall practice in this manner henceforth. Place a stone behind the candle. When you can extinguish the candle's flame without harming the stone, then you will have grasped the rudiments. Following this, there will be slicing, flicking, and thrusting techniques, all fundamental skills that require practice to achieve mastery over the spear, which will then be complemented by various techniques. Once you have entered the realm of spear mastery, those who wield swords or knives will dare not approach you. They are but trifles. You seem to be exaggerating. Why then are there so many practitioners of flying swords? Qi Xiaoyu questioned skeptically. The crow explained, flying swords and battle swords are entirely different entities. Flying swords pertain to sword control techniques and belong to the realm of magic, not martial arts. However, should a flying sword stray too far from its wielder and an enemy closes in, one must rely solely on their martial skills in close combat. For instance, consider an individual who has trained in swordsmanship for a year and a half. If you wield a spear and thrust recklessly, even that seasoned swordsman will hesitate to approach you. This reflects the martial adage, an inch in length brings strength, while an inch short brings peril in the realm of close combat. Transitioning from a single dagger or sword to a spear is fraught with danger. A masterful spear technique can deter dozens from approaching within 10 paces, which is why the spear is regarded as the backbone of 100 weapons. Recalling Zhao Zilong's legendary exploits, Qi Xiaoyu noted how, with mere spear skills, he could rescue a doe amidst a sea of foes. Although the reluctance of Cao Cao to let arrows fly played a role, it underscored the formidable power of the spear in battle. Qi Xiaoyu grasped the long spear, commencing her practice as instructed by the crow. She aimed at the candle flame, but the spear tip veered several inches off course, failing to strike even the stone behind it. With a sheepish grin, she continued her practice, finding the basic thrust particularly challenging. The spear weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, despite her overall explosive strength nearing 5,000 pounds. Wielding such a heavy spear proved arduous. It was akin to an ordinary person with over 100 pounds of strength struggling to wield a 7 or 8 pound blade. The spear's length also contributed to its considerable weight, making it all the more difficult to maneuver. This is precisely why mastering the spear is so demanding. Once one has acquired a solid foundation in spear technique, transitioning to the practice of knives or swords becomes remarkably effortless, as the strength in the hands and the dexterity of the wrists will have been sufficiently developed. After practicing the thrust for half an hour, my arms were so fatigued that I could scarcely lift them. Yet, the raven urged Xiaoyu to commence training in the twisting strength. After consuming a qi blood pill to alleviate the soreness in my arms and restore my energy, Xiaoyu resumed the practice. The so-called twisting strength refers to the power and agility of the wrist, and the training is relatively straightforward. The raven had somehow procured a large stone millstone, through which a wooden rod was inserted for gripping. Xiaoyu needed to use the strength of her wrist to twist the rod, causing the millstone to rotate back and forth. Observing this peculiar contraption, Xiaoyu inquired, "Little Wu, did you conspire to have me practice with a spear all along? These items are clearly prearranged. I initially intended for you to begin after reaching the peak of the Thousand June realm, but since you were exposed to it earlier, let us proceed without further ado. Start twisting." A wing thumped against Xiaoyu's head. Exhaling deeply, she flexed her wrist and approached the wooden rod at the center of the millstone, attempting to rotate it as if it were a spinning top. However, her control faltered, and with a sharp crack, disaster struck. Oh no! Xiaoyu cried out in agony as her wrist was dislocated by the force of the millstone's rotation. Fool. Take your time and allow your wrist to adjust gradually. Reconnect the dislocated joint and continue. The path of martial arts is arduous, otherwise. Do you think there are so few martial practitioners nowadays while cultivators abound? It is not that martial artists are incapable, but rather that an easier path lies before them. And people tend to choose the more effortless route. Furthermore, martial training exacts a significant toll on the body, necessitating ample medicinal herbs and pills for nourishment and recovery. Hence, the adage, the scholar is impoverished while the warrior is wealthy. After your training today, dissolve 10 qi blood pills in hot water and soak for half an hour to restore your physical form and prevent lasting injuries. When you eventually integrate martial and celestial paths, you shall be nearly invincible among your peers. While Little Wu reprimanded and guided her, Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, twisted her wrist to set it back in place, and resumed practicing twisting strength. This time, she exerted less force, yet the twisting still caused considerable discomfort. After only a brief period of practice, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. After half an hour of twisting strength practice, she took a short break before shifting to wrist strength and arm power training. This exercise was also simple. Gripping the spear's tail, she lifted it with one arm, alternating between her two arms. Within a minute, her arms and wrists were exceedingly sore, beginning to tremble. After 2 minutes, the spear shook violently, and initially, Xiaoyu could only endure for about 3 minutes before her arms could no longer withstand the strain, and she had to switch arms. After half an hour, Xiaoyu felt nearly devoid of sensation in her arms. The rigors of martial training were truly grueling. No wonder martial practitioners are now so rare. She slumped to the ground, gasping for breath like an exhausted beast, her arms quivering incessantly. In contrast, the process of refining qi is immensely pleasurable. The vital energy flows within the body, providing a delightful experience for both body and mind. Moreover, breakthroughs bring an addictive euphoria, making the refinement of qi quite enticing. Albeit the stillness can be tedious. In contrast, martial training feels like self-inflicted torment, laden with suffering. Both paths lead to strength. But who wouldn't he prefer to tread the easier one? Moreover, martial arts practice is exceedingly costly. Those with limited means who wish to train but lack the funds to purchase restorative elixirs will only render themselves ineffective. Presently, he is merely honing his hand techniques, which emphasize the unity of the waist and horse stance, generating force through the waist to propel the arms. After half an incense stick, he begins to focus on his waist. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu trembles in fear and hastily consumes a qi blood pill to commence his recovery. He winces at the thought of the expensive pills he has purchased, meant for restoring stamina, as a single vial costs 30 spirit stones. Having practiced only for half a day, he has already depleted an entire bottle. This is largely due to the intensity of his training, which far exceeds what others endure. Even the long spear he wields weighs 1,000 pounds. After half an incense stick, Xiaoyu supports himself in a plank position, with a large grinding stone resting on his back and waist. Below his abdomen, he ignites an incense stick. Should his waist sink even slightly, he will be pricked by the burning incense. The completion of his training session is marked by the total consumption of the incense stick. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu finds solace in a wooden tub filled with warm, pale red water, dissolving 10 qi blood pills within. This gentle infusion nourishes his weary and somewhat strained muscles. And in this moment, he feels revitalized. He picks up a brush, his hands trembling, and scribbles uneven characters onto a blank tome. Once finished, he tosses it aside, nearly succumbing to slumber in the tub, awakening only when the water cools. In the days that follow, Xiaoyu endures a life of hardship, with the monotonous evening cultivation of qi transforming into a source of enjoyment. Martial Arts Journal, Day 1 Summary. 2 words. Father Jinji is exhausted, and so am I. Day 2 Summary. Damn it. Day 3 Summary. Endurance has slightly improved. Day 4 Summary. I have discovered the quickest method for training, using qi to blow on incense for faster combustion. However, the downside is the risk of incurring Little Wu's wrath. Day 5. A day of rest. My purse is nearly empty, as spending on elixirs and pills flows like water in martial practice. Day 6 Summary. I previously overlooked this, but today I covertly observed Little Wu's feathers and discovered that it lacks the distinguishing feature of a certain other. But then again, do birds possess such attributes? Smack. Today I received another reprimand. This world, too, has its 12 months, each adorned with melodious names: Star Era, Xianxiao, Zuji, Jiaglu, Daliang, Shirshin, Chenshu, Chuanhua, Chanao, Shouxing, Dahua, and Shimu. Common folk refer to them simply as months 1 through 12 for convenience, with each month comprising approximately 30 days. There is also a notion of weeks, with 7 days constituting a small week, thus the term week is used to denote 7 days. On Mondays and Fridays, he practices martial arts and cultivates qi, studies fundamental knowledge. On Saturdays, he engages in hands-on alchemical practice, and on weekends, he ventures down the mountain to procure herbs and elixirs, sell potions, and consult with Elder Miao regarding his uncertainties for guidance. Before returning to the sect, he plans a visit to the old beggar and little Lon to seek advice on the thunderous sword technique. Despite the old man's consistently aloof demeanor, Qi Xiaoyu's culinary skills and audacity manage to bring a smile to his face. Every single day is filled with an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. However, in the eyes of the inhabitants of the Spirit Beast Room, Qi Xiaoyu has become entirely isolated. Even his once friend, Ding Xiaohu, has ceased to make any effort to engage with him, leaving him to pass his days solely in the company of snakes, devoid of any interaction with outsiders. As the 12th lunar month arrives and winter deepens, it has been half a year since he last practiced with the spear and sword. Within the Snake Valley, a thick blanket of snow covers the ground, and most venomous snakes have retreated into their lairs to hibernate, with only a few exceptions remaining active. Among them is a massive python, adorned with a mottled pattern, stretching an impressive 15 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. This formidable creature has transformed into a terrifying giant, coiled upon a great tree, exhaling plumes of white vapor, as if consuming the essence of the heavens and the earth with each breath. Nearby, a brightly colored flame snake, resembling a flickering fire, is playfully pursuing a stout 5-step snake, their speed astonishingly swift as they dart back and forth, nipping at one another's tails. A slender king cobra, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, rears its body, towering over a human, its gaze fixed intently on a sparrow flitting through the air above. Suddenly, it unleashes 2 streams of venom, striking with the precision of arrows, hitting the sparrow squarely in the eye. The toxin acts almost instantaneously, causing the bird to plummet from the sky, only to be swiftly consumed by the cobra as it glides gracefully through the air. The abilities of these snakes far surpass those of their kind, and in this frigid cave, they remain unfazed by the cold, displaying an unusual vitality and awareness. In the stillness of the snowy landscape, where the snowflakes descend gently, a tall youth stands, his bare torso revealing well-defined muscles, with a physique reminiscent of a tiger, a wasp waist, and limbs akin to a mantis. His back muscles, tense slightly, form a butterfly shape, and he emanates an intense heat amidst the snow. Clutched in his hand is a black spear, his gaze fixed upon a raven across from him. The raven clutches a mosquito trap in its claws, filled with numerous thumb-sized mosquitoes, which incessantly batter against the cage, desperate to escape, their long proboscises poised for action. These blood-sucking bull mosquitoes are fearsome creatures that persist even in winter, capable of draining a bull of its life force in an instant. The cage houses hundreds of them, buzzing like a swarm, their wings producing a cacophonous drone. As the raven opens the cage, the swarm bursts forth, a torrent of mosquitoes surging out at an astonishing speed, far quicker than ordinary mosquitoes, even outpacing sparrows. Upon their emergence, the compound eyes of the blood-sucking bull mosquitoes lock onto the 17-year-old youth. The blood aura he exudes appears to them as an irresistible delicacy. In an instant, the air is filled with the buzzing of countless mosquitoes as they swarm towards Qiyu. He exhales deeply, forming his hand into a sword-like gesture, softly intoning, "Rise." In that fleeting moment, a beam of cold light shoots forth from his waist, revealing a 1-foot-long flying sword. The sword swiftly detaches from his body, soaring an impressive distance of 8 to 9 zhang, hurtling towards the mass of bloodthirsty mosquitoes with astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, one mosquito is struck and explodes, while the flying sword adeptly whirls and slashes at the remaining blood-sucking bull mosquitoes, wreaking havoc upon them. The swift flight of the flying sword was matched by the overwhelming number of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, which surged towards Qiyu with remarkable speed. In no time, 70 or 80 of them were assaulting his muscular, half-naked torso. At that moment, the gun in Qiyu's hand sprang into action. With a single shot, it pierced through 2 meters, emitting a force that extended a full 10 feet, striking one of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes and causing it to explode. With a deft flick of his wrist, the long gun spun, releasing a flurry of gunflower illusions that blossomed in the air as the mosquitoes were continually struck down. He occasionally retreated, sweeping the gun to obliterate any nearby bloodthirsty mosquitoes with explosive force. While he unleashed his attacks, the flying sword deftly returned to continue its assault, allowing him to multitask with ease. The sword moved with the rapidity of a mantis capturing its prey, forming an impenetrable defensive net that annihilated every approaching mosquito. Hundreds of the bloodthirsty insects fell, littering the ground like dark specks. Once the air was cleared of the mosquitoes, Qi Xiaoyu sheathed his gun, and the flying sword re-entered his storage pouch. Turning to the crow with a grin, he asked, "How did I fare this time?" The crow nodded in approval, replying, "Indeed. Your marksmanship and swordsmanship have reached a considerable level. However, do take a look behind you." At the crow's words, Qi Xiaoyu turned and was startled to find a bloodthirsty mosquito perched on his shoulder, its sharp proboscis silently piercing his skin, drawing his blood with a localized anesthetic effect. With a swift slap, he crushed it, blood staining his hand as he sighed. "Just one more left." The crow remarked nonchalantly, "With this combination of marksmanship and swordsmanship, within the realm of Qi refinement, opponents lacking formidable spells stand little chance against you. By the standards of disciples from the Qinyan sect, you are invincible among those at the 7th level of Qi refinement." Half a year passed, and Xiaoyu reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi refinement, while his physical cultivation also ascended to the 5th level of the Thousand June realm. The thunderous soaring swordsmanship reached mastery in its Qi refinement form, and his foundational marksmanship was perfected. Taking out his journal, Xiaoyu wrote, 180 days, swordsmanship and marksmanship, achieved mastery. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. With his Qi refinement perfected, he was finally able to cultivate the soaring sword Qi, signifying his attainment of the consummate realm within the Qi refinement chapter. After donning his clothes and feeding the little snake with Qi nourishing pills, he hastily requested leave to descend the mountain, as winter provided a rare respite for the disciples of the sect. Outside Qinyan City, within a rural homestead, Qi Xiaoyu demonstrated his perfected swordsmanship. The old beggar observed as he effortlessly dispatched dozens of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, nodding impassively, "Not bad. You are only a hair's breadth away from my own feats in my youth." Despite his words, his heart swelled with pride. Little Lon chimed in, "Master, didn't you say it took you 10 months to achieve mastery in swordsmanship at the Qi refinement stage? Xiaoyu has only taken 6 months. The old beggar suddenly felt the winter chill, realizing his little coat was letting in the cold. He cleared his throat and replied with a hint of irritation. "I mentioned 10 months to spare your confidence in sword practice. In truth, I accomplished it in merely 5 months. Xiaolan regarded him skeptically while Qi Xiaoyu, with a gentle smile, intervened, "Xiaolan, given the prowess of our senior, his abilities undoubtedly surpass mine. No amount of relentless practice day and night could rival his skill." The old beggar nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the compliment, his mood lifted. "Achieving mastery in June is commendable, my boy. Now that you have reached this level, I shall instruct you on how to cultivate the stunning sword Qi." Without hesitation, Xiaoyu performed the rites of a disciple and listened intently. After taking a sip of hot tea, the old beggar rose and said, "The foundation of the stunning sword Qi lies in condensing Qi into threads, a feat you have already accomplished. The sword Qi, the ethereal blade emitted from the sword, can be regarded as the formless extension of the sword's inherent sharpness." As he spoke, he waved his hand, slicing through the air toward the ground. In an instant, a deep chasm was cleaved into the thick snow, plunging a foot deep and shattering the stones beneath. Xiaolan remained unfazed, having witnessed such prowess before, while Qi Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with awe, exclaiming praises that delighted the old man, who stood with an air of mastery, gazing skyward. By gathering the condensed sword threads within the sword, and utilizing the swords and your own meridians through the techniques of sword mastery, you can compress and release the sword threads to form sword Qi. Ordinary swordsmen can only release sword Qi through the sword's body, but a transcendent master like myself can manifest it even without a sword. Do you comprehend my explanation? Qi Xiaoyu pondered momentarily before responding. Might I understand that ordinary sword Qi extends from the sword, serving as a magical attack? Yet, you, as an unparalleled master, can unleash extraordinary sword Qi without a sword, thus wielding greater power without one. The old beggar chuckled, stroking his somewhat sparse white beard, nodding in approval. A teachable lad indeed. Your flattery is quite charming, unlike that girl. Yes, your understanding is correct. Therefore, condensing the true Qi sword threads within the sword and learning to channel them through your meridians to project the sword Qi is the essence of this art. Although there are methods within sword mastery to harness Qi, they require prolonged practice to master. Try practicing this step. It is quite challenging, and it will take at least a year and a half of diligent effort to achieve. Mastering this phase of the Qi refinement chapter in sword mastery will signify your completion. In the early stages of practice, you will wield the flying sword. Once you can release sword Qi with it, and then attempt to unleash sword Qi when the flying sword is separated from you, it will indicate that you have reached the pinnacle of mastery. Understood. Thank you for your guidance. Qi Xiaoyu summoned the flying sword into his hand. A blade approximately 33 centimeters long, feeling no different from holding a dagger. Concentrating the true energy into the sword, he unleashed it through the art of sword control, allowing it to flow from the sword's veins. His eyes transformed into those of a serpent as the gathered true energy permeated the blade, filling its channels. He then executed the technique of sword control with great fervor. Raising his arm, he swung it fiercely, creating a gust of wind that swept across the ground, displacing the snow and revealing the stone tiles beneath. However, this was not sword energy. The movement was too swift, having just grasped the technique. He realized that such rapid execution made the sword threads unstable and difficult to control, thus hindering the release of sword energy. The old beggar, seated nearby, offered guidance while popping a spicy, crispy peanut made by Qi Xiaoyu into his mouth, savoring its delightful flavor. This lad's culinary skills are remarkable. Even a simple peanut can be transformed into something so delectable. If only his spiritual root were not so weak. Having him around as a cook wouldn't be a bad idea, the old beggar mused. Suddenly, after only a few attempts, Qi Xiaoyu's sword released an invisible sword energy, cutting through the air and sparking against the ground, leaving a shallow scratch. The old beggar, in the midst of enjoying his drink, spat out the aged yellow wine in disbelief, his eyes widening at the sight of the mark on the ground. A sword energy. Qi Xiaoyu scratched his head, saying, "Senior, I think I've produced sword energy. Impossible. You've only just begun practicing." This lad, the old beggar sprang to his feet, approaching Qi Xiaoyu with a mix of astonishment and scrutiny directed at the faint scratch. While the mark was shallow and short, barely over a foot in length, it was undeniably a product of sword energy. The old beggar spoke solemnly. "Now, strike your sword at me." "Ah, but no matter. Even if your cultivation were tenfold greater, you couldn't harm me. If I say to strike, then strike you must, without hesitation." Understood. With the old beggar's encouragement, Qi Xiaoyu cast aside his reservations. Gripping the sword, he concentrated the energy into threads, focusing on the old beggar standing a yard away, and swung once more. Instantly, an invisible sword energy cleaved through the air, detonating before the old beggar and dissipating into nothingness. This truly is sword energy. "You rascal," the old beggar regarded Qi Xiaoyu with the awe reserved for a rare creature. Has he truly mastered it in such a short time? Master, has Xiaoyu really produced sword energy? A surprised Xiaolon, who had only been practicing the stunning swan sword energy for a month, inquired. "Your energy is too scattered. Concentrate all your mental force and aim at the stone pillar beside you, then strike," the old beggar commanded. "Yes." Qi Xiaoyu took a deep breath, focusing intently on the practice stone column, and swung his sword. Swish. Instantly, a deeper gash appeared on the column than the previous mark on the ground. Clear your mind of distractions. Let your heart be one with the sword. Visualize the sword's veins as your own, the sword as your arm, and strike again. Yes. Bang. The surface of the stone shattered. The energy must be thin and sharp. Too thick won't do. Strike again. Yes. Focusing all energy to the sword's tip, Qi Xiaoyu executed a thrust as the sword energy spiraled forth. Thwack. The stone pillar was pierced, a hole nearly penetrating through it entirely. The old beggar observed Qi Xiaoyu with an expression of profound complexity, an amalgamation of joy, sorrow, laughter, and tears that danced across his face. The prodigious talent, with a heart as clear as a sword. Oh heavens, why do you treat me thus? Such extraordinary genius, yet cursed with inferior spiritual roots. The unparalleled pearl marred with cracks. The old beggar stomped his feet in agony. No, there is still hope. There is a way. The primal essence can nourish and elevate one's spiritual roots. However, that substance is as rare and precious as a sword hard as clarity. My senior seems to possess a trace of it, but no, that resides within his treasured artifacts. If I were to extract it, he would surely pursue me from the heavens to the earth. The old beggar muttered to himself, appearing rather unhinged. Master, Yu Xiaolon, standing nearby, feared he had lost his sanity. Qi Xiaoyu was equally perplexed. What does heart as clear as a sword mean? Hadn't he merely followed the instructions given? After a lengthy pause, the old beggar fixed his gaze upon Qi Xiaoyu, his expression grave. Young one, Your spiritual root talent can indeed be enhanced. Qi Xiaoyu looked at him in astonishment, his heart racing. His spiritual root talent could be improved? Senior, are you saying my spiritual root can be elevated? He was acutely aware of his own weaknesses. Without the snake's gaze to perceive spiritual energy, relying solely on his roots made sensing it exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he cultivated not by absorbing the world's spiritual energy through his roots, but by consuming resources and refining through the swallowing elephant technique. If he depended on his own spiritual root talent for cultivation, he would likely be limited to merely the second level of qi refinement. The old beggar nodded. Indeed. Spiritual roots are merely the embodiment of the primal essence contained within the human body. There exists a remarkably rare energy in the universe known as primal essence. This can nourish your inherent essence and enhance your spiritual root talent. Primal essence. So rare and elusive, it remains a precious energy even for powerful cultivators. And with your current abilities, it would be utterly unattainable. This statement doused Qi Xiaoyu's hopes like a bucket of cold water. The old beggar, having said enough on this matter, shifted the topic. I may be away for some time, ranging from a year to several years. Master, where are you going? Xiaolan inquired hastily, having no family and viewing the old beggar as a father figure. The old beggar glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, providing no details, merely stating, "It's a matter of importance. When I return, you will understand. By the way, how does Xiaolan treat you?" This unexpected question left Qi Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. Before he nodded, "Senior sister is indeed very kind to me," the old beggar remarked. "Had it not been for her constant praises in my ear, I would not have imparted the thunderstorm sword technique to you. This swordsmanship is formidable. Many have sought to become my disciples to learn this technique, offering countless treasures but to no avail." Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, sensing the power of this swordsmanship, though he was unaware of the sect's sword techniques. Xiao had mentioned that this particular technique was commendable, and given that Xiao held the Qingyan sect in disdain, it indicated that the sect possessed nothing worthy of her regard. "Upon my departure, I implore you to extend your assistance to your senior sister in financial matters. I am aware of your remarkable alchemical skills, which are quite commendable, and with your abilities, sustaining her should pose no challenge." Xiaolan, with a hint of annoyance, retorted, "Master, I am no mere ornament. The techniques you have imparted to me can indeed provide for my needs." The old beggar, indulging in his peculiar hobby, whimsically referred to himself as a laborer of nature, albeit one whose actions could be interpreted as the pilfering of others' spirit stones. He possessed a rather convoluted rationale, asserting that spirit stones, being creations of heaven and earth, are inherently ownerless, thus justifying their relocation from another's storage pouch to his own. Qi Xiaoyu found herself somewhat exasperated by this peculiar pastime. The elder's prowess clearly rendered him capable of straightforward acquisition of wealth. The old beggar, with a stern expression, remarked, "With your meager cultivation, how many spirit stones can you acquire in a month? This young lad can earn several hundred spirit stones through alchemy alone." Qi Xiaoyu's lips twitched. The old man seemed well aware of her earnings, perhaps even having monitored her activities. She hastily declared, "Senior sister, I shall provide for you through my alchemical endeavors. It's a trifling matter, as we are family." The old beggar, glaring, warned, "You insolent brat, I caution you against any impropriety with your senior sister. She must not be defiled at this time." Xiaolan's youthful face flushed crimson, and she swiftly retaliated with a punch directed at the old man. Qi Xiaoyu, feeling the awkwardness, coughed, "I had no such intentions." The old beggar then tossed a small booklet to Qi Xiaoyu, stating, "Contained within is a swordsmanship technique, suitable for use in conjunction with your sword control skills. It will suffice for you below the core formation stage." Qi Xiaoyu caught the booklet and noted the title inscribed upon it, Thunderclap Sword Array. "Thank you, esteemed elder," she exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. "Call me master." Qi Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon her heart leapt with joy. Had the old man finally acknowledged her? "Thank you, master." She bowed once more. "Come here. Share a drink with me." "Certainly." Qi Xiaoyu hastily complied, dutifully pouring wine for the elder. "By the way, young one, do you possess sufficient spirit stones?" "Thank you for your concern, master. I have enough." At this, Qi Xiaoyu felt a pang of emotion, suddenly reminded of her mother from her past life and her sister-in-law in this one. "Oh, I have enough. May I borrow 500 spirit stones from you, master?" Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. The following morning, Qi Xiaoyu returned to the spirit beast room, contemplating whether to apply for the status of an outer sect disciple. Her cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, making her eligible for such a designation. However, she thought, I should bide my time. I have only been in the sect for a little over a year, and achieving the 6th layer of chi refinement is clearly not the talent expected of one with inferior spiritual roots. The matter of Miao Laozi's lineage could not be widely proclaimed at present. Otherwise, Zhao Qin might not hesitate to act against her before Miao Laozi's demise. She needed to draw him out to eliminate this lingering threat. With this in mind, Qi Xiaoyu resolved to continue her cautious approach. Upon her return to the spirit beast room, she fortuitously encountered Steward Song, who lamented, "Why have you only just returned? Hurry. Senior brother Yintong has come to our area to procure snakes for alchemy, and the snakes of your valley are not permitting entry. One must not offend brother Yintong. For his brother, brother Yinwu, is a true disciple of the esteemed Qingyan Peak, boasting an impressive background." Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly and nodded, saying, "I understand. I shall attend to him." He hurried towards the Serpent Valley, where a massive Xianbing python coiled at the entrance, preventing any outsiders from entering. A young man clad in the azure robes of an alchemist stood at the entrance, his expression dark as he contemplated entering while wary of the obstructive python. As Qi Xiaoyu approached, he called out urgently, "Little Bing, clear the way." Upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu's return, the Xianbing python slowly parted to allow passage. Brother Yintong frowned as he regarded Qi Xiaoyu, dressed in the garb of a servant disciple, reprimanding him. "So, you are the servant disciple of the 100 Serpents Garden? How absurd. How do you tend to your serpents, leaving me waiting for so long?" Qi Xiaoyu, bowing his head humbly, replied, "Brother Yin, your reprimand is just. Please, step inside." With a cold snort, Yanong entered the Serpent Valley. Typically, he would send his attendant to collect the herbs. But today he needed to personally select the serpent ingredients for a particularly important elixir. Upon entering the valley, Yintong's eyes brightened at the sight of a swift, spectacled cobra, the very one Qi Xiaoyu often fed with qi-nourishing pills. "A fine specimen. Capture that snake. I require its gallbladder." Yintong pointed at the cobra. Qi Xiaoyu hesitated, knowing that this snake had developed a certain sentience due to his nurturing, and said, "Brother Yin, could we perhaps choose another? That spectacled cobra is too swift for me to capture." Yintong's voice turned icy. "What I desire is what I shall have. If you cannot catch it, what use are you to me? Go and seize it." Qi Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of bitterness surfacing. Yet he restrained himself and softly replied, "As you wish." He proceeded to pursue the spectacled cobra, simultaneously whispering in the serpent's tongue, urging it to flee and evade capture. The cobra displayed astonishing speed, and Qi Xiaoyu ended up grasping at air. The spectacled cobra darted towards the dense forest, its remarkable speed eliciting further delight from Yintong. This snake seems to possess intelligence. With a wave of his hand, a golden rope shot forth from his sleeve, ensnaring the spectacled cobra and drawing it back, where he seized it firmly by the neck. Qi Xiaoyu's heart sank at the sight. He had few friends, and he regarded the few sentient serpents he nurtured as cherished companions. "Brother Yin, might you consider selecting another? I will procure a different one for you." Yinong scoffed. "Are you commanding me?" Qi Xiaoyu, head bowed, clasped his hands in respect and replied, "I would not dare. It is merely that this black-scaled king cobra is a cherished creature, imbued with spirit and sentiment. I implore you, brother Yintong, spare its life. In this world, cobras are referred to as black-scaled snakes." Yintong chuckled upon hearing this. How amusing, to form an attachment to a snake? "The more you plead, the more I desire this creature." With a flick of his finger, a gash was torn in the black-scaled king cobra's neck, and with a grasp of his true energy, he extracted the gallbladder from within. With a painful hiss, the black-scaled king snake writhed in agony. Qi Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes turn a deep crimson. He had few friends. Most had distanced themselves due to Zhao Qin's oppressive influence. Even Ding Xiaohu, who had once been a companion, could not withstand such pressure. During his time here, the only beings that had kept him company were these cold-blooded serpents in the eyes of outsiders, Xiaowu, Xin Bing, Qi Yin, and the likes. He had nurtured these venomous snakes with elixirs, bestowing upon them a semblance of intelligence surpassing that of dogs. In this moment, Yintong callously killed the spectacled snake before him, akin to slaying a cherished pet in front of its owner. Yintong callously discarded the snake's corpse onto the earth, collecting its gallbladder in a jade vial, an essential ingredient for his alchemical pursuits. He mused over the fine care he had bestowed upon the snake, chuckling to himself at the thought of continuing such nurturing. Observing the despondent expression of the servant disciple, his heart swelled with delight. The joy of humanity often finds its roots in the suffering of others, and witnessing the hapless despair of this servant filled him with a sense of superiority. As Yin Tong turned to leave, Qi Xiaoyu hastily retrieved a premium healing elixir, pressing it into the wound of the black-scaled king snake. The snake's head lifted slightly, emitting a pained hiss as it brushed against Qi Xiaoyu's cheek. "Do not let the humans discover you," it seemed to convey. After signaling this, the snake's head fell limply. Devoid of life, the severity of its injuries rendered the healing elixir ineffective, especially with its gallbladder taken. The spectacled snake, Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the lifeless body of the serpent he had cared for over the past year, his heart aching as if cut by knives. He gently laid down the serpent's remains and rose, his voice icy. "Stop." Yin Tong, having taken only a few steps, halted and turned, his brow furrowed. What is with that tone? However, upon sensing the murderous intent radiating from Qi Xiaoyu, his expression shifted slightly. He then sneered. "What? Do you wish to avenge that snake?" Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, fingers poised. In an instant, a blade of light shot forth towards Yin Tong with astonishing speed. Startled, Yin Tong immediately activated his defensive talisman, a jade pendant that enveloped him in a golden protective barrier. The blade struck the barrier, producing a sound akin to metal colliding with steel. Yet, in the next moment, Qi Xiaoyu surged forward, his foot striking the ground with tremendous force, resembling a wild beast charging, and unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! His fist, infused with the totality of his strength, reached a terrifying magnitude of several tons. The incredible force caused the golden barrier to dim and cave in, making contact with Yin Tong's body. With a sickening sound, the golden barrier struck Yin Tong's face, causing him to spit blood and be violently thrown back, crashing into a large tree within the Serpent Valley. His eyes widened in astonishment and fury, yet he saw Qi Xiaoyu rushing at him again, this time aiming a powerful kick at his head. Yin Tong quickly rolled away, narrowly escaping the blow as Qi Xiaoyu's foot struck the ground, creating a deep crater in the earth. As the boiling flames surged, Yin Tong was taken aback, yet he swiftly waved his hand, unleashing a flying sword aimed at Qi Xiaoyu. He erupted with his full cultivation, achieving the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. The sword hurtled toward Qi Xiaoyu's head, but with a deft motion of his finger, Qi Xiaoyu redirected the flying sword, effortlessly intercepting it and sending it crashing away. This spectacle left Yin Tong dumbfounded. How could it be possible that a mere disciple, even at the peak of his own cultivation, could counter his sword with such finesse? Though astonished, he quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of vital energy as the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth swirled around him. In an instant, he conjured a fireball, a meter in diameter. The scorching sphere formed, melting the surrounding snow into water. Boom! The fireball hurtled toward Qi Xiaoyu, who hastily evaded, the blazing projectile colliding with a towering tree behind him. Crash! The tree, as thick as a man's waist, was obliterated, flames erupting in all directions, its power rivaling that of a grenade. The explosion vaporized the snow, transforming it into mist. Die! Yin Tong conjured another fireball, launching it toward the retreating Qi Xiaoyu. In response, Qi Xiaoyu reached into his storage bag, producing a black spear. With a sweeping motion, he struck the incoming fireball, resulting in a resounding explosion that sent shockwaves of heat and flames toward him. He unleashed his vital energy to withstand the onslaught while propelling himself forward with the spear, moving faster than a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of over 10 meters, thrusting the spear toward Yin Tong's heart. As a mere alchemist rather than a seasoned combatant, Yin Tong was ill-prepared for Qi Xiaoyu's rapid approach. The spear lunged toward his chest with terrifying speed, the tip piercing through his protective barrier, plunging into his heart. However, the protective aura had mitigated much of the force, preventing the spear from penetrating his ribs deeply enough to reach his heart. "Ah!" Yin Tong screamed in agony, gripping the spear's tip tightly, the blade slicing into his hands. In sheer terror, he stumbled backward, unable to fathom how a mere disciple could possess such formidable strength. As a cultivator at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, he had always dominated those beneath him, yet here he was, outmatched. With a fierce kick, Qi Xiaoyu propelled Yin Tong backward, causing him to cough up blood. Qi Xiaoyu pursued, but in his fright, Yin Tong swiftly summoned a talisman, pressing it to his body. The talisman burst forth with azure light, propelling him through the air and away from danger. Clutching his chest, Yin Tong glared back, grinding his teeth. "You little beast. Just wait. You are doomed." Qi Xiaoyu attempted to pursue on his sword, but as Yin Tong distanced himself to over 30 meters, the effectiveness of his sword diminished, failing to breach Yin Tong's defenses. Ultimately, He could only watch helplessly as Yin Tong escaped. Gripping his spear tightly, Qi Xiaoyu's heart was filled with murderous intent. Such a person could not be allowed to live. One either tolerated them or eliminated them. It seemed his plans must change. He had initially intended to bide his time and develop his strength quietly for another 2 years. Having offended such an individual, Qi Xiaoyu was compelled to immediately elevate his standing within the sect. He sheathed his spear and swiftly departed from the Snake Valley, neglecting to even greet Steward Song as he hastened toward the Servant's Hall. Although the Servant's Hall was several kilometers away from the Spirit Beast Room, with his speed, he could reach it in less than half a stick of incense. After fleeing the Spirit Beast Room, Yin Tong became increasingly furious, realizing that he had nearly been slain by a mere servant disciple. Reporting to the law enforcement hall? A servant disciple daring to ambush an inner sect alchemist like himself would be committing a capital offense. No, that wouldn't do. If he reported that he had nearly been killed by a servant disciple, his reputation within the sect would be utterly ruined. With this thought, he dismissed the idea of involving the law enforcement hall and resolved to take matters into his own hands. It would not be difficult for him to eliminate a servant disciple and fabricate any crime against him. However, once he was bandaged, he could go to the Servant's Hall to accuse him of attacking an inner sect disciple. The Servant's Hall was expansive. At the entrance, a servant disciple, busy clearing the accumulated snow, suddenly felt a strong gust of wind. A figure swiftly brushed past him, leaving the servant disciple momentarily stunned. Inside the main hall, another disciple was warming himself by the fire, lazily propped against the counter and yawning. Qi Xiaoyu burst in, the wind he brought with him causing the disciple to open his eyes. This outer sect disciple glanced at Qi Xiaoyu and coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fist and replied, "Senior brother, I have come to test for promotion to an outer sect disciple." "What?" The disciple was taken aback. Scrutinizing the youthful Qi Xiaoyu, who appeared to be no older than 18 and was clad in servant garb, he quickly asked, "Have you reached the 6th level of Qi refinement?" Servant disciples under 30 could become outer sect disciples upon reaching the 6th level of Qi refinement, thus becoming genuine sect members. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, channeling the Qi cultivation scripture provided by the sect, circulating his internal true Qi to manifest his aura. The speed of true Qi circulation using the Qi cultivation scripture was inferior to that of the elephant swallowing scripture, thus lacking in power. Nevertheless, within the sect, he was obliged to use the Qi cultivation scripture to publicly demonstrate his true Qi. The outer sect disciple, trained in Qi observation, could perceive the aura of others' true Qi and assess their cultivation levels. Indeed, you have reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Wait, let us test further. The disciple produced a crystal-like sphere and instructed Qi Xiaoyu to exert his full energy and input true Qi. Following the instruction, Qi Xiaoyu did as told, and the sphere illuminated 6 glowing areas. The disciple was astonished, gazing at Qi Xiaoyu in disbelief. "At your age, you must be one of the servant disciples who entered the sect last year, correct?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded, fully aware that the disciple would be shocked. A servant disciple with a low-grade spirit root achieving the 6th level of Qi refinement in just a year? Are you truly of a low-grade spirit root? How did you cultivate so rapidly? The disciple could not restrain his curiosity. Qi Xiaoyu explained, "I previously took leave and fortuitously discovered a spirit fruit in the mountains. After consuming it, my cultivation surged dramatically." Hearing this, the disciple's lips twitched in envy, remarking, "You must have encountered some rare treasure. Your luck is remarkable." Normally, it would take servant disciples 6 to 7 years of arduous cultivation to become outer sect disciples. Most individuals with limited insight are destined to remain as menial workers throughout their lives. Indeed, my junior possesses a touch of fortune. What is your name? The other party began to take notes. Chiyu. The name Qi Xiaoyu was originally Chiyu. The suffix Xiaoyu is a term of endearment used in their village for unmarried minors. Chiyu. Upon hearing this, the individual began to peruse his name file, confirming Spirit Beast Room. Chiyu, before continuing to document. This name sounds quite familiar. Chiyu. You wouldn't be the Qi Xiaoyu that senior brother Xiaochen has threatened to kill, would you? The person's expression shifted to one of surprise as they scrutinized Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu calmly nodded, and the individual regarded him with an odd expression, tinged with a hint of pity. After completing the record, they produced a token for Qi Xiaoyu and said, "You should proceed to the outer court to verify your identity and collect the Qi refinement manual, clothing, and equipment." "Thank you, senior brother." Qi Xiaoyu accepted the token and discreetly handed over a 2-tail spirit stone to the other party. The individual, greatly pleased, cast a glance at Qi Xiaoyu, subtly tucking the stone into their sleeve, thinking to themselves that this young man is quite understanding, though he has unfortunately crossed paths with a genius like Zhao Chun. With the token in hand, Qi Xiaoyu departed the menial workers' quarters and made his way to the outer court's administrative office. The outer court is situated on the mountainside, while the menial quarters are at the foot of the mountain. As Qi Xiaoyu ascended, he encountered numerous disciples traveling up and down the mountain, including those tasked with errands and cleaning. Upon noticing the token in Qi Xiaoyu's hand, their gazes instantly filled with envy and admiration. An ascendant token, who is this person? To become an outer court disciple at such a young age. Indeed, he looks quite fresh-faced. Two menial disciples in their 20s, busy cleaning the steps, gazed at Qi Xiaoyu with envious eyes. One of them stepped forward with a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed senior brother, are you headed to the outer court's administrative office?" Qi Xiaoyu smiled and nodded, prompting the other to flatteringly offer, "Do you know the way? If not, I, Ding Qing, can assist you." Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fists and replied, "If senior brother is willing to assist, I would be most grateful." The other, taken aback by the courtesy, quickly waved his hands in modesty, saying, No. Within the sect, status is determined by cultivation level. Soon, you will be an official disciple of the sect. You may simply call me Deng Shidi. Menial disciples are merely considered servants. True disciples of the sect are recognized only upon entering the outer court. In the hierarchy of Qingyun's sect, those with inferior spiritual roots become menial disciples upon joining, while those at the 6th level of Qi refinement may ascend to the outer court. Those with moderate spiritual roots are recognized as formal outer court disciples upon entry. Those with superior spiritual roots are classified as inner court disciples. To advance from outer court to inner court, one must attain the spirit movement realm and cultivate their divine consciousness. Inner court disciples represent the future foundation of the sect, aspiring to become true disciples. The status of a true disciple is equivalent to that of an elder. One may become a true disciple by reaching the foundation establishment realm before the age of 50. However, some individuals may receive special promotions. Those capable of crafting magical artifacts or alchemy, particularly second-tier alchemists, may be elevated to inner court disciples even while still in the Qi refinement realm. In the Qingtian sect, there are 8,000 miscellaneous disciples, 3,000 outer disciples, 600 inner disciples, and 18 true successors. Above the true successors are the elder leaders of each peak, followed by the peak masters, and ultimately the sect master. The true successor disciples are the chosen candidates to inherit the roles of these elder leaders, peak masters, and even the sect master. As Ding Qing led the way, he lavished compliments upon Qi Xiaoyu. "Brother, to have received the ascension token at such a young age speaks volumes of your boundless future." Qi Xiaoyu smiled faintly, replying, "Junior brother, you too shall have your opportunities in due time." Referring to someone several years as senior as junior brother felt somewhat disconcerting to Qi Xiaoyu. Ding Qing sighed. "In 3 years, I shall reach the age of 30, yet my cultivation has barely entered the 5th level of Qi refinement. The path only grows more arduous from here. The hope of ever breaking through to the 6th level seems exceedingly bleak. Perhaps I am destined to remain a mere errand boy for life, returning to my hometown to retire when my time comes. The immortal path, alas, is beyond the reach of those like us, mere ants in the grand scheme of things." Qi Xiaoyu could empathize with the melancholy in Ding Qing's words, for he too was a lowly disciple with inferior spiritual roots. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with the little crow, his circumstances would not have differed significantly from Ding Qing's. His situation was akin to that of a cultivator blessed with fortuitous encounters, lacking innate talent, yet graced by serendipity. Previously, Qi Xiaoyu could have leveraged his identity as an alchemist to become an outer disciple ahead of schedule. Yet, how could he explain his alchemical skills? As a disciple tending to spirit beasts, without a master from an alchemical sect to guide him, and lacking any formulae, how could he possibly practice alchemy? The sect would undoubtedly investigate, and should they uncover the 9 heavens Lihua furnace in his possession, it would draw covetous gazes. He understood the adage that a common man is guilty of possessing a precious gem. Thus, he later sought apprenticeship under Elder Miao, which would serve as a perfect excuse for his alchemical abilities in the future. In a year or two, when the timing felt appropriate, he could reveal his alchemical prowess and mention his apprenticeship with Elder Miao, at which point no one would question how he had acquired such skills. The path of cultivation is akin to walking on thin ice. Every step must be meticulously calculated. As the two engage in idle chatter, They soon arrived before a grand entrance nestled within the mountains, leading to a hall far surpassing the humble quarters of the miscellaneous disciples. At the outer hall, Deng Qing paused, watching Qi Xiaoyu enter with a gaze filled with envy. Upon entering the outer hall's administrative office, the stationed disciples recognized the ascension token in his hand and understood his purpose, guiding him to register his name. After recording his age, the registering disciple was astonished. 17. At such an age, to possess this level of cultivation is rare, known only among a handful of exceptionally gifted talents within the outer sect. However, he did not pry into the reasons behind Qi Xiaoyu's rapid advancement, as each cultivator has their own unique circumstances. Delving too deeply into such matters is a taboo among practitioners. Many experience swift progress only to find themselves stagnant at a certain stage for a lifetime. Once his registration was complete, the disciple presented him with a storage bag. This bag, being of the most basic kind, offered little more space than a backpack, far inferior to the one gifted to Qi Xiaoyu by the little bamboo, which could accommodate a 2-meter-long spear. From the storage bag, a set of finely crafted black garments, a 3-foot longsword sheathed, deemed a low-grade artifact, an identity token, a spirit stone, and a vial of inferior Qi-nurturing elixir were retrieved. These items constituted the rewards for ascending to the status of an outer sect disciple. Junior Brother Qi, please take account of these items. Once you depart from the counter, we bear no responsibility. Each month, you may return here to claim a spirit stone and a vial of inferior Qi-nurturing elixir at no charge. You may also accept tasks from the mission hall here, with rewards for task execution and submissions processed at the outer sect office. Furthermore, as an outer sect disciple, you will reside in Qingyun town within the mountains. Upon your arrival, you may claim a private row house for free. However, should you wish to upgrade to a separate villa, a monthly rent will be required. Bowing respectfully, Qi Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother, for the information. The path of humanity is fleeting, and the way of immortality is vast. I wish for you, junior brother, to attain longevity and freedom soon. Thank you for your blessings. Senior brother, I wish for you to achieve longevity and transcendence as well. Having neatly packed these items into the storage bag bestowed by the sect, Qi Xiaoyu donned the black garments exclusive to outer sect disciples and departed. The fabric and craftsmanship of these garments were incomparable to those of the servant disciples, being made of silk that did not hinder the flow of true energy. Once clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple and wielding the standard long sword, Qi Xiaoyu exuded an air of confidence. He was not unattractive, and while he could not be described as exceptionally handsome, his refined features combined with the outer sect attire elevated his appearance, rivaling many male protagonists from historical dramas of his past life. Achieving the status of an outer sect disciple marked him as an official disciple of the sect. Even inner sect disciples and true disciples could not unjustly harm him, as such actions were bound by the sect's regulations. Conversely, if a servant disciple were to be killed by an outer, inner, or true disciple, the punishment would be merely a light reprimand, perhaps a fine of spirit stones. However, if a true disciple were to slay a servant disciple, the sect would not intervene. In essence, servant disciples were akin to cattle within the sect, devoid of rights, whereas becoming an outer sect disciple signified true recognition as a person. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a black loft, the Sutra Repository. Upon becoming an outer sect disciple, one could freely acquire a low-grade spell for study. Even a low-grade spell was an opportunity not to be squandered, for such spells were not openly sold in the market due to sect prohibitions. Only the black market dared to sell them, and at exorbitant prices. Inside the repository, an elderly man sat at the registration desk, one hand holding a book while the other was preoccupied with picking at his toes, occasionally bringing his hand to his nose to catch a whiff. Qi Xiaoyu entered and respectfully announced, Disciple Qiyu, newly ascended to the outer sect, here to claim a spell. Without glancing at Qi Xiaoyu, the elder, fixated on the text, replied in a monotone, leave your token as collateral, choose a spell for yourself, and return within 3 days to reclaim your token. This information must not be disclosed. Any breach will result in the forfeiture of cultivation, and limbs will be broken. Should you dare to sell, extermination of your family will follow. Qi Xiaoyu respectfully acknowledged the elder's words and noted the title of the book he was reading. It appeared to be a work of fiction. He felt a stir within his heart and retrieved a book from his storage bag, presenting it with both hands. Esteemed elder, this is a novel I transcribed myself. Perhaps it may help you pass the time. The elder set down the book, gazing at Qi Xiaoyu with surprise. Let me take a look. The book's cover boldly displayed the title, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Upon opening the book, the first page read, "In the Peach Garden, the heroes formed a brotherhood. The mighty Yangtze flows eastward, washing away countless heroes. Right and wrong, success and failure, all fade into nothingness. The green mountains remain, while the setting sun paints the sky red. The white-haired fisherman and woodcutter on the riverbank, accustomed to the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of murky wine, joyfully encountering each other. How many matters throughout history have been relegated to laughter and conversation? It is said that the great tides of the world, when divided for long, must unite, when united, must divide." The elder was instantly captivated by the poetry in the preface of this novel. Noticing the elder's interest, Qi Xiaoyu bowed and silently walked towards the pavilion. In his previous life, he had been an aficionado of the four great classical novels. Having watched adaptations since childhood and read the original texts numerous times as an adult, what appeared to be mere fiction at first glance was, upon deeper examination, imbued with profound principles regarding life, conduct, and governance. In moments of ennui, he would transcribe the classics from memory to remind himself of the virtues of proper living. Within the first floor of the library, rows upon rows of shelves were filled with books and manuscripts, encompassing a variety of low-tier spells and martial arts. Fireball technique, water arrow technique, swordsmanship through chi manipulation, tiger claw technique, man's fist. Such an overwhelming array of spells and martial arts left Qi Xiaoyu in a daze, unsure of what to choose. After an extended period of deliberation, the elder suddenly inquired, "Young man, did you write this novel?" Qi Xiaoyu quickly shook his head. "No, it was penned by a gentleman named Luo Guanzhong from my hometown. I merely transcribed it." The elder was astonished, marveling at the treasure of literature that had not yet gained widespread recognition. "May I borrow this novel for a few days?" he asked, unable to contain his admiration. Qi Xiaoyu smiled. "Of course, take as long as you wish." The elder nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Do you wish to learn spells or martial arts?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "Either will do, as long as they possess great power. Do you have any recommendations?" This was the effect of the book Qi Xiaoyu had gifted. He had learned to amuse the elder. As long as these seasoned practitioners were willing to assist, his path would undoubtedly be broader than that of others. It was akin to a young man seeking the patronage of an affluent woman. If an elder sister willing to help you was decades older, you could avoid years of detours. Initially indifferent, the elder now inquired, "What is your spiritual root talent?" Qi Xiaoyu responded, "A low-tier fire spiritual root." The elder furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Qi Xiaoyu. At such a young age, having reached the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had assumed him to possess a superior spiritual root. Low-tier spiritual roots were less suited for learning spells, as spells require a high affinity with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for easier cultivation and greater power. Low-tier spiritual roots were more appropriate for martial arts, which, although costly and arduous, were suitable for such roots. "What is your family's background?" he inquired. It is satisfactory, with a modest fortune." The old man recommended, "Since you are not lacking in wealth, choose a path in either spells or martial arts. A lower-tier spell costs 100 spirit stones for a 3-day rental, while you may select one martial art free of charge. I suggest the Tiger Claw technique, once mastered. It ranks among the finest in low-tier unarmed martial arts. As for spells, you might consider the Fire Python technique, which aligns well with your spiritual root attributes. It is straightforward, forceful, and easy to begin with. Should you achieve full mastery, it will also be one of the most powerful spells. Though while the Fire Python technique is easy to start, attaining perfection is challenging." Qi Xiaoyu sought out the spells and martial arts mentioned by the old man, the Fire Python technique and the Tiger Claw technique. He selected the Tiger Claw technique for free and paid 100 spirit stones to learn the Fire Python technique. Purchasing with spirit stones is rather imprudent. One could exchange contribution points for it, but contribution points are only earned through tasks, and being a newcomer, he naturally had none. Both the Fire Python technique and the Tiger Claw technique can be cultivated to a state of great perfection, allowing the practitioner to condense divine intent. The old man was quite pleased with Qi Xiaoyu's adherence to his advice. Bowing respectfully, Qi Xiaoyu inquired, "Esteemed elder, what is divine intent?" The old man reclined, perusing Qi Xiaoyu's copy of the Three Kingdoms while conversing with him. "Have you heard of sword intent?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded yes. "It is a profound spiritual energy of the sword path." The old man affirmed, "Sword intent is indeed a form of divine intent. It refers to a type of spiritual energy that emerges when one reaches a certain realm of understanding in a martial art, weapon, or spell, where one's mental will harmonizes at a high level. Sword intent, fist intent, palm intent, spear intent, knife intent, and so forth all fall under divine intent. One can cultivate divine intent through martial arts, and spells can also lead to its emergence. The martial arts and spells I recommended to you are amongst those in the sect that can cultivate divine intent. Achieving divine intent signifies that you have brought the spell and martial art to a state of great perfection. Generally speaking, the comprehension of divine intent is more likely to succeed after reaching the spirit movement realm, as one unlocks spiritual consciousness, allowing for a greater understanding. However, there are not lacking in geniuses and diligent individuals who, even in the chi refinement realm, manage to grasp divine intent through martial arts, spells, or their own fortuitous insights. The earlier one comprehends divine intent, the better. For instance, in practicing the tiger claw technique I recommended, observe the fierce tiger during its hunt, study its demeanor, and you may have the opportunity to imbue your attacks with the divine intent of the tiger, significantly enhancing their power. Similarly, with the fire python technique, observe the habits and forms of serpents. Achieving full mastery will cultivate the divine intent of the serpent, allowing your technique to flow with the grace and unpredictability of a spirit snake. Upon hearing these words, Qi Xiaoyu felt a stirring in his heart. As he could now transform into a white snake, he regarded serpents as kin. Did he still need to observe and practice to cultivate the divine intent of the serpent? Qi Xiaoyu continued to inquire, "Esteemed elder, how might one grasp sword intent and spear intent? To be candid, I have also practiced swordsmanship and close-range spear techniques." The venerable elder of the three kingdoms grew increasingly fond of the discourse. His spirits elevated as he continued to impart wisdom. The essence of the tiger claw technique and the fire python art is intrinsically linked to the animal kingdom. When one's mind can fully immerse itself in the essence of a fierce tiger or a serpent, it becomes easier to grasp the concepts of sword intent and spear intent, albeit with greater difficulty. To comprehend sword intent, one must possess certain attributes in the swordsmanship they practice, whether it be the sect's azure windsword technique, where the blade moves with the fluidity of the wind. Unpredictable and elusive. Mastery of this technique allows one to grasp the intent of the windsword. Thus, it is imperative to learn to feel the wind, to experience the gentle breeze, the raging gusts, the tempest, and the storm. When one's spirit resonates with the wind and the sword intent shall emerge. The same principle applies to spear techniques and spear intent, yet such ethereal attributes inherent in martial arts and spells render the comprehension of divine intent exceedingly challenging. In the Azure Cloud sect, only a handful have succeeded in grasping the Azure Windsword intent. Upon hearing these words, Little Yu fell into contemplation. His old beggar master had yet to impart such knowledge, perhaps considering it premature for him to engage with sword intent at his current cultivation level. His own practice, the sword technique of thunderous wings, made him ponder its divine intent. Is it thunder? Interpreting thunderous wings literally suggests a connection to thunder. Wings here likely denote speed. Could it be that thunderous wings embodies the divine intent of thunder and lightning in swordsmanship? He mused silently, yet felt it inappropriate to pose such inquiries to the elder before him. He respectfully bowed to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I am profoundly appreciative." The elder waved his hand dismissively, absorbed in his reading, and paid no further attention to Qi Xiaoyu. With a faint smile, Qi Xiaoyu chose not to disturb the old bibliophile and departed from the scripture repository. Qingyun Town, nestled within the heart of the Qingyun mountain range, boasts a picturesque environment. Shrouded in ethereal mist, it features elegant villas alongside terraced lofts, serving as the residence for the 3,000 outer sect disciples. A stark contrast to the living conditions of the servant disciples. The spiritual energy in this locale is significantly more potent than that found below. And the majority of passers-by don black outer sect robes, though some wear other garments, all adorned with the identity tokens of outer sect disciples. At the town's entrances and exits, individuals are present to verify identities. As a newly arrived outer sect disciple, Qi Xiaoyu was assigned an escort to guide him to his designated abode. The guide, surnamed Lu, was referred to as Lu Shixiang by Qi Xiaoyu. Lu Shixiang was quite loquacious, elucidating some of the town's regulations, with the most critical being the prohibition against fighting within the town. Any martial contests that disrupt the town's formations or structures would incur severe penalties. He led Qi Xiaoyu to a row of terraced lofts, standing 3 stories tall, with 1 household per floor, akin to a commercial apartment from a previous life, boasting over 100 square meters of living space. The private quarters were vastly superior to the communal dormitories of the servant disciples. Those of means could opt for a standalone villa. A courtyard residence that offered even better living conditions and privacy, albeit with a monthly rent exceeding 5 liang of spirit stones. Most outer sect disciples would hesitate to reside there, deeming it wiser to invest such resources in their cultivation instead. Qiu Shioi's residence is situated on the second floor. Its location rather unremarkable, with inhabitants residing both above and below. Junior brother, this is some essential knowledge regarding the outer disciples. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, the elder brother remarked, handing Qiu Shioi a small booklet. Gratefully accepting it with a bow, Qiu Shioi escorted him to the door. After Lu Shixiang departed, Qiu Shioi began to peruse the booklet, which outlined the behavioral guidelines and daily responsibilities of the outer disciples. Unlike the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples do not have obligatory daily tasks and enjoy considerable freedom. However, each month, the outer office assigns a mandatory task. These tasks may include patrolling the mountains, standing guard, safeguarding the mountain gate, or other similar duties. Should one be unable to fulfill their task due to personal matters, they can pay a fee to have someone else undertake it. Aside from the compulsory monthly task, disciples may also voluntarily accept additional assignments, some of which yield contribution points as rewards, while others offer spiritual stones. Contribution points are notably more valuable within the sect compared to spiritual stones, as they can be exchanged for spells, martial arts, techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts. For instance, a low-grade spell that Qiu Shioi purchased for 100 spiritual stones costs only 50 contribution points. Most outer disciples actively seek tasks to earn both spiritual stones and contribution points. Furthermore, numerous positions are available, such as managers of various affairs. Holding such positions provides a fixed monthly income and contributions, for instance, the managers of the various chambers in the miscellaneous disciples' courtyard. However, these managerial roles tend to be time-consuming and demanding, which deters many outer disciples, particularly those with modest aspirations in their cultivation, from pursuing them. Being a manager of the 100 Serpents Garden, where the venom from the Serpent Valley brings in a considerable income each month, or overseeing the Spirit Beast Chamber. Now that could be a worthwhile choice, Qiu Shioi mused, stroking his chin. Moreover, I could leverage this authority to discreetly nourish myself with the Spirit Beasts to aid my cultivation. Resolving this, Qiu Shioi locked his door and prepared to descend the stairs. Shioi. As he descended, he encountered someone who exclaimed. Qiu Shioi, taken aback, replied. UNBO? The newcomer was indeed UNBO. The plump young man, observing Qiu Shioi's attire, exclaimed in delight, Have you become an outer disciple? Qiu Shioi nodded with a smile. UNBO marveled. Your cultivation speed is astonishing. I've only just entered the 5th layer of the qi refining stage. But of course, you are capable of refining superior qi-nourishing pills. Qiu Shioi playfully inquired. Do you live here? Yes, I do. Are you residing on the 2nd floor? Indeed. Haha, what a coincidence. We shall be neighbors. Come, let me show you around and familiarize you with the surroundings. I'll treat you to a drink shortly. UNBO enthusiastically took Qiu Shioi's hand and led him outside. Qiu Shioi did not mind this affable compatriot, finding him rather pleasant. As they traversed the streets of Qingyin town, UNBO continued to introduce Qiu Shioi to the town. The inhabitants here are all outer disciples, numbering in the thousands. There exists a marketplace, and in the middle of each month, a grand gathering takes place, marking the liveliest time when most outer disciples participate to buy or sell goods. Additionally, there are establishments akin to taverns, which are either owned by the sect or under the purview of certain elders. Wang Yuanbao pointed to a courtyard, his expression turning suggestive, and said, This courtyard is quite extraordinary. It is the business of several senior sisters. I shall bring you here tonight for an experience. A business courtyard? Qi Xiaoyu gazed at the building adorned with red lanterns, somewhat bewildered. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and a man and a woman emerged, arm in arm. The woman, dressed in black with a glimpse of her fair décolletage, smiled warmly as she bid farewell to the man and turned her attention to Qi Xiaoyu and Wang Yuabao. Isn't this junior brother Yuabao? It has been quite some time since you visited your senior sister. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, her smile radiant. Wang Yuanbao seemed a bit shy as he greeted, Hello, senior sisterly. Li Sisi's gaze fell upon Qi Xiaoyu, her smile blossoming like a flower. This junior brother looks unfamiliar. Wang Yuanbao hastily introduced, This is my fellow townsman, Qi Yu, who has just become an outer disciple. Xiaoyu, this is senior sisterly. Qi Xiaoyu politely bowed and greeted, Hello, senior sisterly. With a playful laugh, Li Sisi approached Qi Xiaoyu, boldly reaching out to caress his face. Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed slightly as he took a step back. The woman giggled. Junior brother, you strike me as a novice. Do come by for tea sometime. I would be delighted to host you. We even have a special gift for your first visit. From her suggestive gaze and the lingering sin of indulgence, Qi Xiaoyu quickly deduced the nature of her profession. He was taken aback to discover that there were women among the outer disciples engaged in such activities. He promptly clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior sister, for the invitation. I shall visit when I have the time." Li Sisi leaned in closer, whispering enticingly, "I think there's no better time than today. Just so happens that I am in the mood. Your first visit is complimentary." The warm breath she exhaled carried an intoxicating allure that ignited a flicker of desire within Qi Xiaoyu. He quickly bit his tongue, suppressing those impure thoughts, and waved his hands in refusal. No, thank you for your kindness, senior sister. I have only just entered and have much to learn and manage." He took 2 steps back and hurriedly pulled Wang Yuanbao away. As Li Sisi watched Qi Xiaoyu's retreating figure, her eyes narrowed slightly. This young man is rather extraordinary, managing to withstand my charm. Yet, I can sense that his pure yang energy is more potent than that of others. She licked her vividly red lips, her demeanor sultry. "Little fellow, I shall surely savor your essence in due time." "Xiaoyu, could it be that you are still a virgin?" Wang Yuanbao smirked lewdly. Qi Xiaoyu retorted with irritation, "That's obvious. I am still underage." "What?" Wang Yuanbao did not grasp his meaning, yet in this world, many young men marry in their teenage years. Allow me to convey to you that should you have yet to experience the pleasures of the flesh, a visit to Sisterly is highly recommended. I assure you, satisfaction is guaranteed. Not only is it complimentary, but your handsome visage may even earn you a red envelope. Qi Xiaoyu, her face darkened, delivered a sharp kick to his backside and retorted, "Get lost. I have no desire to be associated with you." The two continued their stroll through Qingyan Town, which bore many similarities to mortal towns, albeit infused with a touch of the mystical. After gaining a general understanding of Qingyan Town, Wang Yuanbao insisted on treating everyone to drinks, even going so far as to invite Wang Feng and others to foster camaraderie among them. During this time, he regaled Qi Xiaoyu with numerous tales concerning the outer sect. Meanwhile, a throng from the Disciplinary Institute was fervently making their way towards Snake Valley. Sun Hai, the head of the Disciplinary Institute, led the charge to the Spirit Beast Chamber, where Manager Song promptly emerged to receive them. Upon seeing the stormy expressions on their faces, unease settled within him. "Brother Sun, what brings you here?" Manager Song inquired, stepping forward to greet him. Sun Hai coldly replied, "Where is that little rascal Qi Xiaoyu?" Alarm bells rang in Manager Song's mind as he wondered what trouble their ancestor had stirred this time. He quickly responded, "He ought to be in Snake Valley. I shall fetch him for you. May I ask what business you have with him?" Sun Hai's voice was frigid as he declared, "That little scoundrel dares to offend Brother Yin Tong, an inner sect disciple. Bring him to me at once." Manager Song felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. He had offended Brother Yin Tong. Not only was he an inner sect disciple, but he was also the younger brother of the esteemed Yin Wu, which made the situation all the more precarious. Manager Song hurried off to locate Qi Xiaoyu. While passing, disciples from the Spirit Beast Chamber could not help but eavesdrop. "Qi Xiaoyu has offended Brother Yin Tong, the younger brother of the prestigious Yin Wu? That lad is truly unfortunate. Not only does he have a vendetta with Brother Zhaochen, but now he has also crossed Brother Yin Tong. Is he not courting death? Indeed, one must avoid associating too closely with that fellow." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Ding Xiaohu paused to inquire about the situation. Upon learning of Qi Xiaoyu's predicament with Yin Tong, he felt a pang of concern for him. "Xiaohu, it is fortunate that you have severed ties with Qi Xiaoyu. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly drag you down with him. Indeed, that fellow is an ill omen." To others, it appeared that Ding Xiaohu and Qi Xiaoyu had fallen out. For since the incident involving Zhao Chen, they had not dined together as they once did, nor had they spent time in each other's company. Ding Xiaohu felt a tumult of emotions within him but chose not to explain or argue. He had reached the pinnacle of the second level of qi refining, and should he continue on this trajectory, he hoped to become a formal disciple of the outer sect within 5 years. Had he betrayed Xiaoyu? He was reluctant to acknowledge it. Yet the reality was that he no longer dared to draw near Qi Xiaoyu. Before long, Manager Song returned, his face a mask of fear and anxiety, saying, "Brother Sun, Qi Xiaoyu is not in Snake Valley. His whereabouts are unknown." Though Sun Hai was one of the 4 chief managers of the Disciplinary Institute, he was not responsible for overseeing the ascension of disciples to the outer sect and was unaware that Qi Xiaoyu had already achieved that status. Enraged, Sun Hai bellowed, "How could you let him escape your grasp? Hurry and send someone to find him." Yes, Everyone, disperse and search at once. The steward of the spirit beast room hurriedly summoned dozens of individuals to search for Qi Xiaoyu. They spent over half an hour scouring the territory of the spirit beast room, yet Qi Xiaoyu remained elusive. As dusk fell, someone spotted him returning along the mountain path to the spirit beast room. I found Qi Xiaoyu. Yes, over here. A shout echoed, quickly drawing a crowd that surrounded Qi Xiaoyu. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu was not clad in the outer sect disciple robes, having changed out of them after soiling them while drinking, sending them to the laundry of the servant courtyard, which had a dedicated facility for cleaning the garments of outer sect, inner sect, and true disciples. Sun Hai, brimming with fury, arrived with a throng of followers. Upon seeing the encircling crowd, Qi Xiaoyu frowned and inquired, "What do you want?" "What do we want?" "Qi Xiaoyu, you've caused a great disaster," sneered Wang Biao, a servant disciple. Qi Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, deducing the nature of the trouble, likely stemming from his altercation with Yin Tong. "Step aside." Sun Hai gestured, commanding, "Bind him." Instantly, two servant disciples surged forward to restrain Qi Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, Qi Xiaoyu retaliated, swiftly delivering two resounding slaps that sent the assailants tumbling to the ground, howling in pain. Enraged, Sun Hai exclaimed, "Qi Xiaoyu, dare you strike back?" Qi Xiaoyu regarded him with an impassive expression, coolly stating, "Sun Shixiang, on what grounds do you summon others to capture me? What qualifications do you possess?" His defiance stirred a ripple of astonishment among the spirit beast room personnel. "This fellow is courting death," murmured one. "Indeed, how dare he speak to Sun Shixiang in such a manner? Is he seeking his own demise?" Sun Hai laughed in fury. "How amusing. As a servant of the servant courtyard, I, one of the 4 stewards, have no authority over you? I could end your life if I wished. Zhao Xiang, go break his limbs." As he spoke, a burly servant disciple stepped forward. Zhao Xiang, a 5th-level Qi refining practitioner, cracked his knuckles and approached with a cold smirk. "Qi Xiaoyu, you are in my grasp now." He unleashed his true energy, charging at Qi Xiaoyu with his imposing figure, swinging a massive fist. Though lacking in martial technique, the infusion of true energy lent his blow immense force. However, Qi Xiaoyu calmly extended his palm, effortlessly grasping Zhao Xiang's fist, then twisted his arm. With a sharp crack, Zhao Xiang howled in agony as his arm was instantly broken. Qi Xiaoyu then delivered a kick to his chest, sending Zhao Xiang hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he collided into Sun Hai. Startled, Sun Hai barely managed to catch Zhao Xiang, staggering back 2 steps before regaining his balance. Qi Xiaoyu wasted no breath, drawing forth his outer sect disciple identity token, and coldly declared, "I am now an outer sect disciple, belonging to the same rank as you. What right do you have to punish me?" The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the identity token he displayed, unable to comprehend the revelation. Qi Xiaoyu had become an outer sect disciple. How could this be possible? Indeed, has he truly attained the 6th level of Qi refinement? Impossible. Having only entered the sect a mere year ago, how could he have achieved such a feat? It must be a fabrication. The servant disciples of the spirit beast chamber could hardly believe it. Sun Hai gazed incredulously at Qi Xiaoyu's outer sect identity token, which Qi Xiaoyu had tossed to him. Upon catching it and inspecting it closely, he confirmed that both the material and the seal were authentic. "It is real. How could you possibly have become an outer sect disciple?" Sun Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qi Xiaoyu, who no longer concealed his prowess and unleashed his true Qi of the 6th level of Qi refinement. The 6th level, only after a year. How could he have progressed to such heights? A fellow disciple who had arrived at the same time gasped in shock, lamenting that he himself had only reached the 1st level of Qi refinement. Ding Xiaohu was equally astonished, unable to fathom it. He had thought himself the fastest among the servant disciples of the spirit beast chamber. "Can it be returned to me now?" Qi Xiaoyu spoke coldly. Only then did Sun Hai relinquish the outer sect disciple token, still regarding him as though he were a ghost. Sun Hai was also an outer sect disciple, and if Qi Xiaoyu had indeed become one, it meant his departure from the servants' quarters, rendering Sun Hai powerless to interfere. However, a sinister smile crept onto Sun Hai's face. "Qi Xiaoyu, do you think that becoming an outer sect disciple has given you wings? I too am an outer sect disciple, and I have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement. While I cannot render you powerless, I can certainly ensure you lie incapacitated for a year or so. The sect does not oppose disciples sparring, as long as no lives are taken. Qi Xiaoyu, as fellow outer sect disciples, would you dare to engage in a duel with me? Surely you would not shrink back like a timid turtle?" After Sun Hai's challenge, his companions began to echo his taunts. "Indeed, Brother Qi, you wouldn't lack the courage for this, would you?" They all aimed to provoke Qi Xiaoyu. hoping he would agree to the duel. Should both parties consent, any injuries sustained during the contest would be exempt from repercussions, provided that no lives were lost or abilities rendered useless. Young men are often impassioned and cannot withstand provocation. Sun Hai deftly exploited this aspect to incite Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger, and replied, "Since my senior brother is eager to offer guidance, I, Qi Xiaoyu, shall gladly oblige." Sun Hai erupted in laughter. "Excellent. Such bravery. Let all bear witness that he has willingly accepted." With that, Sun Hai clapped his hand on his storage pouch, and a crimson orb shot forth from it. The moment the orb emerged, infused with true qi, it expanded to a size of nearly 1 meter, its surface flickering with fiery orange flames. "Fear not, brother. This low-grade magical artifact, the true fire pearl, will suffice for our contest." With a single hand gesture, the true fire pearl surged forward, hurtling towards Qi Xiaoyu with remarkable speed, accompanied by a wave of scorching heat. Should it strike, it would surely result in shattered bones and severe burns. Witnessing such a display of power, the other servant disciples recoiled in terror, feeling the intense heat while simultaneously envious. For they did not possess even the most rudimentary magical artifact. As the others observed Qi Xiaoyu standing frozen, failing to react, they assumed he had been paralyzed by fear. "This fellow deserves it." Wang Biao and the other envious servant disciples smirked inwardly as the 1-meter-wide fireball-like orb hurtled towards him. It struck with the ferocity of an innate fireball technique. Qi Xiaoyu slightly bent his knees, adopting a stance akin to a steadfast pillar, as he activated the Swallowing Elephant Sutra. Instantly, his internal energy surged, operating at a speed far superior to that of his Sex Qi Cultivation Sutra. With a powerful punch, he directed his full force against the oncoming blazing orb. Although the Sun Fist was primarily a technique for refining the body, it also summoned the vitality within, concentrating all his strength into a single fist. This seemingly unadorned strike, infused with both physical and true energy, boasted a force that might well exceed 10,000 pounds. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the approaching fireball, causing the flames to be blown back by the force of his punch. And fissures appeared on the orb's surface. In a moment of collective astonishment, the fireball rebounded with the might of a colossal baseball, hurtling towards Sun Hai. Seeing the fireball rebound towards him, Sun Hai's expression shifted dramatically, and he dove aside in haste. The fireball grazed past him, crashing into a large tree with a thunderous roar, splintering it in two. As Sun Hai stumbled to regain his footing, Qi Xiaoyu, like a swift arrow, surged forward, raising another fist towards him. In a panic, Sun Hai summoned another artifact, a green wooden shield. Infused with true energy, the shield expanded, shielding Sun Hai. However, when Qi Xiaoyu's punch struck the shield, it emitted a loud crack, forcing Sun Hai back, his arms numbed by the tremendous recoil. Yet, Qi Xiaoyu merely flicked his wrist and charged again, unleashing a flurry of punches. The sounds of impact echoed as Sun Hai's arms became completely numbed, the shield was shattered. And without any defensive barrier, he stood before Qi Xiaoyu like a lamb awaiting slaughter. With a swift kick, Qi Xiaoyu struck Sun Hai's face, even with protective energy. Sun Hai howled in agony, blood spilling forth as he was sent reeling, 2 teeth flying from his mouth. He was propelled 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. Qi Xiaoyu regained his stance and charged once more, delivering a merciless stomp. With a crunch, his foot landed on Sun Hai's leg, the force akin to 10,000 pounds, shattering it instantly, eliciting a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Following this, Qi Xiaoyu executed a kick as if he were striking a ball, forcefully driving his foot into Sun Hai's abdomen. Blood erupted from Sun Hai's mouth as he was sent skidding over 10 meters across the ground. This scene left all onlookers in a state of shock, eyes wide in disbelief at the ferocity of Qi Xiaoyu, who resembled a humanoid beast. This was inconceivable. Sun Hai was a 9th-level Qi cultivator, perfectly refined. How could Qi Xiaoyu possess such formidable strength? The junior disciples were enveloped in fear, while even Steward Song, an outer sect disciple, stood dumbfounded. Ding Xiaohu could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at his former friend, rendered speechless. Wang Biao and others trembled in terror. Qi Xiaoyu approached with an impassive expression, coming before Sun Hai, who was curled up on the ground, clutching his abdomen and spitting blood. Sun Hai's eyes were bloodshot with terror as he gazed at him. Yet words failed to escape his lips. Qi Xiaoyu crouched down and softly inquired, "Brother Sun, how does it feel to be the scapegoat for others?" His hand rested upon Sun Hai's shattered calf, giving it a gentle squeeze. Sun Hai let out a piercing scream, his voice trembling as he stammered, "QQ-Chi. Please spare me." Chi Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "It is merely a contest of skills among fellow disciples. I would not take your life, Brother Sunday. How about we discuss a matter?" Sun Hai trembled in pain, nodding vigorously. Chi Xiaoyu continued, "I wish to become the steward of the spiritual beast room. Surely, you can arrange this? If you agree, I shall provide you with a bottle of top-grade healing elixir that will see you recovered within a month. Should you refuse?" He grinned brightly. "I shall break your other leg." "Agreed, agreed, agreed. I consent." In excruciating pain, Sun Hai nodded like a chick pecking at grain, tears streaming from his eyes as he shouted hoarsely, "Song Fei, Song Fei." The steward of the spiritual beast room, Song Fei, snapped back to reality and hurried over. Glancing at Chi Xiaoyu with trepidation, Sun Hai gritted his teeth and declared, "From this day forth, Chi Xiaoyu is the steward of the spiritual beast room. You shall be reassigned to another room." Huh. Song Fei was taken aback. Although the steward of the spiritual beast room had numerous responsibilities, there was also a considerable amount of profit to be made for someone of his standing. "What do you not understand? Did you not hear my words?" Sun Hai cursed in pain and anger. "Why, yes." Song Fei nodded quickly, hardly daring to refuse. Chi Xiaoyu smiled and said, "I appreciate your assistance, Brother Sunday." He took out a bottle of first-grade healing elixir and tossed it to Sun Hai. "One pill every 3 days, and you'll be well in a month. By the way, Brother Sun," Chi Xiaoyu leaned in closer, whispering, "if you seek revenge against me, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you." Lu Meng's demise was truly tragic. With that, Chi Xiaoyu patted Sun Hai's shoulder, rising to leave. Sun Hai stared at Chi Xiaoyu's retreating figure in horror. Lu Meng, did he kill him? A deep-seated fear took root in his heart, while other servant disciples hurriedly stepped aside, regarding the blood-stained youth with profound awe and trepidation. Too fearful to meet his gaze, Chi Xiaoyu approached Wang Biao, her gaze piercing like a blazing torch. Wang Biao, gripped by fear, hastily lowered his head, his heart overwhelmed by dread. The audacity to oppose Chi Xiaoyu had evaporated, leaving only terror in its wake. Under the weight of Chi Xiaoyu's icy stare, Wang Biao felt as though his heart was about to cease its rhythm, trembling uncontrollably until he finally buckled, collapsing to his knees, stammering. "I have seen Manager Chi." Chi Xiaoyu's cold, indifferent eyes scanned the others present, causing them to shudder in fear. Some were nearly brought to their knees as well. Suddenly, Chi Xiaoyu spoke. "I hope everyone can get along well in the future. Wang Biao, Qianfeng, you two should quickly assist senior brother Sun in recuperating." "Why, yes." Wang Biao, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to his feet and hurriedly made his way to the prostrate Sun Hai. Qianfeng followed suit, and together they helped Sun Hai away. Once Sun Hai and his companions departed, only a handful of junior disciples remained in the spirit beast room, the atmosphere now heavy with silence. Chi Xiaoyu, with her hands clasped behind her back, surveyed the crowd, her gaze landing on Ding Xiaohu, who appeared both embarrassed and somewhat fearful in her presence. Noticing Chi Xiaoyu's attention, Ding Xiaohu attempted to ease the tension, but Chi Xiaoyu interrupted. "Ding Hu, you shall be the vice manager from now on, assisting me with the duties in the spirit beast room." Ding Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of joy and disappointment. He realized he would no longer be called Little Hu as he had been before. Chi Xiaoyu was not inclined to invest excessive energy in the affairs of the spirit beast room, preferring to appoint a vice manager and take a more relaxed approach. A common practice among many managers. Thank you, Senior Brother Chi-Yu," Ding Xiaohu replied softly, only to falter at the end, unable to utter the familiar name. "Now, everyone should return to your respective duties." With that, Chi Xiaoyu picked up a handful of snow to cleanse her hands of the blood and walked towards the Snake Valley and the 100 Snakes Garden. Only then did the others dare to disperse, the events of the day indelibly etched in their minds. As night fully descended, Chi Xiaoyu returned to the familiar surroundings of the Snake Garden, where she dug a pit to bury the corpse of the king cobra. In winter, most snakes hibernated, leaving the valley quiet. Reflecting on the day's events, she pondered the consequences of the cobra's death and the enmity it had stirred with Yin Tong, a disciple of the inner sect. While the injury sustained during sparring among sect members might not warrant intervention from the law enforcement hall, it was clear that Yin Tong would not simply let the matter rest. Although Yin Tong's abilities were mediocre, his status as an alchemist was significant, and there would undoubtedly be many willing to rally to his cause against her. Having thoroughly studied the alchemical texts provided by Elder Miao, she had solidified her foundational knowledge and now deemed it time to attempt the crafting of second-tier elixirs. If she could successfully produce a superior second-tier elixir, She would possess the confidence and leverage to confront Yin Tong openly if necessary. With this resolve, Qi Xiaoyu decided to embark on the journey to breach the threshold of becoming a second-tier alchemist. As for Sun Hai, he likely would not dare to stir trouble in the near future. Demonstrating the might of martial prowess, a shadow of fear was cast upon Sun Hai. However, a sliver of mercy remained as he was granted a healing elixir for recovery. Should the adversary recognize the limits of his actions, Qi Xiaoyu had no intention of pursuing further conflict. Yet, if retaliation were to be sought, the only recourse would be his demise. The elevation of an outer disciple would scarcely reverberate within the sect, yet Qi Xiaoyu's name reverberated through the humble circles of the miscellaneous disciples. Within a year of cultivation, he had ascended to the outer ranks and entered the perfected Qi practitioner, Sun Hai. Such feats were nothing short of legendary among the lower echelons of the sect. In the deepest recesses of the Spirit Snake Cave, the colossal figure of the green serpent lay in slumber, guarded at the entrance by the five-step snake, Xiao Wu, the cauliflower snake, Kuan Kuan, the Xianbing cold python, and the scarlet flame serpent. Seated within the cave, Qi Xiaoyu perused the spell he had acquired, the fire python technique. This was the first spell he had obtained within the sect. By harnessing true Qi to condense the fire spirit essence of heaven and earth into the form of a fire python, practitioners with a fire affinity could cultivate this technique with remarkable efficiency, achieving great perfection and comprehending the divine will of serpents. After meticulously reviewing the several thousand words of content and incantations, Qi Xiaoyu committed the knowledge to memory. As he focused his mind on the air around him, his eyes transformed into serpent-like pupils. Through these eyes, he perceived the ethereal hues of spiritual essence permeating the air, each color representing a different elemental attribute: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was winter, and the night air was saturated with the cold essence of water, far exceeding the presence of the fire element, which was lamentably sparse. The text indicated that practicing this technique in regions abundant in fire essence would accelerate mastery, or alternatively, one could supplement their training with fire spirit stones. Qi Xiaoyu rummaged through his storage pouch and retrieved a handful of spirit stones, each a vibrant hue, signifying their elemental properties. He selected several crimson fire spirit stones. With one hand grasping the fire spirit stone and the other forming the necessary hand seals, Qi Xiaoyu channeled his true Qi according to the fire python technique, circulating through the Shaoyang meridians and vibrating at a unique frequency. Whispering the incantation, he initiated a remarkable resonance between his inner Qi and the energies of the universe. It was evident that the incantations uttered by cultivators or magicians were not mere theatrics. They facilitated a profound communication between the practitioner's true Qi and the energies of the cosmos. Before him, the sparse fire essence began to coalesce. Drawn forth from the fire spirit stone he held, gradually, a spark ignited, evolving into a flame, which intensified and merged until it formed a fire serpent, as thick as his arm. With a flick of his finger, he commanded, "Go." The fire serpent shot forth from the cave and struck a tree several meters away with a resounding crash. The tree trembled, shedding its blanket of snow as flames erupted. Alas, the power was rather lacking, inferior even to a casual punch he might deliver. Qi Xiaoyu could not help but express her thoughts, wondering how envious other practitioners of the fire python technique would be upon witnessing her remarkable achievement. To conjure a serpentine form on her first attempt was no small feat. Many dedicated practitioners often spent days or even weeks without attaining such results. Perhaps it was a matter of insufficient energy. She resolved to amplify both her vital energy and the fire spiritual energy. With renewed determination, Qi Xiaoyu invoked the incantation, circulating her vital energy to summon the fire spiritual energy. Gradually, an increasing amount of fire spiritual energy gravitated toward her, depleting a significant portion of the spiritual energy from the fire spirit stone in her hand. The fire serpent she formed swelled from the thickness of her arm to that of a barrel, continuing to grow, causing the cave to become increasingly sweltering. However, as the fire python expanded, Qi Xiaoyu lost control momentarily, and the concentrated flames suddenly dissipated, scattering wildly. In a panic, she caught fire. She hurriedly beat at her clothes to extinguish the flames. Emerging from the ordeal disheveled, her hair was singed, and her garments were riddled with holes. Glancing at the shoes her sister-in-law had made for her, she sighed in relief that they remained intact. She promptly removed her cloth shoes, donned her magical boots, and wrapped her hair to continue her practice, attributing her earlier failure to inexperience. The next day, Qi Xiaoyu surveyed the charred pit she had created in the ground. Nodding in satisfaction, she stroked her bald head, reflecting, This technique is quite easy to master, though it does come at the cost of money, hair, and clothing. After a night of practice, she had exhausted 15 tails of fire spirit stones, and her hair and clothes were nearly incinerated by her previous mishaps. Sister, I've noticed that the potency of the snake venom produced in our sect's snake garden has significantly improved, she remarked. At that moment, two figures entered the snake valley, both adorned in azure garments. Upon their arrival, their gazes fell upon Qi Xiaoyu, whose tattered attire left little to the imagination. Their eyes locked. "Ah, pervert," exclaimed the young girl, appearing no more than 18 or 19, covering her eyes with her hands. The older woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, regarded Qi Xiaoyu with an intrigued gleam in her eyes. Through her ragged clothing, his well-defined musculature was evident, and her gaze eventually settled on his waist, where a hidden strength lay dormant. The young woman's cheeks flushed slightly, contemplating, "This young man has great potential." Embarrassed, Qi Xiaoyu instinctively covered himself and bent over, hastily retreating into the spirit snake cave to change clothes. Moments later, he emerged clad in a clean disciple-s uniform, a trace of awkwardness still lingering on his face. He bowed respectfully, clasping his fists, and greeted, "Greetings, sisters." The azure-clad girl's face turned crimson with a mix of shyness and indignation. "Perverted scoundrel, what were you just doing?" The older woman chuckled, "Young man, your previous attire was quite charming. A bit more exposure is quite appealing to the eye." "Sister, you," the younger girl nudged the older woman. Qi Xiaoyu managed a wry smile, clasping his fists and hurried explanation. "Please forgive me, sisters. I was merely practicing my technique and inadvertently soiled your eyes with my tattered garments." With a hint of baby fat adorning her cherubic face, the innocent and charming young girl in azure attire exclaimed with indignation, "Nonsense. As a mere servant disciple, how could you possibly engage in spell practice?" Before Qi Xiaoyu could clarify, a more mature and alluring woman with a heart-shaped face interjected, "Junior sister, he is an outer sect disciple. He possesses an identity token." Upon hearing this, the azure-clad girl finally noticed the identity token at his waist, her anger dissipating significantly as she let out a haughty sniff. Qi Xiaoyu, seeking to redirect the conversation, inquired, "What brings you two senior sisters here?" The young woman replied, "I am Jiang Yuqiu, and this is my junior sister, Chu Xiangwei. We are disciples of Qingxia Peak. You must be the steward of the Spirit Beast Room, correct?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded, clasping his fists and greeting, "I am Qi Yu, the steward of the Spirit Beast Room. Do you have any requests, senior sisters?" With a smile, Jiang Yuqiu responded, "We have come to procure snake venom for alchemical concoctions. Here is our identity token." After verifying their token, Qi Xiaoyu asked, "What kind of snake venom do you require?" Chu Xiangwei, with a fierce demeanor, demanded, "1 portion of Qi Yin snake venom." Qi Xiaoyu nodded without further ado, accepting the cold jade vial from them to retrieve the venom. He approached the snake den and extracted a Qi Yin snake, which was not the one he had raised himself. With a firm grip on its mouth, he coaxed its fangs to reveal the venom, allowing the toxic liquid to flow slowly into the vial. After several extractions, he finally had enough for 1 portion and presented the cold jade vial to the two women. Chu Xiangwei seized it, eager to depart, but Jiang Yuqiu paused, intrigued, and asked, "Junior brother, you practice fire attribute spells, do you not?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he touched his nearly singed hair, Qi Xiaoyu nodded. His eyebrows had been nearly entirely scorched away, rendering him quite a comical sight. When he had hair, he could still be described as handsome. "Senior sister, you have quite an extensive understanding of fire attribute spells. What exactly do you practice?" Chu Xiangwei tugged at Jiang Yuqiu's arm, urging, "Why are you discussing so much with him? Let us go." Jiang Yuqiu shook her head, "There is no rush. We're already out here." Qi Xiaoyu, wishing for them to depart sooner yet hesitant to urge them away, replied, "I practice the fire python technique." "Oh, the fire python technique. I am familiar with it as well." Jiang Yuqiu formed a hand seal and began to chant, her vital energy surging forth. Suddenly, a fire python, as thick as a barrel, materialized in the air, exuding a formidable presence. Qi Xiaoyu was somewhat taken aback. Although the python she conjured was not as large as his own, it was summoned with greater speed. "Senior sister, you are impressive," Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed in admiration. With a wave of her hand, Jiang Yuqiu sent the barrel-thick fire python soaring into the sky, where it burst apart like fireworks. This fire python technique allows one to visually gauge the progress of one's cultivation. When first learned, it is only as thick as an arm and lacks significant power. Upon reaching the thickness of a thigh, it signifies minor achievement. My recent demonstration was at the major achievement level, a fully cultivated fire python, thick as a water tank. Boasts an awe-inspiring presence, and its explosive force is rarely matched among those at the chi refinement stage. As for the perfected fire python technique, it embodies the understanding of divine intent, transforming like a spirit serpent, with a single strike capable of crossing realms in combat. Humbly seeking guidance, Chi Xiaoyu asked. I noticed your speed in casting spells is remarkable. Is there a secret to it? Jiang Yuqiu chuckled, saying, there is nothing to it, merely familiarity with the technique. If one wishes to achieve speed, it is quite simple. One must gather the essence of heaven and earth swiftly, without allowing the interference of other elemental energies or extinguishing the fire energy. For instance, during this winter season, the pervasive chill in the atmosphere makes it easy for the fire energy to be affected, thus hindering both speed and power. Had I performed this spell in the summer, the speed would have been even greater, potentially reaching perfection. However, auxiliary spirit stones or the use of magical artifacts could mitigate such issues. Chi Xiaoyu pondered upon these words, realizing that he must avoid allowing other elemental energies to interfere with the gathering of fire energy, a detail he had previously overlooked. The time he required to cast this spell was approximately 4 seconds, which was manageable at a distance, but if he were too close, the enemy's flying sword or martial artist would already be upon him. The opponent had cast their spell within a span of 1 to 2 seconds. At this rate, he estimated he would not reach mastery by next year. Senior sister, we should depart, urged Chu Xiangwei. All right, let us go then. Farewell, junior brother. Jiang Yuqiu replied with reluctance, having hoped for a more profound exchange of knowledge and experience. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Chi Xiaoyu expressed his sincere gratitude as he watched the two depart. Once they were gone, Chi Xiaoyu retrieved a fire spirit stone and recalled the advice given to him, avoiding the influence of other elemental energies on the fire energy. He began to channel his true energy, reciting the incantation, and once more attempted the spell. Flames coalesced, gathering for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a formidable fire serpent, as thick as a water barrel and spanning over 10 meters, materialized. The fiery serpent coiled around Chi Xiaoyu. With a sweep of his arm, the serpent shot skyward. Senior sister, that fellow is truly amusing. He even singed his eyebrows. Chu Xiangwei remarked with a laugh. Indeed, it must be over half a foot long, Jiang Yuqiu replied. What do you mean by half a foot? Chu Xiangwei inquired, puzzled. Joy, Jiang Yuqiu responded, glancing back at the Valley of Serpents. Her mouth slightly agape, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, as she beheld the wrathful fire serpent soaring above the treetops, akin to a blazing dragon ascending to the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. When Chu Xiangwei turned back, she could only witness the explosion of the fire serpent. The sky ablaze with dazzling light, reminiscent of fireworks. The fire serpent technique, perfected in winter, had been executed flawlessly. Jiang Yuqiu felt a profound shock within her heart, her eyes narrowing with genuine interest as she regarded the Valley of Serpents. This junior brother Qi is indeed remarkable. A hint of excitement graced Chi Xiaoyu's face. Indeed, he had improved by a second compared to before. If he could manage to reduce the casting time to around 1 second, it would be splendid. At that moment, a wave of intense hunger and emptiness surged within him. A night of practice had nearly depleted his true energy. Chi Xiaoyu consumed a rejuvenating pill and then headed to the dining hall for a meal. After dining, he returned to replenish his spirit with an hour's rest. The overcast weather was not conducive to practicing the solar fist, so Chi Xiaoyu engaged in a brief session of punches. After exchanging a few words with Ding Xiaohu, he departed from the spirit beast chamber and made his way to Qingyun City. Now, he no longer needed to request leave. He enjoyed a remarkable freedom. In the enchanting Qingyun City, within the confines of the Pill Master's residence, Miao Jingqing was currently engaged in the leisurely pursuit of brewing tea by the hearth, while admiring the snow-laden scenery of the courtyard. Xiaoyu, you have arrived. Come, take a seat. Miao Lao called out with a wave upon seeing Chi Xiaoyu enter the courtyard. Chi Xiaoyu approached and greeted him respectfully before settling down. Having grown quite familiar with Miao Lao, he candidly stated, Master, I have thoroughly absorbed the alchemical text you provided. I wish to learn the art of refining second-tier elixirs. Miao Lao, somewhat astonished, replied, You have grasped it so swiftly? Then allow me to test your knowledge. What is the method for concocting the fire-quelling pill? With a smile, Chi Xiaoyu responded, The fire-quelling pill requires materials such as the heart-piercing lotus, honeysuckle, forsythia, and haudeania. Notably, the heart-piercing lotus must be prepared from freshly sprouted lotus seeds. He promptly recited the complete formula and method for producing the fire-quelling pill, without a single error. Miao Lao continued to present several other elixirs, to which Qi Xiaoyu responded with equal fluency. Ultimately, Miao Lao requested that he refine one of the elixirs, and Qi Xiaoyu successfully produced it, achieving a top-tier result. Excellent, excellent. Miao Lao exclaimed with delight as he beheld the exquisite blood-staunching pill that Qi Xiaoyu had concocted. This lad is remarkably like me. His alchemical habits mirror my own. It seems you have indeed mastered it. Very well. I shall impart to you the art of second-tier alchemy. He elucidated that second-tier elixirs differed significantly from their first-tier counterparts, requiring herbs aged over 30 years, and emphasized the importance of harmonizing with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth during the refining process. Miao Lao then produced a second-tier nourishing qi pill, a superior specimen that shimmered like a pearl, exuding a radiant aura. He explained that the efficacy of the second-tier nourishing qi pill was suitable for those at the peak of qi refinement in the spirit movement realm. Beyond its potent effects, the crafting of this elixir necessitated a balance of spiritual energies and an understanding of the interplay of yin and yang. What environment do you believe is most conducive for this? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xiaoyu responded, given that it is winter. The cold and heavy yin energies make this environment unsuitable. Thus, a stable indoor climate with controlled temperature and humidity is essential. Miao Lao laughed heartily, nodding in approval. Precisely. Follow me. He rose and led Qi Xiaoyu into his alchemy chamber, which was spacious and adorned with intricate formations etched into the floor. He then directed his energy into a talisman-like object, resulting in an immediate transformation of the temperature and humidity within the room. The once dry and frigid chamber now possessed a touch of humidity, gradually warming to resemble a spring-like atmosphere. Qi Xiaoyu observed that the various attributes of the spiritual energies in the room had reached an almost perfect equilibrium, with a temperature of 25 degrees and optimal humidity. Is this the effect of the auxiliary formation? Qi Xiaoyu mused, feeling envious of such a refined alchemical environment, as the environment played a crucial role in refining second-tier elixirs. It was now the ideal setting for concocting the nourishing qi pill. Miao Lao began to patiently impart his extensive knowledge on the intricacies of second-tier elixir refinement, covering aspects such as ingredient preparation, techniques, temperature control, and environmental harmony. With a touch of boldness, Qi Xiaoyu requested several superior second-tier elixirs to take home for study. As a devoted master, Miao Lao readily obliged, providing him with an assortment of top-tier second-tier elixirs. Having departed from Elder Miao in the afternoon, after bidding farewell, he proceeded to the 100 Herbs Hall, where he sold several exquisite first-tier elixirs and procured materials required for concocting second-tier elixirs, ultimately netting a profit of 400 spirit stones. Following this, he visited Shaolon and the others, leaving behind 200 spirit stones before returning to the spirit beast chamber. Upon his return, he eagerly commenced alchemical preparations, for having consumed numerous first-tier qi-nourishing elixirs, he was on the verge of developing a tolerance, rendering their effects less potent. Thus, he sought the invigorating properties of the second-tier qi-nourishing elixirs. Summoning the 9 heavens Lihua furnace, he cast the second-tier exquisite qi-nourishing elixir, gifted by Elder Miao, into the furnace. Instantly, the elixir was disassembled, and a plethora of information flooded into his consciousness. Second-tier exquisite qi-nourishing elixir. Formula: 2 taels of 50-year-old ginseng, 3 taels of 50-year-old huangjing. Environmental humidity: 30%. Environmental temperature: 25 degrees. Precautions: balance of gold, wood, fire, and earth spiritual energy. Alchemical technique: numerous memories surged within his mind, including the precise techniques employed by Elder Miao during his alchemical processes, vividly akin to his own memories. However, he lamented, "Yet my surroundings are far from ideal." Glancing around, he noted that the temperature and humidity were not sufficiently stable. The Alchemist's Guild provided specialized alchemical rooms for rent. Rising, he made his way to the Qingyun Alchemist's Guild to secure a room for his alchemical endeavors. He mused that it would be splendid to possess a room like Elder Miao's in his own residence. At the Qingyun Alchemist's Guild, he rented a dedicated alchemical room for crafting qi-nourishing elixirs, expending 3 taels of spirit stones. He retrieved the 9 heavens Lihua furnace and began the alchemical process, adhering to Elder Miao's teachings, heating the furnace, preparing the herbs, adding water, and refining the elixir. Throughout the process, he meticulously employed special techniques, adjusting the force and frequency of his strikes upon the furnace to infuse it with true energy. After 2 hours, 10 second-tier qi-nourishing elixirs emerged from the furnace. Observing the elixirs, he inhaled their scent and sampled the powder, frowning as he discerned their quality, middling. There was a significant gap, evidently due to his lack of proficiency in technique and temperature control. Achieving a successful concoction of second-tier elixirs on his first attempt was a feat that would elate others. Yet with Elder Miao's insights and experiences amalgamated within him, Qi Xiaoyu remained unsatisfied and resolved to continue his endeavors. After a day and night, having consumed a spirit awakening pill to refresh his mind, Qi Xiaoyu felt a wave of dizziness as he opened the 9th batch of his refined elixirs. As the furnace opened, a robust fragrance wafted forth. He extracted 10 elixirs indistinguishable from Elder Miao's second-tier exquisite qi-nourishing elixirs, his face aglow with excitement. At last, success. He collapsed onto the ground, relishing a comfortable nap. Upon awakening, he did not rush to take the examination for the second-tier alchemist's license. To be able to concoct second-tier elixirs at such an early stage seemed almost preposterous. Surely, Elder Miao would question if he had somehow gained an unfair advantage. After waking, he sought out Elder Miao, for today was the day they had agreed upon for him to observe Elder Miao refine second-tier exquisite elixirs. Following the complete demonstration of Elder Miao's alchemical techniques, Elder Miao encouraged Qi Xiaoyu to attempt the process himself. As Qi Xiaoyu embarked on the alchemical craft, his techniques mirrored those of Elder Miao almost identically, bringing immense satisfaction to the elder. It was evident that Qi Xiaoyu had earnestly absorbed the teachings, showcasing remarkable aptitude. Unbeknownst to him, he had already assimilated Elder Miao's knowledge of concocting the second-tier qi-nourishing pill using the 9 heaven fire furnace into his own memory. To avoid startling the elder with his prodigious skill, Qi Xiaoyu intentionally made a few errors in his first batch, resulting in a flawed elixir. Elder Miao, ever the mentor, pointed out the mistakes and encouraged him to continue experimenting. On his second attempt, Qi Xiaoyu succeeded in producing a low-grade pill. Achieving this feat in merely 2 tries delighted Elder Miao. His other disciples typically required 10 days to half a month of rigorous effort to reach this milestone, making Qi Xiaoyu's rapid success all the more exhilarating. With subsequent attempts, he improved further. The 3rd batch was better than the last, and by the 4th attempt, he produced a mid-grade pill. In a bid to maintain a semblance of moderation, Qi Xiaoyu adopted a meticulous approach to his practice. After 7 or 8 attempts, he remained at the mid-grade level, prompting Elder Miao to suggest a well-deserved rest and to observe the elder's own alchemical processes for further learning. Qi Xiaoyu, brimming with joy, readily agreed. After bidding farewell, Elder Miao gazed at his departing figure with a sense of fulfillment, reflecting, "At last, I have found a worthy heir to my alchemical legacy. In him, I see the reflection of my younger self." 10 days later, in the spirit beast chamber within the Serpent Valley, Qi Xiaoyu plunged his hands into a pit filled with sharp gravel, his fingers clawing at the earth with the ferocity of a tiger. The contact with the abrasive stones sent waves of piercing pain through his digits, a testament to the rigorous training of the tiger claw technique. Unlike other spells, the path of martial arts was indeed fraught with agony. It was no wonder that the gifted preferred the life of a mage over that of a warrior. The practice began with digging into the sandy soil with his fingertips, and as he grew accustomed to the intensity, he progressed to gripping the bark of trees. Achieving proficiency meant being able to puncture the bark with a single claw. Subsequently, he would hone his skills against granite. Shattering the stone would signify a greater mastery. Ultimately, when he could rend wrought iron with his bare claws, he would attain perfection. Thanks to his training in the solar fist, his physique had become robust. Rendering the gravel less harmful to him, he resolved to increase the intensity. Qi Xiaoyu's grip tightened, each claw strike sending sharp stings through his fingers. After half an hour of relentless practice, his fingers were bloodied and raw. He cleaned the wounds and submerged his hands in a basin filled with a healing potion derived from medicinal pills, complemented by the bone reinforcement pill. Martial training necessitated the aid of elixirs for recovery and fortification. Without the financial means to procure such resources, one would risk debilitating injury. Qi Xiaoyu's recuperative potions were of the highest quality, as he invested nearly all his earnings from alchemy into his martial pursuits. This period had been relatively peaceful. Contrary to his expectations, Yin Tong had not sought him out for trouble, though the fellow had narrowly escaped a fatal encounter with Qi Xiaoyu's spear, likely requiring an extended period for healing. In the first month of becoming an outer sect disciple, there were no assignments, however. Tasks began to be issued in the second month. Within the grand hall of the outer sect, at the task distribution center, Yin Tong arrived. The disciple in charge of issuing tasks quickly rose with a smile and bowed respectfully, addressing him as junior brother Yin. Those capable of serving as outer sect stewards were all of inner sect status. Yin Tong presented a vial of elixir and whispered, "Brother Zhao, I seek your assistance. There is an outer sect disciple named Qi Yu whose adaptation period concludes this month and will commence undertaking tasks. Please arrange for him a perilous assignment. Upon completion, I shall reward you with another vial." The disciple known as Brother Zhao glanced at the vial, recognizing it as a second-tier premium vitality pill valued at 200 taels. Discreetly accepting it, he smiled and replied, "Junior Brother Yin, your matters are my matters. Consider it done." "Thank you, Brother Zhao," Yin Tong said with a smile and clasped his fist before departing the hall. He touched his chest, a cold expression on his face. Though Qi Xiaoyu had become an outer sect disciple and even had an inner sect disciple as a brother, he could not overtly violate sect rules to harm him. While it would be manageable to simply gather a group to beat Qi Xiaoyu, he found such an act unsatisfying. However, there are always loopholes in laws. Especially in sect regulations, formidable individuals often exploit the rules to achieve their ends. 2 days later, when Qi Xiaoyu came to accept the sect task, the steward disciple, upon glancing at his identity token, revealed a glimmer of sharpness in his gaze. Zhao Shang handed over a pre-prepared task dossier to Qi Xiaoyu, smiling as he said, "I wish you a successful first mission and a safe return, junior brother." Qi Xiaoyu, in a courteous gesture, replied, "Thank you, brother." He opened the dossier and examined the contents within. It was a top-tier grade C task for days prior. Taohua Town was ruthlessly plundered and massacred by a gang of rogue bandits known as the 13 Wolves, resulting in the deaths of 47 civilians and the disappearance of 16 others. The 13 Wolves, a bandit group composed of rogue martial artists, was led by Du Tianlang, who was suspected to possess the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement. The task required the complete annihilation of the 13 Wolves and the retrieval of their leader's head. Completion rewards included 100 spirit stones, a choice of any low-grade magical artifact, a vial of high-grade vitality pill, and 100 contribution points. A top-tier grade C task. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback that his first assignment would be such a formidable one. Sect tasks were classified into 3 major grades, A, B, and C. Grade C tasks were exclusively for outer sect disciples and were further divided into top, upper, middle, and lower difficulty levels. The rewards for a top-tier grade C task often exceeded those of many middle and lower grade B tasks. Yet the level of difficulty was the most challenging among outer sect disciples, posing significant risks and requiring a life-or-death struggle. Such tasks typically appeared on the voluntary task board rather than being enforced as mandatory missions. The purpose of sect tasks is to hone the disciples' capabilities while maintaining the prestige of Qingyun's sect within its territory, without coercing disciples to undertake life-threatening assignments. Noticing Qi Xiaoyu's furrowed brow, Zhao Shang feigned curiosity, asking, "Is it a particularly difficult task?" Qi Xiaoyu replied candidly, "It is a top-tier grade C task, a top-tier task of the utmost difficulty." The surrounding disciples who came to take on tasks regarded him with expressions of shock and pity. Some even reveled in his misfortune. Lower-tier tasks are leisurely yet financially unrewarding, mid-tier tasks demand considerable effort, high-tier tasks are arduous and perilous, while top-tier tasks are life-threatening. Is this lad truly attempting a task for the first time? His luck is exceedingly unfortunate. Within the outer sect, it has long been said that mid-tier task rewards can be obtained by merely standing around. High-tier task rewards are easily acquired while lying down. But top-tier task rewards come at the cost of one's life, highlighting the formidable nature of such tasks. The chatter of those around him reached Qi Xiaoyu's ears. He had grown accustomed to the malicious and mocking words that circulated in the spirit beast chamber. However, he paid little heed to their ill intent. Nevertheless, the likelihood of being assigned a top-tier task is indeed minimal, akin to the chance of being struck by lightning. At that moment, a figure approached and stood before Qi Xiaoyu. He squinted slightly at the individual. Yin Tong. It had been more than a month since he had pierced this fellow with a spear. Yin Tong regarded Qi Xiaoyu with a slight smirk and remarked, "You are indeed fortunate, lad, to receive such a rare top-tier task." His words, rather than being innocuous, struck Qi Xiaoyu as ominous. What does senior brother Yin Tong mean by that? Yin Tong chuckled heartily, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Do not think that just because you have entered the outer sect, I cannot seek revenge on you. Although the sect rules offer some protection, there are still numerous loopholes to exploit, provided one has wealth and power." After speaking, Yin Tong cast a satisfied glance at Zhao Shang, who had covertly arranged this task for Qi Xiaoyu, clearly pleased with the underhanded dealings. As Qi Xiaoyu watched Yin Tong's retreating figure and pondered his words, a shadow darkened his gaze upon reflecting on the task he had been assigned. So it was this fellow's doing. Qi Xiaoyu had been puzzled as to why Yin Tong had not sought revenge, but it appeared he had merely been biding his time. He cast a glance at Zhao Shang, who had assigned him the task, but the latter feigned ignorance, avoiding Qi Xiaoyu's gaze, silent and resolute. Qi Xiaoyu departed from the location with the task in hand. Upon arriving at Qingyan Town, he purchased a detailed map of the entire Qingyan Prefecture. Qingyan Prefecture is the stronghold of the Qingyan sect, and its vast expanse rivals that of an entire province from his past life. Within the bounds of Qingyan Prefecture, both the local government and the sect share jurisdiction. In terms of local taxation, the government collects 40%, while the Qingyun sect claims 60%, thus dominating the majority. The local law enforcement is a collaborative effort between the sect and the government, with the authorities managing civil and political matters while the Qingyun sect provides martial protection. In instances of attacks from malevolent forces or demonic incursions, the Qingyun sect is called upon to restore order. After locating Taohua Town on the map, Qi Xiaoyu noted that it lies approximately 300 kilometers from the Qingyun sect in a straight line, and the actual travel distance would be significantly greater on foot. After rolling up the detailed map he had purchased for 10 taels of silver, Qi Xiaoyu pondered, given this distance, a round trip will take several days, which is far too time-consuming. It seems I shall need to acquire a flying vessel. With this in mind, he made his way to the artifact pavilion of the sect, where various magical artifacts, crafted within the sect, were available for exchange with contribution points or for purchase with gold. Lacking any contributions, he resorted to spending his money. The inferior flying artifact, the Azure Windboat, was priced at 30 spirit stones each, a sum that an ordinary outer sect disciple could accumulate through 2 years of monthly stipends, rendering it a commonly utilized flying device among the outer disciples. Qi Xiaoyu acquired one of the inferior models. The medium-grade ones, costing 100 stones, were within reach, but for a recluse like him, such an acquisition seemed unnecessary. Having procured the equipment, he also purchased some talismans. Talismans were a monopoly of the sect and the government, available solely for purchase by disciples and officials. Prohibited from circulation among civilians, akin to the restrictions placed on firearms. Though officially banned, black market transactions still occurred. Inferior talismans were priced at 1 spirit stone each, and Qi Xiaoyu bought 10. The medium-grade talismans soared in price, costing 10 stones apiece, of which he acquired 3. The superior talismans, however, priced at 100 stones each, remained unattainable due to his depleted funds. He had sufficient medicinal pills on hand and did not need to purchase any, thus preparing himself thoroughly before embarking on his task. Before his departure, as a precaution, Qi Xiaoyu placed the Azure Serpent and other spirit snakes he had raised into the 9 heavens fire furnace to accompany him. He infused his true energy into the palm-sized Azure Wind Boat, causing the engravings upon its wooden surface to illuminate, expanding it to several meters in length and over 2 meters in width. With 3 recesses available, he inserted 3 inferior wind-attributed spirit stones, requiring only a modicum of true energy to control its flight and direction. The Azure Wind Boat gently ascended, reaching a height of over 20 meters. And with a push of the internal control lever, it surged forward at approximately 80 kilometers per hour. Take off. The fierce wind tousled the youth's hair as the flying boat sliced through the air. Although its speed paled in comparison to many vehicles from his past life, the exhilaration of piloting it himself was unparalleled, far beyond the experience of driving on solid ground. As the flying boat lifted off from the spirit beast enclosure, many of the other servant disciples from his cohort looked up, witnessing the ethereal figure of the youth seated above, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Only those with a cultivation level of at least the 6th layer of Qi refinement could fly with such an artifact. After a short incense stick's worth of time, he arrived at a rural courtyard outside Qingyan City, where a girl clad in white martial attire practiced her swordplay, the gleam of her blade intertwining with a formidable aura. The air around her charged with sword energy. Suddenly, a flying boat hovered above, slowly descending to a height of about 10 feet. The young man in black atop it clapped the vessel and whistled, grinning as he called out, "Fair maiden, would you care to join me for a ride? I have long wished to acquire a flying boat." "Yes, yes," exclaimed Xiaolon, her eyes brightening. She sheathed her long sword, lightly leaping onto the hovering vessel. "Buckle up. We're off." The pair ascended into the sky, vanishing above the courtyard. "Xiaoyu, what made you think of buying a flying boat?" Xiaolon asked, her hands caressing the vessel with affection. She too wished to own one, but the prices outside were exorbitant, at 60 spirit stones for a single boat. The prices in the outside world are twice as high as those for the disciples within the Qingyan sect. Xiaoyu, seated at the front, took control of the direction. Today, I must venture out on a mission, a round trip spanning several hundred kilometers. I might as well purchase a flying boat. Sister, have you ever killed anyone? No, I've never killed anyone, Sister Xiaolon replied, shaking her head. Qi Xiaoyu remarked, the sword path is also a path of slaughter. If you have never taken a life, how can you react in the face of danger? I shall take you to kill a few people. Who are we killing? Fear not, they are certainly evildoers. A band of rogues has slaughtered dozens of people in a town, and I am responsible for capturing and pursuing the murderers. As the two conversed, Qi Xiaoyu piloted the flying boat towards Peach Blossom Town, guided by the compass. The advantage of the flying boat is its ability to travel in a straight line, save for a few mountains that necessitate detours. The lower-grade flying boats can only ascend to a maximum height of 30 meters. Occasionally, they descended to inquire about directions and locations. After nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at Peach Blossom Town. This small town, with a population of a few thousand, was marked by many households displaying soul-calling banners. The sound of funeral music echoing, enveloping the entire town in a somber atmosphere. The streets were patrolled by officers clad in gray, wielding knives. Upon entering the town, the two were immediately approached by an officer who inquired about their identities. Qi Xiaoyu produced her identity token as an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect. Upon seeing it, the officer's eyes filled with a look of respect. So you are a distinguished member of the Qingyan sect. We have eagerly awaited your arrival. Please, follow us. Our captain and the town mayor have been waiting for you. Qi Xiaoyu nodded slightly, casting a glance at the officer's cultivation level. The officer was merely at the 3rd level of Qi refining, inferior to some of the older, less competent disciples within the sect. Most of these officers were individuals who, due to age limitations, could not join the Qingyan sect, but possessed spiritual roots and were thus recruited by local authorities to maintain order. Others were talents with spiritual roots discovered by the government ahead of the Qingyan sect and were absorbed into the imperial system. The two were led to a grand residence, where someone had already gone inside to announce their arrival. Upon entering, they were met by 2 individuals hastening towards them. One was an elder over 50, while the other appeared to be a young man in his 30s, dressed in blue as the captain. The elder, the mayor of Peach Blossom Town, approached Qi Xiaoyu with the reverence of a savior, bowing respectfully. I am Li Changwen, the mayor of Peach Blossom Town, honored to meet you. Esteemed disciple of the Qingyan sect. The blue-clad captain also clasped his fists in salute. I am Shi Lei, the captain of Peach County, honored to meet you. Esteemed member of the Qingyan sect. The captain's cultivation was also commendable, being at the 6th level of Qi refining, comparable to a newly initiated outer disciple of the Qingyan sect. Qi Xiaoyu returned the gesture. You need not stand on ceremony, mayor and captain. I am Qi Yu, an outer disciple of the Qingyan sect, here to carry out the mission of eliminating the wolf bandits. Upon hearing that Qi Xiaoyu was merely an outer disciple, both men felt a slight disappointment. They wished it had been an inner disciple who had come instead. However, the disappointment did not manifest on their faces. Instead, they wore broad smiles. The mayor quickly stepped aside to allow Qi Xiaoyu to walk ahead, exclaiming, after eagerly awaiting your arrival like a star-crossed lover, we are finally graced by your presence, Master Qi. In recent days, the entire Peach Blossom Town had been shrouded in the ominous shadow of wolf bandits. Many residents had fled to seek refuge with relatives, leaving behind a populace gripped by fear day and night. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and inquired, could you elaborate on the situation, Mayor? The mayor had prepared a banquet in advance to welcome Qi Xiaoyu. He recounted, 4 nights ago, under the cover of darkness, a band of wolf bandits stormed into our town, massacring several prominent families and looting their riches, abducting numerous young maidens in their wake. He recounted the events in detail, aligning closely with the intelligence reports. Head Constable Shi seethed with anger, declaring, these heartless scoundrels, they even committed heinous acts against innocent maidens. By the time we arrived, they had already fled. Qi Xiaoyu asked, do you have any knowledge of their whereabouts? Head Constable Shi replied, based on our investigations and tracking, we have a rough idea of the direction they took. He produced a map of Peach County, unfurling it to indicate the southern region, stating, this area is known as Tsongshan, a dense forested mountain range. According to our inquiries, many witnesses claim that this group escaped into this region. Our county has organized over 200 individuals to search the mountains, but we have yet to uncover their hiding place. He further noted. The leader of these bandits calls himself Du Tianling. He emerged in Peach County 2 years ago, committing several major crimes. And his gang has grown from a handful to 13 members, known locally as the 13 Wolf Bandits. After studying the map for a moment, Qi Xiaoyu declared, I wish to visit the homes of the victims. Head Constable Sure responded, Of course, I will accompany you. The mayor quickly interjected, Master, having traveled such a distance, why not partake in a meal first? We have prepared everything. There is no need to rush. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the table laden with dishes. After several hours on the road, she indeed felt hungry and nodded in agreement. The mayor courteously served both of them, placing a large chicken leg on their plates. Little Lon eagerly began to eat, but Qi Xiaoyu halted him. To the astonishment of everyone present, she revealed a venomous snake from her robe, a robust 5-step snake, which startled the mayor and the nearby maidservant. Xiao Wu, have a bite, Qi Xiaoyu instructed, shoving the chicken leg into the snake's mouth, which it swallowed whole. She then offered other dishes to the snake, filling its mouth with vegetables, leaving onlookers dumbfounded. Head Constable Sure, feeling uneasy, recognized the 5-step snake and could not help but ask, Master Qi, what are you doing? With a slight smile, Qi Xiaoyu offered no explanation, allowing the snake to taste every dish before pouring it a cup of wine, which promptly rendered the snake dazed. Once she observed that Xiao Wu exhibited no adverse reactions, Qi Xiaoyu confidently urged Little Lon to eat. Little Lon gazed at her with a peculiar expression, asking, Xiaoyu, you carry this creature with you? Do you even know what that is? A 5-step snake. Fear not, sister, my pet poses no threat. It does not bite, and I possess antidotes should any mishap occur. Qi Xiaoyu reassured her, then presented the little snake to her, saying, Feel it. It is cool to the touch. The little snake hissed, flicking its tongue towards Sister Xiaolan. Ah, take it away. Sister Xiaolan exclaimed, leaping back in alarm, swatting the little snake away, which landed atop the mayor's head. Get it off. Get it off. The mayor, equally startled, jumped up and hastily brushed the little snake away. Qi Xiaoyu watched the scene with a hint of mischievous delight, taking a bite of chicken leg. However, upon tasting it, his eyes narrowed slightly as an alarming scent of spiritual energy wafted through the air, indicating something was amiss. Discreetly discarding the chicken leg, he nudged Sister Xiaolan's foot with his own, saying, Let us refrain from eating. We should investigate the scene of the deceased. The sooner we conclude our business, the better. Sister Xiaolan, momentarily perplexed, found herself silenced as Qi Xiaoyu gently extracted the chicken leg from her mouth before rising to leave. With newfound understanding, she stood and followed him, as did Captain Shirley. Xiaoyu, what troubles you? Sister Xiaolan inquired softly as she approached him. Qi Xiaoyu remained silent, producing a pill for her to consume. Not long after, the group arrived at a grand residence where morning rituals were underway. Qi Xiaoyu surveyed the house, taking in his surroundings before entering. Inside, mourners wept, and a wandering Taoist was performing rites to guide the departed souls. Qi Xiaoyu extended his tongue, swaying slightly like a serpent, gathering the various scent molecules in the air. Sister Xiaolan gazed in astonishment at his unusually long tongue, exclaiming, Xiaoyu, your tongue is remarkably long. Qi Xiaoyu detected a myriad of distinct scent molecules. Some emanated from the individuals present, while several others were faint and not belonging to anyone in the vicinity. In front of this household's mortuary, there lay an array of coffins, 8 in total. Qi Xiaoyu approached one coffin and opened it, revealing an elderly man whose face bore a gash that cleaved his skull. Fortunately, the wound had been stitched by the mortician. After inhaling the corpse's scent, enraged relatives approached to intervene, but they were halted by Captain Shirley, who explained that Qi Xiaoyu was a celestial master from Qingyun's sect. Qi Xiaoyu examined all the bodies, discovering the corpse of a young girl, seemingly no older than 18 or 19. He discerned a fragrance reminiscent of heather, indicating that this unfortunate girl had met a tragic end through heinous acts of violence. Her chest had been slashed open, and the condition of her body suggested she had endured unspeakable torment prior to her demise. This ignited a deep fury within Qi Xiaoyu. Although he had taken many lives, those were individuals who sought to harm him. He held a profound disdain for the brutal slaughter of innocent civilians. Closing the coffin, Qi Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he stated, Let us proceed to the next household. Subsequently, he visited several other victimized families, with most of the slain belonging to affluent households, and the missing individuals primarily from families with daughters. After visiting multiple homes, Qi Xiaoyu finally identified the scent molecules of the perpetrators. Half an hour later, they arrived at the so-called Songshan. The Songshan forest region was indeed vast, with undulating peaks and dense woodlands, making it exceedingly difficult to conceal a group of individuals. Even with thousands scouring the mountain, the task would prove daunting. Captain Shirley remarked, according to several villagers' accounts, that group entered the Songshan area from here. The surrounding deep mountains and old forests stretch for dozens of miles, and we have found no clues after 2 days of searching. Without uttering a word, Qi Xiaoyu extended his tongue slightly, collecting scent molecules. This peculiar action led Captain Shirley to believe it was merely a quirk. Junior brother, that seems rather odd. Sister Xiaolan could not help but comment. After a few breaths, Qi Xiaoyu retracted his tongue and declared, "Indeed, someone has entered this mountain. You all stay outside while my sister and I venture into search." "Ah, do you not require our assistance?" Captain Shirley inquired, astonished. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the contingent he had brought and shook his head gently. Their presence would interfere with his ability to discern the scents. "No need. My sister and I are sufficient. You just guard the perimeter." "Very well then, but may I ask your cultivation level?" Captain Shirley inquired, curiosity piqued. Qi Xiaoyu did not conceal the truth. 6th level of Qi refinement. "Ah, merely the 6th level?" Captain Shirley's expression reflected disbelief. He had assumed Qi Xiaoyu to be at least an 8th or even 9th level master, only to discover he was at the same level as himself. Lord Qi, the leader of this group, Du Tianlang, is likely at the 8th level of Qi refining, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates. It is exceedingly perilous for you, who is merely at the 6th level of Qi refining, to venture in with this young lady. He hastily cautioned, his heart brimming with indignation. How could the Qingyan sect send a disciple of such low cultivation? Is this merely a formality? Moreover, should anything unfortunate befall the adversary here, I would inevitably share in the responsibility. Qi Xiaoyu grasped his meaning and offered no explanation. You may remain here. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions. Sister, let us proceed. With that, Qi Xiaoyu swiftly darted into the thicket, with Xiaolan promptly following suit. Once they entered the depths of the forest, an elder constable beside Captain Shirley furrowed his brow and remarked, "Only at the 6th level of Qi refining? This must be a fledgling who has just entered the outer sect. Why would the Qingyan sect send someone of such caliber for an event that clearly qualifies as a mid-tier task?" Another constable chimed in, "Indeed. Sending such an individual is merely a pretense. I wager that young man will simply meander about and emerge unscathed. Encountering wolf bandits would be tantamount to courting death." Captain Shirley frowned slightly, gazing in the direction where the two had vanished, and spoke gravely. Either this lad possesses genuine skills, warranting his assignment to this task, or he has offended someone within the sect and has been dispatched on a perilous mission. Alas, let us wait here for 2 days. If they do not return, we shall depart. Initially, the forest contained faint paths left by villagers gathering firewood, but as they ventured deeper, the trails vanished, giving way to a tangle of vines and shrubs, with roots intertwined, making progress exceedingly arduous. Qi Xiaoyu occasionally halted to feel certain leaves, detecting lingering traces of energy, and at times leapt from one tree to another with the agility of a monkey. Sister Xiaolan followed closely, not lagging behind, her movements precise, evidently honed through rigorous training, having been instructed by the old beggar for quite some time. "Xiaoyu, can you track them?" Sister Xiaolan inquired. Qi Xiaoyu stepped onto a branch of a large tree and replied, "Absolutely. My sense of smell is exponentially more acute than that of a dog. It's only been a few days, and with no rain, their scent remains intact." In the mountains, the absence of human presence rendered the residual aura of those who had entered the woods distinctly perceptible to Qi Xiaoyu, a serpent demon. After half an hour, they arrived at the foothill of a peak, brushing aside branches to reveal a cave ahead. The cave was well concealed by dense foliage, becoming invisible from 20 meters away. 2 men, one tall and the other short, stood at the entrance, engaged in idle conversation. "You think after this commotion settles down, where will Big Brother choose to strike?" I hope it's at Li Village. There are several charming women there." The Li family village doesn't have many affluent households. Big Brother likely wouldn't be interested. As the two conversed, they remained oblivious to the 2 pairs of eyes observing them from the depths of the forest. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes transformed into serpentine slits, allowing her to perceive the situation within the cave through thermal sensing. The cavern was expansive, filled with a group of individuals indulging in revelry. Some were drinking, others gambling. And shockingly, one man was publicly humiliating a woman, pinning her beneath him while striking her repeatedly. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he uttered vile words. The surrounding bandits turned a blind eye, clearly accustomed to such depravity. In a corner of the cave, about 10 disheveled women huddled together. With a chilling gleam in her serpentine eyes, Qi Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze and spoke gravely. The intelligence indicated the presence of 13 bandits, yet there are only 12 within. The 10 or so women must be those they have captured. Sister Xiaolon exclaimed. Then what are we waiting for? She moved to draw her sword and charge in. But Qi Xiaoyu restrained her. Have you ever fought for your life against cultivators? Sister Xiaolon shook her head. I have only practiced with my master. Qi Xiaoyu replied. Inside, there is one at the 7th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 5th, 3 at the 4th, and 6 at the 3rd. Can you handle them? At this. Sister Xiaolon fell silent, her face flushing with realization. She lacked the confidence. Though she had attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, her combat experience was minimal. I will instruct you on how to fight, and I will support you from behind. Your practical experience is too limited. But these small fry will provide you with invaluable lessons. Qi Xiaoyu outlined a simple battle plan for her. This was not merely about sending Xiaolon into danger. It was about honing her skills. Moreover, while the intelligence spoke of 13 bandits, only 12 were present, with the highest ranked among them at the 7th level of Qi refinement. The leader, at the 8th level, was conspicuously absent, his whereabouts unknown. Venturing out together could lead to being outmaneuvered. A strategy involving one in the light and one in the shadows would be more prudent. Allowing Xiaolon to operate in the dark would only heighten his concern due to her inexperience. The significance of experience sometimes outweighed that of cultivation levels. Moments later, Sister Xiaolon emerged from the dense thicket. Who goes there? The 2 sentinels, alert, drew their long knives. However, upon seeing the young and beautiful maiden, their expressions instantly transformed, filled with lustful intent. Xiaolan's face lit up with feigned delight as she approached them, saying, Gentlemen, I was gathering herbs in the mountains and accidentally lost my way. Could you assist me? The 2 bandits exchanged knowing glances, their intentions clear. They sheathed their knives and stepped closer to Xiaolon. The taller one chuckled, My dear, you are indeed fortunate to encounter us in this remote wilderness. The shorter one grinned, unable to conceal his lewd smile. Yes, we shall escort you home. As they closed the distance to less than 10 paces, Xiaolon suddenly pointed her sword and channeled her true energy. Whoosh! In an instant, a sword flew from her storage bag, piercing through the taller bandit's throat. His eyes widened in shock as blood gushed forth, and he instinctively clutched at his neck. The shorter bandit, still in disbelief, was caught off guard as the sword, having passed through his companion, veered towards him. Perhaps due to her nervousness in her inaugural kill, Xiaolan's aim faltered slightly, merely inflicting a gash along his neck. Clutching his wound, the shorter bandit screamed in alarm, Enemy attack. This is bad. Xiaolan's expression shifted subtly as she quickly maneuvered her flying sword to retaliate against her opponent. The short man attempted to intercept the sword with his blade. But being only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he was too slow. His strike missed entirely, and the flying sword pierced through his chest. Clutching his wound, he fell to the ground, howling in agony. However, his cries alerted the other wolf bandits lurking within the cave. Soon, 10 of them emerged, and upon seeing the 2 bodies on the ground, their expressions darkened. The middle-aged man at the 7th level of Qi refinement was initially taken aback to see such a young girl, Xiaolon. But his astonishment quickly turned to fury as he bellowed, Kill her! The other bandits, realizing the gravity of the situation, grasped their weapons and charged at Xiaolon. Despite lacking any spells, they rushed in recklessly. The 7th level cultivator followed behind, providing support. Xiaolon, witnessing the aggressive advance of 8 or 9 assailants, felt a pang of panic. She stepped back and summoned her sword, which swiftly shot toward the foremost man. This individual, a 5th level Qi refinement practitioner with commendable swordsmanship, managed to deflect the incoming sword with a powerful strike. However, the sword spun back and targeted another bandit, who was unable to block it and was tragically pierced through the skull. Kill. The 5th level cultivator charged forward, swinging his blade with a fierce intent directed at Xiaolon. She retreated a step, drawing her long sword to parry, then delivered a swift kick that sent the 5th level man reeling and spitting blood. Simultaneously, she expertly controlled her flying sword to strike another foe. Several bandits surged forward, brandishing their weapons in a frenzied assault, yet Xiaolon deftly defended herself, engaging in an intricate dance of offense and defense. Though her swordsmanship lacked a certain ruthless decisiveness, it was evident that she had undergone extensive combat training. skillfully navigating the chaos while simultaneously wielding her flying sword against her enemies. In the shadows, Qi Xiaoyu nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that the sister he had fortuitously encountered was no mere fade. The old beggar had not wasted his efforts in training her. The 7th-level bandit, the second in command of the group, was taken aback by the girl's ability to fend off his subordinates while also wielding her flying sword to eliminate 2 or 3 of them. He drew his own blade, channeling his qi into it, causing an aura of lethal energy to coalesce. As Xiao Lan deflected the attacks of 2 assailants while simultaneously launching her sword at another, the 7th-level bandit seized the opportunity. His strike was swift and precise, aimed at her side with the intention of cleaving her in 2. Xiao Lan's instincts flared as she felt the danger. She hastily dodged, but still, the blade's energy grazed her, tearing a bloody gash into her side. Gritting her teeth, she clutched her wound and retreated, directing her flying sword toward her attacker. Yet, it was deflected by the bandit's blade, and 3 more wolf bandits lunged at her, their weapons raised, with the clattering of steel echoing around her. Xiao Lan relied on her formidable qi and quick reflexes to barely defend herself, though she found herself continuously retreating. This frantic defense consumed her entire focus, rendering her unable to maintain control over her flying sword, which ultimately fell to the ground. The second in command of the qi refining realm, seizing the moment, leapt behind the 3 and swung his blade toward Xiao Lan's head. This was a critical opening. Whoosh! However, a flying sword shot forth from the dense forest, instantly piercing through the second in command's skull as he raised his weapon to strike. Blood and brain matter splattered forth, his eyes widened in shock as he crumpled to the ground. Qi Xiaoyu had made his move. Bursting forth from the thicket, Qi Xiaoyu moved with the speed of a cheetah, wielding a black battle spear that gleamed like a sword, its blade slicing through the air with terrifying might. "Sister, duck." At Xiao Lan's urgent warning, she immediately lowered her head. In the next moment, the spear swept across, and the 3 bandits, owing to their height difference, were struck across the neck, chin, and chest in various places. Heads, necks, and chests were instantly torn apart, severed heads falling to the ground, bodies cleaved in twain. 1 spear, 3 kills, yet 4 remained. 1 bandit swung his blade in a frontal attack, while another aimed low to strike at his legs. The other 2 included one rushing forward to join the fray, and the other retreating in panic. Qi Xiaoyu thrust his spear forward with the speed of thunder. The bandit attacking him had not even completed his swing before Qi Xiaoyu's spear pierced through his skull. The blade aimed at his legs approached, but Qi Xiaoyu deftly sidestepped, then stomped down upon the blade, pinning it down, as his flying sword swiftly pierced through the assailant's head. In a sweeping motion, his spear met the side attacker, who attempted to block with his weapon. However, the force of the spear was so immense that it sent the bandit's blade flying, breaking his hand and resulting in his head tumbling from his neck. The final bandit, terrified, turned to flee, losing his weapon in the process. Qi Xiaoyu's flying sword shot forth, piercing through his leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. Howling in agony, Xiao Lan gazed at the young man in black, wielding his spear with precision and grace, effortlessly dispatching the foes before him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. This scene would surely be etched in her memory forever. Why not kill him? Sister Xiao Lan approached, questioning in confusion. The bandit, wailing for mercy, pleaded, "My lord, please spare me." Qi Xiaoyu replied, "He still holds some value. Tell me, where is your leader, Du Tianling?" The bandit shook his head. "I don't know. Our big brother never stays with us." Qi Xiaoyu, devoid of expression, stomped down on the wound in the bandit's leg, exerting pressure. Spare me. I truly do not know. None of us are aware of where our leader resides. I did not mean to deceive you." The bandit was in utter distress, tears and snot streaming down his face as he writhed in desperation. "You really don't know?" Qi Xiaoyu pressed, applying further pressure. "I swear, I truly don't know. If I dare to lie to you, I deserve a terrible fate." No sooner had he finished speaking than Qi Xiaoyu thrust his spear through the bandit's head. "What use do you serve if you know nothing?" Withdrawing the spear, he wiped off the blood and stowed the weapon in his storage pouch. "Xiaoyu, you are incredible." Sister Xiaolan couldn't help but praise him. "Though my cultivation is higher than yours, I am far inferior in strength." Qiu Shioi chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Senior sister, if only you would experience more of these life and death struggles. But on another note, you remained so composed during your first kill. I could barely recover after vomiting for ages the first time I took a life." Senior sister Xiolin glanced at the surrounding corpses and replied, "During my years as a beggar, I often witnessed brawls resulting in death. I have long since grown accustomed to such sights. Her childhood was undoubtedly far more harrowing than that of Kyushioi. For at least he had not been a beggar and had an elder sister to care for him as he grew up. Upon searching the bodies of the bandits, it was evident that these individuals were genuinely impoverished. Even among 12 of them, they could scarcely muster 100 taels of spirit stones, having only found 78 taels. While this amount might be considered a substantial windfall for an ordinary chi refinement disciple, it paled in comparison to the hundreds of taels Kyushioi could earn from refining a single batch of elixirs. As for magical artifacts, they possessed none, wielding only ordinary steel blades. Within the cave, the ragged group of women trembled in fear at the sounds of earlier screams. When Kyushioi and Shioln entered, both of their faces betrayed anger. Most of these women were scantily clad, with some hardly wearing anything at all, their bodies marred by scars, exposing their vulnerabilities. Upon seeing the two newcomers, they averted their gazes and huddled together in fear. Kyushioi turned away, retrieving some of his spare clothing from his storage bag, saying, "Senior sister, you should speak to them." He stepped outside the cave, feeling it inappropriate for a man to remain in such a scene. Senior sister Shioln looked at the women, who were of a similar age to her, and softly reassured them, "Do not be afraid. My junior brother is from the Qingyan sect, and we are here to rescue you. The wolf bandits have all been vanquished, and you are safe now." As Kyushioi waited outside, the cave soon filled with the sounds of weeping. The women overwhelmed with joy upon realizing they could escape their tormentors, having endured inhumane conditions for several days. From within the Jiutianlihua furnace came a series of thudding sounds. Kyushioi released the furnace, expanding its opening, from which a massive azure serpent emerged. The spirit serpent from the serpent garden, hissing, "What an alluring scent of blood!" The enormous azure serpent hissed, its gaze fixated on the headless corpses strewn across the ground, its eyes gleaming with fervor. Kyushioi had decapitated these bodies, wrapping the heads to serve as proof for the completion of their mission. The serpent opened its maw and seized one of the corpses, swallowing it whole. Seeing this, Kyushioi did not intervene. Theoretically, consuming such flesh would be a great boon for him, yet he could not bring himself to do so, ultimately still regarding himself as human. Don't devour everything alone. Leave some for Su Nbing and KN. He then released the cauliflower python and Su Nbing python. Once freed, they too began to indulge, one serpent devouring a person while the azure serpent gluttonously claimed the rest. When the group of women emerged and beheld the three gigantic pythons feasting upon human remains, they screamed in terror, with some fainting, their eyes rolling back. Senior sister Shioln, alarmed, summoned her flying sword in response. Chi Xiaoyu hurriedly explained, "Do not be afraid, everyone, these are my snakes." Senior sister Xiaolan felt a shiver run down her spine and rushed over to pinch Chi Xiaoyu's arm hard, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. Why do you have such a penchant for keeping snakes?" Chi Xiaoyu gazed at the large python, recently fed by a bandit, and replied, "Because they do not isolate me." She then summoned both the Xianbing and the large python into the Jiutianlihua furnace, leaving only a massive azure snake, about 20 meters long. When the azure snake first met Chi Xiaoyu, it was merely 15 meters long, but over the past year, after consuming numerous premium chi-nourishing pills, it had grown several meters, its body now more robust. 10-meter pythons, 100-meter jiaos, and 1,000-zhang transforming dragons. Chi Xiaoyu leaped atop the azure snake's head, reassuring the 11 women, who were all filled with trepidation. "Fear not, for this is our sect's spirit beast. It possesses sentience and preys only on evildoers. It shall carry us away from here." With a resolute demeanor, Xiaolan led the women to mount the snake's back, which effortlessly accommodated more than 10 individuals, resembling a verdant train. The azure snake, under Chi Xiaoyu's guidance, traversed through the woods, akin to a green train weaving through the trees, flattening the underbrush in its path. Seated atop the snake's head, Chi Xiaoyu engaged in casual conversation with the azure serpent. "Little Qing, how long has it been since you last ventured out?" The azure snake hissed in response, indicating its lack of awareness of time. It had no concept of it, only knowing that it had been a very long while since it was brought to the sect when it was merely 5 or 6 meters long. The azure snake was no ordinary creature. It belonged to the category of innate spirit beasts. The so-called innate spirit beasts are those that, akin to humans, are born with awakened intelligence, though the extent of their intellect still falls short of that of humans. Nevertheless, this inherent self-awareness surpasses that of countless ordinary serpents. Just as human society is stratified into various classes, so too is the animal kingdom. Animals are broadly categorized into several types: mundane beasts, which include common livestock such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle, and demonic beasts, which possess abilities exceeding those of ordinary creatures. Capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and harnessing the energies of the sun and moon, akin to those who embark on a path of cultivation. Spirit beasts, on the other hand, are those that have awakened intelligence and exhibit human-like qualities, also serving as a symbol of bloodline identity. While spirit beasts fall within the domain of demonic beasts, not all demonic beasts are spirit beasts. Some demonic beasts lack any trace of sentience. Those unable to cultivate wisdom are referred to as ferocious beasts, which, as the name implies, are savage and brutal. There exists another class of creatures that surpasses both demonic and spirit beasts. These are the divine beasts. Among the most renowned are the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and phoenix. These creatures are not only innately sentient, but also endowed with extraordinary innate abilities, requiring no deliberate cultivation. They simply need to grow and mature to attain formidable powers. Outside the dense forest, a voice questioned, "Do we truly need to wait for that fellow for 2 days? The sky has darkened. I suggest we return." A constable rubbed his arms, feeling the winter chill that deepened with the onset of night. Head Constable Shirley replied, "We must wait at least 2 days. Should that fellow indeed perish, we need to account for it. Xiaoli, Xiaohu, take a few men to gather some firewood." Several constables ventured into the dense forest in search of firewood, but as soon as they entered, screams pierced the air. Upon hearing the cries, the surrounding constables grew cautious, swiftly drawing their swords and converging. Chief Constable Shirley also unsheathed his blade, only to witness the terrified figures of his fellow constables fleeing in panic, exclaiming, "A snake! A massive snake!" Before Shir could inquire further, the underbrush was trampled aside, revealing a colossal emerald python, atop which sat a young lad. The onlookers, their faces drained of color, instinctively retreated, aghast at the sight of the great serpent, which bore several women upon its back. Lord Qi, the constables, including Shirley, stood in stunned silence as the boy dismounted from the snake's head. Qi Xiaoyu tossed a large bundle to the ground, which unfurled to reveal a collection of round, severed human heads, sending chills down the spines of those present. Chief Shir, apart from the bandit leader, the rest of the wolf bandits, are all here. The crowd gasped in horror at the sight of the dozen heads that had rolled out. Chief Constable Shir hurriedly identified the remains. Second in command Wang Song, Bandit Ma Lu. Zhao Wu, there are 12 heads in total, aside from Du Tianlang. The others are all accounted for. The group stared incredulously at the youth, who had managed to nearly annihilate the wolf bandits in just a few hours. Lord Qi, they struggled to comprehend the astounding feat. Qi Xiaoyu beckoned for the constables to assist the women down from the serpent, stating, "Though Du Tianlang is not among them, I have a notion of his whereabouts. These women were abducted from Taohua town. I would appreciate it, Chief Shir, if you could see them safely return to their homes." Shirley's gaze transformed from shock to admiration, feeling a twinge of shame for his earlier disdain, and he clasped his fists in respect, saying, "Lord Qi, you flatter me. It is merely my duty. However, I am curious as to where Du Tianlang may be." Qi Xiaoyu smiled gently. "We shall discuss that later. For now, let us ensure these women are accommodated." Nodding in agreement, Chief Shir promptly summoned someone to bring horses for the women to mount. Qi Xiaoyu then summoned the emerald serpent into the Nine Heavens fire cauldron, a display of celestial prowess that left the half-trained constables envious. Though they had all cultivated true energy, none possessed the ability to wield spells, relying instead on rudimentary martial skills and techniques. The same could be said for the bandits, as none among them had mastered any form of magic, underscoring the scarcity of such abilities among the lower echelons of practitioners. This disparity highlighted the difference between sect disciples and solitary cultivators. The latter often struggled to acquire spells, either through arduous study or by seeking mentorship from elders, whereas sect disciples could learn spells simply by completing tasks and earning spirit stones. As they rode swiftly, Chief Constable Shir could not suppress his curiosity and began to inquire about Qi Xiaoyu's experiences. Qi offered a brief overview of his encounters in the mountains, omitting the details of how he had tracked down the wolf bandits, and the astute Shir refrained from pressing further. By the time they returned to the small town, twilight had settled in. They arrived at the residence of the town chief, Li Changwen, who greeted them warmly. After learning the details of their adventure, he praised Qi Xiaoyu and Xiao Lan profusely, exclaiming, "Master Qi and this esteemed maiden have truly liberated the good people of Taoxian County from a grave threat. Please allow me to pay my respects." Mayor Li, with a face full of sincerity, bowed deeply. Qi Xiaoyu accepted it calmly, fixing her gaze upon Mayor Li, and said, "Mayor, I have a matter that puzzles me, and I hope you can enlighten me." Mayor Li smiled and replied, "Please, esteemed master, speak freely. I assure you, I shall reveal all that I know." Qi Xiaoyu stared intently into his eyes. At the previous banquet, why was there present among the dishes? Mayor Li's expression turned to one of confusion, not understanding the question. Captain Shirley's visage shifted, his eyes sharpening as they locked onto Mayor Li. "What is?" Mayor Li inquired, bewildered. "I do not quite comprehend what you are saying." Qi Xiaoyu scoffed, "Is a substance that, once ingested, inhibits the flow of true energy through the meridians. I sensed its presence in the food at your home. What is the reason for this?" Upon hearing this, Captain Shirley immediately circulated his true energy to test. To his astonishment, as he did so, he felt a numbing sensation in his meridians. The flow of his true energy abruptly obstructed. Indeed, Captain Shirley's expression darkened, and he drew his blade, stepping back 2 paces. Mayor Li, in panic, waved his hands. "I assure you, I have never heard of. Esteemed master, Captain Shir, even if it existed, I would not be the one to place it there." Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, and a handful of lime powder was hurled towards Qi Xiaoyu's face. In an instant, a knife slipped from the old man's sleeve, and with a swift motion, he lunged forward, swinging the blade directly at Qi Xiaoyu's head. Anticipating the trick with the lime, Qi Xiaoyu had already prepared, swiftly sliding backward as the blade descended. At that moment, a tortoiseshell shield erupted from her storage bag, expanding dramatically. With a resounding clang, the blade struck the shield. Qi Xiaoyu then deftly pointed her sword, and with a whoosh, the flying feather sword from her storage bag transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Mayor Li. At his waist, a jade talisman suddenly radiated brilliance, enveloping him in a defensive barrier. The flying sword collided against this protective membrane, its speed significantly diminished, and was deflected by Mayor Li's knife. The azure boots on Qi Xiaoyu's feet glimmered, propelling her forward at tremendous speed, a long spear materializing in her hand. With all her strength, she thrust the dark spear forward, channeling an astonishing force into its tip. Mayor Li's reflexes were equally remarkable. He raised his knife to block, the blade meeting the spear's point with a resounding clash, sparks flying. The overwhelming force transmitted through the spear caused Mayor Li to stagger backward, his arm numbing. He was astounded. This person's strength was formidable, comparable to the explosive power of a practitioner at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. 9th layer of Qi refinement. Qi Xiaoyu discerned the intensity of his true energy. This was not merely the 8th layer, but evidently the 9th. Mayor Li launched a kick, sending Qi Xiaoyu's spear flying, then swung his knife in a lethal arc aimed at her neck. Qi Xiaoyu narrowly evaded, feeling the blade slice through her skin, leaving a line of blood, a near miss to her throat. Junior brother. Sister Xiaolan finally reacted, drawing her sword and leaping forward to strike, but was met with Mayor Li's blade, deflecting her attack. Simultaneously, lightning crackled around Mayor Li's palm, coalescing into a sphere, which he then unleashed with a powerful strike. Several bolts of lightning, as thick as an arm, surged forth, a rare and formidable lightning technique known as the palm thunder. Sister Xiaolan deftly evaded several arcs of electricity, but was struck by one that hit her thigh, causing her entire body to tremble, her hair standing on end. Mayor Li, with a swift and merciless motion, aimed a deadly strike at Sister Xiaolan's face, intent on cleaving her head in two. In a flash, the flying feather sword shot forth like an arrow, targeting Mayor Li's visage with equal ferocity. Li, compelled to alter his attack to counter the incoming sword, deflected Qi Xiaoyu's weapon with force. "Sister, move aside," Qi Xiaoyu shouted, clutching a fire spirit stone in his left hand while gesturing with his right. Flames ignited around him, coalescing as he extracted the fiery essence from the stone, forming a fire serpent thicker than a water barrel. Fire serpent technique. With a sweeping motion, Qi Xiaoyu unleashed the perfected technique, the fire serpent surging forth with staggering heat, resembling a flaming dragon as it charged toward Mayor Li. Sister Xiaolan quickly dove to the side to evade. The fire serpent technique, with its terrifying momentum, caused Mayor Li's complexion to shift dramatically. His vital energy erupted beneath him as he leapt 7 or 8 meters into the air to escape. However, Qi Xiaoyu raised his hand, and the fire serpent, seemingly imbued with sentience, followed suit, striking upward with precision like a guided missile. The serpent embodied the essence of a true spiritual snake, a manifestation of immense power. "No." Mayor Li gasped in horror as he beheld the fire serpent surging toward him while suspended in midair, too late to evade. He could only summon all his strength to activate his protective talisman. The impact was cataclysmic. Boom. The fire serpent collided with him, the explosive force annihilating the protective shield. Flames surging from beneath and engulfing his entire being. Mayor Lee emitted a harrowing scream as his legs, groin, and lower abdomen were instantly charred. Flames consuming his upper body and hair. Thud. As he fell to the ground ablaze, his form rolled in agony. Engulfed in flames that exceeded 1,000 degrees, hot enough to melt iron, though his vital energy shield prevented him from being reduced to ash. Qi Xiaoyu, with a decisive gesture, commanded the flying sword to descend for a finishing blow. Whoosh! The sword pierced through his heart with brutal precision, delivering a fatal strike. Such a formidable spell. Captain Shirley and the other constables watched in astonishment at the spectacle. The appearance of a fire serpent, thicker than a water barrel, was nothing short of breathtaking. Resembling a dragon of flames, smoke billowed from Mayor Lee's charred body, his eyes wide open in death, and his face contorted grotesquely. Once an elderly man. His features twisted, morphing into those of a fierce middle-aged man. Disguise technique. Qi Xiaoyu recognized the visage as that of Du Tianlang from the intelligence report. The confirmation of Li's identity as Du Tianlang arose not only from the suspicion of poison in the meals but also from the distinct scent he had detected in the bandit hideouts. Together, these clues led him to deduce that Mayor Lee was indeed Du Tianlang. Mayor Lee was unexpectedly revealed as Du Tianlang. The other constables gathered around, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. The expression on Inspector Shirley's face darkened as he remarked, "It seems the real Mayor Lee has indeed been slain by this individual, who has assumed his identity." He then turned his gaze toward Qi Xiaoyu, who was examining the corpse, and respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Qi. Without your assistance, we might not have uncovered this man's true nature, nor escaped the peril he posed to our lives." Qi Xiaoyu detached a somewhat charred storage bag from the man's waist and severed his head with a calm demeanor, replying, "No need for thanks. This was my duty. With this, I have gathered the heads of the 13 wolf bandits and can return to report." Inspector Shirley instructed his men to handle the remains and observed as the nearly charred corpse of Du Tianlang was carried away. "Master Qi, the night has fallen. It would be prudent to stay here overnight and set out in the morning. Traveling at night increases the risk of losing our way. I would also like to prepare a banquet to properly host you." Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the sky, estimating it to be around 8 o'clock. It was indeed too late to return to Qingyun's sect, as the outer office would have closed for the night. "Very well, we shall depart tomorrow." Qi Xiaoyu agreed with enthusiasm. That evening, in a tavern of the small town, Inspector Shirley reserved an entire floor to treat Qi Xiaoyu and his brothers to drinks. Qi Xiaoyu, ever cautious, first shall we test the wine for poison. The previous drug, Manching San, had proven ineffective as it was not a lethal toxin and posed no harm to ordinary individuals. Only when a cultivator was poisoned would their meridians be affected. He decided to have the 5-step snake test the poison. If it were indeed deadly, it would reveal itself. Observing Qi Xiaoyu's prudence, Inspector Shirley jested, "I should also keep a little white mouse for poison testing. Had it not been for you today, I might have met my end. Here's to you, Master Qi." Inspector Shir raised his glass in a polite toast. Qi Xiaoyu clinked his cup against Inspector Shir's before downing the drink in one go. The alcoholic beverages in this world were typically yellow wine and sweet rice wine, with a lower alcohol content, though excessive consumption could still lead to inebriation. As the evening progressed, other officers came forth to offer toasts. Even Qi Xiaoyu, with his exceptional constitution, found himself somewhat overwhelmed after too much drinking. Sensing the onset of intoxication, he refrained from consuming more. It was wise to maintain one's wits while away from home, for alcohol could dull one's vigilance. After more than an hour of revelry, Qi Xiaoyu feigned drunkenness and, with the assistance of Sister Xiaolan, returned to the inn to rest. Once back, the facade of inebriation dissipated, and he chuckled, "Let us divide the spoils." The two settled onto the bed, and Qi Xiaoyu instructed the 5-step snake and fiery snake to stand guard at the door. He retrieved the somewhat charred storage bag and opened it, spilling its contents onto the bed. A cascade of items tumbled forth, silver coins, spirit stones radiating various hues, approximately several thousand taels of silver. Around 130 spirit stones, a protective jade pendant, a knife, 2 small booklets, and several vials of elixirs. Sister Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement. While Qi Xiaoyu remained composed, he picked up one of the booklets and began to peruse it. It contained a cultivation method for refining qi, but he quickly lost interest, recognizing that it could only advance to the spiritual motion realm at most. The other booklet bore the inscription facial transformation and bone shifting. This was indeed a spell for disguise. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This was rather intriguing. He opened the scroll and it appeared that this spell could manipulate muscle transformation and skeletal movement through true energy, achieving the effect of disguise. To the naked eye, it was nearly flawless. Even a perceptive mind at the spirit realm would struggle to discern the truth from the illusion if the practitioner had mastered it fully. What a remarkable tool for murder and theft. Qi Xiaoyu found himself increasingly enamored. This was indeed the greatest gain. This spell belonged to the category of secret arts, which were rare and far more precious than ordinary middle-tier spells. Unfortunately, he could not find the manual for the heart lightning technique practiced by this individual, another fine treasure. Qi Xiaoyu searched thoroughly but could not uncover the manual for the heart lightning technique. However, heart lightning was a relatively common lightning technique, available in the sect scripture repository, classified as a lower-tier pinnacle spell. Yet, the practitioner had not mastered it, rendering its power insufficient. Qi Xiaoyu and Xiaolan divided the silver and spirit stones equally. Initially, Xiaolan refused her share, but after a lecture from Qi Xiaoyu, she reluctantly accepted half of the spirit stones and silver. As for the acquired secret arts, the two would study and practice together. Despite the risks taken on this journey, the outcome was worthwhile. At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu felt a tinge of gratitude towards Xianong for his meddling. Otherwise, he might not have obtained such a transformative secret art, whose value had already surpassed the mission's reward. The following morning, the two departed by flying boat. Xiaolan returned to her residence, while Qi Xiaoyu went back to the sect to report on his mission. In the outer hall of the sect, at the task dispatch area, there stood the young man who had accepted a top-tier C-rank mission yesterday. He had returned so soon? Perhaps he had given up. Many disciples working in the outer hall recognized Qi Xiaoyu as he entered, carrying a bulging package. Qi Xiaoyu approached the task desk, standing before Zhao Shang. Zhao Shang narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Qi Xiaoyu's return and remarked, "Junior brother Qi, how is it that you've returned so swiftly? Are you perhaps abandoning your mission? Their essay fine for that, you know." Qi Xiaoyu, unfazed by the chatter, placed the large package onto the desk and opened it. Instantly, 13 severed heads tumbled out, rolling across the surface and releasing a nauseating stench of blood. This shocking sight caused Zhao Shang to stand in alarm. "Why you?" he stammered, staring at the gruesome display with wide eyes filled with fear as he looked at Qi Xiaoyu. Calmly, Qi Xiaoyu stated, "The mission is complete. Please verify with the images." "What? Are these the heads of the 13 wolf bandits?" Zhao Shang gasped in disbelief. Qi Xiaoyu did not respond. Instead, Zhao Shang hurriedly retrieved the illustrated booklet from the mission dossier for comparison. The booklet was clearly crafted by a skilled sketch artist, resembling photographs closely, allowing for accurate identification of the severed heads. Zhao Shang then produced a mirror-like artifact and activated its glow, illuminating the heads to check for authenticity while also revealing the cultivation levels of the corpses. When the light fell upon the head of Du Tianlang, Zhao Shang's heart raced. It was at the 9th level of Qi refinement. This was even higher than the information indicated. His gaze towards Qi Xiaoyu shifted. Now imbued with a deeper astonishment, this individual had slain a 9th level Qi refiner along with a band of Qi thieves. "Is there a problem?" Qi Xiaoyu questioned coldly. Zhao Shang felt beads of sweat form on his forehead as he shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no. Congratulations to junior brother Qi for completing the task." Qi Xiaoyu, not one for idle chatter, extended his hand and inquired, "What about the reward?" Yes. Zhao Shang hastily retrieved a money pouch from a nearby cabinet, containing 100 spirit stones and a vial of vitality elixir. "Junior brother Qi, please hand me your identity token, and I shall input contribution points into it." Zhao Shang wore a broad smile, displaying a courtesy he had not previously shown. Qi Xiaoyu handed over his identity token, which Zhao Shang placed upon a device resembling a bagua array. He pressed several numerical buttons, transferring 100 contribution points into Qi Xiaoyu's token. Contribution points could be exchanged for spells, magical artifacts, and elixirs. The sect offered daily lectures by esteemed inner disciples, elucidating cultivation techniques, all of which required contribution points. Zhao Shang continued to explain patiently with a smile. Qi Xiaoyu nodded indifferently, preparing to leave with his identity token. Yet, as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned back with a meaningful look, saying, "Brother Zhao, make sure to assign me any future top-tier tasks of rank C, as they are incredibly easy to complete." Instantly, Zhao Shang's smile froze, his expression contorting into one of distaste, as if he had just tasted something vile, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qi Xiaoyu departed amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. How could he have completed a top-tier task of rank C? Is he not a newly initiated disciple? The whispers of disbelief spread among the outer sect's disciples. After Qi Xiaoyu left, Zhao Shang's expression darkened. He produced a jade talisman for communication and murmured something into it. On Qing'an Peak, Yin Tong was concocting elixirs when he received the message through the jade talisman, causing his countenance to darken. How could this be? That lad actually completed it. Wasn't he that a top-tier task of rank C? His agitation caused him to mismanage the furnace's flame, resulting in a foul, burnt smell emanating from the ingredients within, ruining the elixir. Upon returning to the spirit beast chamber, Qi Xiaoyu inspected the various sections before heading back to Snake Valley, where he released the green serpents and resumed his daily routine. As for the dwelling assigned to him by the sect, he only visited occasionally to reminisce with Wang Yuan Bao and the others. 5 uneventful days passed, and on this day, Qi Xiaoyu was engrossed in studying the sword techniques of the thunderous movement and the sword array passed down by the old beggar. This thunderous sword array required the condensation of sword energy before it could be practiced, and it necessitated the collection of thunderous energy, which is essentially the energy of lightning. On rainy days, one must set up the sword array for collecting thunderous energy, requiring 6 flying swords and 18 thunder spirit stones. The thunderous energy would be guided into the array, while the practitioner entered the array to absorb the energy through the thunderous movement sword technique. This process was perilous and painful, yet once one mastered the thunderous sword array, the true power of the thunderous movement sword technique would be unveiled. 6 flying swords and 18 thunder spirit stones, quite an extravagant expenditure, Qi Xiaoyu murmured to himself, reflecting that if it weren't for his modest skills enabling him to earn some income, he would be unable to cultivate even these sword techniques. Wealth is the foundation of both law and companionship. Indeed, the character for money often holds the foremost or second position in importance. As Qi Xiaoyu pondered, an anxious voice from outside interrupted his thoughts. Senior brother Qi, something has gone awry in Wolf Valley. Something has happened. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu promptly rose and exited the Serpent Valley. Ding Hu, panting heavily, conveyed, "There's been trouble in Wolf Valley." In the depths of Wolf Valley, a cacophony erupted. A large pack of azure-furred wolves, each the size of a calf, howled menacingly at the caretaker, Min Zhong, perched atop a great tree, baring their sharp fangs. Among them was a particularly large wolf, the king of the pack, distinguished by a collar of white fur around its neck. The Azure Windwolf, a spirit beast of the Qi refining stage, provided high-quality materials for talisman pins, while its blood and heart served as valuable medicinal ingredients. The rocky cliffs encircled Wolf Valley, with only a single stone path leading inward. Yet, at this moment, the stone gates were urgently sealed. Numerous miscellaneous disciples stood atop the cliffs, gazing down in horror at the unfolding scene. Today, Min Zhong had come to feed the wolves, but the usually obedient pack had gone berserk, attacking him. In a panic, he had fled up the tree to escape. The wolves gnawed at the massive tree, which trembled under their relentless assault, threatening to splinter. Min Zhong, now reduced to tears, clung to the branches, his pants soaked with urine as he witnessed the ferocious pack below. With a resounding crack, the tree could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to topple. No, Min Zhong cried out in despair as he fell alongside the collapsing tree. With a thunderous crash, the tree struck the ground, and the frenzied azure wind wolf surged forward. The foremost wolf leapt at Min Zhong, its jaws agape, revealing fangs akin to those of a tiger, ready to sink into him. As Min Zhong struggled to rise, instinctively shielding his face and head with his hands, the wolf clamped down on his arm, its teeth piercing flesh, eliciting a scream of agony. Min Zhong's fate was sealed. The other disciples watching from the cliff were overcome with a sense of sorrow. A second azure wind wolf lunged for Min Zhong's neck, with even more wolves closing in, eager to tear him apart. Suddenly, a flying vessel pierced the air, and a figure descended from the sky, delivering a powerful punch directly to the wolf lunging at Min Zhong's neck. With a resounding thud, the blow struck the wolf's head, causing it to howl in pain as its skull collided with the ground. Simultaneously, the wolf that had sunk its teeth into Min Zhong's arm was sent flying by a swift kick, tearing away a chunk of flesh in the process. Clutching his injured arm, Min Zhong looked up in astonishment at the youthful figure that had landed before him. Qi, senior brother Qi. Qi Xiaoyu retrieved a spear from his storage pouch, frowning as he surveyed the encircling wolves. Their eyes gleamed with ferocity, bloodshot and unnaturally wild. A low growl erupted from the Azure Wind Wolf King, prompting several Azure Wind Wolves to pounce upon Qi Xiaoyu, intent on tearing him apart. Qi Xiaoyu brandished his spear, and with a resounding crack, struck one of the wolves, sending it yelping through the air. As another wolf lunged from behind, he swiftly turned, sweeping his spear and sending it flying as well. The wolves continued to charge, yet none could breach the 2-meter radius around Qi Xiaoyu. Each that approached was met with a fierce blow, and soon over a dozen wolves lay defeated, howling in despair. The Azure Wind Wolf King let out a ferocious roar, unleashing a blade of azure light aimed at Qi Xiaoyu. In response, Qi Xiaoyu summoned a large tortoise-shell shield to block the attack. The wind blade struck with an explosive force, leaving a fissure in the shield, nearly shattering it. Almost immediately, the formidable Wolf King, comparable to a 9th-level Qi refining warrior, charged with the might of a fierce tiger. Qi Xiaoyu erupted into action, leaping forward, gathering energy into his fist as his blood surged. He struck with a powerful punch. Bang! The blow landed squarely on the Wolf King's face, knocking out 2 of its teeth and sending it sprawling to the side. Qi Xiaoyu then mounted the fallen Wolf King, delivering blow after blow to its head, rendering it unconscious. The entire wolf pack lay defeated, and the onlookers from the cliff, the lowly disciples, were left in stunned silence, their hearts racing with exhilaration. After incapacitating the Wolf King, Qi Xiaoyu shook his fists and approached Min Zhong, who, clutching his bleeding arm, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Senior Brother Qi. Thank you." Qi Xiaoyu helped him up, frowning as he asked, "Min Zhong, what happened here? Speak to me." Min Zhong replied bitterly, "I don't know. When I brought in the meat to feed the wolves, they were fine. But after they consumed the meat, they went berserk and attacked me. I was so frightened that I climbed a tree. Did the wolves go mad after eating the meat? Was there something different about it?" Qi Xiaoyu inquired. "No, it was just the usual pig meat," Min Zhong replied hastily. "Where is it? I need to take a look." Min Zhong quickly directed him. Qi Xiaoyu approached the carcasses of 2 pigs that had been devoured, extending his tongue to sniff the air. He then tore off a piece of raw meat and sampled it. A shadow crossed his eyes. This meat had been tampered with. The pork contained substances capable of driving beasts into a frenzy, components of a blood-boosting herb. Such herbs would never be used to feed pigs. They were alchemical materials and remedies for impotence. Min Zhong approached, his face pale. Senior Brother Qi Xiaoyu rose and produced a healing pill, offering it to him. "Take this healing pill and rest for 2 days." Thank you, Senior Brother Qi." Min Zhong replied, bowing deeply in gratitude, feeling touched. In the past, the steward Song would have never afforded him such treatment, nor would he have come to his rescue. Qi Xiaoyu then retrieved a detoxification pill, dissolving it in a bucket of water, and approached the unconscious pack of wolves, prying open their jaws to administer the medicine. Soon after, the pack of wolves stirred awake, shaking their heads and casting fearful glances at Qi Xiaoyu, who stood resolute. One by one, they tucked their tails and fled in haste. "Come here." Qi Xiaoyu pointed at the Wolf King, issuing a fierce growl. The Wolf King paused, taken aback by the fact that this formidable human could speak the language of wolves. This skill, imparted to him by the little crow over a year ago, had perhaps been absorbed with remarkable speed due to his transformation into a demon form. The Wolf King approached Qi Xiaoyu cautiously, letting out a couple of whimpers. Qi Xiaoyu reciprocated with similar sounds, engaging in an unusual exchange that bewildered the onlooking disciples. Eventually, Qi Xiaoyu produced a premium qi-nurturing pill and offered it to the Wolf King, gently stroking its head. The Wolf King, resembling a docile dog, submitted to his touch. After a few pats, Qi Xiaoyu sent it away. He then ascended upon a flying vessel, alighting before a group of curious disciples at the cliff's edge. The disciples recoiled, their expressions now tinged with respect. Lu Feng, for the next 2 days, assist Min Zhong in tending to the wolf garden. "Ah, Qi Senior Brother, Lu Feng," called out unexpectedly, felt a wave of reluctance but dared not protest. Qi Xiaoyu regarded him steadily. "We all share the same fate. We must support one another. Who knows when you might need help in return? The wolf pack will no longer pose a threat, rest assured." "Understood," Lu Feng acquiesced, unable to refuse. Qi Xiaoyu continued. "From now on, we will implement a rotating rest system." "What does this mean?" "It means alternating breaks. Each garden has its unique circumstances. During winter, some may have little to do. Those without tasks will assist those who do. I will ensure that everyone has 2 days of rest each week. During this time, no work is required. If you wish to take leave, you may, but do not attempt to flee the sect." At this proclamation, the disciples erupted in excitement. 2 days of rest each week. Would this be the case throughout the year? Could they even request leave? How splendid! They had nearly forgotten what the outside world was like. "Senior Brother Qi is magnificent." The disciples rejoiced, recognizing this privilege had only been afforded to Qi Xiaoyu during his tenure as deputy steward. Among the crowd, those like Wang Biao, who once harbored resentment towards Qi Xiaoyu, found their grievances dissipating entirely. Their discontent had stemmed primarily from jealousy. Witnessing Qi Xiaoyu's triumph over the pack of wolves made it clear that he was no longer on the same path as them. Senior brother Qi. Sun's senior brother has arrived. At that moment, a disciple approached Qi Xiaoyu. Sun Hai appeared, accompanied by a man clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple, leading a towering red-crowned crane. The crane's wing was nearly severed, bloodied, and drooping. Sun Hai's gaze towards Qi Xiaoyu was laced with an odd mixture of fear and concealed resentment. The injury Qi Xiaoyu had inflicted upon him the last time seemed to have healed sufficiently. Sun Hai smiled as he introduced the inner sect disciple beside him, saying, Li Shi Xiao, this is Qi Shidi, the steward of the spirit beast room. Qi Shidi, this is senior brother Li Song from the inner sect. Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fists in salute and said, Greetings, senior brother Li Song. Li Song nodded coldly, his demeanor somewhat haughty as he replied indifferently. This is the spirit crane bestowed upon me by the sect, but it has sustained severe injuries and is of no use now. You may do as you wish with it in the spirit beast room. The mounts granted by the sect must be reported if they perish, and if no longer needed, they must be returned to the spirit beast room. This crane was a reward Li Song had received during the inner sect competition and was the king of the cranes in the crane garden. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at the nearly severed left wing of the crane, nodded, and said nothing further. I would like to select another spirit crane. Here is my token. He handed over the identity token to Qi Xiaoyu, who accepted it, noting that it needed to be recorded. Feng Yi, come here. Qi Xiaoyu called a servant disciple, who hurried over. Qi Xiaoyu instructed, You are in charge of the crane garden. Take senior brother Li to select a new spirit crane. Yes, senior brother, please follow me. Feng Yi said as he led Li Song to select a new mount. Sun Hai accompanied them, while the injured crane attempted to follow. Li Song scolded, Get lost. You useless creature, you nearly cost me my life. You are no longer my mount, do not follow me. The crane emitted a mournful cry, its eyes reflecting the sorrow of a puppy abandoned by its owner. This crane also belonged to the spirit beasts, possessing intelligence akin to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. Qi Xiaoyu, sensing its sorrow, approached to stroke the crane's head, but the crane turned away, refusing his touch. Qi Xiaoyu cleared his throat and emitted a crane call, which rendered the crane incredulous as it gazed at him. This was a call of comfort exchanged among the crane kin. Qi Xiaoyu produced 2 more calls, and finally, the injured crane responded with a cry of its own. It is not your fault, Qi Xiaoyu discerned from the crane's response. He learned that during a mission with Li Song, the crane had been unable to evade an enemy attack and had been gravely injured. Qi Xiaoyu extended his hand once more, and this time the crane did not shy away, allowing him to caress it as it emitted a series of sorrowful cries. Upon examining its wounds, Qi Xiaoyu noted that the bones of the left wing were completely shattered, leaving only raw bone stubs. If it were merely a broken wing, there might still be a chance for healing. However, with the wing almost entirely gone, recovery would be akin to regrowing a lost arm for a person. This is quite troublesome. To regenerate a severed limb, a 4th-grade spirit pill is required, and concocting a 3rd-grade or higher pill necessitates spiritual assistance. Even with the 9 heavens fire furnace, I currently find myself at an impasse. Qi Xiaoyu stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that he would have to seek his master's help for this matter. He retrieved a vial of black jade ointment and applied it to the red-crowned crane. Instantly, the crane felt a wave of refreshing coolness emanating from the treated area, bringing immense comfort and alleviating much of its pain. Li Song, you are unworthy. You do not even provide healing salves. A flicker of anger surged within Qi Xiaoyu, who dealt with spirit beasts daily. The crane affectionately nudged Qi Xiaoyu's face with its beak, emitting a melodious cry of gratitude. Qi Xiaoyu gently stroked its head and offered it a 2nd-tier premium healing pill. For now, rest well here. I shall find a way for you to soar the azure skies once more, he comforted while softly patting its neck. The crane, capable of understanding human speech, shed tears from its eyes, persistently nudging Qi Xiaoyu in a show of affection. Before long, Li Song selected a new crane, a white one, and Qi Xiaoyu returned the identification token that had been duly registered. Without a glance at the red-crowned crane that had accompanied him for 3 years, Li Song departed coldly. The crane watched Li Song's receding figure, reluctant to turn away until it vanished completely. Humans are often regarded as superior to spirit beasts. Yet loyalty does not always equate to nobility. One may witness a human abandoning a loyal dog, but never a dog rejecting its impoverished home. Qi Xiaoyu began to organize a rotation schedule. Some spirit beasts in the spirit beast chamber had a habit of hibernating during winter, allowing the disciples caring for them more leisure time. Similarly, other spirit beasts during different seasons displayed laziness and required less supervision. He devised a duty roster, allocating groups to ensure that everyone would have 2 days off each week. This brought newfound hope to the miscellaneous disciples, many of whom toiled for months without a single day of rest, a suffocating existence. 2 days later, Qi Xiaoyu boarded a magical vessel en route to Qingyun City, accompanied by the red-crowned crane, whose wings were now bandaged. It let out a resounding cry, conveying its intent. Qi Xiaoyu chuckled, "Indeed, I believe in you. You are undoubtedly swifter than this vessel." The magical boat docked outside the city, where regulations dictated that only law enforcers and inner disciples of the Qingyun sect could operate flying magical tools, with a few privileged nobles sharing this right. Entering the city with the crane drew many curious gazes. However, upon noticing the crane's injured wings, there was a tinge of sympathy. The red-crowned crane, known for its high loyalty, swift and stable flight, and intelligence, was a favored mount among many cultivators. Upon arriving at the alchemist's residence, Qi Xiaoyu found Elder Miao engaged in a game of chess with a middle-aged man. Recognizing him, Qi Xiaoyu quickly bowed. "Greetings, master and esteemed lord of the alchemist's residence." The man was none other than Murongwen, the head of the Qingyun alchemist's residence. Murongwen nodded in acknowledgement, though his focus remained on the chessboard. Qi Xiaoyu patiently waited beside them with the red-crowned crane. After a brief period, Murongwen sighed with a wry smile, conceding a peace. "Brother, I still cannot match your prowess in chess." Despite appearing much younger than Elder Miao, Murongwen was actually older and a senior. Elder Miao, with a twinkle in his eye, replied, "Though I may never surpass your cultivation in this lifetime, my skills in chess can certainly outshine you by leagues." Murongwen glanced at Qi Xiaoyu and said with a smile, "Xiaoyu, I have heard from your master that you are now capable of refining mid-tier second-grade pills?" Qi Xiaoyu bowed respectfully and replied, "I am but a humble disciple, and I beg the lord of the mansion to forgive my clumsiness." Elder Miao cast a glance at the crane and inquired, "What brings you to seek me?" Qi Xiaoyu responded, "Disciple wishes to observe you refine a high-grade pill once more. I feel as though I am but a layer away from breaking through." "So soon?" Elder Miao's face showed a hint of astonishment. It had only been a month or two since he had taught Qi Xiaoyu to refine second-grade pills. Qi Xiaoyu scratched his head and said, "Ever since I returned, I have been refining 4 batches of pills every day." Murongwen chuckled, "You are far more diligent than we were in our youth." Hearing of Qi Xiaoyu's industriousness, Elder Miao expressed great satisfaction. "Indeed, true geniuses do not squander their talents through laziness. Since that is the case, I shall refine once more. Pay close attention." They moved to the alchemy room, where Elder Miao began to refine a second-grade qi-nourishing pill. Qi Xiaoyu observed attentively, though the steps were already vividly etched in his memory. This was also a means to conceal the extraordinary capabilities of the Jiutian Lihua furnace. After a batch of high-grade qi-nourishing pills was successfully refined, Elder Miao invited Qi Xiaoyu to take his turn. Watching Qi Xiaoyu's movements and attention to detail, Elder Miao nodded with satisfaction. While not entirely identical, the resemblance was striking. Murongwen, standing nearby, exclaimed, "This lad is remarkably similar to my junior brother." Elder Miao chuckled. "Of course, he is my disciple." An hour passed, and as Qi Xiaoyu opened the alchemy furnace, 9 qi-nourishing pills were revealed, their surfaces smooth and radiating a soft glow. Even with prior preparation, both men felt a tremor of excitement. Murongwen gazed at Qi Xiaoyu with fervent admiration. Elder Miao coughed, "Senior brother, temper your gaze. This is my disciple." Murongwen marveled. "I have encountered numerous alchemists, yet this is the first time I have seen such exceptional comprehension and memory. Junior brother, rest assured, in a few years, I shall look after your disciple." Elder Miao, fuming, retorted, "I am not leaving yet." Murongwen smiled and remarked, "Perhaps our Qingyun alchemist mansion will produce a master alchemist in the future. Such talent may indeed allow us to participate in the Empire's Youth Alchemist competition." Elder Miao felt a stir of excitement. Indeed, with Xiaoyu's talent, he could certainly aim to compete in the Imperial Alchemist contest. The competition, organized by the Alchemist Alliance, offered significant rewards, including rare high-tier formulas and techniques. To those who achieved victory, it would be wise to cultivate this direction. Elder Miao resolved that if he could truly mentor a genius capable of excelling in the alchemist competition, he would find great joy in his afterlife. Facing his master and ancestors with pride, the two regarded Qi Xiaoyu as though he were a treasure, sending a shiver down his spine. Qi Xiaoyu hastily said, "Master, I have one more request to make." Old Miao smiled faintly. "Is it regarding the crane you brought?" Qi Xiaoyu nodded. Indeed, that crane has now become my steed. But its wings are broken. For it to grow new ones, only a spirit elixir may suffice. Thus, I humbly request a spirit elixir from you, master. As for the monetary aspect, I may not be able to gather such a sum immediately, but I assure you I will repay it. Beside them, Moronwen remarked, "What a loyal child! Do you comprehend the value of a spirit elixir? The herbs required for its refinement are of at least 100 years of age, and a single elixir commands a price of several thousand spirit stones." Chi Xiaoyu responded, "I understand, but I will surely repay it within 6 months." Old Meow glanced at the crane outside and said, "To regrow its wings is akin to a human regrowing an arm. Indeed, it requires a 4th-tier spirit elixir, specifically the severed limb rebirth elixir. This crane possesses low cultivation at the spirit movement realm. 1 elixir will suffice. I do not have any severed limb rebirth elixirs on hand and will need to refine one, so please wait for a while." Moronwen chuckled. "I happen to have a vial with 3 elixirs remaining. I can gift you one." Hearing this, Chi Xiaoyu was overjoyed and promptly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord." Moronwen replied with a smile, "However, this is not a free gift. There are conditions." Chi Xiaoyu asked, "What are the conditions?" "I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Moronwen stated, "I require you to represent our Qing and Alchemist house in the Young Alchemist competition." Chi Xiaoyu displayed a look of confusion, prompting Old Meow to explain, "The Young Alchemist competition is a grand event hosted by the Alchemist Alliance. Alchemists from all major domains under the Daxia dynasty, down to the states and their respective houses, will participate, with at least tens of thousands in attendance. The eligibility criteria are being under 40 years of age and possessing alchemical skills of at least 2nd tier, with the ability to refine top-tier elixirs. Achieving a high rank in this competition could lead to fame and fortune." Chi Xiaoyu hesitated. "Do I possess the strength to represent the Qing and Alchemist house?" Fearing he might fail, Moronwen reassured him, "Currently, you are the only one in the entire Alchemist house who meets the criteria, along with Yanwu from Qingyan sect. Do not feel pressured. Merely achieving a rank in the state-level selection is sufficient. As for the entire domain, or even the whole dynasty," he chuckled lightly, not expecting Chi Xiaoyu to excel in such a competition. Chi Xiaoyu contemplated, thinking that achieving a rank at the state level was indeed feasible, especially with the assistance of the 9 days leaving fire furnace. "Very well, I accept your terms." Chi Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. In Qingyan House, spirit elixirs are highly valued and scarce. Generally, even those with wealth cannot acquire them due to the limited number of people capable of refining them. "Excellent." Moronwen wasted no time, retrieving a jade elixir vial and pouring out an elixir that radiated a golden glow. As soon as this elixir appeared, its fragrance overwhelmed that of Chi Xiaoyu's Qi-nourishing elixir. The crane outside sensed it as well, its eyes lighting up with excitement. Chi Xiaoyu accepted the spirit elixir with deep reverence, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Master, Lord of the Manor, I shall take my leave now." "Very well, depart. And be sure to take the flesh-replenishing pill in conjunction." The two made no effort to detain Chi Xiaoyu, understanding his eagerness in this moment. The youth competition for the Alchemist Championship was merely 2 years away. Would there be sufficient time? Even Elder Meow harbored some doubts. Moronwen gazed at the boy's receding figure, remarking, "If it were a state-level competition, securing a notable position should not be overly challenging. We still have time. Let us nurture him together." Elder Meow retorted with a hint of annoyance, "I suspect you have your sights set on my disciple, waiting for my demise to inherit him. Haha, you think far too ill of your senior brother." Upon returning to the spirit beast chamber, Chi Xiaoyu eagerly retrieved the medicinal pills. He began by scraping off a portion of the powder from the pills and placing it into the 9 heavens flame furnace. Instantly, the furnace responded, and a wealth of information flooded into his mind. The 4th-grade limb recovery pill, a high-quality elixir. Its ingredients comprised 2 tails of 180-year-old ginseng, 2 tails of 100-year-old bone growth herb, and 6 qian of 100-year-old tian dong, over 30 varieties of medicinal materials, many of which were century-old. Additionally, the techniques and processes for crafting the elixir were revealed, conjuring vivid memories of the Manor Lord's own experience in its creation. After assimilating this information, a bittersweet smile graced Chi Xiaoyu's face. The crafting of such a spirit pill was indeed a formidable task. Given his current cultivation, he could not hope to accomplish it. The refining process alone would demand several days and nights. The red-crowned crane let out a cry, prompting Chi Xiaoyu to reassure, all right, do not rush." He administered the elixir to the crane, which eagerly tilted its neck and swallowed it down. Chi Xiaoyu then offered it a flesh-replenishing pill, a second-grade elixir that he could produce himself. After ingesting the pill, the crane's digestive system began to break down and absorb the medicinal properties. Soon, the crane felt a tingling sensation at its wounds, as the medicine stimulated the growth of its bones. In the microscopic realm, the crane's skeletal cells rapidly divided and reorganized. Gradually, the bones of its severed wings began to regrow. Is this the effect of the spirit pill? Truly astonishing, Qi Xiaoyu marveled. Such capabilities were beyond the reach of medical science in his previous life, which could only provide prosthetics. Before long, the bones of the crane emerged, and after they formed, flesh began to sprout upon them. An hour later, the crane's wings had regrown, albeit featherless, resembling plump appendages. Yet, even so, the crane emitted joyous cries. Its internal demonic energy surging, urging the growth of its feathers, fine down began to sprout, developing into full plumage. The wings were fully restored. The crane flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest, and with a powerful leap, it soared into the sky. The speed was remarkable, reaching 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. The crane's triumphant calls echoed, as if announcing the return of the Crane King to the white cranes in the Spirit Beast Garden. Watching it glide through the skies, Qi Xiaoyu could not help but smile, sharing in the elation of the moment. With a graceful swoop, the red-crowned crane descended from the sky. Approaching Qi Xiaoyu and affectionately nudging him with its head, a gesture of profound gratitude. Qi Xiaoyu smiled and gently stroked its feathers and wings, declaring, "From now on, you shall be called Dubai." The crane emitted a joyful call, then unfurled its wings, spanning 6 to 7 meters, and slightly crouched, inviting Qi Xiaoyu to mount. Qi Xiaoyu leaped onto its broad back, which could comfortably accommodate two, gripping its feathers with both hands. The crane launched into the air, flapping its wings and soaring with Qi Xiaoyu amidst the clouds. Oh, the exhilaration of flying at approximately 300 kilometers per hour elicited cheers from Qi Xiaoyu, tears streaming from his eyes as the wind whipped against him, compelling him to channel his inner energy to shield his vision. The 80-kilometer speed of the flying vessel paled in comparison to Dubai's velocity. As the year drew to a close, the Qingyun sect prepared for its New Year celebrations, which primarily consisted of two events: ancestor worship and the grand competition of the 6 peaks. The ritual of ancestor worship excluded the junior disciples, who busied themselves with preparations. In the square of Qingyun Peak, thousands of outer disciples clad in black gathered, alongside 600 inner disciples in green. In the 18 most esteemed true disciples adorned in white. Elders from each peak were also present. At the forefront stood a colossal incense burner, housing 3 towering sticks of incense, with offerings of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, each a delicacy from spirit beasts. Sectmaster Mu Tianhai, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, stood at the forefront, reciting the ceremonial texts. In this auspicious moment, Mu Tianhai led the disciples in honoring their ancestors, presenting fragrant offerings to the spirits above, vowing that the younger generation would inherit the virtues of their forebears and strive to realize their ancestral ideals. May the ancestors smile down from the netherworld, blessing the sect with prosperity and honor. Just as a tree flourishes with roots and water flows from its source, the Qingyun sect erected a monument to continue its lineage, uniting the disciples. Thousands of disciples pledged their unity in adversity, determined to strengthen their bonds and strive for revitalization, bringing glory to their ancestors and honor to the sect. After the series of rituals concluded, the disciples respectfully offered incense and bowed in reverence. One by one, they approached the grand incense burner to place their offerings. Following the ancestor worship, the grand competition of the 6 peaks commenced. After becoming an outer disciple, Qi Xiaoyu was assigned to the ranks of Qingxia Peak. Should he ascend to an inner disciple, he would have the privilege of residing there. Participation in the grand competition was mandatory for all disciples, save for the junior ones. The primary aim was to assess the disciples' cultivation levels and foster healthy competition. The competition would span 15 days, with 8 dedicated to the outer disciples, the largest contingent. 6 fighting platforms would host simultaneous duels. Qi Xiaoyu held little interest in the annual competition. He neither sought fame nor recognition, yet participation was unavoidable. He contemplated that he would simply concede after a casual bout. Rather than competing, he preferred to observe from below, enjoying the spectacle while munching on seeds. Surrounding the 6 fighting platforms was a throng of outer disciples. An elder overseeing the competition began to announce the participants: Qin Zhufeng, Li Qifeng, Qi Bai Peak, Zhao Ming. The individuals summoned by name ascended the dueling platform, exchanging formal greetings before distancing themselves. They then invoked their magical artifacts, channeling their true energy to commence the contest of skills. Below, Qi Xiaoyu, casually cracking sunflower seeds, engaged in conversation with Wang Yuanbao, who inquired, Xiaoyu, who do you think will claim first place in this year's outer sect competition? There are even bets being placed. Would you care to wager a little? Qi Xiaoyu nonchalantly spat out a seed shell, replying, no thanks, I am not well versed in the sect's gossip, so I shall refrain from betting. Wang Yuanbao continued. The one with the highest acclaim is senior brother Li Xian, the champion of the previous outer sect competition. As they watched the duel on stage, Qi Xiaoyu was captivated. It was far more entertaining than the slow-motion battles of the mindless ancient dramas from his past life. Suddenly, he sensed an icy killing intent directed at him. Turning his gaze, he beheld a disciple, surrounded by admirers like a celestial being, approaching. It was Zhao Chun. However, Zhao Chun was no longer the rural boy he once was. His demeanor had transformed entirely, clad in azure robes with an ethereal presence. Qi Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes, observing Zhao Chun approach with palpable hostility. Qi Xiaoyu, I never imagined this waste could become an outer sect disciple. Zhao Chun spat, seething with resentment. Qi Xiaoyu, unfazed, retorted. I also didn't expect you, coward, to become an inner sect disciple. Enraged, Zhao Chun's companion, another outer sect disciple, barked, Qi Xiaoyu, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to senior brother Zhao like that? Qi Xiaoyu glanced at him and scoffed. Oh, Zhao Chun, have you acquired a pet? It looks promising. The outer sect disciple, furious, declared, how dare you? I am Lu Yan, one of the top 10 outer sect disciples. You dare speak so insolently to our senior brother? Qi Xiaoyu laughed mockingly. Did I say the dog was you? Why the eagerness to claim it? Is Zhao Chen's excrement that delectable? Lu Yan, seething, felt the urge to retaliate, but with law enforcement disciples surrounding them, he restrained himself. Just don't let me encounter you on stage. Otherwise, you shall surely meet your demise. Lu Yan threatened. Qi Xiaoyu shrugged. You frighten me. Just then, another voice of derision echoed. When did you become someone else's dog? The speaker, clad in azure, was none other than Wang Chan, an inner sect disciple. Lu Yan, startled, frowned. Wang Chan, what is your intention? Are you standing up for this brat? Wang Chan smirked. And if I am? What will you do about it? Lu Yan's expression darkened, perplexed by Wang Chan's unexpected support for Qi Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Chan had been discreetly observing Qi Xiaoyu, and upon learning of his status as a second-tier alchemist, resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Having a high-ranking alchemist friend was invaluable, not to mention, after meeting Qi Xiaoyu, he could purchase premium qi-boosting pills at a discounted price. Zhao Chen let out a cold snort, gazing at Qi Xiaoyu with icy determination. I am at the qi refinement stage and can participate in the outer sect tournament. Once I reach the second round, I shall challenge you to a duel. I hope you possess the courage to accept, for I intend to engage you in a battle to the death. With that, Zhao Chen turned on his heel and walked away, disregarding Wang Chan entirely. Xiaoyu brother. At that moment, a sweet, melodious voice rang out. A charming girl, dressed in a blue dress and appearing to be around 10 years old, excitedly sprinted towards them. Xiao Zhuzhu. Upon seeing the newcomer, a radiant smile blossomed on Qi Xiaoyu's face. Xiao Zhuzhu dashed forward, enveloping Qi Xiaoyu in a tight embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I missed you so much, Xiaoyu brother. It had been a year since they last met, their only communication through letters. Xiao Zhuzhu had grown significantly taller, her previous malnourishment now a thing of the past, as she stood proudly at his shoulder height. Qi Xiaoyu affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. His expression warm. I missed you too. Have you been happy at Shingan Peak? Xiao Zhu nodded enthusiastically. The senior brothers and sisters have treated me wonderfully. But it's just not the same without you. Xiaoyu brother, I've reached the 8th level of qi refinement. In just 6 months, I shall attain perfection in my practice. And then I can freely descend the peak to visit you. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Qi Xiaoyu's praise. Haha, our Xiao Zhuzhu is indeed impressive, a prodigious young lady. Qi Xiaoyu raised his thumb in admiration, feeling a twinge of envy. Such remarkable talent and spiritual roots allowed for rapid progress in cultivation, unlike his own slower advancement. Zhao Chen, witnessing the closeness between Xiao Zhu and Qi Xiaoyu, felt a surge of anger rise within him. He clenched his fists. He regarded Xiao Zhuzhu as his destined partner. In his mind, she was his. And such intimacy with Qi Xiaoyu was intolerable. He could not restrain himself from interjecting, Xiao Zhu, Qi Xiaoyu is merely of inferior spiritual roots. Both you and I are destined for immortality. He no longer belongs to our world. It is best to maintain a distance. Xiao Zhuzhu furrowed her delicate brows. What does my relationship with Xiaoyu brother have to do with you? She harbored a strong dislike for Zhao Chun, for it was his grandfather who had once sought to sacrifice her. Zhao Chun found himself at a loss for words, his gaze toward Qi Xiaoyu growing increasingly hostile. Qi Xiaoyu disregarded Zhao Chun's remarks, smiling warmly at Xiao Zhizhu. It's been a year, and you've grown so much taller and cuter. When you grow up, you'll surely be a stunning beauty. Really? Do you think I'm pretty, Xiaoyu brother? She inquired, her eyes wide with hope. Indeed, you are adorable, Qi Xiaoyu replied, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks, which still retained a hint of baby fat. Then will you marry me, Xiaoyu brother? Xiao Zhizhu asked eagerly. Qi Xiaoyu's smile faltered, and he chuckled softly as he tapped her forehead. What are you thinking? Focus on your cultivation. You are destined to become a little fairy. Xiao Zhizhu pouted. That doesn't change the fact that I like you, Xiaoyu brother. Qi Xiaoyu rubbed her head and remarked. Once you grow older and encounter more geniuses and outstanding young talents, your perspective will undoubtedly change. Beside her, Wang Chan chuckled. You must be the esteemed junior sister Zhu. A pleasure to finally meet you. I am Wang Chan, a friend of junior brother Qi. Little Bamboo politely nodded in response. Senior brother Wang. Wang Chan gazed at the contest arena and began. This year's grand competition differs somewhat from those of previous years. Are you aware of this, junior brother Qi? Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity, is there some hidden news? Wang Chan nodded. The Sangyan secret realm is about to be unveiled. Those who perform exceptionally in this grand competition will be granted entry into the Sangyan secret realm. Sangyan secret realm? Qi Xiaoyu questioned, clearly not well informed about it. Wang Chan explained. The Sangyan secret realm is a small world located in the southwestern region of our state, sealed by formations, and opens once every 50 years. It is rich in spiritual energy, abundant with rare materials, and offers numerous opportunities. The primary herbs for refining foundation establishment pills and various spirit herbs flourish within. During its opening, the sect sends a select group of outstanding inner and outer disciples to gather herbs and treasures, all of which must be surrendered to the sect. In return, disciples are rewarded with 1/10 of the herb's value in spirit stones, allowing them to accumulate substantial contribution points. It is indeed a significant opportunity. Many predecessors have transformed their lives through the Songyun secret realm. While the herbs collected must be submitted to the sect, any spiritual fruits found can be consumed beforehand, yielding immense benefits. Qi Xiaoyu began to grasp the concept, realizing it was akin to a side quest in a game world. Is senior brother Wang planning to participate? She asked. Wang Chan affirmed, I must compete. If I can locate the Foundation Establishment spirit herbs, the sect will reward me with Foundation Establishment pills. With those, my chances of breaking through to the Dao Foundation realm will significantly increase. However, it is also fraught with danger. Aside from the beasts within, other sects will send their disciples as well, leading to inevitable conflicts over interests, and fatalities are unavoidable. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu dismissed the idea of entering, deciding instead to focus on alchemy and steady cultivation. With the aid of the 9 heavens leaving fire furnace and the swallowing elephant sutra, she felt confident that she could surpass others through diligent development. At that moment, the elder in charge began to announce the names of participants, including Qi Xiaoyu and those compared to her. The selection process was random, where the drawn names determined who would compete. Qingxiao Peak Qiyu. Do we have such a disciple in Qingxiao Peak? Is he a new arrival? I have never seen him at the gatherings of outer disciples. He must be someone who prefers solitude, one remarked. Qiyu. Is he not the Qiyu who bears a vendetta against Zhao Chun for the murder of his father? Several disciples of Qingxiao Peak speculated, unfamiliar with Qi Xiaoyu. Senior sister, isn't that the lad from the Spirit Beast Chamber? He is also a disciple of our Qingxiao Peak? Chu Xiangwei exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Yuqiu cast a glance at Qi Xiaoyu, who had taken the stage, and nodded, remarking, Indeed, it is he. I have a rather profound impression of this junior brother. She couldn't help but recall Qi Xiaoyu's formidable weapon, which was truly piercing to the heart. The mastery of his fire python technique had reached an astounding level, ensuring he would shine brilliantly in the competition. Jiang Yuqiu was resolute in her thoughts, reminiscing about the moment she departed, watching the fire python soar into the sky with an awe-inspiring presence. Chu Xiangwei scoffed, I can't believe it. Zhou Hai, a young man appearing to be in his 20s and possessing a cultivation level of the 7th tier of Qi refinement, had been an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect for several years, having entered as a mid-grade spiritual root. Zhou Hai and Qi Xiaoyu exchanged respectful gestures. Zhou Hai promptly summoned his magical artifact, revealing 3 palm-sized flying knives, which did not compare to flying swords. Junior brother Qi, please, Zhou Hai announced. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaoyu replied, Senior Brother Zhou, your magic power is tremendous. As a newcomer to the outer sect, my offensive capabilities are lacking, I concede. After expressing his respect, Qi Xiaoyu leapt down from the stage. This scene momentarily stunned Zhou Hai. He had surrendered just like that? The elder serving as the referee for the duel slightly shook his head, jotting down a note next to Qi Xiaoyu's name, timid as a mouse, unworthy of cultivation. The disciples of Qingxia Peak were equally taken aback, quickly expressing their discontent. Is this how one concedes? Isn't this a disgrace to our Qingxia Peak? Indeed. To surrender without a fight demonstrated a lack of courage. However, considering he had just entered the outer sect, it was perhaps understandable that he had yet to grasp any spells. What a waste, too timid to represent Qingxia Peak. The outer disciples of Qingxia Peak grumbled in dissatisfaction. High above, the peak master He Hongji observed from the viewing platform, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, revealing her displeasure. It was exceedingly rare for disciples to concede outright in the grand competition, as it was deemed a profoundly humiliating act, akin to submitting a blank examination paper. Even aimlessly scribbling would be preferable to handing in nothing. Beside her, the master of Qingyan Peak, young Bingwe, smiled and remarked, Junior sister He. Your outer disciples from Qingxia Peak possess a certain charm. They seem to understand the importance of discretion. He Hongji responded coolly, if Senior Brother Yang appreciates him, then he may be assigned to your Qingyan Peak. Huh, never mind. We at Qingyan Peak have no need for such talent. Among the observing disciples, Yin Tong looked somewhat displeased. This individual, clearly not lacking in strength, had chosen to surrender without a fight. He had even bribed several experts among the outer disciples, hoping to hinder Qi Xiaoyu should they cross paths. Now, with this person conceding without engaging, how could his hired help have an opportunity? Truly a waste. Lacking even the courage to battle, Zhao Chun sneered inwardly. He too was at the 7th tier of Qi refinement. And among all the superior spiritual root disciples in his cohort, he was the most diligent and swift in his cultivation. Qi Xiaoyu paid no heed to the peculiar gazes surrounding him, while Wang Chan appeared somewhat astonished. Sensing that this junior brother Qi seemed to harbor little interest in entering the Songyan secret realm, the elder referee of the duel platform announced the names of 2 contestants, Zhao Chen from Qi Bai Peak and Li Shuang from Qingxia Peak. This time, it was Zhao Chen who was chosen. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he possessed only the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage, allowing him to participate in the outer sect competition. It was said that Zhao Chun was among the most diligent and rapidly progressing disciples of the last batch, with superior spiritual roots. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Chun took a light step, his movements as graceful as a bird alighting upon the dual platform, indicating that he had indeed mastered commendable agility techniques. With a single leap, he soared across a distance of several meters, showcasing the proficiency of his bird step technique. Many spectators expressed their admiration for Zhao Chun's remarkable agility. Upon reaching the dual platform, his opponent was a woman named Li Shuang, clad in a black dress, whose expression reflected a hint of gravity. Both were at the 7th level of Qi refinement. However, Li Shuang had been a disciple of the sect for several years, while Zhao Chun had only joined a little over a year ago. Zhao Chun wore a broad smile, presenting himself with elegance as he extended his hand, saying, Senior sister Li, please. Although he was an inner sect disciple, he referred to himself as a junior brother in front of his older outer sect counterpart. Endearing himself to the audience, Li Shuang replied with a slight smile, Then I shall not hold back. Please, Zhao junior brother, guide me. With that, she unleashed her true energy, drawing her long sword with a swift motion. She dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of sword flowers that coalesced into a multitude of sword shadows aimed at Zhao Chen. The sword shadows split into numerous forms, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Zhao Chen responded in kind, twisting his wrist as he wielded his sword, creating a swirling vortex that clashed against Li Shuang's sword shadows, successfully countering her assault. In an instant, a flying sword shot forth from Li Shuang's storage bag, aimed directly at Zhao Chen's body. A pendant hung around Zhao Chun's neck, a defensive artifact that radiated a soft golden light, forming a protective barrier. The flying sword struck the barrier with a resounding clang, only to be deflected away. An exceptional protective artifact indeed, capable of withstanding attacks from the 9th level of Qi refinement. It was no wonder Zhao Chun, a prodigy with superior spiritual roots and the disciple of the Grand Elder of Qingbai Peak, possessed such remarkable assets. Many in the crowd displayed expressions of envy. A high-grade protective artifact was worth 700 to 800 spiritual stones, a luxury most outer sect disciples could scarcely afford. After successfully blocking Li Shuang's flying sword, Zhao Qin swiftly retreated while forming a hand seal. His true energy connected with the spiritual energy of the heavens, surging forward to coalesce before him into a pale blue bird, a full yard in size. The wind bird technique had reached perfection. This sight elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The azure wind bird, enveloped in a powerful current, surged toward Li Shuang with tremendous force. Li Shuang's expression shifted dramatically as she summoned her own mid-grade protective artifact, a bronze shield that expanded slightly, emitting a semicircular glow to defend against the incoming attack. With a thunderous crash, the wind bird collided with the bronze shield, releasing an astonishing pressure akin to an explosive blast, shattering the shield and sending it flying. The overwhelming force knocked Li Shuang back, causing her to spit blood as she was propelled off the dual platform. Zhao Qin retracted his energy, clasped his fists in a gesture of respect, and smiled, saying, "Thank you for the lesson." Zhao Qin, the esteemed junior disciple, exuded an aura of valor, prompting numerous disciples from Qi Bai Peak to cheer fervently. The Grand Elder, Xia Guoming, wore a countenance of profound satisfaction. For this disciple possessed not only a rare spiritual root but also remarkable comprehension and diligence. He held immense affection for him, believing him to be the most promising candidate to inherit his legacy. In fact, he speculated that even the exceptionally gifted Li Shaozhi might not surpass his disciple's prowess. The enmity between Qi Yu and Zhao Qin, driven by a vendetta, foreshadowed a grim future for Qi Yu given Zhao Qin's extraordinary talents and capabilities. It was clear that comparing the two was futile. One soared above the heavens while the other languished below. Many outer sect disciples cast sympathetic glances towards Qi Xiaoyu, who, it was rumored, had completed a top-tier task of grade C, though the details of its execution remained shrouded in mystery, rendering him hesitant to participate in the outer sect competition. The tale of Zhao Qin's remarkable performance and his feud with Qi Xiaoyu spread like wildfire among the outer sect disciples. As Qi Xiaoyu munched on seeds, he squinted slightly, taken aback by the unexpected developments. This individual had evidently made significant strides over the past year. Yet, it was not surprising, considering he had ascended to the first level of Qi refinement within a month of joining and had the esteemed Grand Elder of Qi Bai Peak as his mentor, coupled with innate talent and ample resources. Although he had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, he remained overlooked by others primarily due to his inferior spiritual root. Rapid advancement in the Qi refinement stage was inconsequential. A lack of spiritual aptitude meant that even the most fortuitous encounters with rare treasures could only yield limited gains. What lay ahead in the journey of cultivation? The Qi refinement stage was merely the beginning. After stepping down from the stage, Zhao Qin cast a glance filled with menace and provocation towards Qi Xiaoyu, his gaze akin to that directed at a lifeless entity. The other dueling platforms of the outer sect competition were abuzz with fervor, punctuated by gasps and roars of excitement. By the conclusion of the first day, 500 to 600 participants had engaged in the competition, which extended into the early hours of the morning. As the crowd dispersed to rest, many gathered in groups, reminiscing about the day's thrilling contests and the exceptional performances witnessed. Qi Xiaoyu benefited greatly from the experience, having encountered an array of extraordinary spells that surpassed the visual spectacle of any film from his previous life. On the following morning, around 7 o'clock, the second day of the competition commenced, and Qi Xiaoyu did not miss this opportunity. Recognizing it as a valuable chance to broaden his horizons and gauge the strengths of others concerning spells and magical artifacts, the outer sect competition continued for 5 days, with several rounds of contests held. Among the 3,000 outer sect disciples of Qi refinement, only 38 remained undefeated. Over the course of 5 days, Qi Xiaoyu was drawn to compete 3 times but chose to concede each match without contesting. The disciples of Qingxia Peak expressed their discontent towards him, and many directed scornful remarks his way, with some even bestowing upon him the mocking moniker Qi 3 Escapes. Yet, who among them could discern the hidden serpent, biding its time to reveal its fangs only when the true target was in sight? The undefeated disciples were afforded the privilege of selecting their opponents or relying on a draw. When Zhao Qin's name was announced, he eagerly ascended the stage. "Zhao Qin, will you draw lots or choose your opponent?" The opportunity to choose a challenger arises but once, and one cannot select someone they have already vanquished. The presiding elder turned to Zhao Qin, who resolutely declared, "I wish to select a challenger. I bear a profound enmity with the outer sect disciple, Qi Yu. I request a life and death match. I hope the elder will grant this." A life and death match. This promises to be intriguing. Qi Yu is certain to meet his demise. I anticipated that Zhao Chen would allocate this opportunity to Qi Xiaoyu. The crowd of disciples below erupted in murmurs, their gazes fixed upon Qi Xiaoyu. The elder serving as the judge furrowed his brow slightly. In a life-and-death match, the usual rules need not apply. He glanced at Qi Xiaoyu, who had voluntarily forfeited right from the first day and had subsequently surrendered in 2 more matches, his expression deepening in concern. 3 battles conceded without a fight. He held a vivid impression of Qi Xiaoyu. The judge elder stated flatly, Qi Xiaoyu, Zhao Chen has called for a life-and-death match with you. Do you accept? Consent is necessary for such a confrontation, yet he presumed Qi Xiaoyu would surely decline, as he had shown no desire for conventional combat. To his surprise, Qi Xiaoyu clapped his hands and declared, I accept the challenge. Qiyu agreed to the match. This was astonishing. This individual had forfeited prior battles, yet now he accepted Zhao Chen's grim invitation. Was he spurred by some sudden impulse? Had Qi-san lost his mind? Surrounding disciples regarded Qi Xiaoyu with incredulous expressions, disbelief etched on their faces. Upon witnessing Qi Xiaoyu's acceptance, Zhao Chen's heart soared with joy. Had Qi Xiaoyu declined, it would have been significantly more challenging for him to eliminate Qi Xiaoyu openly, given the restrictions against harming fellow disciples. Qi Xiaoyu ascended the dueling platform amidst countless astonished gazes, his demeanor markedly different from the timorousness he had displayed when surrendering. As the two took their positions on the platform, the judge elder was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist offering a caution. Qi Xiaoyu, the challenge posed by Zhao Chen is a life-and-death match, meaning your safety will not be guaranteed throughout the duel. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, affirming, I understand. I willingly engage in this life-and-death battle to resolve our grievances. The judge elder scrutinized Qi Xiaoyu deeply, choosing not to elaborate further, and nodded in acknowledgement. This match is declared a life-and-death duel, witnessed by all. Both parties are here of their own volition, Honduras. This contest will not only determine superiority but will also settle the question of life and death. A life-and-death match on the 4th dueling platform? Let us hasten to witness. How fascinating that during this festive season, someone dares to challenge to a life-and-death battle. The elder's proclamation drew the attention of disciples surrounding other platforms. Typical duels are usually restrained, lacking the ferocity of true combat. Yet, in a life-and-death match, the aim is to obliterate the opponent. Hee, junior sister. Your outer sect disciple certainly possesses a unique spirit. He forfeits in conventional duels, yet boldly accepts a life-and-death challenge. Could it be that his prior defeats were merely a ruse to conceal his true strength? Speculated Yang Bingwei, the master of Qingyan Peak. The master of Qingxia Peak. He Hongji was equally taken aback, having placed Qi Xiaoyu on her blacklist due to his previous 3 forfeits. She was astonished to witness him now exhibiting the courage to accept a life-and-death battle. Little you brother, Xiao Zhu watched Qi Xiaoyu's departing figure, her heart brimming with concern. Despite her cultivation being at the 8th level of Qi refinement, she doubted her ability to defeat Zhao Chen, who was merely 1 level beneath her. She believed her mastery of spells paled in comparison to Zhao Chen's. Junior brother Qi is far too impulsive, Wang Chan expressed his unease, puzzled as to why Qi Xiaoyu had acted so recklessly when he had previously shown restraint. In his eyes, Qi Xiaoyu's future achievements would undoubtedly surpass Zhao Chen's, rendering any confrontation unnecessary. Does this coward truly wish for death by agreeing to a life-and-death duel with junior brother Zhao? Zhu Xiangwei, who had a poor impression of Qi Xiaoyu, was equally astonished. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuqiu observed with a knowing expression, this brother possesses a remarkable depth of cunning. Is he waiting for this very moment? The crowd surrounding the duel platform grew increasingly dense, surpassing the onlookers at other platforms as many inner disciples flocked to witness the spectacle. The presiding elder intoned gravely, have you both considered this carefully? As fellow disciples, the sect can mediate common disputes. In the path of immortality, life is precious, and death should not be sought without necessity. Zhao Chen clasped his fists and replied, Elder, Qi Xiaoyu bears a grudge against me for the murder of my father and the annihilation of my family. We cannot coexist, and one must die. Those unaware of their enmity were taken aback. How could such a young Qi Xiaoyu harbor such a ruthless heart, capable of slaying Zhao Chen's entire family? Zhao Chen's master, the grand elder of Qi Bai Peak, remarked with a grim countenance, this child, so young, already possesses such a malicious intent. He will surely be a calamity in the future. He Hongji, the master of Qingxia Peak, scoffed, senior brother Xia, as if you were some paragon of virtue. Your hands are likely stained with far more blood than Qi Xiaoyu's. Being an outer disciple of Qingxia Peak, she felt compelled to defend Qi Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to her, the connection between Qi Xiaoyu and Elder Miao was deeper than she realized. Otherwise, her defense would have been even more fervent. Although Elder Miao was her doubt partner, he had seldom contacted Yihongji in recent years, perhaps sensing the brevity of his time and deliberately distancing himself from that relationship. Elder Xiao Guaning snorted dismissively, stating, "All those I have slain deserve their fate." Yihongji retorted, "But who can ascertain that those Qi Xiao you killed were not deserving of their demise? If you have not thoroughly investigated, you should refrain from hastily judging a disciple's character. Without clarity, your words may mislead others and ruin their lives." Elder Xia's expression darkened, yet he chose not to continue the argument with Yihongji. Realizing that the animosity between the two could not be reconciled, the presiding elder ceased to elaborate further. Although his prior admonition was a necessary formality, Qi Xiaoyu, appearing harmless, had proven to be remarkably ruthless, having annihilated Zhao's entire lineage. How had such a heartless being not been apprehended by the authorities? Many, unaware of the true circumstances, began to vilify Qi Xiaoyu. No. Little Yu brother is not a villain. He is a good person. Zhao Qin's grandfather, father, and uncles are the true wrongdoers. They, along with the shaman, are malevolent beings, sacrificing villagers to appease the water monkeys, engaging in corrupt practices that endanger lives. They deserve to perish. Upon hearing numerous individuals slandering Qi Xiaoyu, Li Xiaozu felt an immediate surge of indignation, passionately defending Qi Xiaoyu. Many were taken aback, glancing at her, this prodigious young girl, a disciple of the sect leader. Qi Xiaoyu also caught wind of the disparagement directed at him. He refrained from retorting, his gaze icy as it fixed on Zhao Chun. In turn, Zhao Chun met his cold stare, brimming with murderous intent. "Qi Xiaoyu, our enmity will finally reach a resolution. For over a year, I have been consumed by thoughts of avenging my family by killing you. I will ensure that you die in the most excruciating manner, before the eyes of all present. I will have you torn to shreds." Qi Xiaoyu nonchalantly shrugged, replying, "Those who chatter will meet their demise swiftly." Zhao Qin's internal energy surged, causing his robes to billow as his long hair danced in the wind. With a swift flick of his wrist, a flying sword shot forth, aimed directly at Qi Xiaoyu's lower abdomen. In response, Qi Xiaoyu pointed his sword, and with a whoosh, another flying sword emerged from his storage pouch, hurtling towards Zhao Qin's sword at an even swifter pace, colliding with it. The sound of clashing metal erupted, sparks flying as Zhao Qin's sword was deflected. Astonished, Zhao Qin realized that this adversary possessed a flying sword as well, one evidently not a mere low-grade artifact bestowed by the sect, but a specialized flying sword. Though surprised, he surged forward with his energy, propelled by the enchanted boots and his agile movements, resembling a great bird in flight. Drawing his longsword, he unleashed a brilliant flash of sword light, his blade dancing as he executed 7 or 8 sword blooms aimed at Qi Xiaoyu. It was evident he had devoted considerable effort to his swordsmanship. What a display of sword blooms! To conjure 7 or 8 simultaneously was a feat that Zhao S. Jr. had mastered. Indeed, it had only been a little over a year, and he had also perfected the windbird technique. Many fellow swordsmen could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, in the next instant, Qi Xiaoyu reached into his storage pouch and brandished a black long spear, swirling it in a manner reminiscent of a windmill, conjuring a fierce gale. Clang, clang, clang. The 7 or 8 sword blooms were all shattered against the impenetrable defense of the spear. Qi Xiaoyu spun, suddenly thrusting the spear forward. The speed and force of this strike were astonishing, nearly instantaneously reaching Zhao Chun. The radiance of Zhao Chun's protective artifact flared to life, but under the might of the spear, it shattered like glass. The spear aimed for Zhao Chun's throat, and his face paled as his protective jade token expanded like a shield to block the attack. Boom! The spear collided with the jade token, creating fissures across its surface, the tremendous force rebounding and causing Zhao Chun to stagger back several steps. The spear had pierced through the defenses of a high-grade protective artifact, injuring its very essence. The sheer power of that strike was staggering. This scene elicited gasps from the onlookers below. Zhao Chun retreated step by step, his blood surging with agitation, and astonishment flickered in his eyes. Had it not been for the protective artifact, that single thrust could have claimed his life. The elder referee, closest to the scene and most attuned to the event, was taken aback. The force behind that strike was likely bolstered by 10,000 pounds of power. This young lad could not possibly possess such explosive vitality. Had he also honed his physical form? Ignoring the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Qi Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful burst from his feet, propelling himself forward like a leopard, his hands gripping the spear as he executed a fierce downward strike, a move known as Heavenly Smash within his spear technique. Zhao Chun, summoning his true energy, hastily dodged, but the spear crashed down with a resounding bang, shattering the granite beneath him and sending debris flying in a thunderous explosion. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Chun formed seals with his hands, channeling his true energy as the surrounding spiritual essence surged. Suddenly, a massive azure windbird, a foot in size, materialized before him. The windbird soared through the air with incredible speed, creating a tempest in its wake. Qi Xiaoyu, a cultivator, was no mere martial artist. Spells were the true means of power. Zhao Chun sneered, unleashing his windbird technique without reservation, its impact comparable to a bomb detonating at close range. The perfected windbird technique. Qi Xiaoyu was doomed. The force of this strike could easily obliterate someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Chun was truly astounded. His swordsmanship was exceptional, yet this spell was cultivated to such heights in a short time. It took him 5 years to achieve perfection with the windbird technique. The comparison was disheartening. At the 6th level of Qi refinement, receiving this blow would undoubtedly result in a shattered physique. Some timid female disciples could hardly bear to watch, while many bloodthirsty male disciples eagerly anticipated the gruesome spectacle. Yet, Qi Xiaoyu simply crushed a red spirit stone in his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. And with the other hand, he formed a seal. A vast expanse of flames erupted around him, coalescing into shape. Hiss, a colossal fire python, as thick as a water barrel, took form. The fire python roared, instantly unleashing an astonishing wave of heat that surged toward the windbird technique. Boom. The collision between the fire python and the windbird technique was cataclysmic, the giant serpent devouring the bird as the latter was obliterated by the fiery onslaught. Exploding into a fiery display, the fire python, though diminished in grandeur, still retained a semblance of life, imbued with divine intent. Coiling its body and lunging once more at Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun's face drained of color. His windbird technique had been completely shattered. That was the fire python technique. Hiss. How could he possibly wield the perfected fire python technique? In the winter, this individual demonstrated such mastery. Many inner disciples gasped in disbelief. On the viewing platform, the master of Qingxia Peak, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise, marveled at Qi Xiaoyu's display of skill. How intriguing. No wonder he had just crushed a fire spirit stone. His fire spirit energy was insufficient. Yang Bingwei, the master of Qingyan Peak, chuckled. Isn't there a chance that Brother Xia's disciple might face a setback? Xia Guanming frowned in silence, his gaze fixed intently on the two combatants. Zhao Chun's protective talisman once again radiated brilliance to counter the fire python technique. As the technique struck with a thunderous roar, flames erupted, shattering the defensive artifact's glow. The enlarged jade tablet braced against the oncoming inferno, yet the searing heatwave scorched Zhao Chun's skin in an instant. Suddenly, a flying sword shot forth at a speed nearing the sound barrier, swiftly circling around to pierce Zhao Chun's back. With a sickening sound, the sword penetrated his back, emerging from his chest like a bullet, narrowly missing his heart. The flames obscured Qi Xiaoyu's vision, diminishing his accuracy. This velocity was the true essence of Qi Xiaoyu's thunderous phoenix sword technique, unmatched even by disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Chun screamed in agony, blood spattering from his mouth as his internal organs were damaged, causing him to stagger forward, blood erupting from his chest. Die! Qi Xiaoyu coldly gestured, and the flying sword turned back, aiming for Zhao Chun's head. However, as the sword struck, it collided with a golden barrier, producing a sharp sound as it shattered into pieces. A golden orb had interposed itself in front of Zhao Chun, providing him protection. The presiding elder's gaze shifted to the spectator stand, where other peak masters and elders also turned their attention to Xia Guanming. Xia Guanming's expression darkened. Indeed, he was the one who had just intervened to save Zhao Chun's life. Qi Xiaoyu advanced towards the golden barrier, brandishing a spear to strike down. When it connected, the impact felt as though it had struck an unyielding steel surface, the force of the recoil tearing through the muscles of his palm, blood oozing forth. He retreated, bewildered by the nature of this artifact, its defensive prowess astonishingly formidable. His gaze fell upon the source of the artifact's brilliance, landing on the elder who had just disparaged his character. He Hongji, the master of Qingxia Peak, spoke. Brother Xia, what is the meaning of this? Xia Guanming forced a smile. Esteemed colleagues, my disciple has been defeated. Let us spare his life. It is rare in my later years to receive such a gifted disciple. The other peak masters frowned slightly but remained silent. The presiding elder was at a loss for words, contemplating whether it was worth offending the grand elder of Qi Bai Peak for the sake of a lowly outer disciple. The sect leader remained silent with closed eyes. Though He Hongji felt a flicker of annoyance, he ultimately refrained from confrontation. Observing the silence from others, the presiding elder sensed tacit approval and addressed Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu, you have won. Blood flowed from Qi Xiaoyu's hands as he gripped his spear tightly, gritting his teeth. I refuse to accept this. What did you say? The presiding elder frowned, his gaze now laced with authority. Qi Xiaoyu defiantly met his eyes. I refuse to accept this. This is a life and death duel. And it was evident that an elder from the sect intervened to protect Zhao Chun. On what grounds? Others recognized the truth as well. Even those who had not seen it clearly speculated on who had intervened. It was undoubtedly Zhao Chun's master, Xia Guanming of Qingbai Peak. In regard to such matters, a number of external disciples harbored feelings of discontent, yet more were resigned to their fate, for where in this world is there true fairness? This exemplifies the distinction between having a master and lacking one. The presiding elder cast a glance at Xia Guanming, who then spoke. Young man, one must show mercy where it is due. You have triumphed. Let us put aside our grievances from this day forth. Qi Xiaoyu laughed, a laugh filled with fury. How dare this elder of the sect presume such authority? Can a senior member of the sect intervene in a life and death duel at will? You proclaim our enmity resolved. Yet can you assure that Zhao Chun will not continue to harbor ill will towards me in secret? Had I been the one facing death just now, would any elder have come to my aid? His final words were directed at the various peak masters and elders of Qing and sect, his gaze unwavering and defiant. His audacity rendered the present peak masters and elders visibly uncomfortable, internally lamenting how this junior lacked worldly wisdom. How dare he speak such words? You should know better than to utter them. Impudent! Xia Guanming exclaimed in fury, unleashing a terrifying mental pressure that bore down upon Qi Xiaoyu. In an instant, Qi Xiaoyu felt as though a mountain had fallen upon him, and he collapsed to his knees, the ground meeting him with a thud. What is your standing to dare question an elder of the sect in such a manner? Xia Guanming's voice was stern and commanding. Trembling, Qi Xiaoyu gripped his spear, thrusting it into the ground and using it as a crutch to withstand the elder's oppressive force. His eyes blazed crimson as he rasped, Elder, you have contravened the sect's rules. Why should I not question you? You insolent child. Xia Guanming's face contorted with anger, yet he summoned a formidable energy, seeking to teach Qi Xiaoyu a lesson. You are the one who is insolent, old man. What is wrong with my disciple's words? Is it that Qingyun sect is unjust and does not permit questions? Figures emerged from the crowd, one of whom spoke with a resonant voice imbued with profound essence. The crowd parted, their gazes turning towards the newcomers, respect evident in their expressions. It was Master Murong, one of the alchemists Pavilion, and Elder Miao, both esteemed fourth-tier alchemists. Those who recognized them hastened to pay their respects. The 6 peak masters and elders upon the observation platform also rose in acknowledgement. Even the sect leader of Qingyun sect stood, cupping his fist in greeting, Master Murong, Elder Miao. These 2 fourth-tier alchemists held status and influence that rivaled even his own. Master Murong returned the salute, exchanging pleasantries. Xia Guanming's countenance darkened slightly, for his earlier remarks had evidently been a retort from Miao Zhenqing. Had he ever crossed paths with this elder from the alchemist pavilion? What business was it of theirs to interfere in the affairs of their sect? Master Qi Xiaoyu, upon seeing the newcomers, felt a slight sting in his nose, even as he gradually awakened memories of his past life after his rebirth. He remained but a mere adolescent in this existence. Miao Zhenqing spoke gently, Xiaoyu, others may have masters, and you too have a master. You are not alone. Young or old, you have a mentor. Qi Xiaoyu fought back tears, bowing deeply. Yes. The exchange between them left many onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Master Miao. Is he the mentor of Qi Xiaoyu? One by one, they gazed at Qi Xiaoyu in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. On the observation platform, a peak master suddenly awakened, recognizing him. Those who had attended Master Miao's elevation banquet to the 4th-tier alchemist recalled that more than half a year ago, Master Miao had taken on a disciple. That disciple's appearance was none other than Qi Xiaoyu. He Hongji also exhibited a degree of astonishment. This lad is the disciple of that dead ghost? Why had he never mentioned it to her? Elder Xia Guanming's expression turned grim as he said, Brother Miao. Qi Xiaoyu is your disciple? Miao Zhenqing replied indifferently, Indeed, Elder Xia. Is there any distinction between mistreating my disciple and mistreating me, Miao Zhenqing? Xia Guanming's countenance shifted dramatically, his mood fluctuating. Who would have known this lad was your disciple? The sect master of Qingyun also wore a look of surprise. How was it that Miao Zhenqing's disciple was merely an outer disciple in the sect? Murong interjected, Friend from the heavenly sea, I recall that in life and death duels, Outsiders are not permitted to intervene, correct? That is your own sect's rule. Although Qi Yu is a disciple of your Qinyan sect, he is also an alchemist of my alchemist pavilion. You cannot show such favoritism towards another disciple. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The pavilion master of the alchemist pavilion was openly supporting Qi Xiaoyu. Mu Tian'ai glanced at Zhao Chen, who clutched his chest, having already consumed a healing elixir. His face pale. At that moment, Zhao Chen's heart was tumultuous with shock. Qi Xiaoyu was an alchemist and also the disciple of Master Miao. Although Master Miao's cultivation was not as profound as his own master's, the latter would have to yield in status and societal standing. How could this be? This scoundrel. This useless wretch, how could he possess such powerful backing? His eyes reddened with rage, his entire body trembling, and his wounds throbbed painfully. Mu Tianhai's lips moved as he communicated with Miao Zhengqing and Morong Wan through sound transmission. Certain matters were naturally not suitable for open discussion. Miao Zhengqing snorted coldly, his lips also moving slightly to convey something. A flicker of shock appeared in Mu Tianhai's eyes as he regarded Qi Xiaoyu, then fell into silence. After a moment, he spoke. Indeed, the sect's regulations do not allow outsiders to interfere in life and death duels. Therefore, the contest shall continue. Sect Master. This, Xia Guanming looked at the sect master in disbelief. Was this statement not tantamount to abandoning Zhao Chen? Silence. The sect master of Qingyan shot a stern glare at him, causing Xia Guanming's heart to tremble, his gaze filled with warning. Zhao Chen, upon hearing this, wore an expression of incredulity. He was gravely injured, and yet was expected to agree to continue the life and death duel, which would mean abandoning himself. Countless disciples were equally astonished, having discerned the implications, yet no fool would voice it. Qi Xiaoyu smirked inwardly, feigning gratitude as he bowed. Sect Master, your righteousness is unparalleled. Qi Xiaoyu's gaze turned towards Zhao Chen, who now displayed a look of panic, retreating a few steps. Qi Xiaoyu declared coldly, "Let us settle our grievances once and for all." Zhao Chen steadied himself, casting a glance at his master, yet Elder Xia Guanming no longer looked at him. In that instant, Zhao Chen's heart shattered. His master had forsaken him. He gritted his teeth, extracting a pill and crushing it before consuming it. His eyes, now a fierce crimson, fixed upon Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu, do not presume you have secured victory. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of formidable true energy erupted from within him. Reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, he had consumed a fury pill. Zhao Chen was prepared to fight to the death. Those with discernment recognized the gravity of the situation. As Zhao Chen roared, an immense surge of true energy surged forth, ready to condense the windbird technique once more. Boom. But suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the air. A long spear was hurled with all his might, achieving supersonic speed. Thud. The spear struck Zhao Chen's chest, obliterating his heart. Instantly, he was propelled backward by the force, crashing into a stone pillar in the plaza. Zhao Chen's eyes widened in shock as blood poured from his mouth. Glancing down at the spear that pierced his heart, he attempted to speak, but no words escaped his lips. His gaze dimmed, head drooping lifelessly, blood cascading down the pillar in a starkly vivid display. All the disciples stood agape. Witnessing the scene, Zhao Chen impaled upon the pillar, Qi Xiaoyu maintaining his throwing stance, as if time had frozen. Qi Xiaoyu slowly straightened, exhaling. Who will grant you time to cast your spells now? The sound of the explosive energy echoed. Did Zhao Chen just perish? Countless disciples snapped back to reality, their expressions still awestruck as they looked toward Qi Xiaoyu. That single shot, that decisive kill, his prowess was destined to shine as the most dazzling in this outer sect competition. Brother Xiaoyu is magnificent, cheered the little bamboo. It was over. Everyone would soon learn of Qi Shidi's identity as an alchemist. Wang Chan chuckled bitterly, wishing that no one knew just how brightly Qi Xiaoyu could shine. Otherwise, he would be the only moth drawn to the flame. Ha ha ha, splendid. Miao Lao clapped in delight. Xia Guaning's eyes darkened, concealed malice brewing within. At that moment, the disciples bore diverse expressions. Miao Lao waved his hand, and the long spear was drawn back by a forceful energy, soaring toward Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu caught it, saying, "Thank you, master." Miao Lao, surprised, noted the spear's great weight. It had nearly eluded his grasp. Qi Xiaoyu descended the platform, wielding the bloodied spear, his slender yet proud figure resembling a solitary eagle, eliciting complex gazes from the gathered disciples, reverence, envy, admiration, and jealousy. Mu Tianhai, expressionless, commanded, "The disciples of the servant class shall retrieve the body, and the internal affairs pavilion will provide compensation to the family below. The competition shall continue." The servant disciples, returning to their senses, hurried to clean up Zhao Chun's still warm corpse, knowing that Qi Xiaoyu's shadow would likely haunt them for life. He Hongji descended from the viewing platform, her face a mask of frost, approaching Miao Zhenqing. Miao Zhenqing gazed at the approaching master of Qingxiao Peak, his partner, managing an awkward smile. The two individuals now appear to belong to different eras. One is a striking woman in her 30s, exuding vitality, while the other is an elderly gentleman in his 70s. In truth, they are of similar age, but their cultivation levels and lifespans differ significantly. I thought you would never set foot in the Qingyun sect until your dying day, He Hongji remarked coldly. Miao Zhenqing rubbed his nose awkwardly and chuckled. I was invited to witness the grand competition, after all. He Hongji scoffed. You've received invitations in previous years, yet you never attended. This year, you come only because you have taken on a disciple, Haven Tiyu? Miao Zhenqing chuckled in agreement, implying acceptance of her words. With only a few years left to live, why bother teaching disciples? You should be enjoying your remaining years instead of exhausting yourself with such efforts. Your body can no longer endure the toll of alchemy, He Hongji admonished him, though her tone was more one of concern than reproach. Elder Miao turned to see Qi Xiaoyu approaching and said, Since I am nearing the end, I thought to nurture more talent for the Qingyun alchemist's estate, to pass on my legacy. This child is exceptional. I have only taken him under my wing for a little over half a year, and he is already capable of refining second-tier premium elixirs. He Hongji's face exhibited surprise at this revelation as she looked at Qi Xiaoyu. He is my outer disciple. Why did you not inform me? Are you so reluctant to trouble me with such matters, you old rascal? Please don't misunderstand. It was I who asked my master to keep it a secret, Qi Xiaoyu quickly interjected, respectfully bowing. I have met you, esteemed teacher. While he could address her as the peak master, it was evident that calling her teacher mother would foster a closer bond. Elder Miao added, This child possesses strong principles and refuses to rely on connections to elevate his status, thus I did not wish to burden you. He Hongji shot a glare at both Qi Xiaoyu and Miao Zhenqing, exclaiming, One is stubborn, the other is naive. This world is a battleground where people crush and devour one another. What good is the old generation's hard-earned connections if one does not utilize them? The notion that there are no shortcuts is but a lie to deceive the common folk without connections. Do you not understand this, being so young? If success could be achieved solely through effort, this world would be teeming with immortals and great powers. He Hongji's reprimand was mainly directed at Qi Xiaoyu. After her tirade, Qi Xiaoyu bowed again. I have learned much. Thank you for your guidance, teacher mother. Only then did He Hongji's expression soften. From today onward, you shall be an inner disciple of Qingxiao Peak. Move to reside there and do not feel embarrassed, nor should you concern yourself with others' opinions. Yes, Qi Xiaoyu dared not voice any dissent, recognizing that his teacher mother possessed a fierce temperament. His master, without a doubt, was submissive. However, given that they were in the southwestern territories, such submission was to be expected. Moronwen chuckled. All right, sister-in-law, do not chastise them further. Allow them some dignity. He Hongji shot him a disapproving glance. I want to speak of you, considering you can't even refine a premium longevity elixir. What use is this elder brother of yours? Moronwen's lips twitched, realizing he should have refrained from interjecting. The esteemed leader of the Qingyun sect smiled and said, Brother Moron, it is a rare occasion for Brother Miao to visit. Please, take a seat. The two were invited to the viewing platform, where Elder Miao instructed Qi Xiaoyu. Stay by my side. Yes, Qi Xiaoyu complied, following Elder Miao to the prime location with the best vantage point. Countless disciples of the Qingyun sect watched him ascend, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. As everyone settled in, Qi Xiaoyu quietly stood behind Elder Miao, listening to the prominent figures engage in casual banter and boastful exchanges. Elder Xia Guanming, having concluded his duties, departed with the body of Zhao Chun, leaving no reason for him to linger further. Below, the competition among the Qi refining disciples continued. Even though seasoned disciples of the 9th level of Qi refinement showcased their magnificent spells, none could compare to the breathtaking performance of Qi Xiaoyu in the minds of many. Among the 38 participants, only 19 remained, who were then divided into groups of 9, with one individual drawn by lot to sit out. Qi Xiaoyu, having dispatched Zhao Chen, was also included in this round. When Qi Xiaoyu ascended the stage again, the number of spectators gathered at the dual platform exceeded that of any other. His opponent was an experienced disciple at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who regarded Qi Xiaoyu with a grave expression. Although at the 6th level, Qi Xiaoyu wielded the perfected fire python technique, and the formidable power of his earlier spear throw and sword technique was sufficient to contend with the 9th level. However, As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Qi Xiaoyu voluntarily conceded, leaving the senior disciple in stunned disbelief. This decision also disheartened the other disciples, who had anticipated an exhilarating battle. Returning to his place behind Elder Miao, He Hongji inquired, "Why not strive for the top position?" Qi Xiaoyu respectfully replied, "Elder, my master has advised me that a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. Having been in the sect for just over a year, I wish to avoid drawing too much attention." Indeed, Qi Xiaoyu felt capable of competing for first place, yet deemed it unnecessary. He lacked for the rewards associated with such a title. Continuing to compete would only reveal more of his hidden strengths, which was not his desire. The success rate of a snake's hunting lies in its ability to conceal itself. Had it not been for the unavoidable confrontation with Zhao Qin, he would have preferred not to reveal himself at all during the external competition. Elder Miao chimed in. He has only been in the sect for a little over a year. There will be ample opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush into the spotlight. He Hongji narrowed her beautiful eyes, studying Qi Xiaoyu intently, before nodding in agreement. With a low-grade spiritual root, over a year in the sect, mastery of the fire python technique, and exceptional alchemical talents, it was impossible for him to lack secrets. However, He Hongji was not overly concerned with any secrets Qi Xiaoyu might possess. For her level of cultivation, the secrets of a practitioner at Qi Xiaoyu's level were trivial, akin to an ant hiding its secrets. Indeed, it is wise to conceal one's brilliance when necessary, He Hongji remarked approvingly. The external competition finally concluded that evening, with an unexpected dark horse emerging as the champion, an unforeseen youth who had astonished everyone. Named Wu Chongxiu, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, he astonishingly cultivated divine intent. In the final showdown, he revealed his prowess, defeating the originally favored contender for the championship with a consummate level of swordsmanship, thus securing first place. Qi Xiaoyu watched that battle intently. The strength exhibited by Wu Chongxiu instilled a sense of danger within him. Should he engage the opponent, he would likely have to exhaust his trump cards with all his might. After a decade of honing his craft, Wu Chongxiu cultivated both sword energy and divine intent within the Qi refinement realm, showcasing remarkable talent in martial arts. Alas, his spiritual root was somewhat lacking, being merely of average quality. The master of Qi Mei Peak expressed a sense of regret, for he too was a practitioner of the sword. Had Wu possessed superior spiritual roots, the master would have undoubtedly been tempted to take him on as a disciple. The influence of spiritual roots on one's future path has long been established through millennia of exploration in the cultivation community. Those with inferior spiritual roots face a success rate of merely 1 in 1,000, or even lower, when attempting to establish their foundation. Of course, exceptions exist for those with unique opportunities. For those with average spiritual roots, the success rate rises to 1%. Which can be significantly improved with the aid of foundation-building elixirs. However, the path to reaching the next level, the golden core stage, remains fraught with difficulties. For those with superior spiritual roots, the success rate for foundation establishment, especially with the assistance of elixirs, can reach 50%, even if one fails initially. Repeated attempts will likely lead to eventual success, a feat unattainable for those with average or inferior roots. This is merely a reflection of the success rate for breaking through realms. The speed of cultivation also varies, the higher the spiritual root talent. The more harmonious one becomes with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing for swifter absorption and refinement. Cultivation is a protracted journey. While inferior and average spiritual roots may temporarily surpass superior ones, the latter are still favored for their potential. As for those with exceptional spiritual roots, they're undeniably top-tier geniuses. Beyond them lie the legendary celestial roots, Tao bodies, and immortal bones, true prodigies of the universe, akin to the mythical beasts of the demon race. Wu Chongxiu's performance was indeed impressive, yet few would believe he could maintain such brilliance indefinitely. Similarly, expectations for Qi Xiaoyu were not primarily focused on his cultivation but rather on his future as an alchemist under the tutelage of Elder Miao. Some individuals shine in different areas. For instance, Elder Miao, with average spiritual roots, has stagnated at the foundation establishment stage. However, his mastery in alchemy elevates his social standing above that of many golden core practitioners. Following the conclusion of the outer sect competition, the next few days will herald the inner sect competition. This event promises even greater excitement, with more intense confrontations and spells in martial arts. Most inner sect disciples are at the spirit movement stage, having been specially recruited for their exceptional talents. The distinction between the spirit movement and Qi refinement realms is significant. In terms of inner strength and true Qi cultivation, the spirit movement stage has developed a Qi Si and Dantian, establishing a complete circulatory system through all primary meridians and the Dantian. The capacity for true Qi storage is vastly enhanced. Where the Qi refinement stage may be likened to a bucket of water, the spirit movement stage resembles a large vat. Most crucially, there is the profound aspect of mental strength, the realm of spiritual fluidity, where one's mental prowess is activated, can manifest outwardly as divine consciousness, often referred to as spiritual perception among other names. This externalization of mental energy allows one to wield the essence of true Qi to manipulate magical artifacts, achieving a mastery over true Qi that reaches an exquisite level within the microcosm. It is exceedingly difficult for those at the Qi refinement stage to overcome individuals in the realm of spiritual fluidity, as the latter can possess foresight, perceiving one's movements the instant they are initiated. The battles in the inter-sect competitions are characterized by intricate spellcasting and remarkable coordination between artifacts, where multitasking and simultaneous actions are not uncommon among those in the realm of spiritual fluidity. The combat within this realm opened Qi Xiaoyu's eyes. He realized he was incapable of deftly maneuvering a flying sword to strike an opponent while engaged in close combat. Inter-sect disciples wield their artifacts to attack foes while simultaneously employing hand seals and incantations to unleash spells. With 600 inter-sect disciples engaged in combat across numerous matches over the following days, one emerged victorious, claiming the title of champion in this inter-sect competition. Qin Shuawei, a woman from Qingxia Peak and a direct disciple of He Hongji. Her ability to control 7 artifacts, each exhibiting both offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with her spellcasting, left a profound impression on Qi Xiaoyu. The 7 artifacts operated as though 7 distinct masters were at their helm, unleashing spells of considerable potency. Qi Xiaoyu mused that should he confront her, he would likely be vanquished in a single strike, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of 7 artifacts combined with her spell attacks. He recalled the old beggar, who with a mere thought could command countless leaves, akin to a multitude of sharp blades. Such a formidable being could effortlessly extinguish him with just a thought. The world of cultivators is indeed mesmerizing. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can confront all forms of order with sheer individual power. The thrilling duels among the inter-sect disciples further ignited Qi Xiaoyu's aspirations for the future. The Lantern Festival marked the conclusive end of the annual festivities. The sect leader personally delivered a closing address, reflecting on the recent outer and inter-sect competitions. He expressed his delight in witnessing many fresh faces that had not participated the previous year, a testament to the diligence of all disciples of Qingyun sect, showcasing their unwavering commitment. This year's annual competition holds even greater significance, as a rare opportunity, occurring once every few decades, lies before you. Sect leader Mu Tianhai cast his gaze over all the disciples below. Someone murmured, "Songyun's secret realm." Mu responded, "Those well-informed may already be aware of the matter at hand, that Songyun's secret realm is set to open in the latter half of this year. The Songyun's secret realm, a vast paradise, rivals our Qingyun manor in size, teeming with abundant treasures and rare spiritual herbs. Among them are precious foundational herbs that bloom once every 50 years. And this year marks the opening day. At that time, the 6 sects of the southwestern territories will select disciples to enter and seek their fortunes. In order to preserve the delicate balance of the world within and to prevent excessive exploitation and destruction, as well as to establish rules that mitigate conflict, the 6 sects have decided upon regulations. Each sect will select 100 disciples at the Qi refinement stage and 20 disciples at the spirit motion stage to enter and seek opportunities. Thus, our sect will also choose 100 Qi refinement disciples and 20 spirit motion disciples for this purpose. The top 100 Qi refinement disciples and the top 20 spirit motion disciples from this competition will be the chosen ones. Upon hearing this, the outer and inner disciples who had successfully entered the top ranks in the competition became increasingly excited. Qi Xiaoyu furrowed his brows, realizing he would be among them. He truly did not wish to become entangled in the murky waters of this expedition. The sect leader Mu gestured towards a bulletin board outside the square. The selected list will soon be posted there, and everyone should check to see if their names are included. Those selected are to gather in the square tomorrow, as the sect will conduct an intensive 6-month training program to enhance their cultivation and strength. This is to ensure that when they enter the Songyun secret realm, they will not be outmatched by the disciples from other factions, risking their lives in vain, as there will be no sect rules to protect them, nor will we be there to shield them. After Mu Tianhai, the leader of Qingyun's sect, concluded his remarks. Many individuals rushed eagerly towards the bulletin board to see if their names were on the list. Brother Xiaoyu, let us go take a look, urged Xiaoxiu, who was eager to see. However, upon arrival, they found the area was already crowded, with people gathered around. Xiaoxiu jumped up to see, while Qi Xiaoyu chuckled, placing his hands under her armpits and lifting her onto his shoulders. Xiaoxiu's cheeks flushed slightly. Although she had often been carried this way by her brother when she was younger, she was now a young girl. Did you see? Qi Xiaoyu inquired. Xiaoxiu shook her head to dispel her wandering thoughts and focused on the announcement. On the 2 lists displayed, she was thrilled to spot Qi Yu's name among the top 100. I see it. Brother Xiaoyu, indeed it is you, she exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight, though her own name was absent, as she had not participated in the competition. As a disciple with exceptional spiritual roots, the sect treated her like a treasure, not allowing her to partake in the perilous events of the competition, nor intending to send her into the Zongyun's secret realm. After all, she was still just a girl of 10, and the sect wished to shield her from the grim realities of the cultivation world too soon, fearing it might distort her mindset. Experiences encountered with a mature mind differ vastly from those faced with an immature one, impacting one's life profoundly. There is no escaping it, unless I had declined Zhao Chen's challenge, Qi Xiaoyu sighed internally. Xiaoyu, congratulations, came the voice of Wang Yuanbao beside him. What is there to congratulate? Qi Xiaoyu responded helplessly. That Zongyun's secret realm will undoubtedly be a battleground. Well, that does seem to be the case. Wang Yuanbao scratched his head, feeling a sense of dread. Wang Chan then spoke up. Brother Qi is correct. That Zongyun's secret realm is indeed a battlefield. I have perused the family records detailing the circumstances surrounding the opening of the Zongyun's secret realm 50 years ago. His words immediately piqued the interest of Qi Xiaoyu and Wang Yuanbao. Wang Chan, also among the 20 agile disciples, narrowed his eyes and recounted, at that time. For disciples from the Wang family participated, 3 from the outer sect and 1 from the inner sect. Only 2 emerged alive, one of whom was my grandfather. Half had perished. Wang Yuanbao was taken aback. Wang Chan nodded in affirmation. At that time, there were 120 individuals from both the inner and outer sects who entered, but only 63 made it back, resulting in an almost 50% mortality rate. My grandfather would occasionally reminisce over drinks, sharing this tale with us younger generations. He said that it was there one could witness the most brutally authentic side of the cultivation world. Life, in that realm, was worth less than a single spirit herb. Human nature would regress to its primal beastly instincts. Upon reaching this juncture, he glanced around and lowered his voice. Even among fellow disciples, trust is a rare commodity, as some have resorted to mutual slaughter for the sake of coveted treasures. Such danger, wouldn't that put my brother Xiaoyu at risk? The little bamboo perched on Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder wore a concerned expression. Wang Chan patted his chest with a reassuring smile. Fear not, junior sister Zhu. I shall protect junior brother Qi. Qi Xiaoyu could easily envision the scenarios Wang Chan described. Having long dwelled at the lowest echelons of society, he had witnessed the darker aspects of human nature all too often. Within the sect, despite the existence of regulations, disciples with connections and status could easily target those lacking power. Whether through tasks or daily life, leveraging connections or monetary influence could render one's existence perilous. Not to mention in a place devoid of sect law enforcement and protective regulations. This was precisely why Qi Xiaoyu was reluctant to participate. He would not occupy the apex of the ecological hierarchy there, and he was no match for those at the agile realm. If he were a fierce tiger, in any environment, be it the vast savanna or the wilderness, his only concern would be others. Yet, as a vulnerable chick, he must learn to safeguard himself and develop in obscurity. Junior brother Qi, just stay close to me, Wang Chan offered kindly. Qi Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude and did not refuse the favor. Wang Chan, with his late-stage agile realm cultivation, was certainly not weak and had placed within the top 20 of the inter-sect competition. After the competition concluded, everyone returned to their respective quarters, and Qi Xiaoyu and Little Bamboo parted ways. However, Jiang Yuqiu approached Qi Xiaoyu. Junior brother Qi, do you remember me? She inquired with a smile in her enchanting eyes. Qi Xiaoyu nodded and replied, of course, I remember you, senior sister Jiang. Jiang Yuqiu giggled, covering her mouth. I had a feeling you would remember me. I didn't expect you to be an outer sect disciple of Qingxia Peak, or rather, now an inner sect disciple. Such a beautiful senior sister was bound to leave a lasting impression. May I ask why you have come to find me? Qi Xiaoyu asked directly. He. You are quite articulate. I am here to escort you into the inner sect, assist you with the registration process, and guide you to your new residence, Jiang Yuqiu replied, clearly pleased by Qi Xiaoyu's sweet words. I appreciate your assistance, senior sister, Qi Xiaoyu said, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Jiang Yuqiu summoned a flying boat, and the two ascended aboard it, soon arriving at a majestic and picturesque peak, Qingxia Peak. Towering at 2,000 zhang, the mountainside was already shrouded in mist. At the base, disciples stood guard at the mountain gate. The pair ascended the mountain path briskly, with Jiang Yuqiu engaging Qi Xiaoyu in conversation while introducing Qingxia Peak. Our Qingyan sect possesses an underground spiritual vein, divided into 6 major branches, each represented by its own peak. Qingxia Peak is one of them. Due to our peak master being a woman, the disciples here have predominantly been female for several generations. Most of the female cultivators across the 6 peaks of our sect are found here. If you ever seek a companion on your path, it will be far more convenient at Qingxia Peak. Though it's said that a rabbit does not eat grass near its burrow, why wander far when there is ample grass nearby? Jiang Yuqiu playfully winked at Qi Xiaoyu, her demeanor tinged with a hint of allure. Qi Xiaoyu rubbed his nose, feeling the warmth of his senior sister's gaze upon him. Upon reaching a height of 1,000 zhang, they found themselves at a midpoint adorned with numerous exquisite buildings, each a distinct courtyard, akin to villas. Many of these courtyards were embellished with vibrant flowers, their fragrances wafting through the air. Qi Xiaoyu noticed a female disciple clad in a blue dress, her beauty reminiscent of a refined Jiangnan maiden, tending to the flowers. Upon spotting Qi Xiaoyu, she expressed surprise and then smiled. You must be junior brother Xiaoyu. Your performance at the outer gate left quite an impression. I saw it myself. Welcome to our inner gate at Qingxia Peak. As she set down her watering can, a glimmer appeared in her hand, revealing a small gift for Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu glanced at Jiang Yuqiu, who responded with a smile. This is your senior sister Guiwei, renowned for her exquisite flute playing. Make sure to ask her to play for you sometime. Her melodies are nothing short of celestial. That little mouth of hers truly captivates one's heart. Do not misunderstand. I speak solely of the music she produces. Qi Xiaoyu's lips twitched slightly. This senior sister Jiang Yuqiu was somewhat of a character. Her humor was rather bold. Senior sister Guiwei shot a disapproving glance at Jiang Yuqiu, though it was evident that she was accustomed to such teasing. Thank you, senior sister. I shall not be polite. Qi Xiaoyu graciously accepted the gift offered by Jiang Yuqiu. It was a jade flute, meticulously crafted from white mutton fat jade, adorned with exquisite engravings. This is a small magical instrument I made. The sounds it produces are beneficial for relaxation and inner peace, dispelling agitation, senior sister Guiwei explained with a smile. Thank you, senior sister. This is but a token of my appreciation, Qi Xiaoyu replied, retrieving a vial of elixir from his storage pouch, an exquisite second-tier vitality pill. Senior sister Guiwei accepted it with a smile and inquired, Did you refine this yourself? Qi Xiaoyu nodded affirmatively. Oh my. You two are exchanging tokens of affection on your first meeting? Qi Shidi, how biased you are. I have known you longer and even guided your cultivation. Yet you have not gifted me anything. How distressing. Jiang Yuqiu teased with a laugh, extending her hand towards Qi Xiaoyu, requesting a gift. With a wry smile, Qi Xiaoyu replied, I have not forgotten you, senior sister. I intended to present it to you upon reaching my dwelling. He then produced another vial of elixir to offer her. Jiang Yuqiu received it with delight, unhesitatingly opening the vial, releasing a rich aroma of medicinal fragrance. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, a second-tier premium elixir. Did you truly refine this? Though she was also an alchemist, she could only produce second-tier mid-grade elixirs. Qi Xiaoyu nodded, while senior sister Guiwei also opened her vial, revealing her own second-tier premium elixir. The two women exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. Jiang Yuqiu, a hint of envy in her voice, remarked, No wonder you were taken as a direct disciple by Elder Miao. Your alchemical skills surpass even those of your senior sister. Qi Xiaoyu scratched his head, feigning innocence. It is all due to my master's excellent teachings. Jiang Yuqiu sighed. It is not merely a matter of good teaching. Refining premium elixirs requires innate talent. Would you be willing to teach your senior sister when you have the time? I would be happy to compensate you for your guidance. Her enchanting eyes sparkled playfully at Qi Xiaoyu. Having been the subject of teasing, Qi Xiaoyu decided to retaliate, innocently asking, How would senior sister repay me? In kind. At this, Jiang Yuqiu blushed, playfully smacking Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder. You cheeky boy, you seem innocent on the surface. Senior sister Guiwei interjected, nudging Jiang Yuqiu, enough of your teasing. Junior sister. What, are you feeling a pang of sympathy? I'll tear your mouth apart. Jiang Yuqiu laughed, pulling Qi Xiaoyu along as they departed. Qi Xiaoyu offered an apologetic smile and a nod to senior sister Gui Wei before following, as she observed the elixirs in her hand and glanced at Qi Xiaoyu. A meaningful smile graced her lips. A junior capable of refining premium elixirs, Qingxia Peak is bound to become lively. Before long, Jiang Yuqiu led Qi Xiaoyu to his residence. A private courtyard with a plaque bearing the words Jingong Courtyard. The property spans approximately 500 square meters and features a courtyard in the traditional Sihiyuan style, with ample outdoor space suitable for martial arts practice and spellcasting. The previous owner was also an alchemist, and thus, the estate is equipped with an alchemy room, perfectly tailored to your needs. Furthermore, the courtyard is fortified with a second-tier defensive array, the foundation of which resides within the house. By installing spirit stones, one can activate it. The token for the defensive array allows control over its operation, and by dripping blood upon it, one may claim ownership. Jiang Yuqiu handed a jade token to Qi Xiaoyu, who expressed her gratitude and began to examine it, leading Qi Xiaoyu into the living room, which was quite simple. It contained an 8 immortals table with a shrine positioned behind it, dedicated to the ancestral master of the Qingyun sect, alongside a small incense burner. On the table lay a set of azure garments, an inner sect identity token, and a pair of boots, all seemingly prepared in advance. The azure silk garment is standard attire for inner sect disciples, serving as a type of defensive robe of the first tier, capable of resisting ordinary fire and sword attacks. Valued at 50 taels of spirit stones. The Qingyun boots are of medium quality, automatically adjusting to the wearer's foot size. When infused with spiritual energy, they significantly enhance speed. As for the inner sect identity token, I shall refrain from elaborating. Simply drip blood to recognize its ownership. Additionally, becoming an inner sect disciple grants one the privilege of selecting a high-grade magical tool from the Qi Refining Pavilion and a medium-level spell from the Scripture Pavilion, free of charge. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at these provisions, marveling at the stark contrast between solitary cultivators and sect disciples. The benefits bestowed upon her for advancement alone were worth several hundred taels of spirit stones. Moreover, the opportunity to learn medium-level spells at no cost was invaluable. Should she encounter any uncertainties in the future, she could always seek guidance from her senior sister, who resides in Yuqiu Courtyard, just 500 steps to the left of her own courtyard. If she found the name of her courtyard unsatisfactory, she could easily change it. Qi Xiaoyu clasped her hands in gratitude, stating, "Thank you, senior sister. The Jingong Courtyard is splendid. I shall leave it as is and will not trouble you further." Jiang Yuqiu nodded with a smile, "Then take your time to explore your new home. I shall take my leave." After Jiang Yuqiu departed, Qi Xiaoyu closed the door, feeling quite fond of the courtyard. The spiritual energy in this place was undeniably more potent than that in the valley below. Henceforth, she would spend her days in the spirit beast room and return here at night to cultivate her qi. Approaching the foundation of the array, Qi Xiaoyu noticed it resembled a 1-meter-wide bagua platform, inscribed with many unfamiliar symbols. Her understanding of formations was limited. The 8 corners of the array's foundation featured grooves for placing spirit stones, each inscribed with corresponding words: gold, 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 water, 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 earth, earth. Did this mean she needed to insert spirit stones of matching attributes? Qi Xiaoyu produced 8 spirit stones, 3 of gold attribute, 2 of water, and 2 of earth. After placing the stones within, she took the token, dripped her blood to recognize it, and infused her true energy into the token, whereupon 2 runes illuminated within. Activating the token caused the foundation to respond, the inscribed runes glowing as the spirit energy provided by the stones served as its power source. In the courtyard, a swirling golden mist-like energy rapidly formed a luminous membrane, enveloping the entire area in a shimmering golden veil. Qi Xiaoyu stepped outside and gazed at the boundary that resembled a thin film of golden light. With a flick of his sword hand, his flying sword surged towards the membrane with a swift whoosh. Upon impact, ripples spread across the golden surface, yet it remained impervious. Qi Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with realization. Was this the defensive barrier of the formation? Such a resilient membrane. This defensive barrier was beyond his capacity to breach. A second-tier defensive formation could withstand the assaults of spiritual practitioners until the energy from the spirit stones was exhausted. With such a protective formation in place, he could safely cultivate in seclusion without the fear of assassins lurking to strike him down. After dismantling the barrier, Qi Xiaoyu proceeded to the alchemy room. Unlike Elder Miao's chamber, which maintained a constant climate through a formation, This room featured an engraved fire-gathering formation on the floor. By placing fire spirit stones within, true fire could be ignited, and the formation could regulate the temperature of the flames, making it significantly easier to concoct elixirs than relying solely on his own energy to fuel the fire. Many potions required lengthy periods for refinement, and sustaining true fire through his own energy for days on end was simply unfeasible. Thus, such a formation proved invaluable. The spacious courtyard and ample room provided an ideal setting to accommodate small creatures like Xiaowu, Xin Bing, and Qi Yin. Qi Xiaoyu mused about raising snakes here. After inspecting his new abode, he exited the Jingong courtyard, secured the door, and activated the defensive formation, ensuring it was in an active state. He then placed a strand of hair in the lock before departing. Activating the formation served to prevent any potential intruders from stealthily entering the courtyard while he was away, waiting to ambush him upon his return. Living in this world necessitated constant vigilance, especially since he had enemies within the sect. To cite one example, there was Elder Xia Guanming, whose disciple he had slain, openly defying him and striking back. Qi Xiaoyu doubted that the elder would simply let it go. Even with Elder Miao's protection, the adversary might not dare to act against him openly at present, but one could not dismiss the possibility of underhanded schemes. All of this required careful consideration, as one's life was singular and precious. In the spirit beast room, many auxiliary disciples congregated, gossiping and discussing, with nearly all topics revolving around Qi Xiaoyu. Among them, a disciple who had been tasked with tidying up the scene now animatedly recounted the incident of Qi Xiaoyu slaying Zhao Chun. "You should have been there. It was utterly shocking. I'll never forget that scene for the rest of my life." "Come on, Li Dan, stop rambling and just tell us," urged one of the others. The disciple named Li Dan chuckled. "You all know about the enmity between Zhao Chun and senior brother Qi, right? During the outer sect competition, Zhao Chun publicly challenged senior brother Qi to a life-and-death duel. Did senior brother Qi accept?" Ding Xiaohu quickly inquired. Li Dan grinned mischievously. "Yes, certainly. Such a proposition cannot be entertained. It is a matter of life and death. I surmise that brother Qi has acquiesced, as previously brother Sun had never laid a hand on him. What are we speculating for? Speak quickly." After teasing the crowd, Li Dan elaborated. Indeed, brother Qi consented, and he emerged victorious. When the two engaged in their duel, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, casting the sun and moon into darkness. As it became apparent that Zhao Chun could not prevail, Elder Xia from our sect intervened to offer protection. But guess what? Brother Qi has a master behind him. The illustrious fourth-rank alchemist, Elder Miao. As his disciple, brother Qi was determined to eliminate Zhao Chun, and even Elder Xia could not shield him. Ultimately, he hurled his spear, sending Zhao Chun flying several thousand meters, impaling him upon a stone pillar. Li Dan's eloquence captivated the audience, igniting a chorus of admiration and envy within their hearts. "Xiaoyu, have you truly reached such heights?" Ding Xiaohu felt a flicker of joy for Qi Xiaoyu, but a heavier sense of despair weighed upon him. The chasm between them had become insurmountable. "What are you discussing?" At that moment, a flying vessel tore through the sky. Hovering above, Qi Xiaoyu leaped down, and the vessel shrank to the size of a palm, disappearing into his storage pouch. "Brother Qi." The crowd hastily offered their respects. "Brother Qi, I hear you have slain Zhao Chun. I did not realize you were also an alchemist. Congratulations on becoming an inner sect disciple." As the throng gathered around him, showering him with praise, memories of how they once shunned him felt like a distant echo. Qi Xiaoyu dismissed the crowd to attend to their duties, and Ding Xiaohu quietly slipped away, feeling somewhat desolate. "Xiaohu," Qi Xiaoyu called out. Ding Xiaohu paused, turning to face him. "What commands do you have, brother Qi?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I will be residing in the inner sect, and I shall not be staying in the spirit beast quarters at night. I will need you to oversee the night patrols." "Understood." Qi Xiaoyu produced a first-grade elixir from his hand and approached Ding Xiaohu. "This is a nourishing qi pill, one that I have personally crafted. Strive diligently and aim to enter the outer sect soon." As Ding Xiaohu beheld the elixir, his eyes welled with tears, and he shook his head in protest. I am unworthy of your gift." Qi Xiaoyu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Take it." With that, Qi Xiaoyu turned to depart. Ding Xiaohu gazed at his retreating figure, calling out, "Xiaoyu." Qi Xiaoyu turned back, and Ding Xiaohu's face was etched with guilt and regret. "I'm sorry, I am but a coward." Understanding the weight of his words, Qi Xiaoyu smiled gently. "It is all in the past. The most precious thing in this world is to be chosen steadfastly by another. However, such choices are not always within my grasp. Thus, there is no need for you to dwell in sorrow. Work hard, live well, hope is always present. With a wave of his hand and a smile, the young man turned away. Ding Xiaohu, his heart aching, asked with a quivering voice, "So, are we still friends?" Qi Xiaoyu raised his hand in an okay gesture, one that others might not comprehend, but Ding Xiaohu understood its meaning perfectly. Indeed, in an instant, Ding Xiaohu was overwhelmed with silent tears. As he entered the Serpent Valley, Qi Xiaoyu lifted her gaze to the sky, her eyes similarly reddened. "Sister-in-law, if I could trade my life for yours, I would willingly relinquish everything I possess." To be chosen so resolutely by someone is a profound happiness. It is only after venturing far that one realizes that only parents and a sister-in-law will unwaveringly choose him. Upon returning to the Serpent Valley, Qi Xiaoyu resolved to take the snake she had nurtured with medicinal herbs. To facilitate this, she spent a considerable sum, 150 spirit stones, on a spirit beast pouch. Unlike a storage pouch, which lacks ventilation and cannot accommodate living beings, the spirit beast pouch allows for the safe confinement of creatures without suffocation. Theoretically, it could even hold a person, depending on its capacity. With a hissing sound, a multitude of venomous snakes emerged from their burrows, including an enormous cauliflower python and vividly colored poisonous snakes. Kunkin, Xiaowu, Qiyan, Bailan, Xianbing, we must find a new abode. She had cared for 10 snakes here. Aside from the deceased, there were 9 remaining, and Qi Xiaoyu intended to take 5 to her new residence. These snakes could serve as guards while also providing companionship. A large azure spirit snake slowly slithered from its lair, emitting a hiss. "Where are you going?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I have become an inner sect disciple, and I will be residing on Qingxiao Peak from now on." The azure spirit snake's eyes reflected sorrow. "Are you leaving us?" Qi Xiaoyu affectionately stroked its head, saying, "How could I? I'm merely changing my sleeping quarters. I will still visit during the day." The azure spirit snake expressed, "I want to go with you." This put Qi Xiaoyu in a difficult position. The little azure was officially recorded in the sect's spirit beast registry, and its owner was the sect's master alchemist, Elder Gu, a 4th-tier alchemist. The other snakes could accompany her because they were not classified as spirit beasts by the sect. Given her current status, there would be no issue in openly taking several of her nurtured snakes. "I'm sorry, little azure, I cannot bring you along. You are too large, and there isn't enough space for you where I am going," Qi Xiaoyu explained. Upon hearing this, the azure spirit snake responded in serpent language, "I can shrink." As it spoke, its massive form began to visibly contract at an astonishing rate. Gradually, it transformed from a fearsome 20-meter-long serpent into a petite creature of just over a meter, instantly appearing quite adorable. The little azure was not a bamboo leaf green snake, but rather had a more rounded head and large eyes, resembling a jade green snake, making it one of the most charming among serpents. "Wow!" Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the drastically smaller azure snake in disbelief. She picked it up, asking, "How can you shrink so much?" The azure snake replied, "It is a natural ability." "A natural talent?" Qi Xiaoyu queried in surprise. The azure snake shook its head, unsure of its origins. "I must admit, you look truly adorable now that you've shrunk." Haha. Qi Xiaoyu played with the green snake, which appeared quite intimidating due to its substantial size. After all, it could easily consume a human, and most people harbor a fear of large creatures. "Can you take me away now?" The green snake looked at Qi Xiaoyu with its round, adorable eyes. Qi Xiaoyu sighed and shook his head. "No, you know that you belong to your master, Elder Gu. I cannot take you with me. I don't want to be that old man snake. I want to be your snake." The green snake wriggled in discontent, its intelligence comparable to that of a 10-year-old child, possessing genuine awareness. In contrast, the intelligence of minor creatures like Xiao Wu was akin to that of a dog, equivalent to a 5-year-old human. Qi Xiaoyu, feeling helpless, replied, "There's nothing I can do. The sect's records state this. I'll think of a way to see if I can buy you from Elder Gu." The green snake felt a bit wronged. As a spiritual beast, it never considered itself inherently tied to anyone, merely existing within the constraints of human rules. "You mustn't abandon me," it insisted. "Rest assured," Qi Xiaoyu reassured, gently stroking its scales. Qi Xiaoyu then arrived at the spirit sheep pasture, a place inhabited by numerous spirit sheep. However, these sheep were not truly intelligent spiritual beasts, but rather ordinary sheep infused with spiritual energy, scientifically known as Qingpan sheep. Such meat was reserved solely for inner sect disciples. Each peak had its dedicated inner sect cafeteria where this type of mutton was sold. Yet, the small quantity of meat was hardly sufficient for Qi Xiaoyu. Purchasing Qingpan mutton was exclusive to inner sect disciples. Acquiring such meat required not only wealth, but also status. The price for one of these sheep was approximately 50 spiritual stones. Qi Xiaoyu decided to purchase a chimpan sheep with his own funds, requesting the duty disciple responsible for the pasture to slaughter and process it, sending the skin to the Spirit Snake Valley. Soon, the slaughtered chimpan sheep was delivered, and Qi Xiaoyu had prepared the barbecue grill. He began by marinating the 200-pound sheep with fragrant spices for half an hour. Once the time was up, he cleaned off the marinade, brushed it lightly with oil, and commenced the slow roasting. After another half hour, the roasting mutton began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma that made Qi Xiaoyu's stomach churn with hunger, producing copious amounts of corrosive gastric acid. Refining qi required spiritual energy, while physical cultivation necessitated abundant blood food and vitality. At this moment, he sprinkled chili powder, cumin, and Sichuan pepper on the meat, allowing the fat to fry the spices to perfection. He sliced a piece of mutton and placed it in his mouth. The marination had eliminated any gamey taste. With a crispy exterior and tender, juicy interior, the meat burst with flavor. Qi Xiaoyu began to feast heartily, each morsel dissolving into spiritual energy and replenishing his vitality. He devoured the entire 200-pound sheep, crushing and swallowing even the bones. After finishing, Qi Xiaoyu let out a satisfied burp, feeling an abundance of vitality surging within him. He promptly began to practice the sun fist, channeling the swallowing elephant sutra. Gradually, his skin took on a deep crimson hue, and bulging veins appeared, releasing a considerable amount of mist. The sweat that flowed from him evaporated into vapor. Within him, the robust energy surged, nourishing his bodily cells and organs, augmenting his strength. With his bare upper body delivering punches, Qi Xiaoyu's fists grew increasingly powerful, producing thunderous sounds as they sliced through the air. His boxing technique became more profound. His speed increased, and his strength intensified. At the moment he sensed a surge of a different type of energy within him. Qi Xiaoyu bellowed, leaping upward to deliver a fist strike from above onto the ground. Boom! Instantly, a wave of energy erupted, creating a crater where his fist struck. In that instant, Qi Xiaoyu's physical strength reached a terrifying 6,000 pounds, a formidable force. After an hour of relentless punching, Qi Xiaoyu ceased his training. Feeling the enhanced energy coursing through him, a sense of exhilaration gracing his face, as his strength had significantly increased. Though the sun fist was powerful, it primarily focused on refinement. He needed to seek a technique that could fully unleash his potential. His sect offered opportunities to select an intermediate spell or martial art, allowing him to choose a boxing technique. Contemplating this, Qi Xiaoyu made his way to a stream for a refreshing cold bath. That evening, he returned to Qingxia Peak with 5 snakes, spending the night cultivating energy in silence. The following day, Qi Xiaoyu arrived at the Qingyun Peak Plaza for assembly, joined by over 90 other Qi refinement disciples, as they were to commence specialized training. Selected outer and inner disciples were all to undergo this rigorous training. Although Qi Xiaoyu was an inner disciple, his Qi refinement level necessitated that he train alongside the outer disciples. In the plaza, 100 disciples of the Qi refinement realm gathered, familiar faces clustering together to discuss the training. Wang Feng and Wang Yun, 2 outer disciples acquainted with Qi Xiaoyu, approached him to form a circle. Qi Xiaoyu, now possessing a certain status, could easily establish his own circle, yet he never devoted much effort to managing such affairs. At that moment, 3 figures approached, the leading middle-aged man's voice booming like thunder. Everyone quiet, form lines of 10. The previously noisy crowd fell silent and quickly arranged themselves in orderly lines, evoking a sense of military discipline. The leading man was not clad in sect disciple robes but wore armor, accompanied by a man and a woman in similar attire. "It's Coach Lin from the Qingyun Army," someone whispered to a companion. The Qingyun Army, the military branch of the Qingyun sect, comprised not only outer and inner disciples, but also a force numbering between 2,000 to 3,000. There existed a rule in the Qingyun sect. From the moment one became an outer disciple, if they did not ascend to the inner discipleship within 12 years, they would either be assigned to the Qingyun Army or to manage some of the sect's enterprises in the secular world. Similarly, inner disciples who did not reach the foundation stage within 30 years would also be allocated to the Qingyun Army. It can be said that the Qingyun Army is the most formidable armed force of the Qingyun sect, with its members possessing cultivation levels that are at least at the late stage of Qi refinement, and many having reached the spirit movement realm. Their primary responsibilities include maintaining security in Qingyun City, safeguarding the sect, and engaging in large-scale bandit suppression operations, as well as defending against external sections. It is understandable that as disciples, they are nurtured by the sect. However, If they fail to demonstrate their innate talents and abilities within a stipulated time, they must serve in the military to contribute to the sect's safety. A middle-aged man, with a stern expression, declared, "I am Lin Hai, the instructor of the Qingyun army. 50 years ago, I was an outer disciple just like you. From this moment on, I shall serve as the head instructor for your intensive training over the next 6 months. Beside me are your deputy instructors, Qing Hu and Wang Jing. Like me, they are your seniors. Together, the three of us will oversee your training for the coming half year, and it is imperative that we establish some rules." His piercing gaze swept over each individual present, a gaze honed by countless battles. When it fell upon Qi Xiaoyu, she felt a chill run down her spine. Sensing the formidable prowess of this man, Lin Hai continued coldly, "First, in formation, no one is permitted to speak or whisper without my command. Second, if you have questions, you must shout out. Third, once training begins, there shall be no withdrawal under any circumstances. Fourth, absolute obedience to orders is required." As he enumerated the rules, the powerful aura he exuded rendered the disciples speechless. Once he concluded his list of regulations, Lin Hai proceeded to outline the training content. The objectives were straightforward: enhance cultivation and strength. During this intensive training period, the sect would provide ample resources, including elixirs and spirit stones, at no cost. However, one stipulation was that those at the 9th level of Qi refinement were prohibited from attempting to break into the spirit movement realm, while those below this level were required to advance 1 level within the next 6 months. Moreover, during the training period, disciples could freely select low-level spells and martial arts, all provided free of charge, with each individual allowed to choose 3 disciplines. I have already prepared options for you, encompassing spells, body techniques, and martial arts within this range for you to select. The chosen spells, body techniques, and martial arts must be cultivated to perfection during the training period. Is that clear to everyone? The crowd responded in unison. "We understand." Lin Hai barked, "Speak louder. Have you all not eaten today?" I said, "Do you understand?" With a slight snort, Lin Hai affirmed, "Very well. From this moment, we shall commence collective cultivation with the goal of reaching the peak of Qimei Mountain. You have until the time it takes to burn an incense stick to arrive." Upon finishing his words, Lin Hai stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of formidable energy that propelled him skyward, soaring through the air. The other 2 instructors followed suit. The peak of Qimei Mountain was a place reserved solely for true disciples. Could they actually train there? The crowd's expressions turned exuberant as they swiftly summoned their magical tools. Taking flight towards Qimei Mountain, Qi Xiaoyu soared into the sky atop a majestic red-crowned crane, leading the charge and evoking envy among many outer disciples. The privilege of riding a spirit beast was a luxury reserved for inner disciples. At the summit of Qingmei Peak lay a spacious and level expanse, facing an endless sea of clouds, with a profound abyss not far ahead. Qi Xiaoyu was the first to arrive, and soon others began to trickle in. Upon arrival, Lin Hai distributed resources. Each person received a spirit stone and a vial of high-grade Qi nourishing pill. Resources could be replenished once exhausted, but none were permitted to solicit more if their stock remained. Those caught hoarding or selling would face the dire consequence of losing their cultivation. Those who have reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, please step forward. From the crowd, about 30 individuals emerged. You no longer need to toil over Qi cultivation. Your focus now should be on enhancing your strength. Follow Coach Qinghu. The 30 individuals departed under Coach Qinghu's guidance. Every practitioner was required to cultivate for 2 full hours, under the watchful eye of Coach Wang Jing. After Lin Hai's announcement, he nodded to the female instructor, Wang Jing, who appeared to be in her 30s. She stepped forward and instructed, "Select a spot and commence your Qi meditation." The crowd dispersed, each choosing their own place, including Qi Xiaoyu. At the peak of Qimei, the spiritual energy was almost palpable, a refreshing sensation that could be felt on the skin. Meditation for Qi cultivation was exceedingly monotonous, demanding tranquility and focus. Many could only endure for an hour. However, Qi Xiaoyu possessed a remarkable tenacity, having once sustained his practice for 3 hours, equivalent to 6. Yet, his method of cultivation relied more on consuming meat and elixirs rather than absorbing the natural spiritual energy, as his spiritual root was rather poor, yielding results slower than those with average roots. Qi Xiaoyu took out a first-tier premium Qi nourishing pill, holding a spirit stone in each hand as he settled into a meditative posture. Others followed suit, consuming their pills and grasping their spirit stones, which soon enveloped the area in silence. However, after more than half an hour, one disciple stretched his numb legs. Suddenly, a whip cracked through the air, leaving a crimson mark across the disciple's back, eliciting a cry of pain. Others turned their heads to witness the scene, only to be met with the relentless sound of the whip striking. Each turning their gaze was met with a similar fate. Wang Jing, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, was unyielding in her discipline. Those struck winced in agony, their breath hitching in shock. Silence. During meditation, any sound will earn you a lash. Her gaze was piercing, prompting the crowd to clamp their mouths shut, gritting their teeth against the pain. Once silence prevailed, Coach Wang Jing surprisingly produced an ancient zither and began to play. The melodies resonated, instilling a sense of calm and enhancing focus, preventing any wandering thoughts. This significantly improved the efficiency of their qi cultivation. As the 2-hour session concluded, many struggled to rise, their legs numb and unsteady. Following the morning training in qi meditation, there was a half-cent stick's worth of rest. During this time, everyone gathered for lunch, enjoying a meal befitting the status of inner disciples. After finishing lunch at Qi Mei Peak, they were taken over by Coach Qinghu. With a wave of his hand, Vice Coach Qinghu revealed numerous booklets, all pertaining to body techniques and footwork. Has anyone among you practiced body techniques? Vice Coach Qinghu inquired. I have, responded one. So have I, echoed another. Instantly, a third of the participants raised their hands. Coach Qinghu then asked about their proficiency levels, among whom the most skilled were a few senior disciples like Wu Chengxiu, who had perfected their body techniques. The majority were at varying levels of progress. Some had achieved minor accomplishments, others were more advanced, while some were merely beginners. For those who have not practiced body techniques or footwork, each of you must select a technique. For those who have practiced, you are to elevate your skills to perfection. Those inexperienced eagerly approached to choose from the available manuals. Qi Xiaoyu also stepped forward to select, and the variety was vast, including titles such as 8 Steps to Chase the Cicada, Explosive Step, Cloud Ladder, Bagua Step, Wave Step, Bird Step, and Wind Step, among others. Each technique possessed unique characteristics. Some excelled in evasion and agility, while others focused on explosive speed, gliding, or sustained travel. Which body technique is the most formidable? Coach Qinghu, Qi Xiaoyu asked. Coach Qinghu cast a glance at him and replied, there is no absolute best. It depends on your chosen direction. Among the lower-tier techniques, the fastest for instant acceleration is the explosive step. The one with the greatest jumping ability is the cloud ladder. For sustained performance combined with agility, the bird step is ideal. The most complex and unpredictable is the bagua step, while the lightest and most nimble is the wave step. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu stroked his chin, recognizing that his explosive power was already quite strong, with his physical prowess and true energy allowing for rapid acceleration. However, in terms of footwork, aside from some design during spear training, he indeed lacked a dedicated technique. The most difficult was not necessarily the best, and 6 months was a rather short time pondering this. Qi Xiaoyu chose the wave step, as the name resonated with the wave subtle step practiced by Duan Yu in his previous life. Others also made their selections. Subsequently, everyone followed Coach Qinghu to a secluded shooting range. Surrounded by high walls, the range revealed soldiers clad in light armor, standing atop the walls, quivers slung over their backs. Qi Xiaoyu and the others stood within the range. With a wave of his hand, Coach Qinghu commanded, fire. Instantly, the archers atop the walls drew their arrows, launching a barrage toward the group. Faces turned pale as hundreds of arrows whistled through the air. Dodge. How can this be happening? The crowd erupted in chaos, desperately evading the incoming projectiles. Qi Xiaoyu, too, felt his pupils transform into slits, and his reflexes were heightened significantly. Whoosh. Ah! Someone cried out, struck by an arrow. However, after the initial scream, they realized something was amiss. Aside from the pain, there were no wounds, only a red mark where they had been hit. Upon observing the arrows, it became evident that they lacked sharp tips and were instead coated with a smooth layer of red dye. There were no arrows. Suddenly, a scream erupted as one of the individuals was struck on the forehead, resulting in an immediate swelling. The crowd was in disarray, darting about like frantic flies evading the arrows. Among them was the exceptionally agile Wu Chengxiu, the champion of the outer set competition, who adeptly evaded the barrage of incoming arrows without sustaining a hit. However, a group of 7 or 8 archers soon focused their fire upon him, and before long, he too was struck several times. Utilizing his serpentine instincts, Qi Xiaoyu skillfully dodged the arrows, but soon his remarkable abilities drew attention, leading to him being targeted. A sudden sting on his back indicated he had been hit by an arrow. Some attempted to deploy magical artifacts for defense, but these were swiftly knocked away by the head of the Qinghu sect, forcing reliance on agility alone. After a prolonged assault lasting the duration of half an incense stick, the barrage finally ceased, leaving arrows strewn across the ground. Many were covering their faces in agony, their features resembling that of a pig's head, while others bore a multitude of red spots upon their bodies. Qi Xiaoyu too bore marks on his forehead, shoulder, back, and buttocks. The head of the Qinghu sect snorted dismissively, remarking, "Had these arrows possessed true heads, you would all resemble hedgehogs. This is not the spectacle I wish to witness." A disciple, covered in red marks, complained, "What could we have done? With so many archers aiming at us, evasion was impossible." The head of the sect glared. "Who told you that evasion is unachievable? I can certainly evade. Watch closely as I suppress my cultivation to the Qi refinement stage." With that, he strode into the archery range and gestured to the surrounding archers. Instantly, a multitude of arrows flew in his direction. In a flash, he unleashed a surge of energy, entering the 9th level of Qi refinement, and darted toward a corner with remarkable speed, evading all arrows. The others adjusted their aim and angles, some even preemptively blocking his escape route. Yet, the head of the Qinghu sect deftly altered his trajectory, dodging a volley before leaping into the air, where a barrage of arrows flew past him. Just when the onlookers believed he could not possibly evade any longer, he propelled himself with a burst of true energy, narrowly escaping once more. Employing a variety of agile techniques, such as the cloud ladder, explosive steps, and bird-like movements, he masterfully navigated the onslaught without a single arrow finding its mark. This exquisite display of agility sparked admiration and longing in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes. He pondered that if he were to encounter such a skilled opponent while at the Qi refinement stage, he would be unable to even graze their clothing. Indeed, there are always individuals beyond one's comprehension, and it is folly to underestimate anyone. There is no absolute invincibility within the same realm of cultivation. After half an incense stick, the head of the Qinghu sect bore not a single mark. He turned to the astonished crowd. "Are you convinced now?" The onlookers exchanged glances before simultaneously bowing and clasping their fists. "Please, teach us, head." An archer whispered to a nearby companion, "The Qinghu head is showing off again. Among our sect, he is the only one who has cultivated to such a level of agility." The head of the Qinghu sect nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. Qinghu remarked, "When it comes to the art of movement, if one truly wishes to excel in practical combat, one must not confine oneself to mastering a solitary technique. My suggestion for you to select only one discipline was, in truth, a misdirection. Though none among you have perceived it, I have previously stated that you may all learn these martial arts free of charge. Should one solely practice a single form of movement, adversaries will invariably discover methods to counteract your skills, such as the explosive step." As he spoke, he demonstrated by taking a step forward, akin to an arrow shot from a bow, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared several dozen meters away. Is the explosive step swift? Indeed, while its speed and power are formidable, its lack of agility makes it susceptible to being countered by multiple opponents. Consider, for instance, the cloud leaping technique. Even if one has perfected it to the utmost, being able to leap 100 meters into the air is of little consequence. Once one ascends, maneuvering becomes exceedingly challenging, thus limiting the directions available for evasion. A leap of such height renders one a sitting target, vulnerable to arrows and flying swords. Can one truly evade projectiles by merely leaping higher? Therefore, to master the art of movement, one must cultivate explosive speed, the ability to leap high, and the agility to navigate the air like a bird. If one can harmoniously integrate these elements into their training, I assure you, few in the same realm, untrained in my systematic approach, will be able to inflict harm upon you. Should you achieve perfection, or even great perfection, you may reach the level I once attained. However, it is unrealistic to expect you to reach such heights in merely 6 months. Thus, I have devised a training regimen for you. We shall first focus on explosive speed by mastering the explosive step. Once you attain a foundational proficiency, we will then progress to the cloud leaping technique. This technique enhances one's leaping ability, and after reaching a basic mastery of it, you will learn the bird flight technique. The air control skills of the bird flight technique will allow you to maneuver in midair, enabling you to evade attacks. The combination of these 3 methods, reinforced by my specialized training, will undoubtedly yield superior results compared to your futile attempts at perfecting a single technique. Of course, should you find the time and energy in the future, you may wish to explore the integration of additional movement techniques, such as the Bagua step, which facilitates agile evasions on the ground, and the Lingbo step, which allows one to walk upon water. Once you master the synthesis of these techniques, congratulations. You will emerge as a true master of movement. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaoyu found himself greatly enlightened, having previously been misled. Qing Hu continued, the art of movement, achieving perfection, or even great perfection, in a single discipline serves no purpose if it cannot safeguard your life or mitigate harm in real combat. Hence, we shall not engage in trivial pursuits. Our focus shall be solely on two words, self-preservation. Cast aside the movement techniques you previously selected. And now we shall collectively choose the explosive step. Those who opted for other techniques shall now select the explosive step as well. There will be no time during the day for you to memorize the content. Instead, you shall review it during your rest at night, and we will commence training immediately. Come forth and prepare the equipment. With a wave of his hand, Qing Hu summoned a multitude of assistants bearing various apparatuses. These implements resembled barbells, each adorned with massive iron weights on either end. Qing Hu seized a barbell, declaring, this barbell weighs a staggering 1,000 pounds. Let all who dare attempt to leap through the target range 10 times as I do. With the barbell resting on his shoulders, he squatted down and commenced his frog jumps. The others, channeling their inner energy, began to follow suit with the weights in tow. Qi Xiaoyu also took up the barbell and joined in the jumping. For him, even without harnessing his inner energy, the sheer weight was effortlessly manageable due to his physical prowess. The target range was vast, with each lap spanning approximately 500 meters. Many participants, after completing a lap, found their leg muscles twitching in pain, their jumping arcs diminishing. Only those who had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement could keep pace with Coach Qing Hu. Alongside one notable exception, Qi Xiaoyu. By the 3rd lap, several disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement began to lag, panting heavily. By the 5th lap, only 4 individuals remained in pursuit of Coach Qing Hu. Qi Xiaoyu, Wu Chengxiu, and 2 seasoned disciples of the 9th level, who gritted their teeth to persist. Wu Chengxiu, breathless, cast a glance at Qi Xiaoyu, who was silently keeping pace, astonished at how the 6th level disciple appeared to be managing with greater ease than himself. As they entered the 7th lap, only Wu Chengxiu and Qi Xiaoyu continued to endure. What on earth is happening with Qi Xiaoyu? Is he truly at the 6th level of Qi refinement? A disciple of the 9th level, who had plopped down on the ground, stared in disbelief at Qi Xiaoyu's relentless jumping. Indeed, he is nothing short of a prodigy. Does he still possess inner energy? Does his legs not ache? Another, gasping for breath, expressed his astonishment. Wu Chengxiu gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitching as his legs screamed in agony. Yet, upon observing Qi Xiaoyu beside him, merely sweating and breathing steadily, he felt a surge of competitive spirit arise within him. When the 10 laps concluded, Wu Chengxiu collapsed to the ground, propping himself up while gasping for air, whereas Qi Xiaoyu simply set the barbell down and stretched his legs. This fellow, he can still stand. Wu Chengxiu regarded Qi Xiaoyu as one might a strange creature. Coach Qing Hu, equally astonished, observed Qi Xiaoyu. The reactions of others seemed entirely normal. Yet Qing Hu felt that Qi Xiaoyu's performance was truly extraordinary. You are Qi Xiaoyu, correct? Coach Qing Hu inquired. Reporting in, yes. Qi Xiaoyu stood tall in response. Come with me. Qing Hu led him to a secluded corner and, regarding Qi Xiaoyu with a furrowed brow, asked, have you trained in this manner before? Qi Xiaoyu shook his head. Qing Hu squinted. Have you undergone physical conditioning? After a moment of hesitation, Qi Xiaoyu nodded. What level? 6th level of 1000 June. What? Coach Qing Hu's eyes widened in shock, and he placed his hand on Qi Xiaoyu's wrist, feeling his pulse. This vitality, indeed, it is the 6th level of 1000 June. Coach Qing Hu's eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. You have cultivated both internally and externally. Splendid. The training intensity they employ is of little consequence to you now. Qing Hu was exceedingly thrilled. Over the years, he had delved into the study of body techniques and concluded that only through the dual cultivation of body and inner energy could one achieve a breathtaking level of mastery. He commenced the arduous journey of physical cultivation, yet he embarked on this path rather late. And his internal prowess was so formidable that the refinement of his corporeal form became exceedingly challenging. In this lifetime, his physical cultivation could only ascend to the 2nd realm of body refinement. However, for Qi Xiaoyu, with his synchronized internal and external cultivation, boundless possibilities lay ahead. Just wait and see, Qing Hu proclaimed as he turned to depart, shortly returning with a new barbell in hand. This barbell appeared identical in size to the previous one, yet its internal composition was markedly different. This barbell was my training tool in the past, weighing 7,000 pounds. You shall bear it as you train henceforth. After enduring 10 rounds of weighted frog jumps, most individuals found themselves incapacitated on the ground, struggling to rise. Coach Ching, who distributed vitality-enhancing pills, one to each person, to alleviate fatigue and invigorate their energy. While they rested for a brief interval, he elucidated the techniques essential for executing weighted frog jumps, detailing how to channel their vital energy into their legs, which meridians to engage, and which acupoints to connect. Once the frog jumps concluded, they transitioned into the next round of training, weighted squats. Each participant was required to perform squats while bearing an immense dumbbell. Qi Xiaoyu, however, endured the weight of 7,000 pounds, and even he manifested a visage of agony, a stark contrast to his earlier ease. Performing weighted squats necessitated the simultaneous mobilization of their vital energy to saturate their legs, while the force must emanate from their entire being, with the vital energy supporting their bones and meridians. Mastering this movement would enhance their explosive power and jumping ability, rendering their future ascents to the clouds remarkably more efficient. Amidst the throng, Coach Ching, who offered guidance, suddenly delivering a swift kick to one individual's posterior. Do not arch your back so high. Ensure the barbell rests upon your shoulders, not compressing your cervical spine. When squatting, your knees must not exceed your toes, lest you jeopardize your knees. When rising, do not fully straighten your body. Rely on your muscles and the vital energy coursing through your meridians for support. The day's objective was set at 1,000 repetitions, divided into groups of 200. The crowd rose and descended in unison, their anguished cries reverberating through the air. After half an hour, those who had trained diligently lay prostrate on the ground, while Qi Xiaoyu, panting heavily, was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling slightly. Following another brief respite, the third training regimen commenced, running. They donned 500 pounds of gear for weighted running, traversing the entire training ground with a goal of 10 kilometers. Ordinarily, this distance could be covered in merely half an incense stick's time, yet now their legs felt as though burdened by lead. Many collapsed after only a few steps, only to rise again and continue their struggle, with Coach Ching, who wielding a whip behind them, striking those who lagged. Qi Xiaoyu, receiving special treatment, bore a staggering 3,500 pounds while running, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Wu Chongxiu observed Qi Xiaoyu's running speed, which was comparable to his own, and exhaled with a modicum of relief. Should this individual continue to display such astonishing prowess as he had initially, Wu feared he might become despondent. Yet unbeknownst to Wu Chongxiu, the weight Qi Xiaoyu bore was on an entirely different scale. Some individuals succumbed to unconsciousness, frothing at the mouth, while others experienced sudden cardiac arrest. However, there are doctors on standby, ever ready to administer aid, after administering a restorative elixir. The individuals regain consciousness and are compelled to continue their grueling training, an ordeal likened to hell itself. Upon completing their running exercises, they collapse in disarray, moans of agony filling the air. Goodness, had I known special training would be this arduous, I would have simply conceded during the outer sect competition. And this is merely the first day. Some are on the verge of tears. As cultivators, they have never endured such suffering. Indeed, it is exceedingly taxing. Many around nod in agreement, recalling that their most strenuous tasks previously involved executing missions or the mundane practices of meditation. Yet, when compared to this training, the monotony of meditation and the numbness in their legs seem akin to paradise. The instructor, Ching Hu, admonished them, cease your complaints. The more you sweat and bleed now, the greater your chances of survival in the Tsangyin secret realm. Do you think entering the Tsangyin secret realm is akin to a leisurely vacation? Do you believe that opportunities will simply present themselves upon your arrival? Inside, you will contend with other sects, fighting fiercely for your lives. 50 years ago, during the last opening of the secret realm, nearly half of our sect perished within. If you do not wish to become stepping stones on the path of others, you must train with all your might. You are the future and the foundation of our sect, while the sect requires you to strive for its interests. It also does not wish to see you perish. Thus, we engage you in special training, sparing no expense, providing you with privileges that even inner disciples do not enjoy, all in hopes of increasing your survival rate. A chilling 50 mortality rate. This figure struck terror into the hearts of many disciples who were unaware of the underlying circumstances. Ching Hu continued, during the last expedition to the Tsangyin secret realm, I, along with instructors Lin Hai and Wang Jing, participated. My dear friend perished within, and Lin Hai's own brother met the same fate. Do you think entering is a mere amusement? Yes, it is enjoyable, if playing with your lives can be considered fun. As you undergo special training, do you think disciples from other sects are not doing the same? They are undoubtedly engaged in similar rigorous training. If you do not exert yourselves now, your lives may be at stake 6 months hence. The instructor's words left many with pale faces. Today's agility training was nearing its final phase, muscle stretching. While speaking, he pulled one disciple forward and, with a swift kick to the ankle, pressed down on their shoulder. Instantly, the disciple was forced into a split, agonizingly so. Instructor, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The disciple cried out, feeling as though their very essence was being torn apart. Yet, the instructor then pressed down on their upper body, forcing it to the ground. And the sounds of spine and bones cracking echoed through the air. The disciple was on the brink of losing consciousness from the sheer agony. With both hands clasped around his legs, he applied pressure, as did the others, stretching into a split. This exercise was intended to open their meridians and tendons, thereby enhancing their flexibility and enabling movements previously deemed impossible, particularly when evading attacks. The group gritted their teeth and began to execute the splits, their legs straining. For Qi Xiaoyu, this maneuver posed little difficulty, having practiced such drills during his martial training. However, after an intense session, his muscles and ligaments were taut, rendering these stretches far more painful than usual, leaving him in a state of profound discomfort. Cries of agony echoed throughout the training ground. The special training lasted for 2 hours. Upon completion of the final exercise, the participants were granted a brief respite to recharge and replenish their energy. In the wake of such exhaustive exertion, many found it challenging to eat. Yet, Qi Xiaoyu's appetite was remarkably robust. He felt ravenous. Witnessing his rapid pace, Wu Chengxiu, seated across from him, was spurred into action, fervently shoveling rice into his bowl. However, even after consuming 4 large bowls, he reached his limit. In stark contrast, Qi Xiaoyu devoured over 10 bowls, each the size of a human head, heaped with tender lamb and beef. Junior brother Qi. Wu Chengxiu could not restrain his curiosity. Aren't you full? Qi Xiaoyu, preparing to fetch more rice, rubbed his belly and replied, I'm only halfway full. Wu Chengxiu was momentarily speechless, muttering, freak. Upon Qi Xiaoyu's return with more rice, he proposed, how about a competition? Qi Xiaoyu looked at him quizzically. A competition in what? Wu Chengxiu suggested. Let us see who can finish the daily training tasks first. Qi Xiaoyu rolled his eyes. How old are you? 24. I joined the sect at 14. What's the matter? At 24, still so childish, Qi Xiaoyu retorted, resuming his meal. Wu Chengxiu paused, then asserted, competition can foster progress. Qi Xiaoyu swallowed a mouthful of rice and replied, not interested. Competing against each other will only make this society more brutal, further diminishing the unscrupulous limits of capitalists. What? I don't understand. You're not afraid, are you? Wu Chengxiu scoffed, employing provocation. Yes, I'm afraid. I'm merely a weak alchemist, and you are the champion of the competition. What do I have to compare with you? Wu Chengxiu was left speechless, perplexed by the young man's indifference to provocation. After finishing another bowl, Qi Xiaoyu returned with an empty dish, his face marred by disappointment. Are you full now? Wu Chengxiu inquired. Qi Xiaoyu shook his head. Not yet. The ant serving rice refused to give me more, saying that if everyone ate like me, the sect would be impoverished. Wu Chengxiu chuckled. I'll help you get more. Thank you. May good fortune accompany you always, Qi Xiaoyu said, unceremoniously handing his bowl to him. But you must compete with me. No, my friend. You are the competition king. Aren't you afraid of being outdone? Qi Xiaoyu was left speechless. What is a competition king? It refers to someone like you, who insists on dragging others into comparisons. Xi practiced diligently, embodying an optimistic spirit. As one with a medium spiritual root, he recognized that without tenfold effort, he would forever lag behind those with superior roots. Qiu Xiui rolled her eyes in response, confessing her own status as a low-grade spiritual root. Yet, she asserted, as an alchemist, her future achievements would undoubtedly be remarkable. I shall fetch your meals, she declared, and from tomorrow onward, we shall engage in friendly competition. After uttering this, she took her bowl to fetch food, returning shortly with a generous serving. After consuming 20 bowls of rice, accompanied by copious amounts of mutton and wild beef, Qiu Xiui finally felt moderately sated. Post-feast, she realized her digestive capacity had notably strengthened, allowing for increased refinement of the essence within her. Evidently, the rigorous training had enhanced her body's ability to absorb nutrients. In a brief span of time, less than half an hour, the third special training session commenced. Overseen by Coach LNHI, this session took place within a valley of the Q-Ingen sect. Coach L addressed the group, stating, today's third training session will be divided into 2 parts. The first half will focus on spells and martial arts, while the latter will emphasize practical combat. You may practice techniques you are already familiar with, Should you have achieved perfection or even grand perfection in your previous studies, you may select new ones to pursue. As this is our first day, I will conduct a preliminary assessment. With that, his gaze fell upon WCH Anxi. You are WCH Anxi, correct? Step forward. WCH Anxi complied, and Coach LN instructed. Utilize your most formidable attack and unleash your full strength upon me. Fear not. Even should I remain stationary, you shall not be able to defeat me. Understood. WCH Anxi wasted no time, retrieving a sheathed long knife from his storage pouch. Drawing the blade revealed a weapon reminiscent of a tang sword, characterized by a straight body and a blade tip angled at 60 degrees, with both hands gripping the knife. His vital energy enveloped him, and his gaze sharpened with intensity. Suddenly, he surged forward with explosive speed, akin to an arrow shot towards Coach LN. It was evident that he had mastered the explosive step technique, having reached its perfected state. In that instant, his velocity soared to 40 or 50 meters per second, rivaling that of a flying sword. Concurrently, a flying knife shot forth from his pouch. As he focused his energy into the blade, summoning both intent and spirit, he executed a powerful downward strike, while simultaneously directing the flying knife towards Coach LN's thigh. Coach LN, enveloped in energy, reacted with lightning speed, catching the descending blade with one hand while pinching the flying knife between his index and middle fingers, delivering a swift kick to WCH Anxi's abdomen. Doubling over in pain, WCH Anxi retreated, prompting a nod of approval from Coach LN. Well done. I have reviewed your records. Manifesting blade intent at the chi refinement stage is indeed rare. Your frontal assault with the blade complemented by the concealed attack of the flying knife, both overt and covert, demonstrates great skill. However, your mastery of the flying daggers is too direct. Consider employing a more curved trajectory. When you strike me head-on, simultaneously controlling the daggers to attack my flanks or even my back will significantly enhance your chances of success. Once more, he beckoned with his hand, and Wu Chongxiu gritted his teeth, charging forward to attack once again. Yet, he was effortlessly repelled by Coach Lin Hai, who pointed out the deficiencies in his technique. The two engaged in several exchanges, with Wu Chongxiu deploying both his swordsmanship and spells, only to be swiftly overwhelmed each time. After discerning Wu Chongxiu's weaknesses, Coach Lin Hai signaled for the next participant to step up. After more than 10 exchanges, it was finally Qi Xiaoyu's turn. Coach Lin Hai regarded Qi Xiaoyu and said, "Do not hold back. Unleash your full strength. Only by doing so will I understand your capabilities and be able to offer you effective guidance and assistance." Having interacted with him briefly, he recognized that Qi Xiaoyu was one who preferred to conceal his true self, as he had studied Qi Xiaoyu's competition records. In the 4 matches, he clearly had the potential to win the first 3 but deliberately chose to forfeit, intending to catch Zhao Chen off guard with a decisive strike. Such individuals do not sit well with him. They are often too cunning. Yet, he also acknowledged that those who embody such traits tend to survive longer. Taking a deep breath, Qi Xiaoyu retrieved a black spear from his storage pouch, declaring, "I beg your pardon." Slightly bending forward, he thrust his left leg into the ground, unleashing his true energy and vitality in a powerful surge. In an instant, he surged forward like a ferocious tiger, his momentum astonishing, and his explosive speed rivaled that of Wu Chongxiu. With a flick of his spear, he created a dazzling display of spear shadows, launching multiple strikes toward Coach Lin Hai. Retreating to evade the force of Qi Xiaoyu's thrust, Coach Lin Hai reached out to seize the spear's true form amid the shadows. Swoosh! From Qi Xiaoyu's storage pouch, a flying sword shot forth, curving elegantly to attack Coach Lin Hai from behind, its speed rivaling that of a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner's swordplay. You learn quickly, Coach Lin Hai remarked, delivering a powerful kick to the spear that sent Qi Xiaoyu's grip flying. As the spear slipped from his grasp, Coach Lin Hai turned and swung his arm, cracking the flying sword away with the force of a whip. Qi Xiaoyu stepped back, forming hand seals with both hands. His speed significantly enhanced compared to when he used a single hand. A fire python materialized, roaring as it surged toward Coach Lin Hai. The coach dodged, but the fire python, seemingly sentient, reversed course to continue its assault. The fire python technique has reached perfection. Impressive, Coach Lin Hai observed, noting the serpentine-esque curve of the fire python-esque trajectory that locked onto him with uncanny precision. Was this truly the perfected fire python technique? It is said that when fully mastered, the fire python behaves like a living entity, locking onto its target, rendering evasion futile. One can only brace for impact. The observing disciples gasped in awe. Coach Lin Hai retaliated with a punch, unleashing a roar akin to a tigress. As his true energy manifested in the form of a gaseous tiger, crashing into the fire python. The resulting explosion erupted into a sky of flames. At this moment, Qi Xiaoyu launched a fierce strike, aiming directly at the head of Coach Lin Hai. However, Coach Lin Hai deftly evaded the attack, his footwork intricate. And in a mere flicker, he materialized before Qi Xiaoyu, swiftly seizing his left hand that held the gun. With a powerful palm, he struck towards Qi Xiaoyu's chest. Yet, Qi Xiaoyu relinquished his long gun with his right hand, his fingers transforming into claws that tore forward. With a resounding crash, Qi Xiaoyu was sent flying by the force of the palm, but his claw also found purchase on Coach Lin Hai's waist, rending through clothing and leaving 5 crimson marks. At that moment, Coach Lin was unprotected by armor. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Tiger Claw technique." Glancing at the marks on his waist, his pride took a slight hit. Although he had only employed his chi refining level cultivation, his combat experience and reflexes were remarkable, yet he still sustained minor injuries. Qi Xiaoyu fell to the ground, clutching his searing chest, where a palm-shaped bruise marred his skin, as if it had been burnt. This was the result of the inferior martial art known as iron sand palm. There exists a saying among practitioners of inferior martial arts: better endure 10 punches than suffer the iron sand. The training of iron sand palm involves scorching iron sand, and its force carries a fiery poison that, upon entering the body, inflicts pain akin to being scalded, rendering one's suffering unbearable. However, it was evident that Coach Lin Hai had deliberately refrained from unleashing the internal force of the iron sand palm. Otherwise, Qi Xiaoyu would have faced internal injuries. To think he actually injured the instructor. Indeed, previously, they had not even managed to ruffle a hair on him. This spectacle incited a flurry of astonished murmurs among the outer disciples. Wu Chongxiu clenched his fists, realizing he had fallen behind this individual. "I have been defeated." Qi Xiaoyu rose to his feet, noting that the coach had not employed any spells against him. It had all been martial arts from start to finish. Coach Lin Hai remarked, "Your reflexes are swifter and more acute than others. Even your sword control technique rivals the power of a 9th-level chi refiner. However, your tiger claw technique is clearly not perfected. The consummate tiger claw technique unleashes a force that roars like a tiger, reverberating through the heart and mind. With its essence akin to a tiger pouncing forth. You must observe the hunting of tigers to cultivate your spirit. Moreover, your foundational gunplay is solid. Yet it remains merely foundational. You have not practiced any specific martial arts related to firearms. When selecting martial arts, you might consider choosing a specific gun technique. Additionally, your footwork appears rudimentary. It seems you have not studied any specialized techniques in movement. These are your shortcomings." Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, coach." Coach Lin Hai nodded and, with an expressionless demeanor, declared, "Next." The next participant rushed forward, only to emit a cry of despair, falling victim to an instant defeat. His strikes were slightly harsher than those of the previous challengers. Such was the fate of the subsequent contenders, with some whispering. "Why does it seem like the coach is being more severe than before?" Within, Coach Lin cursed silently. "Damn it. How could I suffer even a minor setback against a 6th-level chi refiner? I shall take it out on you all." However, this young man possesses both internal and external cultivation. His prowess has already surpassed that of an average practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement. Should he maintain his dual cultivation until he reaches the 9th heaven of the spirit movement realm, our sect would undoubtedly dominate the other sections. Alas, time and opportunity for his growth are regrettably lacking. After everyone received guidance in turn, an hour passed, equivalent to 2 hours in total. What followed was the practical training. As head instructor Lin spoke, he clapped his hands. Instantly, a resounding roar echoed through the valley. Over 100 armored warriors, fully equipped and wielding long swords at their waists, entered the valley. Their eyes were sharp, their aura potent, each one a practitioner at the 9th level of chi refinement. The soldiers of the Qingyan army. The 100 soldiers marched into the valley and positioned themselves behind head instructor Lin, their steps perfectly synchronized, creating a thunderous sound upon halting. An invisible aura emanated from them, captivating the hearts of all present. The Qingyan army. Could it be that we are to face the Qingyan army in combat? Head instructor Lin commanded, "Silence. The task ahead is simple. You need only to defeat them." The Qingyan army, as you all know, can be considered your seniors, most of whom were previously outer disciples of our sect. Yet, due to their failure to break through to the spirit movement realm within the stipulated time, they were assigned to the Qingyan army. However, do not mistake them for failures. They merely chose a different path. and your future achievements may well surpass those of some among them. The crowd exchanged glances, and Qi Xiaoyu clasped his fists and said, I implore the esteemed seniors to bestow their guidance upon us. The others quickly followed suit. Bowing in respect, we beseech the esteemed seniors for your instruction. Boom. The 100 soldiers of the Qingyan army, without uttering a word, struck their left chests with their right fists, producing a harmonious, drum-like sound in response to the salute, leaving the crowd utterly astonished. Their imposing presence completely overwhelmed the group. Qi Xiaoyu gazed at them. The 100 individuals appeared as a singular entity. Head instructor Lin reassured them. There is no need to fear injuring them. You may unleash your full strength. Of course, while they will not take your lives, they will show no mercy. Upon concluding his words, Head instructor Lin nodded to the soldiers behind him and then soared into the air, hovering above. The 100 soldiers of the Qingyan army, their cold eyes visible beneath their masks, regarded the crowd before springing into action. Thunderous sounds erupted. The 100 warriors charged forward, drawing their blades in unison. The cold glimmer of their swords radiating an awe-inspiring aura. This overwhelming momentum caused many disciples to instinctively retreat, as if a terrifying deity of death were rushing towards them. They were gripped by fear even before the battle commenced. Even Wu Chengxiu and Qi Xiaoyu felt a flicker of trepidation in their hearts. In an apparent attempt to bolster his courage, Wu Chengxiu laughed fiercely. I have longed to spar with the seniors of the Qingyan army. Let us engage. With that, he drew his sword and charged toward the seemingly unified Qingyan army. However, upon contact, he found himself daunted by their imposing aura. Though Wu Chengxiu roared to rally his spirit, he struck with all his might at one of the soldiers. The opponent effortlessly blocked with their sword, and his flying knife was deflected by a comrade of the soldier. Meanwhile, another assailant swung a blade directly at Wu Chengxiu. Although the sword was dull, it was imbued with vital energy, resulting in an immense force. Wu Chengxiu was struck, and the flesh was instantly torn asunder, yet his internal organs remained unharmed. Subsequently, several more blades struck him, sending his body hurtling through the air. In that fleeting moment, he was vanquished. Apart from Wu Chengxiu, the other disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement also launched their charges. A leader emerged, and despite the intimidation of the overwhelming aura, the others gritted their teeth and pressed forward, knowing that enduring a beating was preferable to death. Qi Xiaoyu, wielding a black spear, was amidst the throng of attackers. A warrior from the Qingyan army charged forth, aiming a swift and powerful strike at Qi Xiaoyu's head. The force was astonishing, and the speed was remarkable. These soldiers from the Qingyan army had undoubtedly refined their physiques. The force behind this strike was not merely the result of vital energy enhancement. Qi Xiaoyu deftly swung her spear, delivering a mighty blow against the warrior's blade. With a clang, both combatants felt a numbing sensation in their hands as sparks flew from the clash. Such formidable strength. The Qingyan warrior was taken aback. With his perfected Qi refinement cultivation, he could unleash an explosive force of 9,000 pounds, and his physically honed body possessed the strength of approximately 1,000 Jun, totaling over 10,000 pounds of might. Yet, the power behind Qi Xiaoyu's spear nearly disarmed him. Before the warrior could fully comprehend the situation, Qi Xiaoyu unleashed her flying sword, which whizzed towards him. However, the Qingyan warrior reacted swiftly, deflecting the flying sword with his blade, sending it careening away. Qi Xiaoyu retreated strategically, forming a seal with her hands. And in the blink of an eye, a fiery serpent roared forth, charging directly at the Qingyan warrior. The opponent, quick on his feet, retrieved a large shield from his back, but the fiery serpent circumnavigated the front and struck fiercely at his back. The Qingyan warrior was sent flying by the force of the fiery serpent, yet fortunately, his thick armor absorbed much of the impact, resulting merely in a violent throw. Nearby, two disciples let out agonized cries as they were knocked to the ground. Observing this, the two Qingyan warriors coordinated their attack, one on the left and the other on the right, advancing toward Qi Xiaoyu. Qi Xiaoyu directed her flying sword at one of them, while simultaneously charging forward with her spear, executing a rapid thrust akin to a thunderclap aimed at her adversary. The opponent, wielding a sword, hesitated to close the distance and quickly retreated while forming a seal with his hands. Suddenly, 3 pale blue wind blades coalesced in the air. Wind blade technique. The trio of wind blades howled as they sliced through the air, targeting her chest, abdomen, and thigh. In response, Qi Xiaoyu summoned a tortoise-shell shield from her storage pouch, which enlarged and positioned itself before her. With a series of thuds, the wind blades struck the shield, leaving behind marks reminiscent of sword slashes. At that moment, A wave of blade energy surged from behind as another assailant swung at her back. Qi Xiaoyu hurriedly sidestepped to evade the attack, but the opponent's blade arced back, tearing through Qi Xiaoyu's waist and leaving a gaping wound. Just then, another attacker joined the fray, converging on Qi Xiaoyu. The combined onslaught of the three adversaries rendered her defense exceedingly precarious, and soon, numerous wounds adorned her body. One individual seized the opportunity, hurling an iron chain that ensnared his foot. With a forceful tug, Qi Xiaoyu was sent tumbling to the ground. The two assailants swiftly approached, binding him tightly. Under such coordinated efforts, his endurance could not last long. The valley echoed with anguished cries as the battle reached its swift conclusion. The disciples were soon overwhelmed, each one bound. "Brother, that lad is impressive. If it were a one-on-one fight, our men might not stand a chance against him," remarked the leader of the Qinghu sect, observing the silently restrained Qi Xiaoyu. Headmaster Linhai stroked his chin contemplatively. Indeed, he possesses remarkable strength, having honed his physique. The Qinghu headmaster continued, with a body forged to the 6th level of strength combined with his cultivation, this lad's explosive power could reach 12,000. If he were to achieve the pinnacle of Qi refinement, he could likely contend with anyone beneath the 3rd tier of the spirit movement realm. A fine prospect indeed. Headmaster Linhai interjected, "Do not dwell on it. Even if he does not enter the spirit movement realm in the future, he is unlikely to join our military camp. He is an alchemist." "Such a pity," sighed the Qinghu headmaster. "If he were to enlist, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior." As their conversation unfolded, the battle concluded swiftly. In less than a single incense stick's burn, all 100 disciples had been bound. Each bore wounds, yet they were merely superficial. And with medicinal elixirs, they would recover swiftly. "Look at you all, unable to endure for even an incense stick restoration. You are all disciples ranked within the top 100 of this outer sect competition. How disgraceful," Headmaster Linhai admonished coldly. The group lowered their heads, though some protested. "Headmaster, these seniors are clad in armor. How could we possibly prevail?" Headmaster Linhai shot back. "Why do you not mention that their blades are unsharpened? Had they been keen, you would all be corpses. I'll lend you a set of armor. Let us see how you fare." He instructed a soldier to remove his armor, which was then handed to one of the disciples. Upon lifting the armor, the disciple's face paled, for it was exceedingly heavy. This set of armor weighed no less than 500 pounds. "Are you convinced now?" Headmaster Linhai inquired. The disciple, with a bitter smile, returned the armor and bowed. "I concede." With a cold snort, Headmaster Linhai declared, "On the battlefield, it is a matter of life and death. The enemy will not concern themselves with fairness. The Tsangyan secret realm is a battlefield. From now on, you will engage in special training against them every day. Only when you can defeat them will you avoid becoming cannon fodder within the Tsangyan secret realm. Now, unbind them. Today's training is concluded. Distribute the materials." 2 soldiers from Qingyun approached, bearing 2 chests filled with books. The titles were straightforward: Herbal Compendium. These tomes contained records and illustrations of various medicinal herbs and precious materials. You all must memorize these. Should you enter the secret realm unacquainted with these treasures, you will be at a significant disadvantage. Thus, today's training came to an end. You will train for 6 hours every day. The remaining 6 hours are yours to manage. Assemble promptly at the designated time. Disperse. With a wave of his hand, the crowd scattered to collect their herbal compendiums. Qi Xiaoyu also approached and picked up a book. Upon flipping through its pages, he recognized most of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures within, understanding well how to gather and process them. After all, such knowledge is fundamental for an alchemist. However, there were a few he did not recognize, likely rare specialties from the secret realms. As darkness enveloped the sky, Qi Xiaoyu made his way back to Qingxia Peak to rest. On his return, he happened to encounter Jiang Yuqiu. With a cheerful smile, Jiang Yuqiu remarked, "Junior brother Qi, today's intensive training must have been exhausting, right?" Qi Xiaoyu managed a wry smile and nodded, his muscles aching all over. "Come, let me take you to a delightful place." As she spoke, she pulled Qi Xiaoyu along, but he discreetly withdrew his hand and curiously inquired, "Sister, where are we going?" Jiang Yuqiu replied with a playful grin, "Of course, I'm taking you to a place to unwind." Before long, Qi Xiaoyu followed her to a cave, where the sounds of laughter from several young women echoed within. "Sisters, take off your clothes. I've brought a handsome young lad for you," Jiang Yuqiu called out to those inside. As Qi Xiaoyu stepped inside, she was greeted by the melodic chatter of women. "Wow, Gui Wei, you've grown again. Have you been secretly indulging?" Nonsense, senior sister, perhaps it's just that you're too petite, which makes my size appear more pronounced. But Yuhua, why are you so long? Another girl teased with a laugh. Isn't it obvious? Her partner must have bitten her. Pa, you little brat, I see you need some male discipline. The women's banter caused Qi Xiaoyu's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Upon hearing Jiang Yuqiu's voice, laughter erupted from within. Indeed? If he's not handsome, then forget it. Upon entering the cave, enveloped in mist, Qi Xiaoyu beheld a hot spring emanating gentle steam, where 4 women clad in sheer garments were bathing. As she stepped in, her face turned crimson. Although the women were dressed, their skin was tantalizingly visible, rendering them even more alluring. Ah, you wretched Yuqiu, you really brought a man in here. Oh dear, he's just a little junior brother. The reactions among the women varied. Some gasped and instinctively covered their chests, while others laughed and teased, submerging themselves in the water, leaving only their heads visible. Junior brother Xiaoyu. Guiwei was among them, her face also reddening. Qi Xiaoyu recognized Chu Xiangwei as well. He quickly lowered his head and saluted. Greetings, senior sisters. Jiang Yuqiu explained with a smile, this is our new junior brother from Qingxia Peak, Qi Yu. Only 17 years old, still a pure young boy, a disciple of Master Miao, and a genius in alchemy. She continued, addressing Qi Xiaoyu. You already know Gui Wei and Xiangwei. The other 2 are your senior sister Yuhua and senior sister Qingxiu. Except for Yuhua, the other sisters are all single. Qi Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment and tugged at Jiang Yuqiu's sleeve. Senior sister, why have you brought me here? Jiang Yuqiu chuckled, of course. To help you relieve fatigue. This spring water is spiritual, heated by formations beneath. A soak will ensure you feel revitalized and energetic the next day. Chu Xiangwei pouted. Senior sister, with a man here, how are we supposed to bathe? Jiang Yuqiu retorted, the pool is so large. How could you not bathe? Besides, you're all dressed. How could you possibly suffer? She silently cursed Chu Xiangwei for her foolishness, thinking, I am fostering your relationships. A talented alchemist like him could be of great use in the future. The other 3 seemed to understand Jiang Yuqiu's intentions and did not voice any objections. After all, Qi Xiaoyu was not unattractive. He was a fine-looking youth, and the peak master was his teacher's wife, making him a promising alchemist. Qi Xiaoyu cast a sidelong glance at the captivating senior sisters, feeling a surge of heat within him. He quickly waved his hands. No, this is quite improper. But Jiang Yuqiu stepped on his foot and pushed him, causing his shoes to slip off and him to tumble into the hot spring with a splash. We are all practitioners on a journey, adhering to the principle of following our hearts in harmony with nature. Engaging in acts of violence and chaos is of little concern. What relevance do formalities hold? You are our junior brother, and thus, we shall certainly look after you. After expressing this, Jiang Yuqiu removed her shoes and outer garments, stepping into the hot spring clad only in her undergarments. Upon falling into the spring, Qi Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as he obediently settled into a lotus position, eyes directed toward his nose and nose toward his heart, daring not to glance at anyone else. Despite having surreptitiously watched numerous films in his past life, he could not suppress a sense of bashfulness. Sister Guiwei and Chu Xiangwei felt somewhat uncomfortable. Sister Yuhua, a seasoned veteran in such matters, teased with a grin. Junior brother Xiaoyu is quite shy, isn't he? Jiang Yuqiu chuckled. He is still an innocent young lad, sister. You, as an old hand, should refrain from casting your charms upon him. He would be utterly unprepared for your tactics. Sister Yuhua scoffed playfully, splashing water onto Jiang Yuqiu with a hand, exclaiming, nonsense. You should find a partner soon. Otherwise, you'll continue to be so flirtatious. Jiang Yuqiu gazed at the hot spring, comfortably narrowing her eyes. Men are not to be trusted. A little amusement is fine, but I shall not fall in love. Her background was rather tragic. Prior to joining the sect, she had been sold into a brothel during her youth. Had she not encountered the Qingyan sect recruiting disciples and secretly tested her aptitude, discovering her moderate spiritual roots that led to her selection, she would have remained entangled in the dust of the world. Sister Yuhua remarked, you simply have yet to meet a worthy man. Why not invite junior brother into your abode? With your skills, you would surely captivate him completely. Jiang Yuhua shook her head. No, I am but a wilted flower unworthy of junior brother. Master would surely be furious. The peak master was their teacher. Yet the master-disciple relationship was hierarchical, consisting of named disciples, inner disciples, and direct disciples. The direct disciples were the closest, nurtured as successors. Listening to their conversation, Qi Xiaoyu felt too bashful to interject. Sister Qingxiu smiled. This is how they usually converse. Do not take offense, junior brother. Qi Xiaoyu, blushing, shook his head. Not at all. The sisters are wonderful. Sister Yuhua teased, you are the first man to enjoy such treatment and come here to bathe. My spouse would be eager to join. Qi Xiaoyu felt too shy to respond, unsure how to continue the conversation. The ladies ceased their teasing and began to chat idly, while Qi Xiaoyu gradually began to relish the nourishing warmth of the hot spring. The fatigue from the day's training was significantly alleviated as his muscles and meridians relaxed, bringing him immense comfort. This sense of relaxation was not something one could achieve through elixirs. This impudent lad is indeed fortunate in matters of affection. Yet he is remarkably naive, failing to seize the advantage. In the scripture pavilion, the elderly guardian observed the magical mirror in his hand with envy. The mirror displayed a clear image of the bathing scene. After half an hour, upon emerging in fresh and clean attire, Qi Xiaoyu felt invigorated, with all traces of fatigue vanished. This is our unique place, which opens every evening during the hour of Wu from 7 to 9. You may come alone, but bringing others is not permitted. Jiang Yuqiu reminded him. Qi Xiaoyu nodded in gratitude, thanking his senior sister. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, he returned to his own Jing'an courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Qi Xiaoyu did not rest. Instead, he practiced a set of Taiyang fist, followed by some time honing his spear techniques and tiger claw skills. He then reviewed the medicinal herbs and the newfound techniques he acquired today, the explosive step. As for spells and martial arts, he heeded Coach Lin's advice and opted not to pursue fist techniques, as he already possessed the tiger claw skill for close combat. And additional fist techniques would only serve as embellishments. Instead, he chose a spear technique, the reigning pear blossom spear. In the realm of Qi refinement, the quantity of true energy is limited, thus extensive cultivation of spells is unnecessary. Compared to spells, martial arts have the advantage of consuming significantly less true energy, despite requiring more arduous training. The reigning pear blossom spear stands out as the pinnacle among the lower-tier martial arts spear techniques within the sect and can be cultivated to the realm of great perfection, allowing the manifestation of divine intent. After reading it twice, Qi Xiaoyu committed the training methods and true energy circulation routes to memory. This spear technique, when perfected, is exceedingly formidable, enabling one to unleash a barrage of strikes akin to a torrential downpour, capable of delivering dozens of thrusts in a single second with astonishing speed. With 4 hours remaining until the next day's assembly, Qi Xiaoyu grasped his black spear and began to practice the reigning pear blossoms spear within the courtyard. Thanks to his solid foundation in spear techniques, he adapted swiftly, although his true energy circulation was still unfamiliar. He soon managed to execute the entire spear technique with considerable proficiency. However, to achieve the realm of great perfection, diligent practice was essential. During the night, he was not the only one striving. Beneath the moonlight, Wu Chongxiu was also tirelessly honing his blade. The following morning, they gathered around 7 o'clock, and after breakfast, commenced the second day of special training. For breakfast, Wu Chongxiu served Qi Xiaoyu 10 bowls of rice, to which Qi Xiaoyu added another 20, earning him the reputation of a glutton among the kitchen staff of the inner sect. After finishing his meal, Qi Xiaoyu handed Wu Chongxiu a bottle of medicinal pills. Wu Chongxiu, surprised, opened it and inquired curiously, "What kind of pills are these?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "Energy recovery pills. I can't let you serve me for free." "Energy recovery pills? Splendid. I shall not be modest," Wu Chongxiu responded, well aware that Qi Xiaoyu was a skilled alchemist. The first session of special training involved Qi refinement meditation. However, for someone like Qi Xiaoyu, who possessed a low-grade spiritual root, the effects were not particularly strong. Practicing the Taiyang fist during the day proved far more beneficial. He requested Coach Wang Jing's permission to cultivate in his own manner. After discussing with Coach Lin Hai, they agreed, demonstrating their flexibility and willingness to teach according to individual aptitude. Therefore, while the other disciples engaged in Qi refinement meditation, Qi Xiaoyu practiced his fist techniques in the distance. He was not concerned about others stealing his knowledge, as the Taiyang fist also required an internal cultivation method, which could not be easily discerned through mere observation. The energy derived from 20 bowls of superior rice, along with substantial quantities of spiritual beast meat, transformed into resplendent essence, nourishing his physical form as Qi Xiaoyu practiced his punches. As the vital energy flows through the meridians of the stomach, the Tongxiang Sutra also circulates, refining the essence derived from food into true energy. When the Tongxiang Sutra reaches its second stage, my stomach's digestive capability will enable me to refine solid materials such as spirit stones, allowing me to consume them directly for cultivation, which should yield even better results. After practicing martial arts for 2 hours, Qi Xiaoyu felt invigorated. Previously, he could only train for an hour, but with the enhancement of his cultivation, he could extend his training duration. During the second special training session, Wu Chengxiu curiously inquired, "Why do you persist in practicing punches? Why not sit in meditation to refine energy?" Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I typically meditate at night to refine energy. During the day, I practice punches to strengthen my physique." Wu Chengxiu, upon hearing this, refrained from further questioning, as delving deeper would encroach upon personal secrets. In the special training on agility, they began with weighted frog jumps. But today, Qi Xiaoyu moved much more slowly, lagging behind. This brought Wu Chengxiu a sense of pride, leading him to believe that Qi Xiaoyu had not yet recovered from excessive training the previous day. The day's training mirrored that of the prior day. But after the leg strength conditioning, head coach Qing Hu began to elucidate the techniques and force characteristics of the explosive step. Those who had perfected the explosive step commenced training in the cloud leaping technique. In the third special training session, Coach Lin Hai tailored his instruction to individual capabilities, inviting numerous sparring partners from the Qingyan army. Qi Xiaoyu's sparring partner was a warrior skilled in spear techniques, specifically the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear. However, his opponent had already attained perfection with the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Spear, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that overwhelmed Qi Xiaoyu, who was struck numerous times during their duel. After the training concluded, they engaged in practical combat training, where everyone faced significant challenges. That night, Qi Xiaoyu shamelessly indulged in a soak at the Spirit Water Hot Springs, which indeed had remarkable restorative effects. Days passed in a fulfilling yet unmonotonous routine. Throughout the daily training, the bond between Qi Xiaoyu and the other special training disciples deepened, with his friendship with Wu Chengxiu growing the closest. Wu, a boisterous northerner with a straightforward demeanor, was a trustworthy companion. However, upon discovering the weight Qi Xiaoyu trained with, he nearly succumbed to discouragement and requested the coach to increase his training intensity. This individual possessed an indomitable spirit in martial arts and a determination not to fall behind. Following the intensified training, he nearly exhausted his body, but fortunately, Qi Xiaoyu provided him with high-quality medicinal pills to aid in his recovery. Qi Xiaoyu was always generous within his means when it came to friends, as he had been with Ding Xiaohu. 2 months later, Wu Chengxiu exclaimed, "Qi, let us go drink. I'll treat you to something nice." "Hee, I made a fortune on a mission yesterday." As special training concluded, Wu Chengxiu draped an arm over Qi Xiaoyu's shoulder, grinning mischievously. Qi Xiaoyu, puzzled, asked, "Isn't it the case that no missions are required during special training?" Wu Chengxiu replied, "Where would the extra earnings come from if we don't do missions? Last night, I took the time to complete a task and wiped out a bandit nest. Hee, guess how many spirit stones I earned?" "How many?" He extended his finger, saying, 200. "Ha ha ha, let's go. Today, I must treat you to a splendid meal. Eat to your heart's content." Qi Xiaoyu did not refuse, for he had already given his companion a substantial number of elixirs free of charge. Xinjiang Town boasted taverns, some of which were owned by the sect. As long as one had the coin, one could even indulge in the flesh of spiritual beasts. Wu Chengxiu was not one to be stingy. He ordered an extravagant feast, with exquisite dishes and fine wines, spending over 100 spirit stones. The two of them enjoyed their meal, drinking and boasting, reveling in the joy of companionship. This is the essence of friendship, not merely the ability to assist one another, but also the reassurance that one is not alone in this vast world. Once I accumulate enough contributions within the secret realm, I can exchange them for sufficient nourishing spirit pills to break through to the spirit movement realm, Wu Chengxiu remarked, clinking his cup with Qi Xiaoyu. Nourishing spirit pills were a type of third-tier elixir that could aid in opening the sea of consciousness and activating one's mental prowess, something Qi Xiaoyu was not yet capable of producing. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Xiaoyu suggested, "I believe you could attempt to break through to the great perfection of Qi refinement. The energy sea and dantian formed after reaching the 12th layer of Qi refinement are of an entirely different caliber compared to those of the 9th layer." Wu Chengxiu chuckled wryly. To reach the great perfection of Qi refinement requires an immense amount of resources. Without a specialized cultivation method, one would need a considerable quantity of high-grade second-tier nourishing Qi pills, which I cannot afford. Qi Xiaoyu emptied his cup and replied, "Elixirs are not the issue. Do you think I lack them? It simply depends on whether you are willing to invest additional time in the Qi refinement realm for another year or two." After a brief moment of hesitation, Wu Chengxiu nodded, saying, "Very well. How much are the elixirs? I will keep a record and will undoubtedly repay you in due time." Qi Xiaoyu did not refuse. Having known Wu Chengxiu for a while, She had come to understand his character, which was decidedly principled. Moreover, allowing him to accept her goodwill without reciprocation would inevitably sour their relationship over time. Thus, her assistance to Wu Chengxiu was not merely an act of kindness towards a friend, but also a means to cultivate an ally. As the saying goes, a hero requires 3 supporters. There are moments when one cannot manage everything alone. From their interactions thus far, Wu Chengxiu proved to be a friend worth nurturing. By spending a considerable amount of spirit stones to treat her to a lavish meal, he intended to repay the favor of the elixirs she had previously bestowed upon him. Such is the nature of human relationships. Reciprocity fosters longevity and deepens bonds, while unidirectional giving seldom yields favorable outcomes. Training, and more training, every day under intense conditions. It is undeniable that within this specialized training, everyone was making progress. With an ample supply of exquisite elixirs for recovery, Qi Xiaoyu's advancement was remarkably swift. In just 2 months, she had achieved a significant breakthrough in her explosive step technique. Her stamina and explosive power matched, if not surpassed, those of practitioners at the perfected realm. Her cloud leaping skill had also progressed to a minor achievement, and she shifted her focus towards refining both the cloud leaping technique and the bird flight method. The bird flight method, classified under movement techniques, allows one's vital energy to circulate within the body, generating an airflow akin to that of a bird in flight. This airflow enables one to glide through the air like a bird, while also maneuvering to evade attacks by altering the currents. In terms of the sensitivity required for cultivating spell techniques, Qi Xiaoyu's innate talent was nothing short of extraordinary, closely linked to her exceptional spirit serpent constitution, which inherently possesses heightened thermal perception. Coupled with her human intelligence and insight, she could keenly sense the changes in vital energy within her body during practice, allowing her to rapidly hone her skills. On the 3rd month of specialized training, during the night, a series of thunderous roars erupted from within Qi Xiaoyu. The convergence of her vital energy and blood resonated within her body, echoing like distant thunder. The vital energy surged through her meridians, forcefully penetrating the 7th primary meridian. As if a river had found its way into a broader channel, she had reached the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm. Concurrently, this breakthrough in vital energy triggered a resonance with her blood, causing her strength to skyrocket in that moment, enhancing the power contained within her physical cells. She had also attained the 7th level of the 1000 gene realm, a dual breakthrough. It had only been about 4 months since her last advancement, and such rapid progress was undoubtedly attributed to the rigors of her specialized training. After the breakthrough in her vital energy, feeling the surge of power within, Qi Xiaoyu sensed an inexhaustible strength coursing through her. She picked up her black spear and began practicing the Rain of Pear Blossoms spear technique in the courtyard. The technique was majestic, with strikes that cleaved, smashed, prodded, and shattered. At times, she would unleash a flurry of stabbing motions with astonishing speed, delivering 2 to 3 dozen thrusts in mere seconds, leaving onlookers astounded by her rapid assault and the remarkable penetrating power of each strike. The Rain of Pear Blossoms technique emphasizes swiftness and grandeur, akin to a torrential downpour. Upon concluding his practice with the spear, Qi Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at the sky, which resonated with deep, rumbling thunder, prompting memories of the thunder sword formation to surface. At this moment, as summer was on the cusp of arrival, the storms and thunder were at their peak, making it the most opportune season for cultivating the thunder sword formation. With this thought in mind, he descended the mountain. At the Qingyun Sect's artifact pavilion, the doors remained open, though few visitors graced it during the evening. When Qi Xiaoyu entered, only a handful of disciples were perusing the artifacts. He approached a selection of flying swords, his gaze fixated on them. Among the array, there were inferior and medium quality swords, all priced comparably to the market outside. However, purchasing with contribution points proved to be quite advantageous. The medium quality swords were priced at 100 taels each. After assessing his storage pouch, Qi Xiaoyu noted he had amassed 800 spirit stones, having diligently refined pills during this period, aside from his usual cultivation needs and providing for his senior sister, Xiaolon. He promptly selected 5 medium-quality swords, expending 500 taels of spirit stones, as the prices were fixed and non-negotiable. Upon returning to his courtyard, Qi Xiaoyu arranged the 6 swords, including his own feather sword, in a formation, then sat cross-legged among them, beginning to circulate the internal techniques of the thunderous flight sword art. Gradually, an extraordinary aura emanated from him. The thunder in the sky grew more robust, and flashes of lightning danced within the clouds above. Qi Xiaoyu, alongside the arranged sword formation, resembled a lightning rod. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder erupted from the heavens, and a silver lightning bolt cleaved through the sky, striking directly at him, illuminating his courtyard and its surroundings as if it were midday. The lightning struck one of the flying swords, causing it to erupt with electricity, connecting with the other 5 swords. A remarkable scene unfolded as the swords stood like stakes, with lightning coursing between them, forming an intricate shape, while Qi Xiaoyu remained seated within the formation. Waves of electricity surged into his body. Agonizing cries escaped Qi Xiaoyu's lips as his hair stood on end, with no less than 1,000 volts coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he focused his true energy, guiding the incoming electricity to circulate through his meridians alongside his vital force. Simultaneously, his true energy condensed into 6 strands of sword essence, flowing into the 6 flying swords. The sword energy continuously circulated between the swords and his corporeal form, facilitated by the lightning. The process was excruciating, with Qi Xiaoyu gritting his teeth as his facial muscles twitched. Yet, this was the essence of cultivating the thunder sword formation. His practice persisted until the thunderclouds dissipated, marking its conclusion. The cultivation of the thunder sword formation relies heavily on the weather, with summer storms being the most favorable. After finishing, he soared into the sky on his sword, which hovered aloft, interwoven with arcs of electricity. Qi Xiaoyu's sword energy now bore the attributes of thunder. Grasping the flying sword, he unleashed a strike. Zazab! Suddenly, a sword aura, akin to a flash of lightning, cleaved through the air, striking the training pillar. With a resounding crash, the pillar shattered into fragments. The sword's might had increased by at least 50 to 60%, capable of splintering ironwood with a single stroke. A glimmer of delight flickered in Qi Xiaoyu's eyes. What if the thunderclap sword formation were to be arranged? However, the previously absorbed thunder energy and transformed sword aura were still insufficient to establish such a formation. With summer just beginning, there would be ample time throughout the season to grasp the fundamentals of the thunderclap sword formation. Time in the mountains flows differently. 7 months of intensive training had swiftly elapsed. Autumn was approaching, a season traditionally ripe for the maturation of most medicinal herbs and treasures of heaven and earth. Within the valley, the majority of trees remained lush and green, though some maple trees had begun to blush with shades of red. In front of 100 disciples stood 3 instructors, Coach Linhai, Coach Qinghu, and Coach Wang Jing. Today marks our final intensive training session together, Coach Linhai spoke slowly. Once this training concludes, we must return to the military camp. A somber atmosphere enveloped the gathering. The outer disciples, the eldest among them barely in their 20s, were at an age where camaraderie held great significance. After more than half a year of companionship, they had forged deep bonds with the 3 coaches. Despite the grueling nature of their training, each disciple felt the transformation they had undergone since the early days. Though they had silently cursed the coaches countless times, the abrupt conclusion of their special training brought an inexplicable sense of melancholy. The male disciples fared somewhat better, yet among the 20 or so female disciples, many could not help but feel tears welling in their eyes. "Instructors, we will miss you," one girl with sun-kissed skin said, her voice tinged with emotion. "Indeed, instructors. Please stay a little longer. We promise to train diligently," echoed several voices in unison. In the midst of the crowd, Qi Xiaoyu felt a tinge of sadness as well. After over 6 months of intense training, the bond with the instructors had evolved into a relationship akin to that of elder brothers and teachers. Coach Linhai shook his head with a wry smile. "All gatherings must eventually come to an end. Do not worry, we shall meet again. We are all part of this land, and when you return from the secret realm, invite us for a drink." Coach Qinghu teased, "Throughout this intensive training, we have been quite strict with you all. Please do not harbor resentment. I would rather not be ambushed by my own disciples in some secluded corner." Laughter erupted among the crowd, momentarily dispelling the somber atmosphere. Then, Coach Linhai's expression turned serious. "Before we depart, I have some advice to impart. The secret realm will be exceptionally harsh. You will not only face those at the Qi refinement stage, but also cultivators of the spirit movement stage. The adversaries you encounter will not be limited to enemies. You will also contend with your own selfish and greedy hearts. Upon entering the secret realm, I implore you to steadfastly remember that those around you are your comrades. You have collectively endured over 6 months of arduous training. Do not allow the bonds of camaraderie to fray due to conflicts of interest. Above all, do not turn against one another over a mere treasure. Your true adversaries lie among the external sects and foreign forces. We earnestly hope for your unity. Can you promise us this?" Indeed, a chorus of voices resounded in affirmation. Coach Lin Hai smiled faintly, his gaze tinged with complexity, for he knew that, inevitably, some would falter. However, as someone who had traversed this path, he felt there was little more he could offer. Next, we shall conduct an evaluation of your abilities to facilitate the planning of your actions upon entering the secret realm. It has been 3 months since your last public assessment, and I am certain many of you are curious about the reason behind this delay. The answer is quite simple: to prevent the leakage of intelligence that could reveal your strengths to the enemy, enabling them to orchestrate targeted strategies against you. Today's assessment, unlike the usual live combat training, will employ mechanical puppets for your evaluation. Each of these automatons possesses combat capabilities equivalent to the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. The assessment will be conducted individually. After Coach Lin Hai concluded his remarks, Coach Qin Hu began calling names. First up, Wu Chongxiu. Upon hearing his name, Wu Chongxiu stepped forward, stretched his shoulders, exchanged a nod with Qi Xiaoyu, and made his way into the valley. The others awaited outside. Within the valley stood 100 black mechanical puppets adorned with peculiar symbols, each wielding a long blade, which, of course, was not sharpened. These automatons were equipped with energy crystals at their core. Shattering these crystals would equate to vanquishing the target, rendering the puppets immobile. Once inside, Wu Chongxiu grinned and charged at the mechanical puppets. The eyes of the puppets flickered to life, resembling real beings, and they swiftly advanced towards him, energy surging within their forms. Observing the chaotic clash, Coach Lin Hai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Shortly thereafter, a battered Wu Chongxiu was carried out, bruised and bloodied. Coach Lin Hai noted in his records, Wu Chongxiu defeated 58 enemies, rated A. Following him, the next contender was Wang Feng, who, upon being extracted, was recorded as having defeated 12 enemies, rated B. This information was kept confidential, solely documented in his records. When it was time for the 13th contestant, Qi Xiaoyu entered the fray. Coach Qin, whose eyes gleamed with anticipation, he was acutely aware of how astonishingly fast this youth had progressed over the past 6 months. As Qi Xiaoyu stepped into the valley, he wielded a black spear, his gaze sharp and unwavering. A multitude of mechanical puppets advanced towards him, brandishing their blades, then quickened their pace, charging with formidable momentum. With a flick of his finger, Qi Xiaoyu initiated his assault. Whoosh! A brilliant beam of light, swift as an arrow, shot forth, accompanied by a flying sword interwoven with flashes of lightning, reaching a terrifying speed of nearly 100 meters per second. 200 meters ahead, the chest of a puppet was instantly pierced, and the energy crystal shattered. The puppet collapsed, while others continued their advance. The flying sword struck down 9 puppets before they could approach Qi Xiaoyu. One puppet's palm shimmered with runes, unleashing a fireball that hurtled toward him, while another puppet wielded a blade, launching a coordinated assault of magic and martial prowess. Qi Xiaoyu deftly maneuvered, his footwork so exquisite that he evaded several incoming fireballs, achieving an astonishing speed in his short-distance movements. A fiery python materialized before him in an instant. Indeed, it formed in a heartbeat, without wasting a second, and surged forth with a thunderous roar toward the puppets. The fire python, as thick as a barrel, collided with the mechanical puppets, sending 7 or 8 of them flying. Though the puppets remained intact, the energy crystals were not so resilient, exploding with a series of detonations. Qi Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful burst of energy, drawing from both his vital energy and blood force. After channeling his explosive technique through his meridians, power erupted from the Yongguan acupoint beneath his feet. Boom! He surged forward like a rolling thunder, achieving a terrifying speed of 70 meters per second, brandishing his spear in a fierce strike. Bang! 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 7 or 8 puppets were effortlessly sent flying by a single thrust, their energy crystals shattering. He moved through the puppets like a wolf among sheep, his spear dancing in the air, continuously sending them careening away in a frenzied display. This scene left Coach Lin Hai, who was observing, gasping in astonishment. This young man seemed nearly invincible among his peers, despite only being at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Boom! After a stick of incense had burned, when the final puppet was sent flying by Qi Xiaoyu's punch, shattering its energy crystal, there was not a single puppet left capable of rising. Qi Xiaoyu withdrew his energy, exhaling deeply, feeling that his internal energy was nearly depleted. Surely this must be considered satisfactory, he pondered, surveying the fallen puppets. Coach Lin Hai, snapping out of his astonishment, recorded in his booklet, Qi Yu defeated 100 enemies, rating peerless. Outside, the onlookers were rife with curiosity. Why was Xiaoyu taking so long? Could something have gone awry? After all, he held the lowest cultivation among them, while the others had all achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. Many disciples were concerned about Qi Xiaoyu's performance. Only Wu Chongxiu secretly scoffed, thinking, "You fellows have no idea of that brat's capabilities. His training intensity far surpasses yours." At that moment, Qi Xiaoyu emerged from the valley, leaving the disciples in disbelief, for the others had all been carried out. The three coaches had spent considerable time adjusting the energy crystals before calling the next participant for evaluation. The assessment of over 100 individuals took nearly an entire day, and even the least adept could defeat 6 or 7 puppets. Following the assessment, Coach Lin Hai prepared to report the findings, and the three coaches bid farewell to the crowd. Wu Chongxiu proposed that everyone indulge in a grand feast, which received unanimous consent, the expenses to be shared among all. At Qingyun Peak, Lin Hai submitted the reports to the sect leader, Mu Tianhai. As Mu Tianhai perused the documents, he nodded in satisfaction at the impressive special training results of the outer disciples. Indeed, compared to 6 months ago, their quality has significantly improved. Nearly all have ascended to the 9th level of Qi refinement, with the sole exception of Qi Xiaoyu, who lags slightly behind. Lin Hai smiled and remarked, "Sect leader, you will find further surprises as you continue reading." "Oh?" Mu Tianhai resumed his examination of the materials. Upon reaching the assessment results, he exclaimed in astonishment, "This Wu Chongxiu managed to defeat half of the puppets?" Lin Hai explained, "This individual is exceptionally diligent, excelling in all aspects of training. During the special training period, he mastered a pinnacle-level sword technique and 2 fully cultivated spells. His agility and overall performance are outstanding." Mu Tianhai nodded appreciatively, "Indeed. Although his spiritual root talent is somewhat lacking, he is nonetheless a talent worth nurturing. If he survives the secret realm, I shall reward him with a spirit-nourishing pill to assist him in entering the spirit motion realm." Lin Hai smiled and added, "There is an even greater surprise yet." "Oh, is there an individual with even better results?" Mu Tianhai continued to review the documents, but after examining a dozen profiles, he found their achievements significantly inferior to Wu Chongxiu's. When he came across Qi Xiaoyu's record of puppet kills, his expression shifted to one of astonishment, and he looked at Coach Lin Hai incredulously. "He defeated all the puppets?" Coach Lin Hai nodded. "This individual possesses remarkable perseverance, training both internally and externally, and his combat prowess has far surpassed the ordinary level of Qi refinement." Mu Tianhai was somewhat taken aback. To slay all the puppets was a feat unheard of among the Qi refinement assessments in the history of Qingyun's sect. A deep sense of regret crossed his face. If this child could display such excellence in the spirit motion realm, then our Qingyun sect would undoubtedly gain the upper hand in this instance. Alas, his spiritual root talent is destined to limit his progress in martial cultivation. He will ultimately focus on alchemy. Coach Lin Hai shared this sentiment, lamenting that had Qi Xiaoyu maintained such talent to the core formation realm, Qingyun sect would have gained a formidable force to dominate the realms. With the nascent soul unmanifested, who could rival him? Unfortunately, his spiritual root talent precludes him from reaching the core formation realm. Lin Hai suggested, "I propose he be appointed as the commander of the Qi refinement group. His talents are exceptional, and his thought processes are meticulous, making him well suited for the role." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tianhai shook his head. "No. Appointing an 8th-level Qi refinement disciple as commander would not only dishearten the other disciples, but would also inevitably draw the attention of other sects towards Qi Xiaoyu. His strength serves as a hidden card within the Qi refinement realm. It should not be exposed prematurely." "What of Wu Chongxiu?" Coach Lin Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Wu Chongxiu, though his character is somewhat straightforward, his organizational skills and personal charisma are commendable, earning him the respect of his peers. He could be a suitable candidate, second only to Qi Xiaoyu. Mu Tianhai set down the documents and declared, "If that is the case, then it is settled. With merely half a month remaining until the opening of the Zhongyun secret realm, let them rest adequately and prepare themselves." Yes, in the ensuing days, Qi Xiaoyu and the others ceased their intensive training, as the sect had informed them of the imminent opening of the Zhongyun secret realm. Everyone busied themselves in preparation for this event. The sect also provided each disciple entering the realm with 2 bottles of high-quality restorative pills, healing potions, detoxification elixirs, and other essential medicines. Furthermore, they even permitted each individual to select a complementary superior-grade magical artifact. It was evident that the sect had invested considerable resources to ensure their disciples could profit within the Zhongyun secret realm. Most individuals opted for superior-grade artifacts that were either offensive in nature or served as protective gear. However, Qi Xiaoyu's choice was rather unique and less commonly selected, a Bao, a ranged attack artifact. Notably, He chose a bow that did not rely on spirit energy to materialize arrows. When Qi Xiaoyu articulated his request, the elder of the artifact pavilion expressed astonishment. You wish for a bow that relies solely on physical strength? What magnitude of force do you seek? The elder inquired. Qi Xiaoyu responded, a force exceeding 10 bulls. Or even better, 12. The elder gazed at him in disbelief. Can you truly draw such a bow? Qi Xiaoyu smiled. If you possess one, I can draw it. The elder chuckled. You underestimate me, do you? As it happens, I do have one. He turned and entered the storeroom, emerging shortly with a large bow wrapped in cloth. The string unstrung and in a relaxed state. This bow, a dark yellow hue, appeared rather ordinary, yet bore the weight of ages. Known as the Manticore bow, it had resided in the artifact pavilion for over 60 years. It was once wielded by a disciple of the barbarian lineage, known for their immense strength. The bowstring was crafted from the tendons of a manticore over 100 years old, fused with those of a mighty bull. While the bow itself was made from a century-old yellow bamboo and a millennium-old oak. Drawing this bow required a strength of 13 bulls. Can you manage that, young one? The elder asked, fitting the bowstring and handing it to Qi Xiaoyu. While this bow might not be classified strictly as a magical artifact, its power was comparable to that of a top-tier artifact. Qi Xiaoyu took hold of the manticore bow, inhaled deeply, and harnessed both his vital energy and blood force. With his left hand gripping the bow and his right hand pulling the string, a resonant hum emanated as the bowstring was drawn back, gradually forming a perfect crescent. This spectacle left the elder of the artifact pavilion utterly astounded. As Qi Xiaoyu released his grip, a resounding explosion echoed as the immense force of the bowstring unleashed a wave of energy, causing the very air to vibrate with a thunderous roar. Such an exquisite bow. He mused, for the sound produced during the release of the bowstring and the subsequent disturbance in the air was profound, making it less suited for stealth, thus compromising one's position. What a remarkable bow, Qi Xiaoyu exclaimed in admiration. Are you a body-refining practitioner? The elder inquired. His expression a mix of curiosity and intrigue as he regarded Qi Xiaoyu. With a chuckle, Qi Xiaoyu responded, your discernment is commendable. In this era, body-refining practitioners are a rare sight, for the path of refinement is arduous and costly. As the elder spoke, he entered the armory and soon returned, presenting Qi Xiaoyu with a quiver containing 20 finely crafted steel arrows. Take this quiver, he instructed. Within the scripture repository, there lies a bowmanship technique that can envelop the arrows with true energy, enhancing their potency. With your strength, combined with this technique, the arrows you unleash could challenge even those at the spirit realm. Thank you for your guidance, elder, Qi Xiaoyu said, accepting the quiver. He waved his hand dismissively. I wish you all the best, but Songyan's secret realm is fraught with peril, as you are surely aware. After departing from the treasure pavilion, Qi Xiaoyu hurried towards the scripture repository, for he had yet to claim his reward for ascending to the inner sect. Upon becoming an inner disciple, one could receive a mid-range spell or martial art, along with a cultivation method suitable for reaching the spirit realm. Each level of cultivation presented its unique challenges, and particularly for the spirit realm, which primarily focused on refining the mind and opening the dantian, there existed specialized methods for such refinement. In the scripture repository, an elderly man reclined in a chair, leisurely engrossed in his reading. Qi Xiaoyu approached respectfully and bowed. Senior. The elder set aside his book on the three kingdoms and remarked, Qi, my boy, I have perused that book countless times. Do you have anything new? With a gentle smile, Qi Xiaoyu produced a handwritten novel and offered it to the elder. The elder's eyes brightened as he eagerly accepted it. Dream of the Red Chamber. Qi Xiaoyu replied with a grin, this was penned by a Mr. Chow from my hometown. Take your time. I am here to claim my reward as an inner disciple. The elder inquired, what type of martial art or spell do you seek? Qi Xiaoyu stated, I wish to acquire a secret method for the practice of archery. The elder pondered briefly before responding, among the mid-range texts, there exists a technique known as the soul-locking arrow. Mastery of this method allows one to lock onto an enemy's spirit, targeting them with precision. Wherever your gaze falls, the arrow shall surely follow. Soul-locking arrow. Understood, Qi Xiaoyu acknowledged. After bowing, he proceeded to the section of the scripture repository dedicated to mid-range texts, searching for the tome the elder had mentioned. The number of mid-range texts was notably fewer than that of lower-tier ones, and after half a stick of incense had burned, Qi Xiaoyu finally located it. As he perused the pages, he discovered that the defining characteristic of the soul-locking arrow lay in its very name. The term lock signified the ability to pinpoint a target. Within 100 zhong, one could harness the true energy to lock onto an adversary, guiding arrows to strike with uncanny accuracy. capable of even curving to eliminate foes. The energy referenced here referred to the true energy that radiated outward. In the pursuit of the great perfection, one can cultivate divine intent, enabling the practitioner to lock onto adversaries with uncanny precision, even extending their reach to eliminate foes within a span of 1,000 zhang. Should one possess divine consciousness, the layering of this awareness can yield effects akin to guided missiles. Qi mechanism. Qi Xiaoyu endeavored to emanate his true energy, which diffused through the air, manifesting as an intangible essence, resembling tendrils extending from his being. However, as the distance of this energy's emission increased, the perception of the qi became increasingly faint. Beyond approximately 110 zhang, he could no longer sense his true energy as it became assimilated by the forces of nature. Qi Xiaoyu concluded that this range significantly surpassed that of his flying sword, which could only engage enemies within a 10 zhang radius. After reviewing the text several times to ensure he fully memorized it, he returned the manuscript to its rightful place. He dared not exploit his formidable memory to pry into other scriptures, for the elder was no fool. It is well known that the guardians of the scripture repository are invariably prominent figures within their sects or factions, as such repositories are the essence of any power's heritage. Typically, those entrusted to oversee such places are seasoned warriors who have retired within their sections. Upon descending the stairs, Xiaoyu prepared to take his leave when the elder exclaimed, "Mr. Chao, you are truly remarkable. This is not merely a novel, it is a profound scholarly pursuit." With a smile, Qi Xiaoyu replied, "I am delighted that you appreciate it." "Delighted? I am beyond delighted. Qi lad, why not stay and share a drink with this old man?" the elder suggested, setting aside his book. Qi Xiaoyu naturally accepted, saying, "I would be most pleased. Shall I prepare some dishes to accompany the drinks? You can cook? Excellent. Go ahead. The wine shall be my treat. And I shall introduce you to truly fine liquor." "Very well. I shall procure some ingredients." Summoning his magical vessel, Qi Xiaoyu descended the mountain to gather provisions. The elder watched the young man's departing figure, murmuring to himself, "A commendable youth, though alas, his spiritual root is rather lacking. Even with his alchemical skills to sustain himself, it will be difficult for him to transcend the foundational barriers of his path." Shortly thereafter, Qi Xiaoyu returned with an assortment of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, along with an ample supply of vegetables. Adjacent to the scripture repository lay the elder's abode, equipped with a kitchen, evidently well used, indicating that the elder also prepared his own meals. In just over half an hour, Qi Xiaoyu produced 7 dishes: braised grass carp, stir-fried chicken, and beer duck, though lacking beer. He had simmered it with yellow wine and water. He also prepared smashed cucumbers, peanuts, stir-fried kidney, and cold mixed herbs, more than enough for the two to enjoy.